Get lost. I would rather throw my belongings to the dogs than sell them to you." The shopkeeper, with a face full of disdain, forcefully smashed the box of milk that Naruto had previously touched onto the ground, causing the white liquid to spill everywhere. "I have money. I can pay you more. Just sell it to me, please," Naruto pleaded earnestly. "Get out." The shopkeeper seemed to harbor a deep-seated grudge against Naruto, hurling the feather duster he had been using to clean at him, leaving a large bump on his forehead. Naruto quickly shielded his face with his hands, fearful of revealing the grotesque expression of fury that twisted his features. He dreaded that any sign of hostility would attract the attention of the third Hokage or Shimura Danzo, making his situation even more precarious. "You scoundrel! One day, I will make you pay." As Naruto touched the wound on his forehead, a cold glint flickered in his eyes, and he swore silently in his heart. Returning home empty-handed, he opened the refrigerator to find almost expired milk inside. He sighed, lamenting, "Alas, at this rate, I will end up as short as the original Naruto, nearly the shortest among the Konoha 12. Those ignorant villagers, brainwashed by the higher-ups, treat me as if I were the Nine Tails itself, completely oblivious to the fact that I am the son of the fourth Hokage, who sacrificed himself to save their lives. What a bitter irony. Third Hokage, you cunning old fox. You intentionally conceal the truth, inciting the entire village to despise and isolate me, making me feel lonely and yearning for acceptance. Yet you feign a friendly demeanor to breach my psychological defenses, expecting me to regard you as kin. How laughable it is that, as a Jinchuriki, the identities of others are closely guarded secrets in their respective villages, with even few ninjas privy to the details. Yet my identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is common knowledge, as if they fear there aren't enough people harboring hatred towards me. Old man, don't let me find an opportunity, or I swear I will end you." Naruto crumpled the milk carton in his hand and violently tossed it into the trash. Having crossed into this world for over a month now, Naruto was 12 years old, with only 4 months remaining until his graduation from the Ninja Academy. Aside from the initial panic, he had calmed down and was now fervently eager to enhance his abilities. This world was perilous. It was either a heartless conspiracy to send children barely into their teens to the battlefield, or the tragic fate of a beloved woman being slain, leading to a psychotic rampage of destruction. This left him with an acute sense of insecurity, desiring strength for self-preservation. However, in his previous life, he was merely an ordinary person, lacking the mental fortitude of the original 12-year-old Naruto. Whenever he attempted to harness chakra to practice ninjutsu, the interference from the Nine Tails made it exceedingly difficult for him to succeed. Thus, after over a month of being here, his progress in strength was negligible, which only exacerbated his frustration and despair. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Naruto quickly composed himself, erasing all traces of the rage and resentment from his face. "Grandpa Hokage, what brings you here?" He wore a slightly despondent expression. "Hee, I came to see you and brought you some milk." Sarutobi Hiruzen cheerfully held up a carton of milk. "That's wonderful. Thank you, Grandpa Hokage." Naruto joyfully accepted it, but then his expression shifted to one of dejection. "Grandpa Hokage, why do the villagers harbor such animosity towards me? I haven't done anything at all." "Naruto, there are often barriers between people, but as long as you strive for their recognition, I believe that one day their perceptions of you will surely change," Sarutobi Hiruzen said earnestly. "Yes, I will definitely become Hokage and earn everyone's recognition." Naruto clenched his right fist and smiled brightly. "Haha, little Naruto, I have every faith in you. When that time comes, be sure to protect everyone in the village," Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a gentle smile. "Yes, I will." Naruto nodded resolutely. "All right, Grandpa must be going now as Hokage. I have a mountain of matters to attend to." "Oh, my old back." Sarutobi Hiruzen lightly patted his back, appearing fatigued. "Grandpa Hokage, please take care of your health." Naruto expressed his concern. "Don't worry, it's just an old ailment." Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained his amiable demeanor as he left Naruto's room. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, calm and composed, puffed on a cigarette, lost in thought. At that moment, a figure entered the Hokage's office, their right hand concealed within their clothing, the right eye bandaged, and a cane supporting their left hand. Without courtesy, they stated, "So, how is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Is he still under control? If you can't manage him, perhaps you should let my root train him. I guarantee he will become a qualified weapon of war." "Stop dreaming, Danzo. Minato's child deserves to lead a normal life," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied in a low voice. "Haha, Sarutobi, you are as hypocritical as ever. Don't forget, it was you who ordered to keep the fact that he is the fourth Hokage's son a secret. If you truly cared, he should be living a life like your grandson, having everything provided for him, with a personal tutor at his side. Instead, he endures a wretched existence, unable even to secure a proper meal." Shimura Danzo's biting sarcasm cut deep. "Enough, Danzo. Don't forget, I am the Hokage. My decisions are not yours to question," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his expression darkening. "Humph, Sarutobi, you are both hypocritical and ruthless. One day you will regret this," Danzo retorted coldly, slamming the door behind him. Naruto collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, the water balloon slipping from his grasp. This was the only advanced ninjutsu he knew how to practice, the Rasengan. Since he could train at home without the fear of being discovered by the third Hokage's spying techniques outside, he had been practicing in secret. "Damn it, with the Nine-Tails interference, my chakra is too difficult to control. I can't even complete the first step of the Rasengan, which is to break the water balloon. What should I do? I'm just an ordinary person without the protagonist's halo. I will probably meet my end at the land of waves at the hands of Zabuza. What a tragic life. Ding! Congratulations, host. The character system has been successfully bound. Finally, the system has arrived. I no longer have to suffer in silence. Do you know what these 5 years have been like?" Naruto felt tears welling up. "System, what functions do you have?" Naruto immediately inquired in his mind. "Host, this system can provide energy points as rewards based on the character archetype you select. For instance, if you choose the revenge archetype, you will earn energy points as long as your words and actions align with that archetype. Energy points can be used to exchange for anything in this world, provided you have enough." "Not bad. Straightforward and effective. I like it." Naruto nodded in approval and then asked, "How do I select an archetype?" "Host, based on your current experiences, there are 2 character archetypes you can choose from," the system explained. "One is a passionate youth yearning for recognition, dreaming of becoming Hokage. The other is an ambitious individual who listens solely to their inner voice, seeking to dominate the world and achieve immortality." "Host, which archetype do you choose?" The system reminds you that only one archetype can be selected per world, and once chosen, it cannot be changed. Recalling the strange gazes and unjust treatment he had endured over the past month, along with the despairing memories of emptiness and loneliness, a bloodthirsty gleam gradually emerged in his eyes. Without hesitation, he declared, "I choose the ambitious archetype." Chapter 2. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for selecting the ambitious persona. The host is rewarded with a beginner's gift pack. The contents of the gift pack are as follows. 1. Isolate the influence of the Nine-Tails within the host, freeing the host's chakra control from interference. 2. Award the host an A-rank ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique, and enhance its proficiency to the maximum level. 3. Present a fine-quality ninja blade to the host. The distribution of the beginner's gift pack is complete. Please experience it at your convenience. The exquisite ninja blade has been stored in the system's warehouse and is available for retrieval at any time. The system's prompt filled Naruto with elation, and he eagerly began to experiment. Transformation technique. With a resounding bang, Naruto transformed into the likeness of the third Hokage. Remarkably lifelike. Perhaps even Konohamaru would struggle to discern the imitation. Indeed. Without the Nine-Tails interference, my chakra flows with unparalleled smoothness, free from any obstruction. Previously, controlling my transformation was a challenge. Now, even perfectly mimicking another's appearance is but a trivial feat. Naruto reverted to his original form, brimming with excitement. Shadow clone technique. Instantly, 15 shadow clones materialized in the room. Naruto instructed them. Each pair shall practice transformation, clone, substitution, and blade techniques, while the others will train in the Rasengan. Oh, the clones responded with enthusiasm. With this nearly exclusive training aid at his disposal, Naruto's strength would experience a remarkable surge in a short time. Coupled with the system as his primary advantage, it was certain that soon he would become a terrifying nightmare for all those who bore malice against him. I shall take the first slice. Naruto's hand brushed over the scar on his forehead, long-healed, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam. The following day, at the Konoha General Store, Naruto picked up a carton of milk and approached the drowsy store owner, rapping on the table and inquiring, "How much for this?" 30 Ryo. You again? Did I not say yesterday that I wouldn't sell to you? Now get lost. The store owner's eager expression soured instantly upon recognizing Naruto, as if confronted not by a human, but a loathsome creature. Why won't you sell? I'm not refusing to pay. Naruto's eyes glimmered dangerously. Yet his face remained impassive as he pressed for an answer. Not selling, so scram. The store owner, incensed by Naruto's gaze, seized an ashtray and hurled it at his forehead. Bang! Drip, drip. A gash opened on Naruto's head, blood cascading down his cheek and splattering onto the floor, creating a stark crimson stain. Very well. I once sought your pathetic recognition. How Navi of me. A low, rumbling voice emerged from Naruto, yet with his head bowed. The store owner could not discern his expression. An inexplicable terror gripped him, chilling him to the bone. Only through blood for blood, tooth for tooth, can one earn true respect from others. Otherwise, they will perceive you as a soft target, easily squashed and tormented. Naruto's words bore no hint of emotion. Yet the store owner felt a palpable threat of death and cried out, "What are you going to do?" Heh! Without further ado, Naruto seized the owner's arm and twisted it violently. With a crack, the store owner's arm shattered, sharp bone shards protruding from the joint. Ah, my arm, my arm. The shopkeeper clutched at his severed limb, wailing in agony. Silence. Scream again, and I will crush your throat. Naruto, despite his slight frame, lifted the store owner by the neck, his icy gaze piercing through to deliver a chilling warning. From now on, show me respect. If there is a next time, I will give you the choice of which leg to break. Naruto dropped 30 Ryo on the counter, grasped the milk, and strode out of the store. Congratulations to the host. Your actions align with your chosen persona, rewarding you with 30 energy points. Please continue to embody your character. A smirk graced Naruto's lips, pondering if it was his adherence to his inner voice that led him to fulfill his persona. Naruto, why didn't you attend class today? Skipping again? An irate voice broke through, and Naruto looked up to see his teacher from the Ninja Academy, Irika Yumino. He was one of the few in the village who treated him with a modicum of kindness. Teacher Irika, I was simply buying milk. Children need proper nutrition to grow. They will regret it later if they don't. Rest assured, I'll put the milk away at home and head to class, Naruto replied with a smile. Observing Naruto's slightly smaller physique compared to his peers, Irika found himself at a loss for words, his reprimands evaporating. Just as he was about to approach to say something, a sharp, hateful voice pierced the air. You're that monster-ass teacher, aren't you? Look at what he did to me. The shopkeeper shrieked, pointing at Naruto. Irika's expression shifted drastically as he beheld the man's severed arm, and he barked, Naruto, did you do this? Naruto gestured to his own head, replying, yes. It was indeed me. But if he can smash my head, why can't I break his arm? Irika stepped closer to Naruto, alarmed at the gruesome wound on his forehead, realizing it was a serious injury for any ordinary child. He turned to the shopkeeper, demanding, what happened? You better not try to deceive me. You know our capabilities. The shopkeeper, feeling somewhat guilty under Irika's scrutiny, attempted to maintain his bravado, stating, so what if I did it? After all, he is just a monster. Enough. Irika interrupted sharply, his expression grave as he warned, you know what is acceptable to say and what is not. To treat a child so brutally? Even if you take this to the Hokage, you want to be in the right. Be more careful in the future. Yes, I understand, the shopkeeper mumbled. Avoiding Irika's gaze, Irika turned back to Naruto, saying, Naruto, you aspire to be a ninja. How can you let yourself be provoked by a commoner? Teacher Irika, in your ninja world, can civilians strike and insult ninjas at will? Naruto asked, his expression inscrutable. Irika faltered, momentarily speechless. Naruto's gaze settled on the shopkeeper, and he spoke calmly. Teacher Irika, I have come to a realization. Endless meekness will not earn others' recognition. It will only bring unending harm to oneself. My guiding principle from now on shall be blood for blood, tooth for tooth. I will treat others as they treat me. Only then can I ensure my own safety. Naruto, I am sorry. It is my failure to protect you, Irika said, his voice filled with remorse after a long silence. Naruto shook his head. It's not your fault, Teacher Irika. You need not feel sorrow. My goal remains unchanged. I will become a formidable ninja, the Hokage, to reach a point where no one can harm me again. Teacher Irika, I must be on my way. I am late for class. Irika watched Naruto's retreating figure, his expression laden with complexity. In the Hokage's office, Saratobi Hiruzen, after dismissing the Umbu who had come to report, stared at the portrait of the fourth Hokage on the wall, lost in thought, pondering deeply. To become a powerful ninja, to become Hokage? Will Naruto pose a threat to the village's safety? How should I approach him in the future? Chapter 3. The Transformed Naruto. Congratulations, host. Your speech aligns with your character, earning you 10 energy points. The system's notification echoed in Naruto's mind, causing him to raise an eyebrow and reflect. It seems that words in line with one's character only reward 10 energy points. In contrast, the previous incident where I broke the shopkeeper's arm yielded a reward of 30 points. Actions that align with one's character grant 20 energy points, which is indeed more substantial. However, it makes sense. A person's actions are a more authentic reflection of their true self. Upon returning home, Naruto set down the milk and wiped the blood from his forehead, noticing that his wound had begun to heal. The unique constitution of the Uzumaki clan, combined with the enhancement from the Nine Tails, granted this body an extraordinary self-healing ability. Yet, had it not been for this, I doubt I would still be alive today. He recalled the memories of those who, fueled by their hatred for the Nine Tails, had unleashed their resentment upon him. Their past abuses, disdain, and isolation had left his emotions in turmoil. Finally calming himself, Naruto gazed at his reflection in the mirror, dressed in a rather plain orange jacket. Without hesitation, he removed it, opting for a blue short-sleeve shirt and black shorts instead. Observing his now more refined appearance, he took a deep breath and smiled, declaring, "The old Naruto is dead, and I shall embark on a brand new life." At the Ninja Academy, Naruto approached Irika-sensei, apologizing, "Sorry I'm late." "It's all right. Just sit down quickly," Irika replied, his expression somewhat complex. "Okay." Shikamaru had been watching Naruto since he entered, and once Naruto took his seat, he voiced his confusion. Naruto seems a bit different. In front of him, Kiba glanced at Naruto dismissively, scoffing, "TCH. He just changed his clothes. That doesn't change the fact that he's still at the bottom." Shikamaru ignored Kiba, pondering, "It is indeed strange. Naruto appears much more composed, lacking his usual foolish grin after skipping class, instead exuding a sense of tranquility." Moreover, Irika-sensei's reaction was peculiar. He would typically reprimand Naruto in such circumstances. Yet now, he merely instructed him to return to his seat, his demeanor oddly subdued. After contemplating for a while, without reaching a conclusion, Shikamaru decided it was too bothersome and returned to resting his head on the desk. Naruto-kun, Hinata, seated behind him, also noticed the change. Her expression filled with concern as she gazed at him. "Ahem. All right, everyone, quiet down. You have only 4 months left until graduation. To enhance your abilities, we will conduct shuriken throwing training today. Please proceed to the training ground," Irika announced, clearing his throat. Wow. The classroom erupted in cheers for these children. The prospect of outdoor activities was far more appealing than the monotony of classroom lessons. At the Ninja Academy's training ground, Irika proclaimed, "Uchiha Sasuke, perfect bullseye, excellent rating. Ah, Sasuke so cool. Sasuke-sama, I want to marry you." Standing beside Naruto, Shikamaru casually remarked, "These girls are truly troublesome. Wouldn't you agree, Naruto?" Naruto glanced at him, thinking, "You've noticed my change so quickly, have you come to test me?" "Shikamaru, you are indeed perceptive. Nevertheless, it matters little to me." He nodded and replied, "Yeah. It's amusing how at such a young age, they're already preoccupied with romance. I wonder if they're naive or have a plan in mind. In this harsh world, lacking sufficient strength as a ninja could lead to losing one's life at any moment. But perhaps they seek to marry a powerful ninja and settle down early. From this perspective, their choices seem remarkably wise." Shikamaru's pupils dilated. The old Naruto was not one to engage in deep thought. Cautiously, he inquired, "Naruto, you've changed a lot, haven't you?" Naruto smiled. "I've simply come to understand some things. I've gained insights about this cruel world." Next, Uzumaki Naruto. Irika's voice rang out. "Haha. Another show to watch today, Akamaru," Kiba exclaimed cheerfully. "Woof. But we should keep our distance. If he accidentally throws a shuriken at us, it won't be amusing at all." He added with a laugh, "Kiba, don't say that. Naruto-kun is working very hard." Hinata softly countered, "Being at the bottom means being at the bottom. Effort alone won't change that," Kiba retorted nonchalantly. Uzumaki Naruto, perfect bullseye, excellent rating. Irika announced with disbelief as he gazed at the shuriken on the target. Thinking, "Is this your transformation, Naruto?" Kiba stared at the target in shock, eventually exclaiming, "How is that possible? Did he cheat? Just a moment ago, he was the perennial underdog." As Naruto vacated the training area, he passed by Kiba and calmly remarked, "Kiba, even after 3 days apart, one must see with new eyes. I merely exerted a bit of effort, and now you find yourself trailing behind me. In the ninja world, I lack interest, while you lack talent." Such bold words for a perennial underdog. Kiba glared at Naruto, yet all he received in return was Naruto's indifferent back. "Naruto, you have guts. Daring to look down on me," Kiba sneered, his expression twisted. Struggling to regain his composure, he shouted at Irika, "Teacher, I want to challenge Naruto to a training duel." "Don't be foolish. A duel requires Naruto's consent." Irika quickly intervened, noticing the brewing conflict. Kiba pointed at Naruto, proclaiming, "Are you going to be a coward? Perennial underdog. Are you so mediocre that you can't even see the vast gap between us? Let me help you understand." Naruto chuckled softly, realizing that a confrontation was inevitable. With a resigned expression, Irika announced the rules of the duel. To prevent any injuries, neither side could use ninja tools or lethal techniques. Naruto-kun. Hinata clenched her hands tightly. Her eyes filled with worry as she looked at Naruto in the arena. That guy's shuriken throwing technique was incredibly fluid and precise. When did he reach such a level? Sasuke observed Naruto, thinking to himself, "Ah, Sasuke, even your contemplative expression is charming." Sakura swooned over Sasuke's face. Beside her, Ino curiously glanced at Naruto, remarking, "Sakura, hasn't Naruto always had a crush on you? Why didn't he even greet you today?" Sakura waved her hand dismissively, expressing her disdain. Isn't that just perfect? He used to annoy me to no end. At that moment, Irika addressed both parties in the arena. You understand the rules, correct? Are you ready? Naruto nodded. Kiba impatiently declared, I'll take you down in an instant and see how you talk big afterward. With that, he charged forward swiftly. His body spun rapidly, his feet lifted off the ground, transforming into a small whirlwind aimed at Naruto. Toothy strike. The speed of this attack was so swift that Naruto barely had time to evade, taking the hit directly. What? I thought he had gotten stronger. Turns out he can't even withstand a single attack from Kiba. P.S. Still the same, Sakura scoffed. With a resounding thud, Naruto's body transformed into a wooden post just as Kiba's spinning attack halted, his vision still blurry. However, Naruto appeared behind him, delivering a simple yet effective chop that left Kiba crumpled on the ground. When did he employ the substitution technique? I had no inkling of it. Naruto has grown remarkably strong. It seems someone has lost a treasure, commented Ino, initially astonished before directing a pointed look at Sakura. However, Sakura paid her no mind, lost in thought as she gazed at Naruto. This fellow is no ordinary person, Sasuke mused, furrowing his brow. Inuzuka Kiba, stripped of his ability to resist, succumbed to defeat against Uzumaki Naruto. Irika, regaining his composure, proclaimed. At that moment, a masked Umbu ninja swiftly entered the training grounds and addressed Irika. The third Hokage has summoned Uzumaki Naruto to his presence. Chapter 4. Change in the Hokage office. The third Hokage gazed at Naruto, who appeared remarkably composed. After taking a deep breath from his pipe, he finally inquired, Naruto, why did you choose to break the arm of the shop owner? This is unlike your previous demeanor. Naruto lifted his gaze to meet the third Hokage's eyes, still maintaining a tranquil expression, and replied, previously? Do you wish for me to respond to his humiliation with mere pranks, Grandpa Hokage? What would that achieve? Only a deeper loathing and further harm. I must inflict equal pain upon him so that he learns to truly respect me. The third Hokage furrowed his brow and sighed. Naruto, do you not aspire to gain the recognition of others and achieve your goal of becoming Hokage? Inflicting harm will not earn you their respect. Naruto's eyes sparkled with intensity as he responded, harm indeed does not yield respect, but it can at least safeguard oneself from injury. Did you earn the villagers' respect by enduring their arbitrary bullying? If that were the case, the Hokage would not be the strongest ninja, but rather the weakest. The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, he finally said, Naruto, it seems you have matured and developed your own convictions. Rest assured, I will admonish the villagers and ensure they grant you the respect you deserve. However, I hope that a ninja's duty is to protect the common folk, not to harm them. Do you understand? Naruto nodded, affirming, I comprehend. My guiding principle is to never offend those who do not offend me. I will not harm others without cause. Very well, you may leave now, the third Hokage instructed. Yes. Once the room fell silent again, the third Hokage lowered his head, contemplating as he inhaled from his pipe. Haha, Sarutobi, it appears your plan to isolate the Jinchuriki using those ignorant villagers has faltered. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has finally realized that weakness and submission yield nothing. Only a resolute attitude can effect change. I find myself somewhat admiring him now. Perhaps you should hand him over to me. The third Hokage ignored Danzo's taunts, speaking to himself. It seems I have indeed been lenient towards those villagers. It is time to issue them a warning. Danzo, recognizing the third Hokage's obstinacy, turned to leave, coldly remarking, humph. The commoners have bullied the ninjas. Had it been another ninja, that villager would have been torn apart by now. Third Hokage, I knew you wouldn't take action against me. All I seek is the respect I deserve. If you cannot fulfill this modest request, it would be rather heartless. Besides, I have grown. To sour relations with a mere commoner while I am a weapon of war would render your previous efforts futile. Exiting the Hokage office, Naruto stepped into the shadows, where a smile finally broke through his previously calm facade. Congratulations, host. Your words and actions have aligned with your persona, earning you 200 energy points, bringing your total to 240 points. Naruto paused, contemplating. It seems the more individuals I interact with, the more energy points I accumulate when I act in accordance with my persona. Thank you, Kiba. Taking a deep breath, Naruto mentally communicated. Display all the items I can exchange. Understood, please check. A luminous screen visible only to Naruto materialized before him, displaying an array of jutsu, bloodline limits, and various items that dazzled his senses. C-level jutsu, 100 points, B-level jutsu, 500 points, A-level jutsu, 1000 points, S-level jutsu, 5000 points. Naruto rubbed his chin, murmuring, these prices are rather steep. Moreover, the 2 Tomo Sharingan costs 500 points, far beyond my current means. Suddenly struck by a thought, he asked, System, can I utilize jutsu of other attributes when I exchange for them, aside from wind release? No, but the host may spend 5000 energy points to unlock other attributes. Future exchanges will not present any issues, the system replied. 5000 points. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, retorting, that's exorbitant. I could instead exchange for wind release, Rasengan. He reluctantly shifted his gaze from the Rasengan on the screen and continued, are there items available that alleviate mental fatigue? After yesterday's training, Naruto realized that utilizing shadow clones for practice was quite taxing mentally. Following each session, he required substantial rest, and with urgency coursing through him, he wished to waste not a single moment. His adversaries were not merely Danzo. The ever-evolving Akatsuki left him with only 4 years. If, after 4 years, he lacked sufficient strength, he could meet the same fate as Gaara, drained of his tailed beast and perishing. Unlike Chio, he had no one to trade his life for another. Yes, host. Mental recovery potions are available at 30 energy points each and can swiftly alleviate mental fatigue. Naruto's eyes lit up as he declared, exchange for sea-level jutsu, wind release, big breakthrough, and convert the remaining energy points into mental recovery potions. Understood, host. The exchange is complete. You have learned wind release, big breakthrough, and your proficiency is automatically maxed out. You have received 4 mental recovery potions, costing 220 energy points, leaving you with 20 points remaining. Observing the meager 20 energy points, Naruto chuckled wryly. Energy points certainly vanish quickly, akin to money in my past life. Gazing at the mental recovery potions in his hand, determination flickered in his eyes. He thought, now that I have these potions as a safety net, I need not be as conservative as before. I can increase the number of shadow clones. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Let us begin, brothers. Whoa. 30 shadow clones responded in unison. As the real Naruto observed, he felt that his living space had seemingly shrunk. 1 month later, in a cave within the forests of Konoha, Rasengan, one of Naruto's shadow clones swiftly formed a chakra sphere in its hand and pressed it forcefully against the cave wall. With a resounding crash, the stone shattered, leaving behind a massive crater. At last, I can complete the Rasengan with one hand in under a second. What a feat. However, the sense of accomplishment derived from mastering a technique through sheer effort surpassed any rewards from the system. The shadow clone wiped sweat from its brow, wearing a satisfied smile as it observed the other clones honing their taijutsu and sword skills. I wonder how things are progressing on my end. In the Konoha commercial district. Customer, those shoes look quite stylish on you. Under the enthusiastic service of the sales clerk, Naruto glimpsed his reflection in the mirror, a subtle smile gracing his lips. A month had passed, and his hair had grown longer, taking on a style and color reminiscent of the 4th Hokage, adding a touch of elegance to his appearance. His height had also increased with the aid of the system's special potions, ensuring he no longer appeared diminutive among his peers. It wasn't just me who had changed. Naruto noted the cheerful disposition of the sales clerk, sensing the deep-seated disdain and fear she concealed within. However, he paid little mind, settling the payment and preparing to depart. 3rd Hokage, it seems your warning took effect swiftly. What a pity. I had hoped to accumulate more energy points. Thank you for your patronage. We hope to see you again. The sales clerk escorted Naruto to the door, and the moment he turned away, her smile vanished, replaced by a silent curse. That inherently wicked demon fox has already broken several shop owners' arms. What is the Hokage thinking? Why not imprison him? It is truly perplexing that we were commanded not to provoke him any further. Naruto seemed to sense something, turning his gaze towards her. She was momentarily taken aback, quickly donning a warm smile once more. Ha ha ha. As Naruto walked, his laughter echoed mockingly throughout the entire street. Naruto, a figure from the opposite side of the street. Upon spotting Naruto, stealthily followed him. Naruto wandered into the woods, and sensing the absence of others, he called out, "Come out, Sasuke. Stealth is not the Uchiha way." Naruto, you are indeed formidable. The figure emerged from behind a large tree, his handsome visage and icy demeanor unmistakably belonging to Uchiha Sasuke. Have you followed me all the way from the shopping district for a particular reason? Naruto inquired. Of course, let us engage in battle, Naruto. Sasuke declared resolutely. Chapter 5. What is the truth? Over the past month, Naruto has undergone a remarkable transformation. His skills and techniques, such as the Shadow Clone Technique, Taijutsu, and Kunai throwing have visibly improved, gradually posing a threat to Sasuke's position as the top student at the Ninja Academy. Therefore, Naruto was well aware of the reason behind Sasuke's challenge, yet he feigned ignorance and inquired, why? We seem to have no reason to engage in combat. Is it simply because you are perpetually at the bottom while I remain at the top? Is that justification sufficient? Sasuke retorted with a disdainful sneer. Naruto chuckled lightly. Are you trying to provoke me? You won. I've long wanted to land a punch on that arrogant face of yours. But don't cry if you lose, Sasuke. Huh. I return that sentiment to you. Sasuke replied, his expression calm, unfazed by the provocation. He swiftly retrieved shuriken from his tool pouch, launching 5 of them in a peculiar arc toward Naruto. Naruto did not flinch. 5 kunai materialized in his hands, and with a flick of his wrist, the metallic clang of their collision resonated as he intercepted all of Sasuke's shuriken. At that moment, Sasuke closed the distance, delivering a clean punch toward Naruto's face. Naruto slightly tilted his head to evade and seized Sasuke's arm, driving it forcefully toward the ground. Sasuke leveraged the momentum to spin in midair, aiming a powerful kick at Naruto's shoulder. However, Naruto was prepared, landing a solid blow to Sasuke's abdomen that sent him flying. Wow, such immense power. Sasuke felt his stomach churn, struggling to suppress a gag. Your movements and strength are quite impressive. Aside from me, you must be the strongest in our class. Naruto praised. Clutching his abdomen, Sasuke rose, anger flashing in his eyes. You didn't even move your feet. Are you looking down on me? Naruto shook his head. No, don't misunderstand. I simply have confidence in my own abilities. Sasuke scoffed. You bastard. I'll get serious now. Don't die on me. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive fireball surged toward Naruto, radiating intense heat. Your hand signs are a bit slow. The cold metallic sensation around Sasuke's neck instantly chilled his fervor. He looked up to see that his fireball had struck only a wooden stump, which was now ablaze. A substitution technique? But I didn't even see when he formed the hand signs. Have I fallen so far behind? Frustrated, Sasuke questioned himself, tears streaming down his face. Naruto glanced at him but had no intention of offering comfort. Their relationship had yet to reach that level. He sheathed his kunai and prepared to leave. Naruto, please tell me, how did you become so strong? Sasuke called after him, desperation etched on his face. Sighing, Naruto turned to ask, why are you so eager to grow stronger? You are still undeniably the top student at the Ninja Academy. That sort of thing is of no use. Sasuke replied, momentarily silent, before his voice deepened. I am still too weak. I must become stronger to kill that man. A sudden realization struck Naruto. He mused. Why should I concern myself with the original narrative? Now is the time to embody my character. He contemplated revealing the truth about Itachi Uchiha to Sasuke, as they shared a common enemy, the higher-ups of Konoha. With that thought, Naruto said, I've heard about your situation. But do you genuinely believe that Itachi alone could annihilate the entire Uchiha clan, filled with skilled warriors, without any Konoha ninja noticing? The first to discover it was the young Yu. Sasuke's pupils constricted in disbelief. Are you suggesting that there was more than just Itachi involved? That there are hidden truths? Naruto shook his head. I don't know. It's merely a reasonable conjecture. It's impossible that Konoha was completely unaware. At the very least, they must have condoned it. Or perhaps it was a directive from them to exterminate your clan, leading Itachi to choose the village over his family. Sasuke's expression grew complex as he struggled to believe Naruto's words. You should ask him directly when you see him. If he acted on the village's orders, it indicates his profound love for the village. He will return one day, Naruto advised. Yes, there will come a day. Sasuke inhaled deeply, looking at Naruto with a mixture of curiosity and concern. Naruto, you seem to have a connection with the village. Naruto glanced up at the clouds and calmly responded, everything I've endured has prompted deeper reflection. I advise you to be cautious. Do not display hostility toward the village, or you may regret it. I understand. Sasuke nodded grimly. Can you train with me? Naruto shook his head. I'm merely a novice myself, unable to teach others. Moreover, our identities are precarious. Training together could be too dangerous. Besides, we will soon graduate from the academy, where instructors will guide us, much more capable than I. So, there is no need to rush. Upon seeing the disappointment on Sasuke's face, Naruto relented. However, I can teach you more precise chakra control techniques. The rest will depend on your own practice. After demonstrating tree climbing and water walking techniques, he departed. Thank you, Naruto, Sasuke whispered, watching his retreating figure. Congratulations, host. Your actions have aligned with your character, earning you 30 energy points. You now possess 520 points. A smile graced Naruto's lips as he internally commanded, display my skill panel. Host, Naruto Uzumaki energy points, 520 ninja skills, 1/9 absolute control of Ninetales chakra, Rasengan, A rank, Shadow Clone Technique, A rank, Kagura's Hard Eye, A rank, Wind Style, Great Breakthrough, C rank, Body Flicker Technique. Over the past month, Naruto had spent nearly all his energy points on acquiring 1/9 absolute control of Ninetales chakra and Kagura's Hard Eye. Yet, it was all worthwhile. Kagura's Hard Eye allowed him to sense whether he was under surveillance at any moment, while controlling the Ninetales in its one-tailed state granted him a substantial leap in power. Naruto felt a surge of joy within, finally possessing a modicum of self-defense. Suddenly, he turned to look behind a large tree, exclaiming, Come out, Hinata. Naruto-kun, you've become even more diligent, but I can sense that you remain unsettled. Hinata stepped forward. Worry etched on her face. Are you still the Naruto I know? Chapter 6. Graduation. In response to Hinata's inquiry, Naruto fell into a contemplative silence. He did not wish to deceive the gentle girl who had always quietly watched over him and worried for him. With a hint of melancholy, he remarked, No one remains unchanged. So, do you prefer the current version of me, or the one from before? Hinata appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a question. After a brief moment of reflection, she lifted her gaze and, with pure and unblemished eyes, earnestly replied, I prefer the Naruto of the past. The current Naruto works harder, strives more diligently, and possesses greater talent, becoming the genius that astonishes everyone at school. Although the old Naruto was also hardworking, he lacked remarkable talent and often blundered, indulging in mischief, which prevented him from gaining recognition. Yet, I cherished the old him because he was strong, kind, and warm. Unlike the present Naruto, who, despite his genius, has grown more detached, seemingly indifferent to anything beyond himself, completely sealing off his heart from others. Hinata's words struck Naruto like a heavy hammer, stirring tumultuous emotions within him. As a soul traverser merged with Naruto's essence, he was acutely aware of the perils and harshness of this world, leading him to incessantly seek strength and shun emotional connections. In such a ruthless reality, those he held dear could be lost at any moment. Even a fleeting glimpse of that agony felt unbearable. Thus, he resolved to avoid forming bonds altogether to shield himself from harm. Noticing Naruto's dazed expression, Hinata hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, Naruto. I spoke too harshly." "No, thank you, Hinata," he replied, a long-lost smile illuminating his face, radiant and warm. He resolved that even if he were to lose those he cherished, he would no longer succumb to fear. For he would grow powerful enough to transcend life and death, and even in the face of mortality, he would bring them back from the afterlife. "That's wonderful, Naruto." Hinata beamed. "How is your sister doing?" "I have some understanding of the situation in the Hyuga clan." "She's doing all right," Hinata said, her voice tinged with sadness. "That must be difficult for you. To prevent your sister from becoming a caged bird, you cannot bring yourself to defeat her decisively. Bearing the burden of being called useless, with even your father failing to comprehend your plight. That must be quite painful," Naruto expressed with a melancholic tone. "How do you know this, Naruto?" Hinata asked, astonished. "With your gentle nature, I had anticipated such an outcome," Naruto sighed, then offered an encouraging smile. "Fear not. I will become Hokage. When that time comes, I shall address the historical issues of the Hyuga clan." "Thank you, Naruto," Hinata replied gratefully. Looking at her delicate form, Naruto suggested, "Let us train together from now on. While you wish to protect your sister, you must also ensure that you are not harmed by others. Thus, strengthening your abilities is paramount." "All right," Hinata said, her cheeks flushed as she nodded. 3 months later, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Iruka marveled at Naruto's almost flawless technique. He recalled the scene from 4 months prior when Naruto's clones could barely kneel on the ground. Iruka, a nearby Chunin, reminded him, snapping him back to reality. He gazed at Naruto, who had grown rapidly, both in stature and appearance, closely resembling the 4th Hokage, and smiled. "Naruto, congratulations. As of today, you are now a genin." "Thank you, Iruka-sensei," Naruto exclaimed joyfully. "Remember not to be late tomorrow. You will be grouped into teams of 3 and assigned a leading teacher," Iruka instructed. "Understood." After Naruto departed, a fellow Chunin remarked, "I never expected this child to grow so outstanding. I've heard that since then, he has not engaged in any mischief. It seems he has indeed matured." Indeed, ever since that day, Iruka reflected on Naruto's earlier words. "Naruto, I hope you can continue to stay true to yourself and live a healthy, cheerful life." "Naruto, I can't believe you actually passed the exam," Kiba laughed, glancing at Naruto's forehead protector. "Do you think Naruto is still the same as before? It seems you've forgotten that earlier chop to the neck," Shino, hidden beneath his sunglasses, retorted sharply. "You." Naruto chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "No need to worry, Shino. Kiba is just putting on a brave face. Even if he were to lose against the Hokage, he would only think it was due to carelessness." "Quite so," Shino agreed. "Ha." The surrounding classmates erupted in laughter, well aware of Kiba's stubbornness and his tendency to act like the leader. "You lot." Kiba's sharp teeth clicked together, but he was left with no choice. At that moment, the cool-headed Sasuke approached, prompting everyone to instinctively part ways, knowing he was there for a specific reason. "Naruto, 3 months have passed. My strength has significantly improved, and I wish to duel you again," Sasuke declared. Naruto shook his head. "There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. We cannot unleash our full potential within the village. After the team assignments tomorrow, we will have chances to venture out on missions, and then we can battle." "All right, I await your challenge." Sasuke pondered for a moment, finding Naruto's reasoning sound, and nodded before departing. "Naruto-kun," Hinata said with concern. "Fear not. You know my strength, right? He is not my match." Naruto reassured her and inwardly contemplated, accessing his skill panel. Host, Uzumaki Naruto energy points, 50 ninja skills, 2/9 absolute control of the Nine Tails chakra, 3 Tomo Sharingan, Rasengan, A class, Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu, A class, Kagura's Heart Eye, A class, Wind Release, Vacuum Wave, B class, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, C class, Wind Demon Shuriken, Shadow Windmill, D class. Wind Attribute, Chakra Nature Transformation, Body Flicker Technique. Naruto stroked his chin, contemplating. Aside from the 1,500 energy points required to control the second tail of the Nine Tails, 2,500 energy points to acquire the 3 Tomo Sharingan, and 500 energy points for the Wind Release, Vacuum Wave. All other newly acquired abilities on my skill panel have been attained through my own learning. Although the abilities exchanged through the system are quite costly in energy points, they are indeed worth the investment. The 3 Tomo Sharingan I acquired not only has no side effects, but has also reached the ultimate limit achievable by the 3 Tomo, far surpassing the ordinary. However, Evolving into the Manjiki Sharingan requires an additional expenditure of 4,000 energy points. Alas, they are all voracious consumers of energy points. Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. System, if I acquire someone else's Manjiki Sharingan, can the energy points required for evolution be halved? Naruto inquired. Indeed, host. Furthermore, any jutsu previously acquired by the host can have 1/3 of the original energy points discounted to achieve perfection. System, it seems you are enticing me into crime. But I must admit, I like it. Naruto chuckled quietly to himself. It appears that obtaining that item is essential. However, this matter requires careful consideration. The third Hokage is not easily deceived. The next day, at the Ninja Academy, Irika entered the classroom holding a stack of forms. Clearing his throat to command attention, he announced loudly, "We shall now commence the group assignments." Naruto pondered inwardly, wondering which group he would be placed in and if it would resemble the original story. Chapter 7. Self-introduction, please. Please. You must place me in the same group as Sasuke. Sakura fervently prayed in her heart. If I could be in the same group as Naruto, that would be splendid. We could spar often, and my skills would surely improve at a remarkable pace, Sasuke mused. Irika glanced at Naruto and announced, "Next up is Team 7, starting with Haruno Sakura, followed by Uchiha Sasuke." "Yay!" Sakura exclaimed as she rose, her excitement palpable. And finally, Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke's face broke into an unusual smile. "Hey, Naruto, don't you dare interfere with my time with Sasuke." Sakura admonished, her tone laced with disdain. "You're quite unattractive, yet your thoughts are rather lofty," Naruto retorted, casting her a sidelong glance. "You jerk." Sakura was instantly incensed. Her fists clenched as she aimed to strike at Naruto's head. With a resounding slap, her arm was deflected. "Get lost. If you dare lay a hand on me again, I'll make sure your forehead won't be wide anymore," Naruto warned, his cold gaze sending shivers down her spine, prompting her to retreat, cradling her swollen arm. Sasuke remained silent. Observing the scene, Sakura had often bullied Naruto, taking advantage of his feelings for her. Now that Naruto seemed indifferent, it was only natural that he would no longer be lenient. Soon, the students who had passed the Genin exam were escorted away by their respective teachers, yet Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke's instructor had yet to arrive. "Hey, Sasuke, what kind of person do you think our instructor is? Why haven't they shown up yet?" Sakura, now somewhat wary of Naruto, turned to Sasuke. Sasuke, sensing the peculiar atmosphere, deliberately shifted the conversation to the sleeping Naruto sprawled on the desk, saying, "I've heard they are a powerful jonin. They must be a rather stern ninja, don't you think, Naruto?" Naruto, his senses heightened, detected a formidable chakra approaching and sat up. "They're quite late. They're probably a lazy person with no sense of time. I can't just pretend I didn't hear that." A voice called from outside. The classroom door swung open, revealing a ninja with striking white hair, his left eye obscured by his forehead protector. The newcomer was none other than Kakashi Hatake, known as the Copy Ninja. Upon entering, he scanned the room, momentarily lost in thought upon seeing Naruto. "Teacher," he murmured, quickly regaining his composure, his tone bland. "Well, to be honest, my first impression of you is quite unfavorable." "Teacher." Naruto didn't he mean it? Sakura hastily defended, fearing Naruto had offended their instructor. But Naruto countered, "No, I did mean it. You've wasted a lot of my time. If you have something to say, just say it and don't delay my dinner. I'm at the stage where I need to grow, and I can't afford to go hungry." With a deadpan expression, Kakashi replied, "Well, now I dislike you even more. Let us head to the rooftop. I have something to discuss." With that, he vanished in an instant. "Naruto, is this really okay? You've offended our Jonin instructor before we've even started." Sakura expressed her concern. "Don't worry, a mistake is a mistake. It won't change just because he is a Jonin," Naruto replied with a smile. Observing his grin, Sasuke thought to himself, "Naruto seems to treat people as they treat him." Sakura had been quite rude to him, so it was only natural for him to reciprocate. However, since Sakura had just defended him, he was now much kinder towards her. On the rooftop, Kakashi casually seated himself across from the trio and said, "Let us start with introductions. Share what you like, what you dislike, your dreams, interests, and such. Who would like to go first?" "Wait, let the teacher go first," Sakura suggested. "Me? My name is Kakashi Hatake. I prefer to keep my likes and dislikes a secret, have no particular dreams, but I do have many interests," he stated nonchalantly. "Seriously? We only learned your name." Sakura scoffed. She then turned to Naruto and Sasuke, noticing neither seemed inclined to speak first, so she continued. "I'm Haruno Sakura. My likes are less about things and more about people." At this, she blushed and glanced at Sasuke, who remained indifferent. "And my dream, huh?" She abruptly covered her cheeks with her hands, squealing. "Love-struck, hopeless," Naruto quipped, exasperated. Sasuke, unable to bear it any longer, struck a cool pose and stated, "I'm Uchiha Sasuke. I have many dislikes and no particular likes. As for dreams, they're merely fleeting whims. I'm not interested. I have my own ambitions, which include restoring the Uchiha clan and killing that man." Kakashi thought to himself, "Indeed, that is the mindset." He then turned to Naruto and asked, "And you? You unlikable brat?" Naruto stood and walked to the edge of the rooftop, gazing at the bustling village of Konoha. Turning back to them with a smile, he declared, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I enjoy acting according to my heart's desire and wish to live freely. I despise speaking insincerely or acting against my beliefs. Speaking plainly is my ninja way. As for my dream, I aspire to unite the ninja world and establish a unified nation where wars between nations cease and conflicts are minimized. Interests? I wonder if pursuing immortality counts? Haha. The trio watched as Naruto laughed heartily, sensing the authenticity of his thoughts, yet found his aspirations somewhat absurd and ethereal. After all, this was something the first Hokage had never achieved, nor had he likely ever entertained such notions. Kakashi's usually indifferent eye took on a rare seriousness as he pondered. What a dangerous and lofty dream. I wonder if it's merely a child's beautiful fantasy. Just listening to it sends chills down my spine. He addressed Naruto. Can you comprehend the difficulties and sacrifices involved? Naruto's expression grew serious as he affirmed. Dreams are always distant, but until life's final moment, who knows if they can be realized? Remember, a person's dreams never truly end. Kakashi paused, momentarily dismissing this impractical idea, and clapped his hands together, saying, all right, that concludes our introductions. Starting tomorrow, we will commence missions. Our first task is a survival exercise in the wild. It's more of a test than a mere drill. Out of the 27 graduates this year, only 9 will be recognized as genin. The rest will be sent back to the Ninja Academy for further training. See you at the training ground tomorrow morning. And don't forget to bring your ninja tools. Oh, and skip breakfast. You might end up throwing it up. With that, Kakashi vanished, exuding the aura of a seasoned jonin. Seriously, after all the effort we put into graduating, we now have to face a test, Sakura complained. Naruto shot her a glance and replied, the world of ninjas is brutal. One misstep can lead to death. It's only reasonable to undergo rigorous selection to become a genin. With that, he turned and left, feeling rather pleased to have gained 80 energy points. The following morning, when Naruto arrived at the training ground, he discovered Sasuke and Sakura had already been waiting for some time. Naruto, why are you only just arriving? You're an hour late. Sakura scolded. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. Well, the jonin hasn't arrived yet, has he? Don't take your anger out on me. Even if I had come earlier, we'd just be waiting together. However, having learned from yesterday's lesson, it is astonishing that you still believe he will be punctual. One must admit, the trust of a child is indeed quite inexpensive. Sasuke furrowed his brow and inquired, did you somehow anticipate that he would be late again today? Uncertain. Yet even if I were mistaken, it would merely mean he would await me as I did for him yesterday, Naruto replied while shaking his head. The corners of Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly, reflecting inwardly, you truly possess no reverence for a jonin. After a while, a languid voice resonated, good morning. I apologize for my tardiness. I had to assist an elderly lady across the street. I suppose that elderly lady must be you. Naruto retorted mercilessly. You really are quite unlikable, Naruto, Kakashi replied, narrowing his eyes. He then produced 2 bells and announced, here are 2 bells. Before noon, whoever can seize a bell will pass the test and become a genin. The person who fails to acquire a bell will have to return to the academy and will be disqualified from lunch, instead bound to a wooden post to watch us eat. At this moment, Sasuke realized, so the reason we weren't allowed breakfast was for this. How cunning. Kakashi paid him no mind and, in a voice full of temptation, continued, there are only 2 bells, meaning someone must inevitably be eliminated. Who do you suppose that will be? Chapter 8 The official establishment of Team 7 It matters not whether you wield shurikens or other ninja tools. If you lack the resolve to kill me, you shall not seize the bells, Kakashi stated with a grave expression. Now, let the exercise commence. As Kakashi's words echoed, Sasuke and Sakura swiftly darted away to conceal themselves. Commendable. Concealing one's presence and hiding is fundamental for a ninja, Kakashi mused inwardly. Ugh. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, who had just burped, internally criticizing, except for this brat. Sorry, I had a bit too much for breakfast, Naruto sheepishly remarked, scratching the back of his head. Quite audacious. Kakashi disregarded Naruto's provocation and took out his Ika Paradise. Oh, it seems you are quite skilled in the art of provocation as well. Naruto, noticing Kakashi's indifference, regained his composure and said, I shall get serious now. Don't die on me. With a puff of smoke, 5 Narutos appeared, 3 of whom swiftly brandished kunai and launched them. The sound of slicing wind reached Kakashi just as he looked up, only to find the kunai hurtling towards him. So fast, Kakashi sidestepped, contemplating. The speed is impressive, but only one of the 3 kunai is well aimed, the other 2. Just then, the other 2 kunai clashed, and one veered towards his chest. What? Kakashi's pupils contracted. Such exquisite kunai throwing techniques reminded him of a dear friend. Brother, Sasuke, hidden in the shadows, recalled the moment. This is no ordinary shadow clone technique. All 3 Narutos launched kunai, indicating they are all corporeal. What jutsu is this? Sakura exclaimed in astonishment. Is it shadow cloning? Where on earth did he learn this? Kakashi had no time to ponder, as the 5 Narutos were already upon him. How heavy? Kakashi realized Naruto's physical prowess had reached an extraordinary level as he was struck by Naruto's punch, Even with his hands raised in defense, he was pushed back several steps. I must eliminate one. Kakashi glanced at one of the Naruto clones and swiftly appeared before him, aiming a blow at his abdomen. However, peculiarly, his decisive strike passed right through the clone. What? Are ordinary clones and shadow clones merging? This kid is no simpleton, Kakashi thought in astonishment. Naruto, seizing the opportunity presented by Kakashi's miscalculation, sent two clones to kick him from either side. Kakashi, realizing the imminent threat, rolled backward to evade the attack. Just as he regained his footing, the kunai that Naruto had previously thrown transformed into a clone and quickly extended a hand. Clink. Naruto, holding two bells, dispelled the clones and exclaimed, haha, this was easier than I anticipated. Kakashi-sensei, don't let your guard down just because they're children. Kakashi's expression turned resigned as he thought, I underestimated him. This could be troublesome. Indeed, he is truly your son, Minato-sensei. He nodded, acknowledging, it seems I was careless. Your abilities far exceed those of an average genin. Whether in taijutsu, ninjutsu, or strategy, you performed impeccably in the earlier battle. Naruto tossed a bell to Kakashi, grinning, so? Does this mean I've passed the test? Indeed, you may wait to the side for now. Their tests are not yet concluded, Kakashi replied. Alright, no need to rush. There's still some time before noon. Naruto turned towards the wooden post. The intensity of the forthcoming tests would be unmatched, and Kakashi set aside his earlier dismissiveness, preparing to engage fully. Even having mastered several fire techniques, Naruto's strength far surpassed that of Sasuke during the original timeline, and he gained no advantage. As for Sakura's performance, it could only be described as abysmal. Kakashi gathered the three together and announced, alright, the test has concluded. The results are clear. Naruto has obtained the bells, and thus qualifies. Sasuke is exceptionally strong. Had I not intentionally increased the difficulty, he would have seized the bells long ago, so he also qualifies. As for Sakura, her fixation on Sasuke caused her to lose focus, resulting in failure. He then bound Sakura to the wooden post, stating, I can give her another chance. If you assist her in obtaining the bells this afternoon, I will consider her qualified. However, as she is the only one who failed to secure a bell, she will not receive any lunch. Should you choose to share your food with her, you will be deemed unqualified. Well then, I shall see you all in the afternoon. With that, he vanished in an instant. Oh, it looks like pork cutlet rice. It appears delectable, Naruto exclaimed as he opened his bento. Gurgle. Having skipped dinner the previous night to lose weight, Sakura's stomach growled uncontrollably at the enticing aroma. Embarrassed, she lowered her head, her face flushed. I'll feed you. I already ate this morning, so I'm not too hungry, Naruto offered cheerfully. Naruto. Sakura stared at him in a daze, feeling a wave of shame wash over her as she realized she had never respected him before. Like her parents, she had harbored an inexplicable disdain for him. Thank you, Naruto. But Kakashi-sensei said that if you give me your lunch, you will also be deemed unqualified, Sakura declined. Shaking her head, Naruto waved dismissively, don't worry about him. I am simply following my heart. I want to do this, so I shall. Besides, we still have to seize the bells this afternoon. If you're too hungry to fight, that would diminish our chances. Though you were somewhat annoying before. We are now comrades in the same team, so how could I let you go hungry? Naruto's words struck a chord within Sakura, tears welling in her eyes. Here, you can have some of mine. Sasuke, after a brief moment of silence, extended his bento as well. Sasuke. Sakura could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her cheeks. Suddenly, a tremendous chakra burst forth, an overwhelming aura rising as Kakashi's figure appeared before them. His grim expression bore down on them, making it difficult for Sakura and Sasuke to breathe. You have qualified. Like sunlight breaking through dark clouds, Kakashi's somber demeanor transformed into a smile, his eyes narrowing into a cheerful squint. Huh. Sakura was utterly bewildered. Kakashi elaborated, those who defy the rules and ironclad laws of the ninja world are deemed worthless. However, those who disregard their comrades are the most worthless of all. You dared to defy my rules for the sake of your companion, thus earning my recognition. Sakura wept once more, this time tears of joy. I did it. I am finally a genin. With that, the exercise concluded, and all had qualified. Beginning tomorrow, Team 7 will officially commence missions, Kakashi proclaimed. A week later, after Team 7 completed numerous D-rank tasks such as weeding, plowing, and babysitting, tasks that required no ninja skills, they finally encountered an assignment that allowed them to engage with significant figures, helping the Lady of the Land of Fire find her cat. No wonder this cat ran away, Naruto remarked as he observed the Lady of the Land of Fire ruthlessly trampling the small feline with her corpulent frame. He turned to the third Hokage and said, Old man, could you assign us some more challenging work? Please don't treat us like children, if this continues. My body will rust. The third Hokage nodded. The previous mission was primarily aimed at facilitating the cohesion among the team members. Now that they had sufficiently bonded, it was time to assign them a task of a higher caliber. He stated, I shall assign you a C-rank mission. The objective is to protect a bridge expert until the construction of the bridge is completed. Mr. Dasna, please come in. An elderly man, clutching a bottle of sake, entered and glanced at Naruto and his companions. He took a swig and bluntly remarked, "Are you truly ninjas? You don't look like much. As long as you help me finish the bridge, we can consider the mission accomplished, right? So, if during this process or afterwards, this fellow ends up missing an arm or something, that shouldn't be a problem, should it?" Naruto inquired of Kakashi. "Not an issue," Kakashi replied, equally unimpressed by the impolite client, deliberately playing along. "Ah, just a joke. Don't be so serious, but please, do ensure my safety," Dasna said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "At least have the decency to show respect, even if you're paying for a service," Naruto retorted. "Yes, I understand. I beg of you," Dasna conceded. "All right, Naruto, we shall regroup at the main gate in 15 minutes. You all should prepare," Kakashi advised. "Understood." 15 minutes later, Naruto set foot on land he had never tread upon in 12 years. Ah, is this the feeling of freedom? Although it is but temporary, he mused to himself. After the group departed, they traversed a short distance when a chakra-infused puddle caught Naruto's keen eye. Kakashi cast a fleeting glance at the puddle but remained silent. As they passed, two figures leapt from within, wielding chains that ensnared Kakashi from both sides. With a powerful tug, Kakashi's body was torn apart. "Kakashi-sensei!" Sakura exclaimed in shock. The two assailants showed no signs of pausing and charged towards Naruto, who skillfully leapt away, widening the distance. Unfazed, they accelerated towards Dasna, their claws glinting ominously. Sasuke and Sakura quickly shielded Dasna from the impending attack. Just as the attackers prepared to strike again, a figure suddenly materialized between them, causing both to collapse to the ground. "Kakashi-sensei, are you alright?" Sakura asked, her voice filled with relief, while Sasuke remained composed, clearly having anticipated this outcome. "You all performed admirably. Your initial encounter with adversaries was quite adept," Kakashi commended, then shifted his attention to Dasna. "Mr. Dasna, it appears we need to have a discussion. If I'm not mistaken, these two are Nin from the Mist Village. When it comes to ninja missions, we are talking about B rank or higher, which cannot be compared to a mere C rank commission." Dasna fell silent, seemingly pondering how to explain the situation. Naruto scoffed. Looks like he was well aware that we would encounter ninjas. The reason for assigning a C rank mission likely stems from a lack of funds. He probably wanted to exploit us. Dasna sighed deeply and knelt, bowing his head. "Indeed, our land of waves is a weak and impoverished nation. We cannot afford the commission for a B rank mission. Our country is being targeted by a scoundrel named Gato, who has seized control of our maritime trade, effectively strangling our external commerce. Only the bridge I am constructing can bring hope to our nation, so I implore you all, please save our country." Kakashi paused for a moment, then turned to Naruto and his team, asking, "What are your thoughts?" Naruto replied, "I wish to continue the mission. It would be a shame to return after finally getting out. Moreover, with our strengths, a B-rank mission should not pose a significant challenge." Sasuke nodded in agreement, and after a moment's hesitation, Sakura concurred as well. "In that case, let this be an opportunity for you to witness the true nature of ninja combat," Kakashi declared. Chapter 9. The Battle Among Ninjas in the Land of Waves, a small island surrounded by the sea. Naruto and his companions embarked on their journey amidst a thick fog. Previously, they had faced mist ninjas of the Nin rank. It was likely that the enemy understood that sending more Nin would be futile. So the next adversaries would be Nin. "Do not let your guard down, or it may cost you your lives," Kakashi cautioned Naruto and his friends. "Rest assured, Kakashi-sensei, do not underestimate us as mere genin," Naruto replied with a grin, while Sasuke and Sakura nodded in agreement. "You are facing Nin on your first mission related to ninjas. The difficulty is indeed considerable," Kakashi remarked. "But do not worry, I will." Before he could finish, a powerful gust of wind rushed towards them, prompting Kakashi to shout for them to duck. However, Naruto had already sensed the incoming attack and swiftly dodged several meters to the side. By the time they regained their composure, an enormous sword was clutched in Naruto's hand. "To offer me your weapon right away? How courteous of you." Naruto laughed at the figure standing on a distant tree. "Such skill for a mere child," the figure responded. Surprised, Kakashi's gaze sharpened as he recognized the threat. "Be careful, I did not expect such a formidable opponent to come this time. You are none other than the rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi, famed for your attempted assassination of the 4th Mizukichi. I never imagined meeting you here. Are you the ninja hired by Gato?" Zabuza's voice was grave. "What is my reputation compared to that of the copy ninja, Kakashi Hitaki? Hand over the old man behind you, and I will leave without further ado." Naruto swung the massive executioner's blade to test its weight. "That won't do. He is our protection target and cannot be handed over to you. Naruto, be careful," Kakashi warned urgently as Zabuza had already closed the distance, thrusting a kunai towards Naruto's face. With a clang, Naruto blocked the kunai with the executioner's blade, but Zabuza seized the opportunity to attempt a lethal strike at Naruto's neck. Naruto swiftly released the blade, retreating to create distance between them. "Such a large sword is not something a child like you can wield," Zabuza remarked, resting the weapon on his shoulder. Naruto shook off the numbness in his right hand, feigning the retrieval of a sealing scroll, and produced a ninja sword from his inventory. "I have long wished to test my skills against the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. You should choose a safer hobby at your age, instead of seeking death. Zabuza scoffed. Calm down, Naruto. He is among the elite J-nin. Do not engage him alone, Kakashi urged, donning his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan, fixating on Zabuza. Trust me, Kakashi-sensei. Just support me from the sidelines. Without waiting for a reply, Naruto charged at Zabuza, and the two engaged in a flurry of strikes. The battlefield was filled with the sound of clashing weapons and flashing blades. How fast? I can barely keep up, Sasuke exclaimed. A mix of shock and envy swelling within him. Is this truly your current strength, Naruto? Kakashi mused internally. What other surprises do you have in store for me, Naruto? Zabuza, realizing Naruto's intent, noted that every time Naruto had an opportunity to strike, he would deliberately withdraw, seemingly aiming to gain more combat experience. After a powerful blow sent Naruto staggering, Zabuza quickly formed hand seals and yelled, Die brat. Water release, great waterfall technique. A massive sphere of water surged towards Naruto. But Kakashi intervened, pressing his hands to the ground to raise a wall of earth that completely blocked the water ball. Earth release, earth flow wall. From behind the wall, Zabuza's voice echoed, You will pay for underestimating me, child. As a mist began to envelop the battlefield, visibility plummeted. Naruto, you have exhausted much of his stamina. Leave the rest to me. Protect Mr. Tazuna with Sasuke and Sakura, Kakashi commanded. Understood. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Naruto sheathed the long blade behind him and joined Sasuke and Sakura to form a protective formation around Tazuna. Be cautious. Zabuza is renowned for his silent killing techniques, and he could appear at any moment, Kakashi warned through the mist. At that moment, a shadow materialized before Sasuke, wielding a large blade, intending to cleave both him and Tazuna. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Sasuke, having sensed the attack, unleashed a barrage of scorching fireballs that struck the figure, causing Zabuza's water clone to dissipate. How could I let you steal the spotlight? Naruto remarked, smiling at Sasuke. Not bad. You have indeed made significant progress compared to before. Naruto acknowledged. TCH. Sasuke averted his gaze. The ensuing battle mirrored the original narrative, culminating with Zabuza falling victim to Kakashi's Sharingan Jinjutsu and ultimately succumbing to his own water dragon technique. As the mist dissipated, Zabuza leaned against a tree, barely clinging to life. It's over. You are finished, Kakashi declared, readying a kunai to deliver the final blow. At that moment, 2 long needles pierced Zabuza's neck. And as in the original story, Haku arrived to whisk Zabuza away, while Naruto refrained from intervening. Due to Naruto's involvement in the previous fight, Kakashi was in better condition than in the original tale, and the group managed to return safely to Tazuna's home. Haku, was it you who saved me? However, your methods were rather extreme. I nearly died, Zabuza said, regaining consciousness as Haku withdrew the needles from his neck. Zabuza-sama, if I hadn't acted decisively, Kakashi would have noticed. Haku explained before asking, will you continue to fight? Zabuza fell silent for a moment before replying. I have seen through the tricks of the Sharingan, but that blonde brat is a mystery to me. If I were to strike again, I could not guarantee my victory. It seems you possess some self-awareness. A voice echoed from the depths of the forest. Who goes there? Haku turned, on guard. Child, you knew I was alive all along. Why did you not stop us before? What do you want now? Zabuza inquired. Naruto stepped out from the shadows with a smile. As expected of the mist's demon, you waste no time getting to the point. I shall be direct. I wish for you to work for me in the future. Zabuza laughed heartily. Child, do not think that just because you have some skill, you can command me. You are far from it. Is that so? Naruto replied calmly. A surge of immense chakra enveloping him, forming a cloak of tailed beast energy, with 2 tails swaying behind him. This sinister chakra, a Jinchuriki? Could it be that this child is a perfect Jinchuriki, capable of freely controlling the tailed beast's chakra? But why only 2 tails? He does not appear to be the 2 tails. Zabuza thought, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Allow me to clarify my intentions. I aspire to unify the ninja world and establish a singular nation to eradicate the wars between nations. In the future, even if conflicts arise, they will manifest as localized skirmishes. This concept necessitates a multitude of like-minded individuals to bring it to fruition, so I implore you to join my organization. Zabuza, swallowing hard, remarked, what a terrifying notion. If we refuse, what will become of us? Will you erase us from this place? Chapter 10. The Origin Organization. How could that be? Naruto chuckled lightly, shaking his head. A regime maintained through violence is not destined to endure. If you disagree, I shall seek out like-minded individuals elsewhere. As for you, should we meet again as adversaries, it will mark your demise. His unassuming words belied an unwavering resolve. Just as Naruto was about to turn away, Zabuza called out to him. If you truly realize your ideals, how will you treat the ninjas and civilians of the Land of Mist? Will you regard them as mere vassals of Konoha, to be commanded at will? Gazing at Zabuza, whose expression revealed doubt, Naruto replied earnestly, at that time, there will be no distinction between Konoha and the Hidden Mist. All ninjas and civilians will live equally in a unified nation. Of course, Ninjas will still occupy a privileged status relative to civilians, for ability determines rank, a timeless truth. Surprised, Zabuza had initially thought Naruto's vision was nothing more than a fleeting Navi dream of a child. He was taken aback by the maturity of Naruto's thoughts and the clarity of his goals. After pondering for a moment, his expression obscured by his mask, he extended his right hand, saying, "Then I shall entertain you for now, leader. But let it be known, should I find your abilities lacking, I will take your place." Naruto mirrored the gesture, laughing heartily. "I would welcome that. What should I do next? Do you have a plan?" Zabuza inquired. Naruto responded, "To accomplish great endeavors, two things are indispensable, money and people. First, regarding money, fortunately, we have a certain affluent individual in the world awaiting our visit." Zabuza's initial astonishment quickly morphed into a bloodthirsty grin. "Kado? I've longed to eliminate him." In the land of waves, at Kado's stronghold, a vast chamber was strewn with severed limbs and weapons cleaved in two. As a figure stood, sword sheathed. "I never expected you to have mastered the transformation of wind chakra to such an advanced level. Had you used this technique before, I would not have lasted even a few exchanges." Zabuza had witnessed firsthand how effortlessly Naruto dispatched Kado's subordinates, his swordsmanship coupled with wind-infused chakra proving insurmountable. Naruto smiled. "That cannot be, for you are a valued subordinate. Losing you would be unfortunate." Zabuza scoffed, casting a glance at the now terrified Kado, who had soiled himself in fear. "What shall we do with him? He won't readily divulge the locations of his hidden wealth. Allow me to interrogate him. I excel in this regard," Naruto replied, shaking his head, turning his back to Zabuza. The three-tomo Sharingan manifested, and its formidable ocular power rendered Kado's secrets laid bare. Although Zabuza did not comprehend the specifics of what transpired, he was deeply impressed by Naruto's display, which left him feeling increasingly awed by Naruto's depth. Unconsciously adopting a more respectful tone, he asked, "Now that we have the money, what is our next step? And what shall we name our organization?" Naruto stated, "Your next task is to remain hidden in the land of waves, to adopt war orphans, and instill our ideals in them. Then, send them to various ninja villages to subtly promote our philosophy. There is no need to rush. Take your time. As more individuals who resonate with our ideals emerge, you shall recruit them into our organization and await the opportune moment. If discovered, flee to preserve your life as a priority. My identity shall remain confidential for now. You will serve as the public face of our organization." Naruto continued, "During this period, I will contact you. Specific tasks will be assigned as necessary." "Understood, leader." Zabuza nodded in agreement, then asked, "What shall we name the organization?" After a moment's contemplation, Naruto replied, "We shall call it the Origin Organization," signifying both the beginning and the concept of monism. There exists but one fundamental source in this world, and there should be but one nation. Thus, the Origin Organization was officially established. Upon returning to the Dazna household, Naruto's shadow clone remained undetected, and Kakashi was none the wiser. The following day, Kakashi suddenly realized that Zabuza might still be alive and hurriedly roused Naruto and the others. "It seems I must train you diligently so that, should Zabuza return, your strength may have improved," Kakashi remarked. Naruto expressed a differing opinion. "I believe Zabuza may not return. Having witnessed our strength, I doubt he would be foolish enough to attack us again. After all, he has become the leader of his own group. Why would he come back? Moreover, Kado has been dealt with, allowing Dazna's bridge-building endeavor to proceed unimpeded." Kakashi nodded. "That possibility exists, but we must not lower our guard. We must make full use of our time. Let us go outside. I will teach you how to train." In the forest, Naruto raised his hand, stating, "Kakashi-sensei, I've already learned to climb trees and walk on water. I wish to learn something else, and I believe Sasuke feels the same." Sasuke nodded, affirming, "Indeed." Kakashi sighed. "Having such outstanding disciples is a challenge for a teacher. I will first teach Sakura to climb the tree, then I will come back to instruct you." After Kakashi led Sakura away, Sasuke turned to Naruto, asking, "Do you have any thoughts on my training?" Naruto shook his head. "No, as I mentioned before, I do not teach others. Furthermore, our chakra natures differ, and I cannot impart my jutsu to you. However, it seems your chakra nature overlaps with Kakashi-sensei's. Perhaps you should ask him to teach you an offensive technique that would enhance your strength." Sasuke pondered. "All right, I understand." As Sakura began her tree climbing practice, Kakashi approached Naruto, inquiring, "With your strength, there is not much I can teach you. What would you like to learn?" "Summoning technique." Naruto replied without hesitation. "Very well. I can teach you how to form the hand seals and create a contract scroll, but until you have signed a contract with a summoning beast, you cannot use the summoning technique. It would be exceedingly dangerous," Kakashi cautioned with a serious expression. "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto readily agreed, though a flicker of something unusual crossed his eyes. This technique was not difficult. Even a novice like Naruto in the original story could easily master it. And for the current Naruto, it was a piece of cake. Seeing Naruto learn so swiftly, Kakashi nodded. "Well done. Your comprehension is exceptional. Once you encounter a suitable summoning beast, you will be able to use the summoning technique upon signing a contract with it. I will now go teach Sasuke. Train on your own and do not slack off." Naruto smiled. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, I understand. After Kakashi departed, Naruto fell into contemplation, pondering whether to utilize the summoning technique as an opportunity to reverse summon himself, to mount Mayaboku, to learn Sage Mode. Should I use the summoning technique? Gazing at his hands, Naruto silently mused. Chapter 11. The Ch-Nin Selection Exam. Alas, perhaps it is best to refrain from haste. Naruto sighed, ultimately deciding to abandon the idea. In theory, without a signed contract for summoning techniques, one could be summoned to any location, potentially facing dire consequences if transported to a volcano or the depths of the ocean. The original narrative suggests that Jiraiya's arrival at Mayaboku Mountain was either due to the protagonist's halo or the intervention of the Great Toad Sage. Such coincidences are rare, allowing Jiraiya to reach one of the three great sanctuaries. He resolved to wait until the Ch-Nin Selection Exam to encounter Jiraiya again. As it was not long to wait. System, how many energy points do I have left? Naruto inquired. Host, you have 1,500 energy points remaining, the system replied. Naruto stroked his chin, murmuring, it seems I must expedite my energy point accumulation. Otherwise, after obtaining that item, I would find myself in an awkward position without sufficient energy points. He contemplated the need for a witness to his actions, concluding, you shall be my witness, Sasuke. 2 weeks later, after enduring a barrage of Naruto's chatter, Sasuke was finally liberated, as the Great Bridge of the Land of Waves had been completed. Thank you all for your willingness to protect me despite my deception and inability to pay adequate commissions until this bridge was finished. The people of the Land of Waves will forever remember your assistance, Tazuna expressed gratefully. You need not be overly courteous, it was our choice. However, for future commissions, do ensure you have sufficient funds. Kakashi waved dismissively. All right, Tazuna nodded awkwardly. Kakashi addressed Naruto and the others. Let us return to the village, as our mission is successfully concluded. A month later, more than a week had passed since Naruto and his companions returned from the Land of Waves mission. Just after exiting Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto intended to stroll through a crowded area to embody his persona and accumulate energy points. Suddenly, he noticed a commotion ahead. Hey, you jerk! Let me go? A small boy, wrapped in an excessively long blue scarf, shouted at a youth adorned with strange face paint who had captured him. Naruto raised an eyebrow, recognizing the trio from Sunagakure. So, the Ch-Nin Selection Exam has finally commenced, he mused. He approached Kankuro, who was still holding on to Konohamaru, and remarked, I advise you to release that boy promptly. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to leave Konoha alive. Kankuro cast a disdainful glance, retorting you? Is that a threat? You certainly possess a certain charm, Temari commented quietly, while Kankuro dismissed her with a wave. Naruto shook his head. While I could intervene, I doubt it will be necessary. You are holding the grandson of the third Hokage. Any harm to him would have severe repercussions. What? This brat is the Hokage's grandson, Kankuro exclaimed, hastily releasing Konohamaru. Feeling somewhat ashamed, he glared at Naruto. Did you imply that you could kill me? Isn't that obvious? Naruto appeared beside him in an instant, placing a hand on his shoulder. What? Kankuro's mind was thrown into chaos. He had completely failed to perceive how Naruto had moved. Such incredible speed. Temari gasped. At that moment, a voice interjected, Apologies, we were in the wrong, Kankuro. You should apologize. Turning to the source, Naruto saw a boy with a large gourd on his back, the character love inscribed on his forehead, performing a handstand on a tree. Do not concern yourself. It's merely a playful scuffle among children, Naruto chuckled. I must say, your outfit is quite charming. The gourd adds a delightful touch. Alas, that boy is doomed, Temari thought. Glancing anxiously at Gaara, you. Yet Gaara simply appeared beside her, seemingly suppressing something as he urged, let us go. Temari, Kankuro. Very well. Temari, initially surprised, quickly nodded. After their departure, Konohamaru expressed his gratitude to Naruto. Thank you, brother Naruto. Please be cautious. It seems many ninjas from outside villages have arrived. And if one of them decides to attack you, you may find yourself in unfortunate circumstances. Naruto laughed. I shall be vigilant. Meanwhile, Temari looked at Gaara, puzzled. Gaara, thank goodness you restrained yourself. Otherwise, our plans might have been compromised. However, Gaara remained oblivious to her concerns, lost in his own thoughts. I must kill him. I need to prove my existence, he muttered to himself, his expression twisted. Temari and Kankuro exchanged fearful glances, hastily distancing themselves from him, anxious that he might act on his impulses. It appears you have gathered some understanding. The village is soon to host the Ch-Nin Selection Exam. This event is a collaborative endeavor among the village and allied ninja villages, as well as other smaller nations. Participation is not mandatory. Those wishing to partake should sign this form and submit it to Classroom 301 by 4 p.m. tomorrow, Kakashi instructed Naruto and his companions. I understand, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto nodded affirmatively. The next day, Naruto and Sasuke awaited Sakura's arrival at the school entrance. Have you made your decision, Sakura? If you do not wish to participate, there is no need to force yourself, Naruto said. Sakura nodded resolutely. I will participate, and I have diligently studied medical ninjutsu as per your suggestion. It will surely come in handy. Naruto grinned. Then let us meet the ninja from various nations as Team 7. In classroom 301, the room was already filled to capacity, bustling like a morning marketplace. Naruto frowned and stepped onto the podium, calling out, "Silence, everyone. When entering another's territory, one must maintain discretion and courtesy." An immediate hush fell over the classroom, with the lower ninjas casting him bewildered glances. "Congratulations, host. You have embodied your persona and gained 1520 energy points, totaling 5,520 points." Aside from Naruto, 152 lower ninjas were present for the exam. With so many individuals, his actions garnered a substantial amount of energy points. What a delight. Naruto smirked. After a brief silence, a bespectacled young man approached, smiling amiably. "I advise against drawing too much attention. Remember, those participating in this selection exam are the elite among lower ninjas from various nations." Naruto innocently shook his head. "Elite? I can hardly perceive anyone here as anything but a collection of fools. Congratulations, host. Such a brazen child, seeking death." A masked man bearing the Sound Village forehead protector lunged at Naruto, aiming a strike at his face. "Be quiet. I am rather occupied." Naruto evaded effortlessly, countering with a kick that sent the assailant crashing into the front desk. This boy was no ordinary child. Though T-Suk had concealed his true strength, he was not easily subdued. The bespectacled man, Kabuto, looked on in astonishment at the unfolding scene. As Naruto's energy points continued to rise on the system interface, his smile widened. Just as T-Suk, one of Orochimaru's subordinates, prepared to teach Naruto a lesson, several ninjas adorned with the Leaf Village forehead protectors entered the classroom. One of the ninjas, his face marred by grotesque scars, spoke with an impassive expression. "If you wish to continue, please resolve it outside. The first round of the Nin selection exam is about to commence." Naruto, displaying a radiant smile, inquired, "May I ask, if I were to eliminate all the Jinin here, would I be directly proclaimed a Nin?" Chapter 12. The Incense, you little rascal. Naruto's brazen demeanor incited the ire of all the Jinin present. Truly, this fellow Naruto has become increasingly inscrutable, his actions ever more unpredictable. Shikamaru, covering his face in exasperation, muttered, "What a hassle. I hope he doesn't drag us down with him. Huh, we're definitely going to be targeted by ninjas from other villages. Next time, he better treat me to barbecue as compensation," CHG mumbled, stuffing his mouth with fries. Naruto was looking more dashing than ever. Ino's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable gleam. The scarred Ibiki, upon hearing Naruto's words, was momentarily taken aback. In his extensive experience, such audacious youth were a rarity. He solemnly shook his head, stating, "That is not the case. While the strength of ninjas in the selection exam is crucial, it is not the sole criterion for advancement. There will be instances where those you eliminate succeed in becoming Nin while you may not. Therefore, I advise you to take your seat promptly, or your eligibility for the exam will be revoked." Naruto shrugged, a hint of resignation in his voice. "Fine. I knew it wouldn't be that easy." When the exam papers were distributed, Naruto took a glance and understood immediately. It was the same as in the original story. The difficulty of the exam was exceedingly high, far beyond what ordinary Jinin could tackle. The initial assessment was one of information gathering, essentially testing the candidate's cheating abilities. Naruto had no intention of answering. Instead, he laid his head down on the desk and fell asleep. What is this little brat planning, having been so arrogant before and now appearing like this? Ibiki watched as Naruto snored, his brow furrowing. As time passed, more and more Jinin were discovered and eliminated for their inept cheating methods. Seeing that the time was nearly up, Ibiki announced the 10th question. If all 3 members of a team answered correctly, they would pass the exam regardless of their performance on the previous 9 questions. However, if even one person answered incorrectly, that individual would be disqualified and barred from participating in Nin selection exams for life, doomed to remain a Jinin forever. This was a test of whether a ninja could muster the courage to continue their mission when faced with difficult choices. Choosing to answer the 10th question would mean passing the exam. Upon the announcement, many Jinin, unable to bear the psychological pressure of potentially being stuck as Jinin for life, chose to forfeit the exam. After a while, as the number of those leaving dwindled, Ibiki inquired, "Are you all truly ready to make the decision to answer the 10th question?" Naruto stretched lazily and replied, "Uncle, your methods of testing human hearts are indeed formidable. But please announce the results swiftly. I barely graduated from school, and now I have to take a written exam. How tedious. What a terrifying little brat. Has he already seen through my intentions?" Ibiki was inwardly astonished. In truth, Naruto simply possessed a keen understanding of the plot, having mastered the vital information already. Reluctantly, Ibiki announced that all the Jinin present had passed the first exam. Following the theatrical entrance of Mitarashi Anko, the highly anticipated second exam, the survival challenge in the Forest of Death, finally commenced. "Sasuke, have you made your decision?" Naruto inquired. Sasuke hesitated briefly before resolutely nodding. "Yes, I've decided to go to him. I hope he is indeed the ninja technique master you described." "All right then, I'll take care of the scrolls. You protect Sakura," Naruto instructed. "Got it." Shortly after entering the Forest of Death, Naruto turned to Sasuke with a grin. We're lucky. Perhaps we can gather all the scrolls soon. He drew his long blade, darting behind a large tree, swiftly pinning a figure against it with his sharp blade. The entire maneuver was executed with lightning speed, leaving the assailant no time to react. Naruto peered closely and chuckled. Oh, so you're from the Mist Village. May I inquire if you have a scroll on you? Answer well, as it will determine your fate. Coughing up blood, the Mist Ninja struggled to speak. Please don't kill me. I was just looking for an opportunity. The scroll is with my two companions. Naruto nodded slightly. Very well. If you lead me to your companions, I may spare your life. He then addressed Sasuke and Sakura. Let us split up. I'll go retrieve the scrolls while you two head to the central tower. We'll regroup there. Naruto, you. Sakura expressed her concern. But Sasuke interjected, affirming, all right, we'll meet outside the tower. Let us go, Sakura. Naruto, you are strong, but do be careful. Sakura cautioned, reluctantly following Sasuke. Don't worry, they're just a bunch of genin. Naruto waved them off in farewell. 10 minutes later, 3 Mist Ninjas lay in a pool of blood. The earlier Mist Ninja, who had led Naruto, lamented, I thought that with the 3 of us, we could easily take you down. But I never anticipated encountering a monster like you among the genin. I doomed my companions. With a swift stroke, Naruto ended his life, and that of his companions, wiping the blood from his blade and reflecting, I truly apologize. It seems I'm just too strong. He rummaged through their pockets, discovering the scrolls belonging to them. Fortuitously, he found the Earth Scroll he required, with the Heaven Scroll in hand. All he needed now was to join Sasuke and Sakura at the tower to complete the second exam. Naruto stored the scroll in his system space and activated his Kagaya's eye, searching for a special chakra he had marked during the first exam. Is this chakra that of Orochimaru? Beside him are Sasuke and Sakura. Orochimaru, you are indeed impatient. It seems Itachi has left quite a psychological shadow on you, as you have developed an obsession with the Sharingan. Yet, one cannot blame Orochimaru. After decades of hard work, he built the grand reputation of the 3 legendary ninjas, renowned throughout the ninja world. In his pursuit of jutsu, he risked his life by conducting forbidden experiments, only to be outmatched by a 16 or 17-year-old boy. It's no wonder he carries such a psychological burden. The chakras of the group appeared within Naruto's perception, but they were not the targets he sought. Suddenly, a distinct chakra emerged in his awareness. Found it. However, it is a bit distant. It seems it will take some time. An hour later. Hey, didn't you see that I'm injured? Hurry up and come let me bite you so I can recover. A boy wearing a grass village forehead protector impatiently shouted at a bespectacled red-haired girl. Yes, let me bite you too. My foot hurts a bit. Another grass ninja chimed in. But those are just minor cuts and a sprained ankle. Those injuries will heal on their own shortly. You don't really need my treatment. Do you? Being bitten hurts. The red-haired girl timidly protested. Enough with the nonsense. If I tell you to treat, then treat. If it weren't for our grass village taking you and your mother in, you would have starved to death long ago. The grass ninja retorted furiously. But my mother. She died while trying to treat your injuries. Isn't that enough? The red-haired girl exclaimed in despair. You've gone too far. It's just some healing ointment. Sneered the grass ninja, grabbing the girl's arm and ignoring her struggles as he prepared to bite down. Hey, what kind of sick behavior are you engaging in with this beautiful girl? Naruto, arriving just in time, was momentarily taken aback. Did Incense really have such a tragic childhood? I remember you. You are that arrogant individual from the first exam in Konoha. I have long harbored disdain for you, and now I shall settle the score. The grass ninja released Karen's arm and pointed at Naruto. Mind your manners. The grass ninja barely registered a flicker of movement beside him when Karen had suddenly appeared next to Naruto. Moreover, Naruto's long blade had been unsheathed unbeknownst to him. My hand. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him as he realized that his right arm had been severed at the root. Naruto paid no heed to his agonized cries. Instead, he gently patted Karen's head and smiled tenderly. You have suffered, my kin. You possess the same beautiful crimson hair as my mother. A surge of indescribable warmth enveloped Karen's heart as she pondered. Kin? Are you also of the Uzumaki clan? Naruto nodded affirmatively. I am half of one. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, taking my mother's surname, for she belongs to the Uzumaki clan. Well, for reasons unknown. Karen felt an overwhelming trust in Naruto, and memories of years filled with turmoil and the tragic loss of her mother flooded her mind. She buried her head in Naruto's embrace and wept openly. Was it due to the unique chakra of the Uzumaki clan that resonated between them? Naruto paused thoughtfully, stroking Karen's hair. What a perfect opportunity. The 2 grass ninjas, seeing Naruto momentarily lost in thought, seized the chance to attack. You know not what you are doing. Naruto scoffed. Wind release, vacuum wave. A razor-sharp gust of wind effortlessly cleaved them in two. Glancing at the frightened Karen in his arms, Naruto reassured her, do not worry. No one shall ever bully you again. Chapter 13. Yakushi Kabuto, but what if the leading jonin from Grass Hidden Village discovers us? That would put you in danger, expressed her concern. Naruto chuckled softly, attempting to reassure her. Do not worry, he will not find out. Besides, he will soon meet his demise. Naruto handed a kunai inscribed with a special technique, stating, if all goes as expected. The genin from Grass-Hidden Village participating in the Chunin selection exam have already been eliminated. You and that Jonin should soon depart from Konoha. Take this kunai and leave with him. At that moment, I will activate my jutsu and come to your side to eliminate him. Afterwards, I will take you away to other nations, where no one will bully you, allowing you to choose your own way of life. Tightly gripping the kunai, timidly asked, "Are you leaving?" Her voice brimmed with reluctance. Naruto shook his head with a smile. "Silly girl, how could I possibly leave you here alone? I will send a clone to ensure your safety and escort you to the tower until this exam concludes. Just be patient, I will be there soon." "Yes, I understand. You must come quickly," Naruto, brother Naruto, pleaded. Having witnessed her mother's tragic demise and the inhumane treatment she suffered in the land of grass, she yearned to escape that nightmarish place. Naruto nodded. "Rest assured, you won't have to wait long. In the meantime, study ninjutsu with my clone. You will gain the power to protect yourself. Our Uzumaki clan possesses a robust physique. You will learn swiftly." "Yes," nodded, her eyes filled with hope for the future. On the other side of the forest, Naruto's true self arrived beside Sasuke and Sakura. "Naruto, Sasuke," he sobbed Sakura, her facade of strength crumbling upon seeing Naruto. As if she had found her anchor. "Do not worry, Sasuke is fine." Naruto comforted Sakura and then turned to the lying Sasuke, saying, "Sasuke." The black curse mark appearing on his face. The power surging from the curse mark intoxicated Sasuke, and his Sharingan activated as he laughed heartily. "Ha, Naruto. I feel my strength has already surpassed yours. I long to spar with you." Naruto scoffed. "You merely acquired a flawed version of Sage Chakra. Do not take it too seriously. Your curse mark has a second form, but it requires Orochimaru to assist you in unlocking it. How you proceed next is up to you." Sasuke suppressed the curse mark, nodding in acknowledgement. "That guy has indeed set his sights on me, and his strength is formidable. The Chidori that Kakashi-sensei entrusted to me could not even scratch him. After all, he is one of the legendary Sannin. It is no surprise he possesses some skill." Naruto replied, turning to the bewildered Sakura. "Let us go. I have gathered all the scrolls. It is time to conclude this exam. Let us hurry. I wish to return home for a bath. Being in the forest for so long is rather uncomfortable." "Sure. I also want to face the skilled participants who passed this exam," Sasuke replied, eager to engage. Sakura, filled with apprehension, wanted to inquire about Naruto's situation. However, seeing that Sasuke was unharmed, she refrained from asking. Not far away, 3 genin wearing Sound Village headbands were hiding within the woods. "Toss. Isn't that the kid with the yellow hair who kicked you before the first exam? Shouldn't we confront him?" one of the men questioned. "Toss. The esteemed individual only tasked us with eliminating Uchiha Sasuke, so we need not complicate matters. We will find an opportunity in the next exam." The previously questioning man nodded. "Agreed. That kid is rather intimidating. Let us leave." Sensing their departure, Naruto paid them no mind. He regarded these minor characters with indifference. Naruto glanced at the newcomer, adopting a contemplative demeanor. I seem to recall you. You were the one who spoke to me during the first exam. What do you mean by collaboration?" The man displayed an amiable smile. "My name is Yakushi Kabuto. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Uzumaki Naruto. In my intelligence reports, you are quite the formidable ninja. Regarding the collaboration, I shall be direct. The most perilous area in this scroll conflict is near the tower. Consequently, those who have not gathered all the scrolls will lay ambushes here, making the competition exceptionally fierce. I lack the confidence to reach the tower alone, hence my desire to join you." Naruto nodded slightly. "You make a valid point. Although you are also a Konoha ninja, how can we be certain this is not a trap you have set?" Kabuto retrieved 2 scrolls from his pack, smiling. "I have already secured enough scrolls. There is no need for me to take action against you. To demonstrate my sincerity, I can lead the way. Should there be a trap, I shall be the first to fall victim." Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura exchanged glances. "Very well, you may go ahead. Do not worry, Before he could finish his sentence, Kabuto looked down in disbelief at the long blade protruding from his chest, blood spilling from his mouth. "Why? Naruto, what are you doing?" Sakura exclaimed in shock, while Sasuke was equally surprised, not anticipating Naruto's sudden strike during Kabuto's turn. The terrifying speed was so swift that even he could not perceive it. Naruto, wielding a blade imbued with wind chakra, obliterated Kabuto's heart in an instant. With an expressionless demeanor, he stated, "From the moment I first laid eyes on you, your insincere smile made me feel nauseated. You are one of Orochimaru's subordinates, aren't you? Did you come here to play games with us? Hoping to see us falter?" Blood trickled from Kabuto's mouth once more as he muttered weakly. "You discovered me. I thought you were merely suspicious of me. But you dared to strike with such lethal intent. I never imagined that Konoha's peaceful environment would nurture someone as ruthless as you." As his voice faded, Kabuto fell silent. He was dead. "Did Orochimaru send him to observe me?" Sasuke inquired. Naruto shook his head. "Who knows? Perhaps he is acting on his own." Naruto took the scrolls from Kabuto's pack and called out, "Let us go. We have wasted enough time." 5 minutes after Naruto and the others departed, Kabuto's fingers twitched, and a layer of chakra enveloped his heart. Cough. What a terrifying kid. He actually shattered my heart. I must find Lord Orochimaru quickly and request a heart replacement. Otherwise, I am doomed. I underestimated that kid, humph. You did not kill me this time. But I will ensure you cannot rest easy. Kabuto resolutely vowed, his expression twisted in malice. Since becoming a ninja, he had never suffered such a significant loss. However, a calm voice emerged from behind him. You're still alive. You truly are tenacious. A sharp blade sliced through his neck, and his final vision spun into chaos. System. Retrieve his corpse and store it in the system warehouse. Understood. Host, it has been collected. Naruto mused. I was wondering why I couldn't access the system warehouse earlier. It turns out you are not yet deceased, a living being that cannot be counted among the dead. Naruto collected the bloodstains left by Kabuto into the system's repository and sighed. What a pity. Kabuto Yakushi, you truly are a talent. Had the formidable Orochimaru not encountered the cunning Itachi Uchiha, the outcome of the Fourth Shinobi World War might have been entirely different. I possess neither the verbal prowess of the original Naruto nor the confidence to absolve you of your sins. And I certainly do not wish to confront your army of reanimated corpses. Thus, you must meet your end. After all, who knows what obstacles you might place in my path. Chapter 14, the third exam preliminary round, the art of summoning. Before Naruto appeared an ordinary eagle, a creature he had casually summoned during his practice of the summoning technique. It possessed no remarkable abilities, its only virtue was its capacity for flight. As Naruto activated his Sharingan, the eagle's eyes transformed in an instant, mirroring his own, falling under his control. He placed his right hand upon the eagle's back. A unique technique manifested, and then vanished from sight. Go. The eagle spread its wings wide and soared into the sky, a mere black dot against the vast expanse. Several hours later, in the location of Kabuto's demise, 3 figures emerged. One of them carefully examined the ground and lamented, what a pity. This child, Kabuto, was immensely useful to me. His exceptional medical skills provided significant assistance, allowing those precious experimental subjects to survive longer, to be utilized repeatedly. I never anticipated he would meet his end here. A man adorned with a Konoha forehead protector inquired, Lord Orochimaru, do you know who is responsible? Orochimaru replied darkly, I do not. However, given Kabuto's abilities, it would take an extraordinary individual to defeat him. Could it be that Danzo was behind this? He shook his head, continuing, alas. Our enemy is exceedingly cautious. Not a shred of Kabuto's remains has been left behind. Otherwise, I could have performed the impure world reincarnation and discovered the culprit. Orochimaru's subordinate pressed on, Lord Orochimaru, with Kabuto dead, does that mean our exam is failed? What shall we do next? Orochimaru nonchalantly waved his hand. What I desired has already been obtained. You need not participate in the exam any further. Simply remain on standby. Sensei Sarutobi, I have prepared a surprise for you. What expression will grace your face when you behold this visage? As time swiftly passed, only 18 candidates remained who had successfully navigated the second exam. With the sole deviation from the original narrative being the absence of Kabuto's espionage team from Konoha. Sasuke's initial opponent had originally been a member of that team, but now, that individual had been eliminated and replaced by Kankuro of the Sand Village. Sasuke's current strength vastly exceeded that of his peers in the original story, rendering Kankuro no match for him, and he was swiftly defeated. In the preceding rounds, aside from Shikamaru's somewhat impressive performance, the others merely engaged in a lackluster display of skill. After a tedious wait, it was finally Naruto's turn to take the stage. His opponent was none other than Inuzuka Kiba, who had previously suffered at his hands. Naruto raised an eyebrow with a smirk. What terrible luck you have. Running into me again. Kiba's expression shifted. While he felt a twinge of misfortune, he confidently retorted, Naruto, don't be too cocky. I am no longer the person I was a few months ago. The new jutsu I've learned will surely leave you searching for your teeth. Naruto casually scratched his ear, unfazed. Hurry up. I'm in a rush to get home for a bath. Kiba, now visibly upset, yelled, you're going to pay for this. Beast mimicry technique. 4-legged technique. After forming the necessary hand seals, Kiba enveloped himself in chakra, crawling on all fours like a beast. His speed and strength surged, and his nails elongated into vicious claws. Kakashi, your student has thoroughly provoked Kiba. He may be in for a rough time. Yuhi Kurenai remarked to Kakashi from the stands, seemingly concerned for Naruto's well-being. Kakashi shook his head, you worry too much. Kiba stands no chance. Even I cannot fully perceive Naruto's current strength. What? Kurenai gasped in astonishment. At that moment, the match shifted. Naruto, relying solely on his taijutsu, rendered Kiba utterly defenseless, with Kiba's beastly transformation unable to bridge the gap in their abilities. After delivering a swift kick that sent Kiba flying, Naruto did not pursue, but rather called out. If you have any tricks left, now is the time to use them, or you will miss your chance. Damn it, how has he become so much stronger? Kiba thought, bitterness flooding his mind as he turned to Akamaru. Akamaru, let us go. Woof. Kiba tossed Akamaru a soldier pill, transforming the pup's fur from white to red. Beast mimicry technique. Beast clone. With a resounding bang, Akamaru morphed into Kiba's likeness, leaping onto his back. The two spun rapidly, coordinating their movements to unleash twin tornadoes against Naruto. Dual Fong. Seeing this, Naruto chuckled. Now that is somewhat impressive. I suppose I should take this a bit more seriously. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A tempest erupted from Naruto's mouth, sweeping toward Kiba and Akamaru. The overwhelming force of the wind rendered them helpless, crashing them against the wall, leaving Kiba unconscious. Isn't the great breakthrough a C-rank technique? When did it gain such power? Kurenai exclaimed, wide-eyed. Kakashi speculated. It's likely due to Naruto's immense chakra reserves and his exceptional chakra control that he can achieve such results. Are today's children truly this formidable? Kurenai murmured in disbelief. Kakashi replied nonchalantly, well, it's not too surprising. I became a J-nin at a younger age than he is now. You arrogant brat. Kurenai rolled her eyes, silently criticizing. The match concluded with Naruto Uzumaki victorious. In an instant, Naruto appeared in the stands and, passing by Hinata, noticed her slightly flushed face. Congratulations on advancing, Naruto-kun, Hinata said shyly. Naruto glanced at her, producing a wet wipe to clean her face, and grinned. Thank you. But you've got some dirt on your face. The second exam must have been challenging. It was okay. Hinata's cheeks deepened in color, looking enchanting. The two children Kurenai and Kakashi exchanged glances, both comprehending the unspoken thoughts in each other's eyes. Hinata hailed from the esteemed Hyuga clan. This budding romance would not be without its challenges, especially given Naruto's own unique status. Hinata, you look quite at ease. Came a cold voice from below. Niji and I-san. Hinata's expression turned complex as she gazed down at Hyuga Niji. Do your best. Know your limits. I'll be watching. Naruto encouraged, patting Hinata's head. Yes. Hinata's gaze solidified with determination. The match officially commenced, with Niji launching into a lengthy discourse about destiny, but Hinata regarded him with an expression tinged with sympathy. Niji felt a tide of uncontainable anger swell within him, prompting him to unleash his full power from the onset. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 60 for palms. What? Is he trying to kill Hinata? Kurenai exclaimed, preparing to intervene. Don't worry, Kurenai-sensei. Hinata is far from fragile, Naruto reassured her. Hinata assumed her stance, focusing intently. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. The same technique was employed as the two exchanged blows in a fierce display of power. This is Hinata. When did she grow so strong? Kurenai reflected, feeling somewhat disheartened as her studentess prowess had eluded her. A smirk crept onto Naruto's lips as he thought. With my assistance and the system's support, it would be strange if she hadn't grown stronger. After several minutes of combat, both combatants had expended considerable chakra. In one of Hinata's attacks, Niji seized an opening to employ his heavenly spin, sending Hinata sprawling and momentarily incapacitated. Die. Niji's expression twisted with malice as he charged toward Hinata, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Get lost. In the blink of an eye, Naruto appeared before Hinata, delivering a kick that sent Niji tumbling. What incredible speed! Kakashi observed, impressed by his student's prowess. Those who had prepared to intervene were astonished. And Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up. Need I say more? Everyone present could sense it, Kakashi replied with a smile. Hinata, are you alright? Naruto asked cautiously, helping her to her feet. Hinata shook her head. I'm fine, Naruto-kun. It is merely a superficial injury. A bit of ointment will suffice. That is reassuring. Naruto sighed in relief. Then, with a somber expression, turned to Niji and said, should you harbor any ill intentions towards Hinata, you would be wise to pray that our paths do not cross in the forthcoming exam. Otherwise, I shall make you acquainted with a fate from which there is no escape. Chapter 15, The 8 Gates of Duinjia. You can say that again if you can achieve it. Niji remarked, gingerly touching the painful spot on his chest, a hint of trepidation in his voice. The speed of that kick was truly formidable. The ailing proctor, Moonlight Breeze, coughed and declared, the match is concluded. Hyuga Niji emerges victorious. Everyone else, please exit promptly as the next contest will commence shortly. Understood. Naruto nodded, swiftly returning to the stands with Hinata. Naruto, you were so impressive just now. However, Niji is my opponent, and I will defeat him. You might not even get the chance to face him, Lee proclaimed, flashing a bright smile. Is that so? Your opponent is, aside from me, the strongest contender in this selection exam, Naruto replied, his words laden with significance. The next match, Gaara vs. Rock Lee. Came Moonlight Breeze's voice, prompting solemn expressions from the Jonin of Konoha. The news of Gaara's unscathed passage through the second exam in a mere 97 minutes had reached them, a feat many Chunin could not accomplish. From the very outset, this battle surpassed the intensity of the previous matches. It was on an entirely different level. Naruto, with his blue eyes shimmering with the Sharingan, focused intently on Lee until he opened the 5th gate of Duinjia. What a valuable lesson learned. Thank you, Lee, for saving me a significant amount of energy points. The forbidden technique, 8 gates of Duinjia, is now within my grasp. A smirk graced Naruto's lips, and he felt a surge of elation. Teacher Guy, it seems Lee is already lost. If we don't intervene now, he may suffer irreparable harm, Naruto suggested. Sensing the moment was ripe. Alas, even if Lee resents me later, I will accept that, Guy resolved after a moment of hesitation. Just as Gar's sand was about to ensnare Li, he shattered it, saving his student. Teacher, I haven't conceded yet. How can you? Li protested, his voice thick with emotion. Deep down, he understood that after opening the fifth gate without defeating his opponent, his chances were slim. Yet, his unwillingness to admit defeat stemmed from a deep-seated pride, fearing that surrendering would invalidate all the toil he had put into his training. Li, it is enough. I am proud of you, Guy exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Teacher, following Tisu's victory over Dingji, the preliminary rounds of the third exam officially concluded. Given the significance of the final exam, which would draw the attention of various country lords and ninja village leaders, it was scheduled to take place a month later. After returning home and showering, Naruto commanded, System, display my skill panel. Host, Uzumaki Naruto Energy Points, 11, 000 Ninja Skills, 2 Ninths of Kyuubi Chakra Absolute Control, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Flying Thunder God Technique, S rank, 8 Gates of Duinjia, S rank, Rasengan, A rank, Multi-Shadow Clone Technique, A rank, Kagura's Hard Eye, A rank. Wind Release, Vacuum Wave, B rank, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, C rank, Wind Demon Shuriken, Shadow Windmill, D rank, Wind Attribute Chakra Nature Transformation, Body Flicker Technique. This Chunin exam has proven incredibly lucrative. Had I not spent 5,000 energy points to exchange for the Flying Thunder God technique, my energy reserves would be even greater. Naruto mused inwardly. Initially, he intended to acquire the training method for the Flying Thunder God technique before making the exchange to save a third of the energy points. But time was of the essence. System, how many energy points are needed to exchange for the basic Sage Body? Naruto inquired. Replying to the host, the basic Sage Body requires 3,000 points, while the intermediate Sage Body requires an additional 5,000 points on top of the basic. The advanced Sage Body demands an extra 10,000 points beyond the intermediate. However, due to the Uzumaki clan's innate physique being close to the basic Sage Body, only 500 energy points are needed for the host to obtain it. Naruto was momentarily taken aback. This unexpected windfall prompted him to hastily command the system to proceed with the exchange. Exchange successful. The host has acquired the basic Sage Body, spending 500 energy points, leaving a remaining total of 500 energy points. Naruto silently felt the transformation within his body. If his previous chakra volume was akin to 4 cards, it had now doubled to 8 cards. Moreover, when he sliced his left arm with his right hand, the wound healed within mere seconds. The enhanced vitality, immense life energy, and remarkable recovery speed were incomparable to his previous state. And this was merely the basic level. One could only imagine the terror of the intermediate and advanced forms. At that moment, Naruto sensed a stir from within the Kyuubi, prompting him to immerse his consciousness into the ceiling space. Hey, Kurama, what is going on? Why are you so agitated? Did you get fed some terrible drama? Naruto jested, observing the Kyuubi pacing in its cage, engrossed in a shell. Why has your chakra suddenly surged so tremendously? Kurama questioned with a hint of suspicion. You've become increasingly unfathomable since a few months ago. First, you completely sever my influence over you. Then you disregard my resistance to wield my chakra. Now, you've even doubled your own chakra. Are you perhaps the reincarnation of Sage of Six Paths? With grandiosity, Naruto declared, what is the Sage of Six Paths? He has merely passed on. I, on the other hand, shall attain immortality, never to perish. TCH, you still enjoy your grandiose rhetoric. As always, Kurama retorted, rolling its eyes. Then, seemingly casually, it inquired, what is your intent in providing me with so many books and dramas? How do you perceive me? Without hesitation, Naruto replied, those are merely the interest I owe you for utilizing your chakra. As for how I view you, I consider you a different species from humanity, a being I would label as a fairy. How does that title sit with you? Fairy? TCH, you think you can fool me with such nonsense? Get lost. I want to continue watching my show. Kurama huffed, visibly flustered. Very well. I shall take my leave. Should you find yourself bored? Feel free to reach out for a chat, or ask me to bring you something from outside. Naruto waved goodbye, exiting the ceiling space. Sage of Six Paths. Could he truly be the one you mentioned? Kurama murmured to itself. Originally, yes, but now, he is no longer. Naruto opened his eyes, replying silently. He gazed out the window. Dusk was steadily encroaching. It was time to fetch Karen. Flying Thunder God technique. Fast-forwarding slightly at this moment, Karen and the Jonin from the Grass Village were hurrying back to the Land of Grass. I had anticipated that you would assist them during the Chunin selection exam. But now they are dead, and you remain alive. You had best not let me discover any connection between this and you, or your demise will be most tragic. The Jonin spoke coldly, viewing those 2 students as his own kin, while regarding Karen as nothing more than an outsider, a mere tool, expendable and unworthy of grief. He continued in a low voice, since you are of no use here, I believe the village will soon dispatch you to a place where you can be of greatest utility, on the battlefield. Karen's reaction was unexpectedly subdued. Ordinarily, she would feel fear and despair at the prospect of being sent to the battlefield. where countless lives would rely on her healing, signifying that many would bear scars from their encounters. Yet, with Naruto's promise, she felt no need for fear. This strange demeanor caught the Jonin's attention. He frowned slightly, but chose to remain silent, dismissing Karen as merely stunned by fear. Suddenly, a gentle voice broke through. Karen, am I late? No, Naruto and you arrived just in time. Karen beamed, a radiant smile illuminating her face, one the Jonin had never witnessed before. The Jonin swiftly drew a kunai, stepping back and demanding, Who are you? What is your purpose? Naruto gently patted Karen's head, his calm voice reaching the ears of the Jonin. Do you not realize that you are already dead? Chapter 16. Jiraiya, what nonsense. The Jonin scoffed, dismissing Naruto as merely a delusional child. A mere teenager, capable of killing him? Absurd. The sudden appearance of his opponent was likely nothing more than a trick. A mere illusion. However, in the blink of an eye, Naruto materialized behind him, delivering a Rasengan that pierced through his back, leaving a gaping hole. The Jonin collapsed to the ground, expending his last vestige of strength to utter 4 words. Yellow flash. In his final moments, his thoughts drifted back to his youth, when his sensei had gravely warned him that encountering the yellow flash during a mission warranted immediate abandonment of the task, as failure would not incur punishment. How fortunate Konoha was. Naruto proceeded to search the Jonin's belongings, methodically collecting valuables before incinerating the body to erase any trace. Let us depart to your future dwelling, Naruto smiled at Karen. In the land of waves, within a classroom, Zabuza observed the dozens of orphans diligently studying the principles of the organization and ninja knowledge. He mused, several months have passed, and the leader has yet to send any news. Surely, the organization is not merely a fleeting whim. He shrugged it off, considering that his absence allowed him to cultivate subordinates who might one day help him seize the title of Mizukichi. At that moment, outside the classroom window, an ordinary eagle landed unnoticed. In the next instant, Naruto and Karen appeared abruptly. Naruto stroked the eagle's head, saying, Well done, go rest now. With a puff of smoke, the eagle vanished. Zabuza, sensing their arrival, rushed out of the classroom. Noticing Naruto's peculiar appearance, he inquired, Leader, why are you wearing a mask? Naruto explained, The organization has yet to fully form, and my strength is not yet unrivaled in the ninja world. Thus, my identity must remain concealed. Zabuza was somewhat speechless, thinking to himself that while Naruto's power surpassed that of ordinary individuals, he was still unaware of the hidden talents within the ninja world. However, he refrained from voicing this thought, knowing he could not contend with Naruto, and that speaking it could lead to a severe reprimand. He swiftly changed the subject. Leader, you're just in time. Please share your philosophy with these children. Naruto readily accepted the opportunity to inspire, and after an engaging discourse, he made significant progress. By the way, where's Haku? I haven't seen him, Naruto asked, puzzled. Zabuza replied, I sent him to recruit some merchants to promote our ideology of unifying the ninja realms under one nation. Soon, you will likely hear about our organization's principles in Konoha. Naruto nodded approvingly. Well done. He then introduced Karen. This is Karen, my sister from the same clan. She will be residing here, so please take good care of her. Zabuza affirmed, Rest assured, leader. I will ensure Miss Karen's safety. Naruto added, Thank you for your assistance. Shifting the topic, he continued, Do not worry about the organization's manpower. I will soon send you some helpers. Zabuza replied joyfully, Thank you, leader. That would be splendid. Turning to Karen, Naruto spoke gently, You shall live here comfortably. No one will bully you, and you need not live in fear any longer. Thank you, brother Naruto. Karen expressed her gratitude. You're welcome. We shall meet again. Naruto nodded to both her and Zabuza before vanishing from sight. Is this space-time ninjutsu? Who exactly is our leader? Zabuza's pupils dilated in shock, his confidence in the organization bolstering further. The following day, as Naruto planned to visit the commercial district to gather energy points, he passed by a hot spring establishment and noticed an elderly man with white hair peering through the window. Is that the perverted sage Jiraiya? Shaking his head, Naruto decided to pretend he hadn't seen him and continued on his way, not wishing for their first encounter to be so awkward. After all, Jiraiya's target upon returning to Konoha was himself, and there would be plenty of opportunities ahead. However, he underestimated Jiraiya's audacity. The sage seemed completely unfazed by the embarrassment of spying on women bathing. A massive red toad leapt into his path, obstructing his way. Hey, little brat. Why do you ignore the esteemed sage of Mount Maiboku? Jiraiya proclaimed dramatically as he made his entrance. Indeed, you were waiting here for me, Naruto thought silently. Many fans of the Hokage believed Kakashi showed favoritism by teaching Sasuke ninjutsu while neglecting the son of his own teacher, leaving him to others. However, this perspective was somewhat skewed, for Jiraiya had arrived long before during the Nin exams, requesting Kakashi hand Naruto over to him for guidance. Moreover, due to Naruto's rare wind chakra, Kakashi was at a loss on how to instruct him, thus entrusting him to Jiraiya, knowing he would step in. Naruto raised his hands in a gesture of mock innocence. The perverted sage Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, caught in the act of peeping at a women's bathhouse? I was merely concerned for your dignity and thought it best to leave. Jiraiya coughed, indignantly asserting, Do not slander me. I am here seeking inspiration for my art. You, a mere child, simply fail to appreciate it. Seeing Naruto's non-committal expression, he swiftly shifted the topic. Kakashi mentioned you have been studying summoning techniques. I, the Toad Sage, am quite the expert in that area. Would you like me to teach you? That would be most welcome, Master Jiraiya. Naruto eagerly responded. Jiraiya paused momentarily, thinking, Watergate. Your son seems rather forward. Outside the village of Konoha, before a waterfall, Jiraiya produced a scroll. This is the contract my family has held for generations with the summoning toads. Sign your name in blood and press your fingers down upon it. When you wish to summon, use the hand with which you signed. After Naruto completed the signing, Jiraiya instructed him to try summoning. Naruto distanced himself, bit his left hand, leaving a blood mark on his right, and executed the hand seals in one fluid motion. Summoning technique. Whoa, to summon this fellow on the first try is rather exaggerated. Jiraiya exclaimed in disbelief at the massive creature that materialized before them. Jiraiya, who did you allow to sign the contract this time? The Toad Bunta, adorned with a pipe and a large sword, shouted. Why, it is I, standing above you now. I look forward to our future collaborations, Naruto replied. You a mere child? Is that so? Bunta feigned disdain, yet internally recognized Naruto's resemblance to Watergate. Oh, so you wish to spar? Naruto said with an air of indifference, channeling his immense chakra along with the Nine-Tails energy, creating a formidable presence. What? This kid has already reached such a level? Jiraiya thought, stunned. Gaining insight into why the fourth Hokage had sealed the Nine-Tails within Naruto. Bunta gulped. No need for that. I look forward to working with you. Naruto, with a smile, replied, then I shall not keep you. You may return now. Ah, very well. When Tai, observing Naruto's amiable demeanor, which contrasted sharply with the haughty disposition he had anticipated, felt a sense of relief wash over him as he returned to Myaboku Mountain after dispelling the summoning. Come, let us engage in combat. I wish to ascertain the extent of your prowess, Jiraiya declared solemnly, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching Naruto. Chapter 17. The technique of the wild lion's mane. Upon hearing this, Naruto was momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement, expressing his desire to witness the prowess of the legendary three ninjas. However, we must refrain from employing summoning techniques. Otherwise, the notion of toads battling toads would be rather cruel. Jiraiya chuckled heartily. You truly have confidence, young one. Do you believe you can compel me to resort to summoning techniques? Do not underestimate the reputation of the legendary three. With that, he charged forward. Naruto wasted no time in idle chatter, activating the shadow clone technique, resulting in 5 Narutos manifesting, each brandishing a colossal shuriken. Wind-style shuriken, shadow windmill. 10 shurikens whistled through the air, hurtling towards Jiraiya, effectively sealing off all his escape routes. Remarkable. You have managed to replicate the effects of the third Hokage's shuriken shadow clone technique using a D-rank ninjutsu. That is indeed A rank. Jiraiya praised, not daring to become complacent. He pressed his hands to the ground, summoning an earthen wall to rise and intercept the shurikens. At that moment, Naruto and his clones closed in on him, drawing long blades from their backs and executing precise, ferocious swordplay that repeatedly placed Jiraiya in perilous situations. Your swordsmanship is quite exquisite. At your age, I have only encountered one who surpassed your skill. Though Jiraiya deftly evaded Naruto's attacks, managing to converse amidst the skirmish indicated that he was handling the situation with ease. This was to be expected. Despite Naruto possessing 2 formidable advantages, his training in swordsmanship was still in its infancy. Having witnessed Naruto's swordplay, Jiraiya ceased holding back and unleashed a ninjutsu. Wild Lion's main technique. Jiraiya's white hair began to grow uncontrollably, forming an astonishing mass that ensnared all 5 Narutos. The strength of his hair intensified, causing 4 of the Narutos to involuntarily dispel their shadow clones. Young one, once ensnared by my technique, there is no escape. Jiraiya exclaimed with a grin. Naruto replied nonchalantly, not necessarily. Wind chakra enveloped his long blade, slicing through the hair that bound him with unparalleled sharpness. The transformation of wind chakra properties? You truly are a prodigy. Jiraiya's smile widened. As a teacher, there was nothing more gratifying than having a genius disciple. Ignoring Jiraiya's praise, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a gust of wind as he performed the wind release. Great breakthrough. However, its power far exceeded that which he had used during his battle with Kiba. Such exaggerated force. While Jiraiya was somewhat astonished by the technique's might, he did not evade. Instead, he quickly formed seals to counter. Fire release, fireball. A blazing fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards Naruto. The fireball pierced through Naruto's wind technique, growing even larger in the process. Realizing the imminent danger, Naruto hastily dodged, narrowly escaping. The impact left a scorched crater on the ground, the air thick with the smell of charred earth. One must not misuse ninjutsu. Be wary of giving your adversary an opportunity, Jiraiya advised with a chuckle. Internally, Naruto cursed. He was well aware that wind was vulnerable to fire, and that fire would only grow stronger when combined with wind. However, he had not anticipated the severity of the counter. It was no wonder that the third Hokage, capable of skillfully combining 5 different elemental techniques, was regarded as a master of ninjutsu. Initially hailed as the strongest Hokage of all time, though later proven to be an exaggeration, it underscored the significance of mastering various elemental techniques to avoid being countered. Noticing Naruto's perplexed expression, Jiraiya remarked, "All right, let this be enough for now. Your abilities are commendable. At your age, I was merely a child who could perform the body flicker technique." Reflecting on those less than glorious memories, Jiraiya shook his head to dispel the thoughts. He addressed Naruto, "What you currently lack is a decisive technique. Allow me to teach you the signature ninjutsu of the 4th Hokage. What do you say?" Naruto's face lit up with excitement as he nodded eagerly. "Sure, but could you teach me that hair-controlling technique first? It looks incredibly cool." Jiraiya patted Naruto on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "Good lad, you have discerning taste. This is the unique ninjutsu of Jiraiya, the Sage of Toads. Come, let me instruct you." A month passed in the blink of an eye. The final round of the Nin selection exam was held in an open circular arena. Surrounding the central competition area, thousands gathered to observe the lively event. The first match was Naruto versus Neji. Naruto gazed at the still ailing proctor, Moonlight Breeze, and pondered. Is it because I eliminated Kabuto that he avoided tracking me, thus escaping the fate of death as depicted in the original story? You ought to thank me, Yuzuki Yugao. I have spared you from a life of mourning. Neji, observing the inexplicable smile on Naruto's face, assumed he was underestimating him and scoffed. You are celebrating too soon. Your taijutsu may be commendable, but under my gentle fist technique, a single hit will leave you immobile. Naruto chuckled lightly. What is the matter? Have you seen my fate? Neji replied matter-of-factly, naturally. Under these eyes, nothing about you can be concealed. Naruto retorted, you lament your tragic fate as a member of the Hige branch family. Yet you take immense pride in these Byakugan eyes. So tell me, whose fate is more tragic compared to the ordinary ninjas devoid of bloodline limits? Neji fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Could it be that I possess the same verbal prowess as the original Naruto? He mused. This boy is surprisingly easy to deceive. The misfortunes of others have no bearing on him and do not alter his own circumstances. Much like in my previous life, when someone complained about their exhausting late-night work, only for another to suggest they try the early morning market, where the vendors truly toil. Such a perspective is utterly flawed. When tired, one should rest rather than compare who is more fatigued. Returning to the competition, Moonlight Breeze observed that neither combatant seemed inclined to act and hastily reminded them that the match had commenced. After all, dignitaries and shinobi from across the nations had traveled great distances to witness more than mere standoffs. Neji steadied his mind, casting aside distracting thoughts, and gathered his chakra, launching a palm strike towards Naruto. Naruto, eager to test the new ninjutsu he had learned from Jiraiya, stood motionless as his golden hair surged forth, sweeping towards Neji. Ah, this isn't. The third Hokage squinted with a smile from the audience. Beside him, Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, wore a disdainful expression, recalling a person he wished to avoid at all costs. Naruto's Wild Lion's main technique was executed swiftly, and Neji, not particularly adept in evasion, found himself ensnared. Surely, the genius of the Hige clan possesses more than this. Naruto laughed. Humph. Neji scoffed, channeling chakra through his body's chakra points to sever the chakra binding Naruto's hair and freeing himself. To achieve such a technique already. Neji, you are indeed the true genius of the Hige clan, thought Hige Heishi, recalling his brother who sacrificed himself to save him. He silently vowed to bring Neji back to nurture him. Had it been any ordinary ninja caught in your grasp, they would have lost. Unfortunately for you, you are facing me. I can release chakra at various points of my body, perfectly countering your binding technique. Neji's tone was brimming with confidence. Now, all I need to do is close the distance, and your defeat is assured. Naruto remained unfazed, replying, then I shall ensure you cannot close that distance. Wind release, vacuum wave. A sharp blade of wind surged forth, racing towards Neji. You shall not prevail. As Neji deftly dodged, he swiftly charged towards Naruto. The wind release, vacuum wave unleashed several menacing wind blades, sealing off Neji's avenues of escape. Could it be? Are the genin of today so formidable? Such a young age, yet capable of wielding such terrifying ninjutsu. Moonlight Gale inwardly lamented, prepared to intervene and rescue Neji at any moment. Alas, there was no escape. Fine, if evasion was futile. Then he would not retreat. Observing the situation, Neji ceased his hesitation, releasing chakra at an accelerated pace, his body swirling with chakra to form a hemispherical shield. 8 trigrams palm. Heavenly spin. Has he even mastered the heavenly spin? Hyuga Hazashi gasped in astonishment, while beside him, Hyuga Hanabi gazed at Neji below with admiration. Naruto could have waited for the moment the heavenly spin concluded to strike Neji and overwhelm him in one fell swoop. However, that was not his immediate desire. For a true man confronts challenges head-on. A blue sphere of chakra materialized in his hand as Naruto instantaneously appeared before Neji, forcefully pressing the sphere against the heavenly spin. Rasen Shuriken. Chapter 18. The Collapse Plan of Konoha. Hey, you're going too far. The Moonlight Gale exclaimed, his eyes, heavily shadowed, nearly bulging out of their sockets. Yet, at that moment, he dared not intervene. The collision of these two jutsu was beyond his capacity to halt. A resounding explosion echoed, sending dust swirling and obscuring everyone's vision. A Wind Affinity ninja swiftly unleashed a technique to disperse the dust, revealing the scene before them. Naruto's Rasengan remained intact, hovering before Niji, tousling the latter's hair into disarray. If you believe fate is unfair and unyielding, then wait until I become Hokage. At that time, I shall abolish the branch family system of the Hyuga clan. As the Rasengan vanished, Naruto's resolute voice reached the ears of everyone present. Congratulations, host. By embodying your desired persona, you have accrued 12,000 energy points, totaling 24,000 points. The system's cold notification could not extinguish Naruto's fervent excitement. What a thrill. Moonlight Gale promptly declared, the match is concluded. Uzumaki Naruto is the victor. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. They had anticipated a mere display of shuriken throwing and minor jutsu from the lower ninjas, but were instead treated to an exhilarating spectacle that rivaled even the battles of higher-ranked ninjas. To become Hokage and alter the Hyuga branch family system? Such ambition from this young ninja. Orochimaru chuckled towards the third Hokage, whose expression was somewhat complex. Initially, the resemblance of Naruto to Minato stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. Yet when Naruto executed the Rasengan, he genuinely believed Minato had returned. I am growing old. It is time to entrust the future to these young ones, he lamented. Orochimaru's eyes flickered with complexity. His presence here had its own significance. Following Shikamaru's attempt to capture his future wife's heart, the match between Sasuke and Gaara commenced. True to the original tale, after Sasuke severely wounded Gaara, feathers began to fall from the sky, and the onlookers were ensnared by an illusion, drifting into slumber. The plan to collapse Konoha had officially begun. Is this the rebirth of the Nirvana technique? Kakashi mused, swiftly dispelling the illusion. At that moment, within the third Hokage's residence, a figure materialized, finally locating its target after a thorough search. At last, I have it, the Book of Seals. Naruto exclaimed. After his match with Niji, he had left a shadow clone at the exam venue, while his true self had seized the chaos in Konoha to acquire the Book of Seals. Let me see what treasures lie within. The 8 gates. No need to exchange for that. My current physical strength is insufficient to open all 8 gates. But 5 will suffice for now. Edo Tensei, this is excellent. I'll learn it. The corpse sealing technique. The 4-symbol seal. Perhaps another time. The exploding tag mutual exchange. What a joke. In truth, the 2 techniques most beneficial to me. One I have already exchanged for, and the other I have learned on my own. Well, there are still several useful techniques here. Moreover, I have also discerned how to unlock the later gates of the 8 gates formation through the Book of Seals. Saving me a significant amount of energy points, Naruto reassured himself internally. Congratulations, host. You have learned Edo Tensei at the cost of 600 energy points, leaving you with 2,400 points. Naruto exhaled a heavy breath, his expression growing colder as he thought, it is time to collect some interest. Meanwhile, back at the exam venue, Naruto's shadow clone withdrew a long knife from a sand ninja's lifeless body. With his blue eyes, enhanced by the Sharingan, he intently observed the battle between Moonlight Gale and Maki of the Sand Village. Konoha's flowing sword technique, Crescent Moon Dance. Moonlight Gale conjured 2 shadow clones, swiftly closing in on the enemy from 3 directions to strike at Maki's vital points with his long knife. His movements were as graceful as a dance, yet imbued with lethal intent. With a sharp sound, Moonlight Gale's knife struck Maki's shoulder. Undeterred, Maki raised 2 fingers, forming an invisible blade of wind at his fingertips. Moonlight Gale leaped back, but it was too late. Several rapidly spinning blades of wind were already upon him. Watch out. Gale. Kakashi, engaged in battle with the Sand Ninja, caught a glimpse of the impending danger and felt alarmed, yet was too entangled to assist. Once again, I have acquired 2 exceptional techniques. Naruto appeared before Moonlight Gale, his long knife, imbued with wind chakra, slicing through the approaching wind blades with lightning speed. Well done, Naruto. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Moonlight Gale, feeling a bit shaken, expressed his gratitude. No need for pleasantries. Naruto replied, turning his gaze to Maki with a light chuckle. We both know that the one currently battling the 3rd Hokage is Orochimaru. What is worth pondering is that he has appeared under the guise of the 4th Kazekage. Maki, have you considered where the true 4th Kazekage might be? Upon hearing this, Maki's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, Are you suggesting that Lord Kazekage? Indeed. All of you from the sand have been manipulated by Orochimaru. The 4th Kazekage may very well have been eliminated by him. Are you certain you wish to continue fighting against Konoha? Naruto articulated the thought he had dared not voice. Kakashi's eyes gleamed with understanding. He had not anticipated Naruto to consider such a possibility under these dire circumstances. He added, Maki, Orochimaru is not a benevolent individual. I suggest we first ascertain the whereabouts of the Kazekage. That should be our primary concern. Maki's expression fluctuated, and after a considerable pause, he commanded, cease all hostilities. Sand Village. The battlefield was left with only the Konoha ninjas clashing against the Sound ninjas, the pressure significantly alleviated. Thanks to you, Naruto, you have made a monumental contribution. Kakashi praised. Naruto smirked, yet his joy was rooted in more than just this acknowledgement. Time shifted slightly forward. In a subterranean base of Konoha, the headquarters of Root, a masked member knelt before Danzo, whose right eye and arm were bound in bandages. Lord Danzo, Orochimaru is attacking. Should we lend our support? Danzo's expression remained impassive as he replied, the era of Sarutobi is finally drawing to a close. There is no need to concern ourselves with Orochimaru. He will leave once he has had his fill of chaos. The Root member pressed on. If that is the case, Konoha may suffer great losses. Danzo responded nonchalantly. To ensure that I ascend to the position of Hokage, such sacrifices are necessary. You may leave now. Keep a close watch on Orochimaru. Yes, Lord Danzo. As Danzo gazed at the empty underground hall, his thoughts drifted back to the moment that had determined the course of his life. At that time, in a critical moment, they had been surrounded by enemies. The second Hokage intended for one person to stay behind to cover the retreat of the others. Fueled by fear of death, Danzo had hesitated to step forward while Hiruzen Sarutobi had bravely stood up, earning the second Hokage's recognition and immediate appointment as the third Hokage. In contrast, Danzo had remained cloaked in the shadows of Konoha, nursing his wounds and comforting his yearning to become Hokage. Suddenly, my eye. In an instant, blood poured from Danzo's right eye, leaving behind a ghastly hollow. Danzo, it seems you have truly aged. You dwell in the past too often. It is time to return to the earth, a cold, emotionless voice echoed, enveloping him in an icy dread. Danzo's remaining left eye fixated intently on the intruder. The figure turned around, clutching an eyeball in hand, with a pair of Sharingan eyes glimmering beneath the mask, seemingly heralding his imminent demise. Chapter 19. The death of Danzo. Are you a remnant of the Uchiha clan? Danzo's voice resonated with a deep seriousness. The figure before him was cloaked in a black robe, a mask obscuring their face, revealing only a pair of Sharingan eyes, making it difficult to ascertain their identity. Intentionally raising his voice, the figure aimed to draw the attention of the Root members, beckoning them for support. The sudden loss of Shirsue's Manjiki Sharingan stirred a profound unease within him. Naruto, unfazed by Danzo's intentions, quietly inquired, System. How many energy points are required to sacrifice the Sharingan for my eyes to evolve into Manjiki Sharingan? Host, it requires 4,000 energy points to evolve a Sharingan into Manjiki. You possess one Manjiki and can spend 1,000 energy points to evolve one of your eyes. The evolution of the other eye will require an additional 2,000 energy points. Naruto commanded, use 3,000 energy points along with this Manjiki to evolve my eyes into Manjiki Sharingan. Understood, host. The evolution into Manjiki Sharingan is successful, costing 3,000 energy points. You now have 1,900 energy points remaining. In an instant, Danzo sensed a profound transformation in the figure before him, and Shirsue's eye vanished from their grasp. A wave of dread washed over him. Shirsue's eye was of paramount importance. He hastened to unravel the seal on his right arm. Quickly protect Lord Danzo. At that moment, a dozen Root members, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the scene. Danzo finally exhaled with relief, though only mere seconds had passed since the loss of his eye. It felt like an eternity. I have come solely for Danzo's head. Those who are irrelevant should swiftly depart. Otherwise, should I be forced to act? Do not blame me for the consequences. Naruto's eyes, now adorned with spinning tomo, intertwined to form a peculiar pentagram. The terrifying ocular power plunged the majority of the Root members into despairing nightmares, rendering them powerless. Manjiki Sharingan, who are you? Danzo found himself perplexed by the figure's identity. Even throughout the extensive history of the Uchiha clan, few could awaken such eyes. Regardless, you are destined to die. Why concern yourself with who your slayer is? Naruto chuckled softly. Arrogant fool. Danzo retorted sharply. Do not delay any longer. Mind transfer technique. One Root member formed a peculiar hand sign and directed a jutsu towards Naruto. Haha. The foolish one does not evade, blinded by arrogance to notice F's movements? Danzo mocked. Delve into this man's memories. I wish to uncover his identity. Danzo commanded, directing his words towards Naruto. However, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a raging wind from his mouth, followed by dozens of shuriken propelled by the gale, hurtling towards them at extraordinary speed. What? The group was caught off guard, astonished that the secret technique of the Yamashiro clan would prove ineffective upon impact. Wind release, vacuum sphere. It was Danzo, with his battle-hardened experience, who first reacted. He expelled wind attribute spheres akin to bullets from his mouth, intercepting Naruto's shuriken. Impressive use of wind release, Danzo. Naruto remarked, raising an eyebrow. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of the Sharingan. Susanoo. A colossal purple half-giant emerged, wielding a long blade, its upper body impeccably formed, adorned with robust armor. The Manjiki Sharingan he had exchanged reached the pinnacle of this stage. Had it not been for the spatial constraints, he could have allowed Susanoo to manifest legs. Now, His Susanoo was but a breath away from its complete form, a realm accessible only to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Curse it, has he truly reached this level? Fortunately, the seal on my right arm has been undone. For these 10 minutes, I am invincible. Danzo gazed at his right arm, embedded with 10-3 Tomo Sharingan, finally finding solace. Protect Lord Danzo. The Root members, having finally broken free from Naruto's illusion, launched a collective assault, their diverse ninjutsu combining with overwhelming force. With a thunderous roar, their combined techniques struck Naruto's Susanoo, blinding the onlookers in a dazzling display of jutsu. When the spectacle subsided, they gasped in disbelief. The purple giant bore not a single scratch. And in attempting to shake a tree, how laughable. His Mangeki Sharingan flickered slightly, and he, along with Susanoo, instantaneously appeared behind Danzo. The massive purple blade pierced through Danzo's vitals as if skewering a fly on a barbecuing skewer. Lord Danzo, the Root members cried out in horror. Yet, Danzo remained unfazed, casting a scornful glance at Naruto. However, as time passed, terror began to creep onto his aged visage. Old fool, do you finally feel genuine pain? Naruto laughed heartily at Danzo's plight. Danzo coughed up blood, incredulous at the sight of a closed Sharingan on his right arm. Impossible. Izanagi was already activated. Why am I still in a state of being struck? This is not real. It is your illusion. Naruto retracted the long blade, scoffing. Those who evade reality shall inevitably confront an even harsher truth. It was your meddling, the power of your Mangeki Sharingan, was it not? Danzo gasped, his voice frail. Indeed. You are a cunning survivor, deducing so swiftly. Danzo was correct. This was the ability of Naruto's left-eye Mangeki Sharingan. The Sharingan reflects the soul's desires, granting corresponding powers based on one's deepest longings. In this world, Naruto harbored a profound fear of mental control abilities. Whether it be the Yamashiro clan's mind transfer technique or the illusions of the Sharingan and Rinnegan. More terrifying still was Aizen Sosuke's Kyokusuijetsu from Bleach. Even the so-called strongest Soul Reaper in a millennium, Namamoto Jinryusai Shigakuni, could do naught against Aizen after falling prey to Kyokusuijetsu. Naruto wished to avoid a future where he possessed strength yet fell victim to such embarrassing circumstances. Thus, his heart longed for the ability to counter mental control skills. With the system's aid, he finally achieved his wish. The Mangeki Sharingan in his left eye possessed no offensive capabilities. Rather, it granted immunity to any form of mental control abilities and rendered his foe's psychic skills ineffective. He named it Absolute Reality. Previously, his immunity to Yamashiro FS Jutsu and the nullification of Danzo's Izanagi were manifestations of this ability. Observing Danzo, who clung desperately to life, Naruto smirked. Do you think I would divulge such information to you? How absurd. Carry your resentment and fury into the abyss. You. Danzo gasped, his breath faltering. In that moment, Danzo's right arm rapidly petrified. Naruto, quick-witted, severed it and stored it within the system space, halting the petrification. With a mere wave, Danzo's corpse and blood vanished. And Naruto addressed the bewildered Root members. Do you wish to perish meaninglessly, or will you strive to survive for my ambition to unify the ninja world? Chapter 28 New Era approaches. The members of Root exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. One of them removed his mask, revealing a unique visage that instantly caught Naruto's attention. This was Torian Aburame of the Aburame clan, who housed venomous nano-sized insects within him. His moment of glory came when he incapacitated Uchiha Obito by destroying one of his hands. Although the latter, having transplanted Hashirama's cells, shamelessly grew a new arm and remained unaffected, this did not diminish Torian's formidable abilities. Any adversary who encountered him would either meet their demise or suffer grave injuries. He stepped forward and inquired, "What is the condition of Kamizuki Izumo?" Naruto replied, "He is unharmed. However, his mind transfer technique did not affect me. It will take a few minutes for his spirit to return to his body." Torian exhaled in relief, his demeanor softening as he continued. "If we choose not to join your ranks, does that mean we will all face execution at your hands?" Naruto shook his head. "No, I would only take action against those who were loyal to Danzo and seek vengeance on his behalf. As for the other Root members, if you wish to leave, I will not hinder you. Rather, I will grant you your freedom." The tension among the Root members eased considerably. While some may have been unafraid of death, why rush towards it when survival was an option? Is it truly possible to leave Root and walk away? One asked excitedly. "Yes, but in order to ensure you do not divulge my secrets, I will mark you with a seal to eliminate your ability to betray," Naruto stated. Upon hearing this, they felt reassured, recognizing that Naruto had no intention of slaughtering them. Ultimately, about 10 members received the seal and departed from Root, intending to seek a life under the sun once more. 20 others remained in a state of confusion, contemplating Naruto's ideology and deciding to serve under him for the time being. "From this moment forth, you are members of the new organization," Naruto proclaimed. "Torian Kamizuki, your task is to propagate our philosophy within your clans and see if you can garner their support. There is no need to rush, progress steadily. As for the rest of you, I will escort you to the headquarters of our organization, where your mission will be to spread our ideals throughout the ninja world, striving to raise awareness and acceptance of our vision." One day, there shall exist but a single nation in the shinobi world. People will coexist under a common system. Wars will be confined to localized skirmishes for brief periods, and enduring peace will become the norm. Naruto asserted with conviction. Yes, leader. Returning to Konoha with reinforcements for Zabuza, Naruto witnessed the solemnity of the third Hokage's demise. Observing the smile lingering on the late Hokage's face, Naruto felt a pang of discomfort. The casualties in Konoha were merely the result of the old man's initial kindness and reluctance to act decisively against his beloved disciple. Ironically, when Kumobikure coveted the Byakugan and attempted to abduct Hinata, only to be met with lethal retaliation, the elder had not hesitated to accede to their demands, resulting in the tragic death of Niji's father, Hayashi Hyuga. If Kumobikure could act thus without justification, what would prevent them from demanding whatever they desired from Konoha if they were in the right? Oh, but we will never compromise with Orochimaru, Naruto mused. During your battle with him, I showed immense restraint by refraining from delivering a Rasengan from behind. Reflecting on the tragic events of recent years, Naruto sighed inwardly. Third Hokage. You and Danzo are but remnants of a bygone era. My new age is on the horizon. We shall see what tempest shall arise from the wind stirred by Orochimaru. 3 days later, the third Hokage's funeral was held with great solemnity, attended by nearly all Konoha ninjas, except for Naruto. He stood before the hero's monument, gazing at the names etched within, offering a bouquet in memory of the former Naruto. It seems you have come to understand your heritage? A voice emerged from beside him. Naruto, unfazed, continued to stare at the monument. Yes, they left their chakra within me, and once awakened, the knowledge was inevitable. Jiraiya sighed. It was awakened when you turned 12, wasn't it? I have inquired about your past. Before you turned 12, you were rather carefree, much like your mother, Kushina. After that age, you became notably more reserved, your intuition sharp, resembling your father, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Jiraiya's tone shifted as he continued. The concealment of your identity was not merely the third Hokage's decision. Naruto remained silent, still fixated on the monument. Jiraiya, sensing Naruto's quietude, felt a mixture of resignation and concern. It was wrong for you to endure the village's scorn and experience such a tragic childhood. The old man truly acted unjustly. It's only natural for you to feel resentment towards him. Finally, Naruto turned to Jiraiya, meeting his gaze. When one passes, their debts are settled. Discussing this now serves little purpose. You did not come merely to speak of this, did you? Jiraiya scrutinized Naruto's expression, seemingly seeking the sincerity behind his words. If the son of the fourth Hokage harbored hatred for Konoha, it would spell trouble for all. Feigning nonchalance, Jiraiya scratched the back of his head and smiled. With the third Hokage gone, the position of Hokage is vacant. The village's upper echelons wish for me to find a remarkable ninja to return and assume the mantle of the fifth Hokage. Naruto jested as one of the legendary Sannin. The illustrious frog sage seems like the perfect candidate. Jiraiya's expression faltered as he waved his hands dismissively. My laid-back nature makes it impossible for me to sit in an office all day. Traveling and writing is my true calling. Is that so? Just be careful not to walk a path laid out by others without realizing it. Naruto remarked with subtle significance. You little rascal, Jiraiya exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Remembering that it was indeed the prophecy of the great sage that had guided him onto this path. He playfully struck Naruto on the head, chiding. You should explore the world more, or else your words will amount to mere empty rhetoric. Come on, let's go out together and invite that ninja. Naruto nodded. Sure. I could use some fresh air. The atmosphere in the village has been rather strange lately. Jiraiya agreed. Indeed. Who would have thought even Danzo would be eliminated? This has caused quite a stir among the village's higher-ups, resulting in heightened vigilance. After all, Danzo was a seasoned powerhouse whose strength was not to be underestimated. Who could have been responsible for his downfall? Chapter 21. Brothers reunited 10 days later, at the nearest into Konohagakure. Naruto observed Jiraiya being approached by a strikingly beautiful young woman, who then walked away with him. He couldn't help but scoff inwardly at the sight, at his age. He still lacked self-awareness. He never had admirers in his youth, so what makes him think it would be different now? He was well aware that the woman had fallen victim to Itachi Uchiha's genjutsu, and that the Akatsuki organization was targeting him. However, he chose not to expose the situation, as he wished to converse with Itachi and explore the possibility of persuading him to join his side. Upon returning to the designated room, a knock soon echoed through the door. Oh, it's you. Itachi, it's been years. Naruto greeted with a light chuckle. Itachi paused, taken aback. He did not recall any past interactions with Naruto, surprised that the latter remembered him. It seems the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is quite the sociable type, remarked Kasame Hashigaki with a smirk. Itachi, you need to come with us, Itachi stated expressionlessly. I'm afraid that's impossible. Besides, your younger brother seems eager to catch up with you. Naruto replied, raising his hands in surrender. Itachi Uchiha. At the end of the corridor, a furious shout rang out as Sasuke, eyes ablaze with the Sharingan, glared intensely at Itachi. 3-Tomo Sharingan. Kisame exclaimed in mild surprise, glancing at Itachi. He awakened it at such a young age. What a remarkable talent. Moreover, he bears a striking resemblance to you, Itachi. Who exactly is he? Itachi replied with an unwavering tone. He is my brother. Kisame continued with a hint of intrigue. I heard that the Uchiha clan was wiped out, and you were the one who did it. He observed Sasuke, whose expression was grim but restrained, and remarked, I expected him to rush at you in a fit of rage, but it seems I was mistaken. Sasuke took a deep breath and stated, Itachi, I have questions for you. At this moment, Naruto addressed Kisame. Let us not disturb the brothers' reunion. Aren't you here for me? Shall we step outside for some practice? Oh, you've got guts, kid. Kisame was more than willing, yielding the space to the Uchiha brothers. Outside the inn, Naruto gazed at Kisame's shark-like visage and couldn't suppress his curiosity. This might be a bit forward. But may I ask why your face resembles that of a shark? Is it a special bloodline limit? Kisame's expression stiffened as he drew his sword, Samahata, and replied in a low voice, Have you heard that curiosity killed the cat? Without waiting for Naruto's response, he lunged forward. His sword swung toward Naruto's thigh, evidently aiming to incapacitate him for capture. With a clang, Naruto unsheathed his long blade and parried the strike. He had long heard tales of the famed 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and was eager to witness their prowess firsthand. The two engaged in a flurry of strikes, the metallic clashing of their blades resonating through the air. Naruto mused to himself, Samahata is indeed a peculiar weapon. This kid possesses remarkable strength and solid swordsmanship. Furthermore, he has infused his blade with chakra. Is he avoiding elemental transformation, or has he discovered Samahata's unique traits? Kisame, astonished, realized that mere physical skill would not suffice to subdue Naruto. He formed hand seals, intending to resolve their clash through ninjutsu. Water style, water shark, bullet technique. A shark-shaped water projectile took form, surging toward Naruto, its menacing teeth clearly visible. Not to be outdone, Naruto exhaled several small spheres of wind chakra, each striking the shark and reducing it to splinters. This technique mirrored one he had copied from Danzo, wind style, vacuum bullet. For a 13-year-old, his prowess seemed rather formidable. Kisame furrowed his brow, focusing his chakra, intending to unleash water style, exploding water shockwave to create a lake and advantageous terrain. Stop. Jiraiya has already arrived. We stand no chance. Let us retreat. Itachi's voice interrupted Kisame, who did not contest the command. As they prepared to leave, Itachi turned, his Manjiki Sharingan locking onto Naruto's gaze. When Naruto regained his senses, he found himself in an endless, blood-red space, bound to a wooden cross, unable to move. Itachi, wielding a blade, looked at Naruto and asked, What did you tell Sasuke? How does he know about me? Naruto replied with a smile, It's merely an obvious truth. I just shared my speculations with him. Itachi's tone grew serious. Aren't you afraid he will harbor resentment toward Konoha? Naruto shook his head. Truth is truth. One should not fear the terrible consequences that may arise from it. I can discern your intentions. You wish to perish at Sasuke's hands, allowing him to become a hero of Konoha and live a fulfilling life. But have you considered whether that is what he desires? You wish to shoulder all the sins, believing you can orchestrate everything. Itachi, you are far too arrogant. Itachi's pupils constricted, astonished by Naruto's insight into human nature. After a moment of silence, he remarked, You seem eager to incite Sasuke's hatred toward Konoha. Are you, as a Jinchuriki, seeking revenge against your own village? Naruto laughed heartily. Itachi, you underestimate me. Whether Sasuke aims to protect or destroy Konoha, I remain indifferent. I simply do not want him to be a fool, manipulated by you. The third Hokage is dead, and Danzo is gone. You need not remain with the Akatsuki. Return to Konoha. The reborn village can bear the darkness you carry, and the Uchiha clan requires your brotherly bond to rejuvenate. Itachi shook his head. I cannot return. The darkness I bear would adversely affect Konoha's governance, even without Danzo. Others would oppose me. You have no say in that. I will expose your deeds to the world, and then we shall see if the Akatsuki still trust you. Naruto's laughter was laced with malice and audacity. Itachi scrutinized him for a long moment before stating, Your motives are far from simple. You are a threat. It seems I cannot let you go so easily. In this Tsukuyomi realm, I control time, space, and quality. For the next 72 hours, I will continuously pierce you with my blade. Naruto, unfazed, replied, I'm sorry, but I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany you. With that, he closed his eyes, shattering the entire Tsukuyomi realm like glass. How is this possible? He forcibly broke free from my Tsukuyomi. Itachi clutched his bleeding left eye, still in disbelief. Naruto, possessing the Manjiki Sharingan ability of absolute reality, had deliberately succumbed to Itachi's Tsukuyomi merely to converse with him. Once he activated his ability, escape was effortless. Itachi, consider my words carefully. Naruto waved as he departed. Itachi cast one last penetrating gaze at him before signaling Kisame to leave. Back at the inn, Naruto observed Sasuke, who appeared relatively unscathed, and inquired, So, did he answer your questions? Sasuke shook his head. No, but he tacitly confirmed your speculations. What are you planning next? I intend to seek Orochimaru. Only power is real, Sasuke declared resolutely. Be cautious. Orochimaru's hands were incapacitated by the third Hokage, and he urgently needs a new body. Do not confront him directly for the acquisition. Delay a bit. After he acquires a new body, He will require 3 years before he can utilize body-snatching techniques again. That time will be sufficient for your growth, Naruto advised. Sasuke gazed at Naruto with a complex expression and said, "Thank you, Naruto. Why do you go to such lengths to assist me?" Naruto replied with a smile, as the future pinnacle of the ninja world. "It would be utterly dull if I had no worthy opponent by my side to challenge me." Chapter 22, The Greatest Fool After Sasuke's Departure. Jiraiya approached Naruto with a teasing remark, "Truly deserving of the future pinnacle of the ninja world, you dare to meet the gaze of the Uchiha clan's eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Your courage is indeed remarkable." Naruto, feigning modesty, replied, "Oh, not at all. I cannot compare to you, the perverted sage, who could be easily swayed by a woman's beckoning." He then inquired, "Does the kunoichi we are about to meet know of your illustrious reputation?" Jiraiya cleared his throat, placing an arm around Naruto's shoulders, and urged, "Let us make one thing clear. You must not refer to me as the perverted sage in her presence, nor mention today's events. Do you understand?" Naruto sighed dramatically. "Oh, at your age, still behaving like a young romantic, afraid that the other party might discover your embarrassing secrets. Enough of your prattling, you know nothing, brat," Jiraiya retorted, his face flushing like a ripe tomato. 20 days later, while traveling and gathering information about Tsunade, the duo arrived at Short Book Street. Naruto's sensory abilities detected a formidable chakra, and his eyes sparkled as he suggested, "Perverted sage, let us dine at that restaurant. I am rather hungry. All right, let's go." Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Upon entering the restaurant, a striking figure caught Jiraiya's eye, a golden-haired beauty with a grand demeanor. "Hey, Tsunade, it's been ages," Jiraiya exclaimed excitedly. Tsunade, the golden-haired beauty, her cheeks tinged with pink, clearly had indulged in quite a bit of drink. Once seated, Naruto ordered 50 skewers of grilled meat to appease his hunger. Tsunade glanced at Naruto and, recognizing his distinctive features, immediately discerned his identity. She turned her gaze back to Jiraiya, saying, "You haven't changed at all. Still wandering around writing books." With a sly smile, Jiraiya looked at Tsunade's ample figure and remarked, "Ah, though I have aged, you remain ever youthful and beautiful, with certain attributes even more enticing." Naruto, hearing this, put down his skewer and said exasperatedly, "Jiraiya-sensei, you should rein in your lecherous gaze. It's far too obvious and lacks any subtlety." "Humph," Tsunade scoffed. "This brat's character is more amusing than I anticipated." After a moment, Jiraiya regained his composure and stated seriously, "Tsunade, I will be direct. The village's higher-ups have decided to summon you back to inherit the position of the 5th Hokage." Tsunade dismissed the notion. "But Sarutobi-sensei is still doing a fine job as Hokage. What madness has possessed the village to summon me back? Recently, the 3rd Hokage was killed by Orochimaru, leaving the position vacant. The village requires your leadership. Come back with me, Tsunade." Jiraiya's tone grew somber. "What?" Tsunade's expression shifted in shock, spilling her drink. Beside her, Shizen's face reflected visible concern as she hesitated to speak. Tsunade downed the remainder of her drink and stated firmly, "I have no interest in the Hokage position. You can take it for yourself." "Tsunade, the Hokage's assassination is a severe blow to Konoha's prestige. The village is in a dire situation, and it desperately needs your strength. Can you bear to see your grandfather, Hashirama Senju's, beloved village fall to ruin?" Jiraiya's gaze bore into Tsunade's, his voice grave. Tsunade hesitated, avoiding eye contact. Shizen could no longer hold back, "Lady Tsunade." But her words were cut short by Tsunade, who poured herself another drink and continued. "The 4th Hokage was the most gifted ninja I have ever known, handsome, exceptionally skilled, and deeply loved. Yet what was the outcome? He sacrificed his life for the village at a young age. Sarutobi-sensei too, at his age, insisting on carrying the burden. What folly is that? My grandfather and the 2nd Hokage also died with regrets for the village. Thus, the Hokage position is nothing but a fool's errand." Just as Jiraiya was about to counter her argument, a voice suddenly chimed in. "Well said." Naruto clapped, grinning. "I didn't expect you not only to possess beauty but also remarkable insight. Indeed, only a fool would aspire to become Hokage. But among the 4 of us, do you know whom I consider the biggest fool?" Tsunade, momentarily caught off guard by Naruto's words, asked curiously, "Who?" With utmost seriousness, Naruto replied, "It is none other than your grandfather, Hashirama Senju. He is undoubtedly the greatest fool." Seeing Tsunade's expression darken ominously, Jiraiya quickly interjected, "Naruto, this is not the time for jokes. I never jest about the Hokage matter." Noticing the seriousness on Naruto's face, Jiraiya realized he was earnest. Naruto continued, "The 1st Hokage was immensely powerful, capable of uniting the ninja world, yet he chose not to. Instead, he settled for a mere portion of land, content to bask in his own satisfaction. Had I been in his position, I would have vanquished all dissenters, unified the ninja world, and established a singular nation. As time progresses, the idea of a unified empire will take root in the hearts of the people. Even if that empire falls, a new one will swiftly rise. During its existence, wars will be confined to a minimal scale, allowing the majority to live in peace. Unlike the current state, where nations wage relentless battles against one another, resulting in countless casualties and disenfranchisement, children losing fathers, wives losing husbands, and elders losing sons." As his words echoed, the other 3 fell silent, staring at him in astonishment. Meeting their gazes unwaveringly, Naruto declared with a smile, I will become Hokage and establish a unified nation, no matter the trials and tribulations I may face along the way. Jiraiya regarded Naruto, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves, and struggled to articulate, Naruto, you. Jiraiya-sensei, I am aware of your ideals. You believe that a time of mutual understanding among people will inevitably come, and I do not refute that notion, Naruto interrupted. Then why? Jiraiya pressed, his excitement palpable. Because mutual understanding is fleeting, destined to fade with the passing of generations. Only a continually refined system can restrain the ugliness of human nature. Naruto's gaze was piercing. Imbued with unwavering resolve, Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words. He didn't know how to counter Naruto's assertions. For he too held a semblance of agreement with the young man's beliefs. Haha. It is a rare sight to witness the well-read Jiraiya rendered speechless. Tsunade, tipsy, laughed heartily while slapping the table. Then, raising her head with a stern expression, she addressed Naruto. You just called my grandfather the biggest fool. I cannot let that slide. Come with me, and let me see if you're merely a ninja who can talk the talk. Naruto chuckled lightly. Do not think we came to summon you as Hokage solely because of your strength. It is because my reputation is insufficient. The fifth Hokage will be none other than me. Chapter 23. The confrontation, little brat. Just a mere genin. Don't be so arrogant. Tsunade's expression had turned genuinely grim. What was Naruto thinking, provoking her like this? Clearly, Tsunade was taking him seriously. Could he possibly be killed with a single punch? Jiraiya felt a pang of concern. In the vacant lot behind the inn, Tsunade and Naruto stood facing each other, while Jiraiya and Shizune watched with palpable tension. Tsunade, don't go too hard on him. He is just a kid. Jiraiya called out. Tsunade ignored him, vanishing in a flash to appear right before Naruto, her slender right hand clenched into a fist. Aimed directly at him. Naruto dodged just in time, but as he regained his footing, the ground beneath him shattered, and he barely managed to stabilize himself. Is this the strength of her superhuman abilities? Truly formidable. With narrowed eyes, Naruto unleashed the chakra of the Nine Tails, for tails swirling behind him, emanating a terrifying aura. This is the Nine Tails Fox. He can already control four tails without losing control. This kid is not just boasting. Tsunade's expression grew solemn. She was well aware of the Nine Tails' power. Without hesitation, she decided to engage in close combat to prevent Naruto from using the tailed beast bomb. However, when Tsunade's powerful punch came crashing down, Naruto stood his ground, his right hand enveloped in Nine Tails chakra, striking directly at Tsunade's fist. Oh no, Naruto is being reckless. While the Nine Tails chakra is potent, it cannot solely withstand Tsunade's superhuman strength. Jiraiya thought, anticipating Naruto would face difficulties. Yet, to his surprise, the clash of their fists generated a shockwave of equal force, contrary to Jiraiya's expectations. Naruto merely wobbled slightly, while Tsunade was pushed back several steps. Is this the Eight Gates technique? This kid is truly reckless, using such forbidden techniques without hesitation. Jiraiya sighed in relief. The ensuing battle between them became raw and brutal, resembling two heavyweight boxers, with each punch capable of shattering boulders. This kid can maintain the Eight Gates for such an extended period. What kind of monster is he? Tsunade was increasingly astonished. The Eight Gates were forbidden techniques precisely because they inflicted severe damage to the user's body. Most individuals would struggle to endure even a minute or two. Could it be the healing power of the Nine Tails? No, it must be more than that. The Nine Tails alone isn't this strong. As they fought, Tsunade pondered, noticing Naruto's vibrant spirit while her own chakra was rapidly depleting. After a punch, she signaled Naruto to stop and inquired, Your chakra is truly terrifying. Naruto retracted the Nine Tails chakra and smiled slightly as he checked his skill panel. Host, Uzumaki Naruto energy points, 10, for 100 ninja skills, for 9 of Nine Tails chakra under absolute control, intermediate sage body, Manjiki Sharingan, flying thunder god technique, S rank, 8 gates, S rank. Rasengan, A rank, shadow clone technique, A rank, Kagura's heart eye, A rank, wind release, blade of wind, A rank, wind release, vacuum sphere, B rank, wind release, vacuum wave, B rank. Konoha style swordsmanship, crescent moon dance, low level skills not displayed. After acquiring the intermediate sage body, Naruto felt a terrifying surge in chakra. He believed his sage body now rivaled that of Hashirama Senju, unmatched in the current ninja world. Naruto, are you alright? Using the 8 gates for such a long time. Jiraiya rushed over as Tsunade ceased her attacks. I'm fine, it's a piece of cake. Naruto chuckled lightly. This kid is truly a monster. Tsunade scrutinized Naruto, amazed. Such incredible recovery abilities she had only seen in her grandfather. Perhaps this child's ambitions were not entirely unattainable. Tsunade, you haven't given me your answer yet. Jiraiya reminded her of his mission. Tsunade paused, then said, let me think it over first. Tsunade-sama. Shizune looked at her anxiously. Naruto interjected, Orochimaru came looking for you. Didn't he? He wants you to heal his hands, right? Jiraiya remained calm, showing no surprise at Naruto's words. Tsunade looked at Naruto, somewhat astonished. How do you know? Naruto replied, Orochimaru had his hands destroyed by the third Hokage's Shiki Fujin. That injury isn't something an ordinary medical ninja can heal. Only you, the greatest medical ninja of our time, have a chance to heal him. So what did he promise you? Tsunade laughed. You certainly know how to talk. As for what Orochimaru promised, that's none of your concern. Naruto chuckled lightly. With the way you look so disheartened, it's clear that to pique your interest. He must have promised to revive your most important person. However, I must warn you, such resurrection comes with significant flaws. Not only does the technique require living sacrifices, but those revived lack true physical bodies. This technique, the Edo Tensei, was created by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. If you truly wish to resurrect them, you might as well ask me for help, as I can perform this technique and even do it better than Orochimaru. You. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Naruto could fathom such depths. After a long struggle with her expression, she finally sighed and said, Fine, I understand. I will return to Konoha with you to become the 5th Hokage, but only after I meet Orochimaru. Jiraiya rejoiced. That's great, as long as you agree. This condition is reasonable, and I also wish to meet my dear old friend. A week later, on the outskirts of the short book street. Tsunade, it seems you no longer wish to resurrect your lover and brother. You even brought Jiraiya along. Orochimaru said, his face dark with displeasure. Beside him stood the Sound Four, who once used barrier ninjutsu to kill the 3rd Hokage. Tsunade, I will never allow you to desecrate their will. Their dreams in life were to become Hokage. Tsunade declared fiercely. It seems I shall have to capture you and force you to heal me. Orochimaru replied ominously. Can you? Tsunade retorted. At that moment, Jiraiya finally spoke. His expression complex. Orochimaru, why did you kill Sensei Sarutobi? Weren't he his most prized disciple? Orochimaru nonchalantly replied, You wouldn't understand. Konoha has decayed. My actions are merely a gust of wind to propel change. I detest stagnation, I prefer fluidity. Naruto clapped his hands. Well said. Your ideas are quite intriguing, Orochimaru. Little Ninetales brat, it seems you have undergone some unexpected changes. However, that does not excuse your rudeness. Even your father would address me as Mr. Orochimaru. Orochimaru gazed intently at Naruto, seemingly intrigued by him. Haha, not at all. Those who know me understand that I am quite courteous. Before meeting you, I even prepared a gift. Naruto grinned. Did you not receive it? You might have forgotten. Let me remind you, regarding one of your missing subordinates. Chapter 24. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, then replied coldly. Did you kill D? Naruto nodded. Indeed, he was a talented individual, but unfortunately, he obstructed my path. Orochimaru gazed deeply at him and remarked. It seems many have underestimated you. How did he meet his demise? I pierced his heart from behind in an instant of his turn, then obliterated his remains. Naruto stated matter-of-factly. Haha, his death was not in vain. It is the price he should have paid for underestimating you. Orochimaru laughed heartily, yet his eyes grew increasingly cold. Jiraiya and the others exchanged peculiar glances, surprised that a mere teenager could be so cunning. Naruto sighed. Alas, I feel rather embarrassed facing you. I have slain your capable assistant, and yet you indirectly aided me by eliminating the 3rd Hokage. It seems I owe you quite a bit. He spread his hands. As a token of gratitude, I shall refrain from attacking you this time. Let us consider our debts cleared. The Sound Four's member, Zikin, could no longer tolerate the insult to his faith and, in a fury, activated his curse mark, lunging towards Naruto. How dare a mere child show disrespect to Lord Orochimaru? Die! Zikin transformed, his arms becoming grotesque, with fingers morphing into beast-like claws. Enhanced by the curse mark, his speed and strength surged dramatically. It seems Zikin is serious, employing the second stage of his curse mark right from the start, MY commented. This is only natural among us. Zikin is the one who admires Lord Orochimaru the most. It's no surprise he is enraged by such arrogance, Gitsun added. That little brat might very well be torn to shreds by Zikin. Jirby chuckled. However, before he could finish, a violent explosion erupted, raising a cloud of dust that obscured their vision. 2 spherical objects were hurled from the dust. Zikin. Ykin. The trio gasped as they beheld the bewildered and terrified expressions on Zikin and his brother Ykin's faces. In that fleeting moment, they only caught a glimpse of the arrogant boy, who had gathered a massive chakra sphere in his right hand. The next second, Zikin was reduced to this state. Is that the 4th Rasengan? But its size is truly exaggerated. Does that brat wield chakra so recklessly? Orochimaru's pale complexion darkened further. Do you think I dare speak among you so casually because of my strength? Naruto stated coolly. Seeking death. The remaining 3 members of the Sound Four could hardly tolerate Naruto's audacity and prepared to charge. Stop. Orochimaru commanded. Lord Orochimaru, this brat not only disrespects you, but has also slain Zikin. Let us take him down. MY shouted angrily. Don't be fooled. He has been provoking us from the start. Charging and would only lead to your demise. Orochimaru warned coldly. Stay by my side and summon Manda for me. The 3 could only glare at Naruto with unwilling eyes before returning to Orochimaru's side. The summoning technique. The colossal Manda appeared before them, while Jiraiya and Tsunade summoned Frosmith and Slug respectively. It has been a long time. Such scenes have not unfolded for many years. Jiraiya sighed. Jiraiya. Did you summon me for a class reunion? Don't forget, I am not on good terms with Manda. Frosmith questioned. Clearly not. Now Tsunade and I must join forces against Orochimaru. Don't let your head get scrambled, Jiraiya replied. Is that so? I have been looking forward to this for a long time. Frosmith said excitedly. Oh, then make sure to warm up. Jiraiya said, somewhat disinterested. The battle among the three ninjas was not particularly grand, especially considering Orochimaru was an incapacitated foe. He faced numerous dire situations against the onslaught of Jiraiya and Tsunade. Were it not for his unique soft body modifications and the snake substitution technique, he would have long since fallen. Nevertheless, Orochimaru's chakra was rapidly depleting, proving difficult to sustain. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, a cold glint flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. In an instant, as Tsunade charged, he bit his tongue and spat out blood. Although Tsunade managed to evade, some blood splattered onto her, triggering horrific and painful memories that rendered her trembling and incapacitated. Lady Tsunade, Shizen exclaimed, sensing the crisis, and rushed towards her. Orochimaru seized this opportunity, elongating his neck like a serpent to bite Tsunade. Ninjutsu Needle Jizo. Jiraiya reacted swiftly, his hair bristling like a hedgehog. Enveloping Tsunade and pushing Orochimaru back, Shizen hurriedly pulled Tsunade away from the battlefield, bringing her to Naruto's side, who had been spectating. Observing the still trembling Tsunade, Naruto addressed her solemnly. Can a medical ninja suffering from hemophobia still heal the wounded? Immersed in past terrors, yet neglecting the beautiful present? Seeing Tsunade still dazed and slumped, Naruto shook his head, thinking, I am not the original Naruto. My words won't work on her. Growing increasingly restless, he called out to Orochimaru, Orochimaru, you should know that you cannot take Tsunade from us today. Continuing this entanglement would be rather unbecoming. Orochimaru snorted coldly and commanded Manda, Manda, swallow Tsunade and then dispel the summoning to leave. You truly know how to command me, if you don't prepare 100 sacrifices for me later. I won't let you off easily. Manda grumbled reluctantly. Oh no, it's shedding. Frosmith, sensing a change, quickly warned. I won't let you succeed, Orochimaru. Jiraiya charged towards Tsunade but was detained by the Sound 4 and Orochimaru. At that moment, a massive, menacing snake head loomed above Naruto and the others, clearly intent on swallowing them whole. Shizune's expression turned anxious, and as she heard a fierce gust of wind, she noticed Naruto had conjured a massive wind attribute chakra shuriken. Wind release, Raisin Shuriken. Naruto threw the shuriken, and the shadow looming above them vanished in an instant. Manda's colossal head disintegrated entirely, causing a localized downpour of blood where Tsunade and the others stood. What terrifying power! It was able to eliminate Manda with a single strike. Frosmith's face was filled with shock, grateful he hadn't previously shown Naruto any disrespect. Is this an advanced form of Rasengan? It combines shape transformation with nature transformation. In such a short time, Naruto has mastered such a formidable technique. He is indeed a genius rivaling Minato. Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a mix of pride and concern, recalling Naruto's earlier ambition to unify the ninja world. Still hungry for a meal? Perhaps in your next life. Naruto scoffed, glancing disdainfully at Manda's remaining half-body. Fortunately, he had released the Nine-Tails chakra cloak earlier to avoid injury, allowing him to remain unscathed by the blood rain unleashed by Manda. Chapter 25, Sasuke's defection. Orochimaru cast a deep glance at Naruto and, with a shadowy smile directed towards Jiraiya and Tsunade, remarked, do not forget, this little brat previously claimed that my elimination of the third Hokage was a favor to him. It is evident that he is no mere fool, wasting his days playing ninja games at school. With such formidable power and being the host of the Nine-Tails, if he were to lose control, the consequences would be dire. As he finished speaking, Orochimaru's body sank into the ground, utilizing earth release to make his escape. The Sound Ninja trio followed suit, and Jiraiya, concerned for Tsunade's condition, chose not to pursue them. It seems my defeat of Kabuto and preventing him from capturing Tsunade has left Orochimaru quite resentful. He even attempted to play tricks on me, Naruto mused inwardly. Tsunade, are you alright? Jiraiya inquired, noticing Tsunade drenched in the blood of myriad snakes. Tsunade stood, wiped the blood from her face, and, realizing her body no longer trembled, remarked with an ambiguous expression, I seem to be fine. Naruto, wearing a peculiar expression, thought to himself, using poison to counter poison seems to have worked. It appears my unintentional meddling bore fruit. Yet, he refrained from taking credit, as he had indeed drenched her like a drenched chicken. It seems your fear of blood has subsided. This fortuitous turn of events paves your path to becoming the fifth Hokage, Jiraiya proclaimed, giving Naruto a thumbs up behind Tsunade's back. Let us return to Konoha, fifth Hokage, Naruto said with a smile. Humph, how can we return like this? I need to take a bath first. Tsunade replied, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly as she turned towards the inn. 10 days later, in Konoha, Tsunade officially assumed the role of the fifth Hokage. To showcase the strength of the Hidden Leaf Village to the outside world, nearly all ninjas were dispatched on missions, leaving only a minimal defensive force behind, and Tsunade was overwhelmed with her responsibilities. What? You say Sasuke Uchiha has left the village and is likely to seek refuge with Orochimaru? Tsunade, who had not slept well the previous night and was somewhat dazed, instantly snapped to attention upon hearing the news. Indeed, Lady Tsunade, this information has been confirmed by Kakashi's subordinate, Sakura Haruno, who witnessed Sasuke Uchiha's departure from Konoha this morning, replied the Umbu member who had come to deliver the news respectfully. Damn it, most of the village's ninjas are out on missions, including Kakashi. We currently lack suitable personnel to retrieve Sasuke Uchiha. Tsunade bit her lip, her face filled with concern. Suddenly, a figure flashed in her mind, and she asked, "What about Naruto Uzumaki? Is he on a mission?" The Umbu shook his head. No, Chunin Naruto Uzumaki is currently on standby in the village. Tsunade realized, as soon as the words left her mouth, that she had made a foolish inquiry. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it would be nearly impossible for Naruto to leave the village. Given the current tense situation with the Akatsuki lurking, that little brat has already become a Chunin. It seems he is the perfect candidate for this task. Summon him immediately. Tsunade commanded promptly. Yes, Lady Tsunade. A few minutes later, clad in a Chunin vest and black pants, Naruto appeared in the Hokage's office. Lady Tsunade, you called for me urgently? What is it? Naruto greeted respectfully. Tsunade observed Naruto's serious demeanor, impressed by how he maintained his composure in front of others. She got straight to the point. Sasuke Uchiha left the village this morning and is likely being tempted by Orochimaru. While there is still time for him to find his way back, I want you to organize a team to bring him back. As one of the two successful candidates from the recent Chunin selection exam, I believe you will not disappoint me. Naruto shook his head. I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade. It seems I can only let you down. As Sasuke's companion, I deeply understand his thoughts and support his actions. I believe there is no need to bring him back. Leaving Konoha is his personal choice, not merely the result of Orochimaru's persuasion. Tsunade's expression darkened. So you imply he has defected? If that is the case, Konoha will declare him a rogue ninja and issue a bounty for his capture. Naruto replied calmly. I do not recommend such a course of action. You have likely heard recent news about Itachi Uchiha, the tragic hero who sacrificed his entire clan to protect Konoha. If Konoha were to label his only remaining family, his younger brother, as a rogue ninja and pursue him, how do you think the ninjas of Konoha would react? Wouldn't they feel disheartened? Would they not begin to doubt their loyalty to Konoha? Tsunade fell silent. She had heard of Itachi's deeds recently, and the truth of his actions was confirmed by the tacit acknowledgement of Konoha's higher-ups. This matter had become a hot topic in Konoha and even the entire ninja world, stirring heated debates about whether his actions were justifiable. Tsunade herself held immense admiration for Itachi, who had endured such indescribable pain for the sake of Konoha. What do you propose we do? After a long silence, Tsunade looked at Naruto and asked. Naruto said, do not intervene. Simply announce to the outside world that Sasuke is on a mission. This way, we will not dishearten Itachi and the other ninjas of Konoha, and it will leave room for the two brothers to return to Konoha in the future. Tsunade sighed and waved her hand. All right, we shall proceed as you suggest. You may go now. After leaving the Hokage office, Naruto intended to visit Ichiraku Ramen for a bowl of tonkatsu ramen, as he had made plans to meet someone there. Just then, he encountered a figure approaching, her face pale and filled with anxiety. Not surprised, Naruto watched as she hurriedly inquired, how is it, Naruto? What does Lady Tsunade intend to do about Sasuke? Naruto reassured her, Sakura, you need not worry. Sasuke is merely being treated as if he were on a mission, and there will be no immediate pursuit. Sakura sighed in relief but then asked anxiously, is Lady Tsunade not sending anyone to bring Sasuke back? Will he be in danger going to Orochimaru? Naruto shook his head. No, Orochimaru's injuries have long since taken their toll. He has had to switch bodies. His technique of occupying another's body can only be utilized again in 3 years, so you need not worry about Sasuke's safety for now. With Kabuto not assisting in his healing, Orochimaru's injuries had worsened more rapidly than in the original tale. Really? That is wonderful. Sakura's expression finally relaxed. Naruto glanced at her and said, Sasuke's departure from Konoha was his own decision, and he was not manipulated by anyone. I believe you understand this as well. Therefore, rather than worrying about Sasuke's safety, it would be better for you to consider how to persuade him to return when you encounter him again. Upon hearing this, Sakura lowered her head and fell into deep thought. Naruto sighed inwardly, reflecting that such pure, yet somewhat blind affection is the essence of youthful love. Adult love, to some extent, becomes entangled with other factors, often resulting in a weighing of benefits, leading to a lack of unwavering commitment. How wonderful. This is youth. Arriving at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, a striking figure with pure eyes and flowing blue hair stood quietly. Upon seeing Naruto approach, she raised her delicate right hand and called out in a sweet and soft voice, Naruto-kun, over here. Chapter 26. The journey begins. I apologize for the wait. Lord Tsunade summoned me unexpectedly, Naruto said to Hinata with an apologetic tone. Not at all. I just arrived as well, Hinata replied, her voice as gentle as ever, yet markedly more cheerful and confident than in the original tale, perhaps due to their frequent interactions that had granted her a sense of immunity. After entering the shop and ordering ramen, Naruto inquired with concern, how is your relationship with your family? Is Hayashi still making things difficult for you? Hinata shook her head and replied, no, the Chunin selection exam revealed my strength, and my father has come to understand my aspirations. Thus, his attitude has softened considerably. However, he is under immense pressure from the clan elders, who are urging him to arrange a marriage for Hanabi. He is doing his utmost to navigate this situation. Naruto nodded in understanding, remarking, "Indeed, as a father, Hayashi must feel the weight of his daughter's happiness. Hurting one would pain him deeply. Rest assured, it won't be long before I change all of this." Hinata responded resolutely. "I will also strive to strengthen myself. With sufficient strength, I will have the confidence to resist." Naruto laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Then you must eat well. Uncle, bring me 30 more bowls of ramen." Naruto-kun Hinata's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In the land of waves. At the headquarters of the Yuan organization, Naruto utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive here, where he would focus his efforts for the foreseeable future. To facilitate his plans, he didn't hesitate to expend 5,000 energy points to exchange for the second Tsuchikage Mu-S split technique. The brilliance of this technique lies in its ability to divide a person into two entities, essentially granting an additional life. The two entities can act independently, albeit with chakra divided between them. Currently, Naruto, as the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, is the true body, while the split entity without Ninetales chakra remains in Konoha. "Welcome, leader." Zabuza greeted respectfully, with the other dozens of ninjas following suit in salutation. Nodding beneath his mask, Naruto praised, "Zabuza, you have indeed not disappointed me. The principles of our organization are spreading widely throughout the shinobi world, and I have heard of your achievements. Moreover, under your leadership, the Yuan organization has grown significantly. Your contributions are invaluable." Zabuza hurriedly responded, "It is merely my duty, leader." Naruto observed him curiously. Zabuza's demeanor appeared markedly more respectful than before, leaving him somewhat puzzled. Unbeknownst to him, after the arrival of the root ninjas from Konoha, Zabuza learned that Naruto possessed the Manjiki Sharingan. Understanding the implications of a perfect Jinchuriki combined with the Manjiki Sharingan instilled a profound respect in Zabuza, an unintentional acknowledgement of Naruto's terrifying power. Naruto chose not to delve into Zabuza's change in attitude, viewing it as a positive development. He inquired, "How many members does the organization currently have?" Zabuza responded, "There are 52 ninjas and 234 peripheral members. The peripheral members are distributed throughout the shinobi world, responsible for propagating the organization's ideology. They are unaware of the headquarters location. Following your instructions, they will surrender immediately if captured, so there have been no casualties, though a number of them are currently detained, particularly those from villages resistant to foreign ideologies." Naruto nodded, reassured, "Do not worry, I will rescue them. There is a matter of utmost importance that requires your attention. Concerning our organization's first foray onto the shinobi stage, I intend to conquer the land of grass." His calm voice suggested a trip for ramen rather than an invasion of a nation. Zabuza thought he had misheard and quickly replied, "Leader. While the land of grass is but a small country, it still harbors hundreds of ninjas. With our limited manpower, conquering it seems a fanciful endeavor." Naruto shook his head noncommittally, stating, "Once your strength reaches a certain level, numbers cease to be a limitation. I inquired about your manpower merely for my own awareness. I never expected you to conquer foreign lands. Your purpose lies in helping me propagate the organization's ideology and assisting me in governing the territories I conquer. As for seizing the land of grass, I alone am sufficient." Zabuza swallowed hard, nodding, "I understand, leader." Naruto instructed, "Then gather the personnel and head to the land of grass. Once there, summon my summoning beast to inform me." "Yes, leader." 10 days later, in the land of grass. At the entrance of the village hidden in grass. "Halt. Which country's ninjas are you? What is your purpose in the village hidden in grass?" The guards, noticing the ninjas adorned with peculiar headbands inscribed with the character Yuan, felt puzzled and immediately called out. Naruto, standing at the forefront, spoke flatly, "I have come to rule you. Should you choose to lay down your resistance and pledge allegiance to me, I will allow you to refer to me as your leader." "Haha. You wish to rule us with just this meager force? These fools must be out of their minds, unable to distinguish reality from illusion." The guard pointed at Naruto and Zabuza, laughing heartily at another grass ninja. However, he noticed that his companion did not share in the laughter. Instead, his expression was peculiar. Staring blankly in the direction he pointed. "Hey, are you all right? While such deluded fools are rare, you shouldn't look so dazed." Yet the companion, filled with rage, drew his ninja blade and charged at him with ferocity, as if Naruto were his father's murderer. He hastily drew his own sword to defend himself, shouting, "Tanaka, what is wrong with you? It's me, mere hand. Snap out of it." Naruto ignored the commotion and continued walking towards the village. "Is it you? What have you done to Tanaka?" The grass ninja, struggling against his companion's assault, yelled at Naruto. Naruto chuckled lightly, who knows? Perhaps he simply cannot accept the harshness of reality and wishes to immerse himself in a beautiful illusion. "If you can survive his attack, I will grant you another chance to change how you address me." Zabuza and the others maintained their composure, casting a glance of pity at the grass ninja as they passed by. As they approached the center of the village hidden in grass, hundreds of ninjas surrounded them from all directions, their stares filled with hostility. An elder among them spoke sternly. You have come uninvited and treat the village hidden in grass as inconsequential. Are you aware of the consequences of such actions? Naruto surveyed the surroundings and replied indifferently. I am well aware. The consequence will be the obliteration of the village hidden in grass in the land of grass, marking the first step toward the unification of the shinobi world by our Yuan organization. Chapter 27. Seizing the land of grass, it turned out to be a madman. No wonder he knew not the meaning of reverence. Attack. The old man wasted no words. Having discerned the adversary's intent, he held nothing back. However, a terrifying purple giant had already risen from the ground the moment he spoke, with a mere swing of the long blade at its waist. The old man and the 100 or so grass ninjas beside him were reduced to mere remnants of limbs. Lord Kazekage. Oh, God. Is this giant a manifestation of his power? He has slain Lord Kazekage and over 100 ninjas with just one move. Can we truly withstand such a dreadful ability? Kill him. Avenge Lord Kazekage and everyone. The surrounding grass ninjas erupted into chaos, most succumbing to despair and abandoning their resistance. Yet, some unleashed their most potent jutsu against the Susanoo, though ultimately, not even a scratch was left. Naruto's voice resonated from within the Susanoo. Those willing to surrender, lay down your weapons and stand behind us. I can guarantee your lives. Those unwilling to surrender, stand before me, and I shall send you to reunite with Lord Kazekage. You have 3 minutes to decide. After 3 minutes, those who do not stand behind us shall be mercilessly killed. One individual hastily inquired, if we surrender, how will you treat us? Naruto replied, those who wish to serve under me will become our own, remaining ninjas of this nation. Those who refuse will be deemed traitors and exiled from this land. Should you dare return without permission, you will be met with death. Most grass ninjas, taken aback by such lenient terms, promptly positioned themselves behind Naruto. As 3 minutes elapsed, only a few dozen grass ninjas remained standing before Naruto. Have you made your decision? He inquired. Yes, we, as grass. In an instant, the Susanoo cleaved down with a strike, devoid of screams or pleas, all settled into silence. Your loyalty is commendable. However, your heroes are my foes. I have no interest in your lofty ambitions. Naruto thought to himself. Zabuza, gather the grass village ninjas, disrupt their ranks, and integrate them into our teams. Once this is done, I will plant the curse mark to eradicate their will. Naruto commanded. Understood, leader. Zabuza eagerly responded. To so easily conquer a ninja village, he envisioned the possibility of unifying the ninja world, his spirit ignited with fervor. At a modest grave mound in Grass Village, Karen gazed at the name on the tombstone, her eyes slightly red, clearly having just wept. Thank you, Brother Naruto. I never expected to return to Grass Village so soon to pay my respects to my mother. Sensing someone approach from behind, Karen spoke in a choked voice. Karen, your Kagaya heart has progressed swiftly. Surely your mother in the afterlife would be pleased, Naruto comforted. Karen shook her head. Compared to you, Brother Naruto, I am still far behind. I wish to contribute to your ideal of unifying the ninja world. Naruto smiled. You are already contributing your strength. Even if I were powerful beyond measure, I could not govern a nation alone. Each of you is an indispensable part of this vision. Half a month later, Grass Village resumed its former order. In the Kazekage office, Zabuza asked Naruto, who stood by the window, Leader, are we to inherit everything from the former Grass Village? The daimyo of the land of grass has sent envoys to inquire if we shall continue to serve them. From the envoy's words, it seems that even if we do serve, the daimyo will reduce our compensation. At this, Zabuza's expression darkened. He did not wish to be shackled by those foolish parasites once more. Naruto chuckled lightly. You seem to have forgotten our organization's principles. Did you think it was merely a slogan? Zabuza, initially taken aback, soon wore an incredulous smile. Could it be? Indeed. We aim to unify the ninja world and establish a grand nation. It is a nation, not just a ninja village. I previously spoke of seizing the land of grass. Not merely Grass Village. I have never intended for our economic lifeline to be at the mercy of others. His gaze resolute, he continued, after one more month of preparation. Let the ninjas of our organization and those from the former Grass Village acclimate. A month later, I will rename the land of grass to the United Ninja Nation. Zabuza implored, Leader, may I take the head of the daimyo of the land of grass? I have yet to slay a daimyo. Naruto waved dismissively. Certainly. Just a petty daimyo. There are still the 5 great nations daimyos waiting for us to conquer. Is this truly the daimyo of the land of grass? Merely a gluttonous pig. Zabuza scoffed, his tone laced with indignation as he observed the slumbering daimyo, nestled between 2 women. It's only natural. The position of daimyo is inherited through bloodlines, regardless of personal capability. Even a fool can be a daimyo with pure lineage. You should have recognized this long ago. Why the outcry today? Naruto teased. Zabuza sighed. I merely recalled those companions who braved peril to fulfill their missions only to perish early, and then to see this glutton indulge, it unsettles me. Let us send him to the afterlife. Regardless of status, the true equality among humans is that we all shall die, Naruto stated. At that moment, the daimyo of the land of grass awoke, his eyes darting in terror at the unfamiliar faces. Help! Where is everyone? Come protect me. A ninja swiftly entered. and the daimyo's expression shifted from fear to surprise. Yet, upon closer inspection, he realized he did not recognize the headband the ninja wore, and his face paled in terror once more. The ninja respectfully addressed Naruto. "Leader, the premises of the daimyo have been cleared of anyone except for the servants. Please give your orders." Naruto replied, "Thank you for your hard work. You may take a break now. I will have a word with this daimyo." "Yes, leader." The daimyo hastily pleaded, "Let us speak civilly. Do not kill me. I have wealth, much wealth. Just spare my life, and I will give you whatever you desire. I am related by marriage to many of the great daimyos. Even the daimyo of the land of earth is my brother-in-law. If you kill me, he will not let you off lightly." Naruto smiled at Zabuza. "See, he is not entirely incompetent. At least he is quite adept at bribery and threats." Yet Zabuza's expression grew grave, unable to muster a smile. He hesitated to ask, "Leader, this glutton may very well be speaking the truth. Should we truly take action?" Naruto raised an eyebrow. TSK, are you having second thoughts now that it has come to this?" Zabuza nodded. "If the daimyo of the land of earth orders Iwagakure to attack, our newly established nation would be obliterated. Perhaps we should take it slow, consider this a warning. Allow the ninja village to develop, and wait until we are strong enough to." Naruto shook his head. "You are being overly cautious. How can one achieve great things with such timidity? Once the arrow is loosed, there is no turning back. Even if Iwagakure attacks, I will stand to defend. What is there to fear? If you lack the courage, I will take matters into my own hands. But you might as well return to the land of waves to fish. This is not a place for you." Chapter 28. The situation as a formidable assassin capable of eliminating the fourth Mizukage, Zabuza was not afraid of death. What he feared was the prospect of falling short of his goals just before achieving them. Since the leader had spoken, there was no need for further hesitation. With that, his decapitating blade swept horizontally, sending a plump, disgruntled head soaring into the air. Naruto nodded and declared, "In that case, let us announce the establishment of the new hidden village to the world. We shall seize this opportunity to propagate our ideals throughout the ninja realm. I firmly believe that the seeds we sow today will yield beautiful fruits in the future." "Yes, leader." Zabuza nodded. Preparing to depart with the corpse of the land of grass's daimyo, Naruto halted him, instructing, "Reduce the taxes of the citizens of the land of grass by 20%, and encourage our ninjas to assist the common people in developing agriculture and commerce. Establish a research institute primarily focused on integrating ninjutsu into agricultural production to enhance yields. Please devise a detailed plan for the implementation of these policies." Zabuza silently acknowledged that a rule sustained solely by force would not endure. Only by enabling the populace to genuinely experience the benefits would they wholeheartedly support the leadership. He resolutely replied, "Yes, leader. We will expedite the formulation of the plan to ensure the stability and prosperity of the new hidden village." In the land of earth, the daimyo was enraged to learn that the daimyo of the land of grass had been assassinated by ninjas who then went on to establish a new nation called the new hidden village. His fury was not fueled by the death of his woman-s brother. After all, he had had many such women, but rather by the affront to his dignity as a daimyo. It was essential to recognize that ninjas had initially been mere mercenaries, easily controlled by those who paid them. Were it not for Hashirama Senju uniting various ninja clans to form ninja villages, their power would still be overlooked, and ninjas would remain mere instruments of war. Now, however, these tools had turned against their masters, inciting both anger and a latent fear within him. If other ninja villages followed suit, the foundation of his centuries-old rule could collapse in an instant. The daimyo urgently commanded, "Quickly summon the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. Tell him it is a matter of utmost urgency." "Yes, my lord." A guardian ninja respectfully replied before disappearing in an instant. In Iwagakure, after the envoy from the land of earth departed, a diminutive old man turned to his stout companion and remarked, "It appears our daimyo is quite anxious." While there have been instances of small country daimyos being assassinated before, those who succeeded in such deeds were either swiftly eliminated or chose to remain hidden, never to resurface. However, the audacity of the new hidden village, directly killing a daimyo and seizing control of a nation, is unprecedented. The stout man, possessing a sharp mind, interjected, "Father, are you suggesting that the daimyo's haste to summon you stems from fear? Fear that other ninja villages might imitate the new hidden village's actions and assassinate their daimyos to establish their own nations? Therefore, he wishes for you to swiftly quash the new hidden village and minimize its repercussions." Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, nodded thoughtfully. He did not relish being constrained by those above him, but the strength of the ninjas serving the great daimyos was not to be underestimated. Some ninja clans had not joined the ninja villages and continued to serve the daimyos and family units. Moreover, the daimyos held the economic reins. Even if they lacked the strength of their own ninja villages, they could easily hire ninjas from other nations for protection. Thus, the relationship between the great daimyos and ninja villages had always been one of mutual cooperation and checks and balances. Noticing his father's silence, the stout man murmured, "Father, do you believe we could?" Inoki, perceiving his son's thoughts, shook his head. "The likelihood is slim. The relationships among the 5 great daimyos are intricate. A single misstep could trigger widespread repercussions. Does that mean you must still defer to the daimyo and confront the new hidden village? The stout man asked. Indeed, Inoki affirmed. But there is no need to take it too seriously. The existence of the new hidden village may even prove advantageous for us in the future. If the daimyo wishes to cut our budget, he will have to think carefully. He then inquired, what of the third Hokage's assassination? What news do we have from our spies in the Land of Fire? The stout man's expression grew grave as he replied. I was just about to report on that, but alas, I was interrupted by the daimyo's envoy. All our ninja reconnaissance teams dispatched have been annihilated. And the information they transmitted before their demise has left me quite troubled. Inoki sighed. It was only natural for the strongest of the 5 great nations to struggle to escape once discovered. However, the fact that not a single one returned is indeed alarming. Did the Sannin intervene? The stout man shook his head. No, surprisingly. According to the intel, they were all slain by a boy of nearly 14 years. His name is Naruto Uzumaki, and he is said to have mastered the 4th Hokage's renowned technique, Flying Thunder God. He is now hailed as the new Yellow Flash. 14. Flying Thunder God, Yellow Flash, Inoki murmured, his white brows furrowing in concern. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, Naruto Uzumaki? According to our spies in Konoha, he's the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, correct? The stout man nodded, precisely. It is precisely for this reason that I find it terrifying. A Jinchuriki with mastery over space-time ninjutsu could be unimaginably formidable. As the village of Awagakure possesses 2-tailed beasts, I am acutely aware of the destructive potential of Jinchuriki. Coupled with the unparalleled mobility afforded by the Flying Thunder God technique, he would be a nightmare for all ninja villages. Inoki felt a pang of weariness and melancholy, lamenting. Konoha is truly favored by the heavens. Prodigious talents continuously emerge. Thus, even without the Uchiha clan, their strength remains formidable. Let us refrain from sending more ninjas to Konoha. In the presence of a ninja who wields the Flying Thunder God technique, sending ordinary personnel would only serve to ensure their demise. The stout man nodded, pondering. What then shall we tell the daimyo? If we send only a small contingent of ninjas, we might not be able to contend with the new hidden village, leading the daimyo to think we are merely placating him. However, sending a large force into battle would inevitably result in casualties, depleting our own strength, which does not align with the interests of Awagakure. Inoki smirked cunningly. Is there not a certain ninja organization that is not only powerful, but also offers services at a reasonable price? They previously accepted our commission and executed it flawlessly. The stout man immediately grasped whom his father referred to, exclaiming, the Akatsuki Organization. Chapter 29, Movements of All Parties Indeed. It is the Akatsuki Organization. Inoki nodded affirmatively. Huangtu remarked, I have a lingering sense that this organization is anything but simple. It seems to be secretly concocting some nefarious scheme. Moreover, as a ninja organization, their strength is rather formidable. Inoki nonchalantly replied, regardless of their ambitions, they are merely pawns in the grand game of war. At least for now. They are nothing more than inexpensive instruments of conflict. As he spoke, a fleeting figure crossed his mind. Inoki sighed. I wonder how Deidara is faring these days. If he were still around, with his unique explosive techniques, he would be the perfect candidate for a mission to conquer the Land of Rain. Huangtu concurred indeed. He is undoubtedly a genius from our Awagakure. It is a pity that his excessive pursuit of so-called art led him to recklessly detonate explosives, causing numerous casualties, which ultimately resulted in his expulsion from the village, and he vanished without a trace. Inoki sighed. Well, it is futile to dwell on the past now. You contact the Akatsuki organization. I shall pay a visit to the daimyo and take this opportunity to request some funding. In the Land of Fire. Konoha Lord Naruto, thank you for your hard work on the mission. I heard that your team has eliminated all the IWA ninjas invading our Land of Fire. Your strength is truly remarkable. We owe our safety to your efforts. A kindly lady, wearing a warm smile, stopped Naruto as he returned to Konoha. Oh, ma'am. You are too kind. This is simply what I, as a Konoha ninja, ought to do. I cannot accept your gift. Please take it back. Naruto resolutely declined. After some insistence, the lady, unable to sway Naruto, ultimately withdrew her offering. That child has grown into an extraordinary ninja. I was so foolish before. Why did I harbor such disdain towards him? She reflected, watching Naruto's departing figure. Naruto, it seems you are becoming increasingly popular. Teased Ino, a member of the team. Naturally. The title of Yellow Flash is well known throughout the village. I've noticed many young girls gazing at him with admiration. Exclaimed CHG, stuffing his mouth with chips. The last member of the team, Shikamaru, remained silent, seemingly indifferent yet observing Naruto's expression. Naruto maintained a faint smile on his face and remarked, enough of this talk. We've just completed our mission and deserve a good meal. Let us go to the barbecue place. It's on me. CHG. You're the expert in this area. You picked the spot. CHG replied excitedly, sure. I know a newly opened restaurant that has great deals and delicious food. The group laughed and chattered as they headed to the barbecue restaurant, while Shikamaru, trailing behind, let out a quiet sigh. Akatsuki-based 9 illusions created by the body flicker technique stood atop a colossal statue's fingertip. The Wagakure has sent a request, intending to hire our Akatsuki organization to obliterate the Yuan organization and particularly to eliminate its leader, announced Pain, the one with the Rinnegan, with calm authority. The Yuan organization? What is that? I haven't heard of it, Haydn remarked, uninterested as he picked at his ear. How could you notice anything else when you're always preoccupied with sacrificing your life to that so-called deity? Kakuzu retorted. What kind of attitude is that, Kakuzu? The only thing that matters in this world is to please the great evil god. Haydn shouted in discontent. You two monsters seem to have a great rapport, teased Kisame, who had once crossed paths with Naruto. Ugh, I don't want to be called a monster by the shark-faced one, Haydn grimaced. Silence. Now, let Zetsu explain the relevant intelligence about the Yuan organization, Pain coldly interjected, accustomed to their antics. Zetsu, resembling a pitcher plant, began, from what I've gathered. The Yuan organization originated in the Land of Waves and has been established for over a year. Their ideology is to unify the ninja world by creating a singular nation to bring an end to warfare. Initially, they merely promoted their ideas across the ninja world without any other actions. Their members were mostly civilians or mere apprentice ninjas. However, over 2 months ago, under their leader's command, this organization effortlessly seized control of Kusagakure. Just a few days ago, they eliminated the daimyo of the Land of Grass, thereby erasing it from existence and establishing the Yuan ninja nation. As he spoke, Zetsu cast a meaningful glance at Itachi and Kisame. The methods employed by their mysterious leader during the conquest of Kusagakure bear a striking resemblance to Itachi's. It is the Susanoo, a technique only achievable by the Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan. Furthermore, the prominent figure of the Yuan organization is undoubtedly familiar to Kisame, as he is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Upon hearing this, Pain inquired of the two, Itachi, Kisame, are you familiar with the Yuan organization? Not at all, both Itachi and Kisame replied. Deidara chimed in. The Yuan organization's vision is quite commendable. It seems more artistic than our Akatsuki's philosophy. What do you think, Brother Sasori? Just a series of trivial tricks. Only my puppets embody eternal art, Sasori replied nonchalantly. Only in the moment. Deidara was about to retort when Pain interrupted. Enough. Now that we understand the intelligence, who among you is willing to take on this mission? Conan expressed a differing opinion, stating, I believe we need not accept this request. Our funds are sufficient. There is no need to serve as tools for Inoki. Moreover, I think the existence of the Yuan ninja nation will attract the attention of the 5 great nations, which could be advantageous for us. Our subsequent actions may provoke the 5 great nations, and with the Yuan ninja nation sharing the burden, why not? Itachi pondered for a moment before agreeing. I concur with this viewpoint. We should prioritize our own goals and not concern ourselves with other matters. At such a crucial juncture, we need not complicate things. Zetsu regarded him with mild surprise. Remarkable. Itachi, this is the most you've spoken since joining the organization. Could it be that the mysterious leader wielding the Manjiki Sharingan is a relative of yours? Itachi ignored the remark and fell silent once more. Though Zetsu found the exchange amusing, he casually added, I also agree. The strength of that Yuan organization's leader should not be underestimated. Engaging him could lead to mutual destruction. Furthermore, our Akatsuki has taken on numerous war commissions in recent years, revealing our strength, which has made the various hidden villages wary. Perhaps Inoki also harbors intentions of weakening our combat capabilities. Nodding, Pain concluded, in that case, we need not concern ourselves with this commission. Focus on preparations. For we must advance to our organization's second phase objective, capturing the tailed beasts. At that time, enduring peace will finally be within our grasp. Chapter 30, Framing to my astonishment. They actually declined the offer. Previously, they had accepted various war commissions, appearing to be in dire need of funds. Have they truly amassed sufficient wealth now? Upon hearing the news that the Akatsuki organization had rejected the commission, Noki expressed his surprise. Who knows what they are thinking? The conversation shifted as Noki inquired. What shall we do now? Must we resort to taking action ourselves? After a moment of contemplation, Noki replied, there's no need to send ninjas. Allow this old man and Akatsuchi, along with Kuratsuchi, to handle it. Given the intelligence at hand, the ninjas of the land of the original shinobi were not numerous, and most were former members of the Grass Village. Their resistance, it seemed, was not particularly strong, making our small party sufficient. Akatsuchi nodded with a chuckle. Haha, father, you still possess tremendous vigor. Your dust release technique is renowned throughout the ninja world. Who doesn't know of it? At that moment, a ninja rushed in, visibly flustered, and reported, it's bad, Lord Tsuchikage. There are rumors circulating that you, in a fit of rage over the reduction of funding for a Wagakure, have killed the daime. What? The daime has been murdered? What are those guarding ninjas doing? Noki fumed. Akatsuchi's expression turned grave as he said, Father, the critical issue now is that people believe you are responsible for the daime's death. Noki dismissed it with a wave. It's merely some audacious fool impersonating me. Such a clumsy trick, no one would take it seriously. However, upon seeing the ninja's anxious demeanor, His heart sank, sensing a foreboding. He urgently asked, "What are the details?" The Iwagakure ninja explained. "After you left the Daimy's residence, someone disguised as you swaggered back. That person was unstoppable, making their way directly to the Daimy without uttering a word, and simply caused the Daimy to vanish." Naka's pupils constricted as he gasped, "Vanished? Are you implying a literal disappearance?" The ninja nodded. "Indeed, that individual only utilized one technique throughout, your bloodline limit, the dust release technique. It turned the Daimy into an atomic state." Noki staggered slightly, murmuring, "What a remarkable method. In today's ninja world, only the deceased second Tsuchikage and I are known to wield such power. It seems this burden shall be mine to bear." Akatsuchi reassured him. "As long as we make every effort to clarify the situation, the majority of ninjas will likely believe in you, Father." Noki shook his head. "At this juncture, that is of little significance. The real terror lies in the consequences of this incident." Akatsuchi understood. "You mean the relationships between the various nations and ninja villages will become more strained? The Daimys of other nations may lose trust in the ninja villages?" Sighing, Noki replied, "Not may, but will." Akatsuchi fell silent, then gritted his teeth, asking, "Who do you think is behind this? Is it the land of the original shinobi?" Noki responded, "Not necessarily. It could be that a ninja village or organization seized the opportunity to strike. It might also be the mysterious leader of the land of the original shinobi manipulating events from the shadows. Regardless, this conflict between Iwagakure and the land of the original shinobi is now irreparable." As he spoke, a cold light flickered in Naka's eyes, clearly revealing his intent toward the land of the original shinobi. Meanwhile, in the land of the original shinobi, the night air was gentle. The capital was still brightly lit, with groups of people emerging from izakayas, supporting one another as they made their way home, their faces beaming with smiles, seemingly unaffected by the recent change of regime. "They adapt remarkably quickly," Karen remarked. Naruto chuckled lightly. "That is their survival wisdom. For them, who governs is of little importance. Their primary concern is whether a new ruler can provide a better life, which merely means a life slightly improved from before. A ruler capable of achieving this is deemed good in their eyes. So why shouldn't they accept it?" Karen nodded thoughtfully, smiling. "Naruto, you will undoubtedly become the greatest ruler." Naruto did not respond but smiled more broadly, evidently in high spirits. "Did something joyous happen, Naruto?" Karen inquired with curiosity. "Nothing much, just outsmarted a stubborn old man, leaving me inexplicably pleased." Naruto laughed heartily. He then glanced at his skill panel. Host, Uzumaki Naruto energy points, 1300 ninja skills, absolute control of 5/9 of the Nine-Tails chakra, intermediate sage body, Manjiki Sharingan, dust release, original world separation technique, S-class, flying thunder god technique, S-class, 8 gates, S-class, splitting technique, S-class, Rasengan series, S-class, shadow clone technique, A-class, Kagura's heart eye, A-class, wind release, wind blade, A-class, wind release, vacuum sphere, B-class, wind release, vacuum wave, B-class, wind, earth, and fire chakra nature transformation. Noki, your dust release is truly effective. Combined with my sage body's powerful chakra, it is both efficient and environmentally friendly. Returning to the moment, Naruto gently patted Karen on the head, saying, "It's late. You should head back and rest." "Okay, see you tomorrow." Karen replied obediently as she departed. A few minutes later, Naruto turned to a large tree beside him. "Since you are here, why hide?" "Hehe. Quite interesting. I didn't expect your sensory ninjutsu to be so refined. You must have detected me the moment I entered this city, right?" A creature resembling a pitcher plant emerged from the tree, expressing admiration. Naruto chose not to answer. In truth, with his Kagura's hard eye, he had sensed the individual from a considerable distance, long before entering the city. However, there was no need to disclose this. "Your appearance is quite unique. Who are you, and what is your purpose?" Naruto inquired calmly. The figure replied, "You may have heard of my background. I am a member of the Akatsuki organization. Our leader has taken an interest in your ambition to unify the ninja world. Hence I was dispatched to invite you to join us in realizing this goal." Naruto scoffed. "I am indeed aware that every member of your Akatsuki organization is an S-class criminal with remarkable strength. Moreover, your performance in recent wars among the small nations has been quite impressive. However, none of this entices me. Unless your leader is willing to abdicate and hand over the position to me, then I might consider it." The figure shook his head in disappointment. "It seems my purpose tonight is unattainable, but that does not preclude us from extending goodwill. Previously, Noki of Iwagakure sought to hire us to eliminate you, but our leader, out of respect for you, declined the commission. Nevertheless, Noki is a stubborn old man. He won't easily let this go. With that said, tread carefully." With that, the figure sank into the tree and vanished. Naruto glanced in the direction of his departure, chuckling. "So you wish to sow discord and benefit from the chaos? Heh. Until the end, you want to know who the true fisherman is." Chapter 31. Mission. A clandestine base brimming with an abundance of Sharingan eyes lay concealed beneath the earth. Ju, having emerged from the depths, gazed at the enigmatic figure before him, whose face was obscured by a spiral-patterned mask. So, did he accept my invitation? And have you uncovered his identity? The figure inquired. Neither, Ju replied, shaking his head. That individual harbors grand ambitions. He claims he would only consider joining us if he were to assume leadership. I initially intended to capture a few ninjas from the land of origin to gather intel on him, but his sensory ninjutsu is formidable. To avoid conflict, I refrained from doing so. The masked man waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. At this juncture, his joining us is of little consequence. After years of meticulous preparation, my plan is foolproof. Should he dare obstruct my path, I shall crush him without hesitation. Ju chuckled. You are growing increasingly tyrannical, Abito. The masked man fell silent for a moment before responding in a low voice. You should address me as Uchiha Madara, in the Land of Fire. The death of the feudal lord of the Land of Earth had stirred unrest, allegedly at the hands of the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. Our feudal lord of the Land of Fire is particularly concerned and has commissioned us to ascertain the truth of these allegations. If Inoki is not culpable, we are to identify the true culprit. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade addressed Kakashi's team with a grave tone. Sakura, somewhat perplexed, queried, aren't we sworn enemies with the Land of Earth? We've clashed fiercely in several shinobi world wars. Shouldn't the death of their feudal lord bring us joy? Why then are we tasked with uncovering the truth? Kakashi's eyes clouded with understanding. He recognized the underlying implications. Ultimately, the feudal lords of each nation exist on the same hierarchical plane, forming a community of shared interests. The previous shinobi world wars were merely contests for power and resources among the feudal lords, with the ninjas being mere pawns on their chessboard, harboring mutual disdain for one another rather than for their respective lords. In fact, they often share an unspoken camaraderie when their authority is challenged or their rights infringed upon. Especially now, in light of the recent events where a ninja has assassinated a feudal lord to establish a new nation. Followed closely by the incident of a village leader eliminating his own feudal lord, it is imperative that the other feudal lords do not remain passive. Such occurrences could destabilize their centuries-old rule. They are merely afraid that others might follow suit, like the Land of Origin, and usurp their power, Naruto snickered. Whispering provocatively, Tsunade-sama, why don't we take a page from their book and eliminate our own feudal lord to seize control of the Land of Fire? Tsunade shot him a disdainful glance. It's not as simple as you think. The feudal lord's governance is supported by countless individuals. One cannot simply usurp it by assassination. Had the Land of Origin not been embroiled in the assassination of their feudal lord by the Tsuchikage, they might have already been quashed. Kakashi interjected, Naruto, be cautious with your words. The influence of the feudal lords is far greater than you can imagine. He then turned to Tsunade. So, our mission is to send Team 7 to the Land of Earth to investigate? Tsunade nodded with a smile. Indeed, you are the chosen team from the Land of Fire. With a copy ninja and the new generation's yellow flash in your ranks, our feudal lord will surely appreciate the sincerity of Konoha. The Land of Fire is ours. Will other ninja villages send their own ninjas as well? Kakashi queried, surprised by the feudal lord's profound concern over this matter. Yes, not only that, but the guardian ninjas from each nation will also be present. Exercise caution during your time in the Land of Earth, and do not give them any leverage against you. Tsunade advised, looking at the trio. She then shifted the topic. With Sasuke's departure, Team 7 is now one member short. I will be assigning an additional member to your team. He was originally from the Umbu after Danzo's demise. His abilities are commendable and should prove beneficial for your mission. Kakashi, ensure you look after him. Kakashi nodded. Understood, Tsunade-sama. Tsunade called out to the door. Sai, come in. Yes, Tsunade-sama. A strikingly handsome youth with a complexion fairer than that of many women entered. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I look forward to working together. His smile, however, appeared oddly unsettling, a grin more befitting a puppet than a human being. Naruto greeted him. Before you truly learn to smile from the heart, could you please refrain from smiling at me? Your forced grin is quite disconcerting. Sai retracted his smile, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. I apologize. I thought this would help us bond. Is it that obvious? It seems I have much to learn. Tsunade rapped her knuckles on the table. Now that we are acquainted, let us depart swiftly. Other nations' ninjas will not wait for you. If we delay, our feudal lord may express dissatisfaction. Naruto inquired, Tsunade-sama. What if ninjas from other nations attack us? After all, I recently eliminated several squads from the Land of Earth. If any of them are rash and impulsive. Naruto's expression turned mischievous as he continued. Can I take them down? Tsunade rubbed her temples, warning, if they do not provoke you, do not instigate trouble. However, should they dare to attack, do not hesitate. Kill, without mercy. There has always been animosity between Konoha and Iwagakure. Do not hold back. Naruto chuckled. Then I have nothing to worry about. Being restrained would be unbearable. Tsunade directed. You all may go prepare. Kakashi, remain for a moment. I have additional instructions for you. Once Naruto and the others had departed, Tsunade's expression grew serious as she addressed Kakashi. Naruto speaks truthfully. Inoki is exceptionally obstinate, and it is challenging to reason with him. Moreover, he is one of the involved parties, and I fear he may act in a manner that would be quite unbecoming. Tsunade's expression hardened. If a Wagakure truly intends to act against you, especially targeting Naruto, I permit you to abandon the mission and withdraw. Kakashi, understanding Naruto's significance, replied earnestly, I comprehend, Tsunade-sama. 20 days later, Team 7, having traveled from Konoha, was nearing the estate of the feudal lord of the Land of Earth. Naruto, observing Kakashi's persistent tension, remarked, Kakashi-sensei, there's no need to worry about the ninjas from the Land of Earth launching an assault on us. With the technique I've left behind, I will have already evacuated you before they strike. Kakashi, momentarily lost in thought, recalled the Flying Thunder God technique, his mentor's signature jutsu. He had not anticipated that the son of his teacher would have mastered it as well, conjuring memories of days gone by. Having a companion capable of such a technique indeed instilled a remarkable sense of security. Suddenly, Kakashi furrowed his brow and glanced in another direction. A group of ninjas adorned with Wagakure headbands was approaching. Among them, a burly man with a scarred lip, upon spotting Naruto, drew his sword and charged forward, shouting, Yellow Flash, did you kill my brother? Kakashi, be careful, he warned. Turning around, he found that Naruto had vanished from his side. Looking up, he saw that the burly IWA ninja had a blade poised against his neck. Naruto stood with a blade in hand, his calm voice concealing an indescribable aura of murderous intent. Do you require my assistance in sending you down to reunite with him? Chapter 32. The convergence of forces. Was your brother also killed by you? The IWA ninja gritted his teeth and inquired. Naruto shook his head. No, that is not the case. Although I am unaware of your brother's name, I can distinguish among those I have slain, identifying which one was your sibling. He bore a striking resemblance to you, both in stature and appearance. Thus I retain a faint recollection. Your circumstances differ. I granted you time to react, whereas he was slain before he could even process the situation. Perhaps that is a small consolation. His suffering was brief before he met his end. You, the IW, and ninja glared at him with a predatory gaze. Naruto, perplexed, responded, logically, they were the aggressors invading our land of fire. Their wrongdoing preceded my actions. I defended my homeland by eliminating them. What moral fault lies therein? You regard me as if I were some heinous villain. The expression of the IWA ninja shifted for an extended moment before he sighed. You are correct. Our enmity stems solely from your act of killing my brother. Now, I seek to avenge him, yet I find myself captured by you. Should I perish at your hands, I shall hold no grievances. Proceed. Naruto nodded approvingly. Very well. You are forthright. Just as he prepared to act, a voice interjected. Spare him. I beseech you to consider that he has not inflicted harm upon you. Grant him his life. Naruto lifted his gaze to see a robust man with a kind demeanor, flanked by a tall, portly youth and a strikingly beautiful kunoichi. Naruto internally mused. Why do all men from the Earth country appear somewhat stout? Did Deidara defect due to feeling out of place among them? He remarked to the amiable man, your words are rather amusing. Had he harmed me, I would be lying down now. The man, visibly embarrassed, implored again. I am Y2 of IWA Ninja Village. I ask you to spare him for my sake. I assure you he will not seek vengeance against you in the future. At this moment, Kakashi interjected, shaking his head at Naruto. Reluctantly, Naruto sheathed his sword and glanced at Y2. Very well. I shall grant IWA Hidden Village this favor. However, there shall be no next time. Should you act recklessly again, I will not hesitate to deliver a fatal blow. Y2 expressed his gratitude. Thank you. We all serve our respective daimyos and are here to uncover the truth behind these events. We should unite our efforts. He turned to the IWA ninja who had previously been subdued. Ishikawa, you instigated this. You should apologize to this young man. Ishikawa, having struggled with his words, opened his mouth several times, only to swallow his responses. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. There is no need. I have taken his brother's life. Expecting the brother to apologize to his adversary is rather cruel. He looked meaningfully at Y2. You need not worry that I will strike him during this interval. Such actions are beneath my consideration. If I were to kill him, I would do so in front of you. The previously silent kunoichi chuckled. Indeed. The Yellow Flash speaks with authority, yet do not underestimate the ninjas of IWA Hidden Village. Naruto raised an eyebrow, playfully retorting, you must be Kuratsuchi, the granddaughter of the third Tsuchikage. Quite unexpectedly, you are a beauty. Surely your mother and grandmother were also striking kunoichi in their youth. Else how could you emerge from the depths of the beauty abyss? Kuratsuchi chuckled, not from flattery, but from the audacity of someone daring to jest about her father and grandfather's appearances, something unheard of in IWA Hidden Village, prompting her amusement. Noticing Y2's face stiffening, Kakashi quickly interjected, ahem. Let us proceed into the city. Other ninja from various villages may have already arrived, and our delay could lead to complications. Y2 sighed in relief. He wished to avoid any further humiliation. He promptly nodded. Yes, let us go. The Daimese estate appeared battered as they approached, with walls and ground marred, resembling the aftermath of numerous explosive tags. Strangely, however, the ground bore no remnants of bricks or debris, appearing unnaturally clean. Kuratsuchi exchanged a solemn glance with her father, Y2. The ability to annihilate all traces of an attack was a skill known to them, one that could only be attributed to the dust release technique. They were certain that the third Tsuchikage was not responsible, but the thought of a formidable ninja wielding dust release targeting them weighed heavily on their minds. It was known that while some Nin could master a second chakra nature beyond their innate affinity, their proficiency would never rival their primary attribute. Thus, ninjas typically employ jutsu corresponding to their natural chakra type, using techniques of other types merely as support to prevent being countered. However, the mastery of dust release was notoriously difficult, requiring a high level of understanding of wind, fire, and earth chakra properties, as well as the intricate fusion of these different types. Otherwise, IWA Hidden Village would not have seen only the second and third Tsuchikage capable of its use. It appears you have discerned the cause of this devastation. Indeed, it is dust release, akin to that wielded by the third Tsuchikage, Noki. I have not witnessed it firsthand, but I can imagine the sheer terror of its power. Should one be struck, they would likely leave no remains. A middle-aged man donning a Kirigakure forehead protector, with a black eye patch covering his right eye, approached, his expression laden with apprehension. Two ninjas accompanied him, one of whom was a boy carrying peculiar weaponry. Naruto recognized him as the future 6th Mizukage, CHJR. However, Naruto's attention was not on him, but rather on the man with the black eye patch. Greetings, Mist Ninjas, you have arrived early. Have you made any discoveries? Kakashi stepped forward to inquire. The man with the black eye patch from the mist shook his head. None. The assailant was exceedingly cautious, leaving behind no conspicuous clues. At that moment, a voice emerged from the room that Naruto found somewhat familiar. Furthermore, I just spoke with the survivors. They reported that the assailant eliminated the sensing ninjas first, likely to prevent their chakra type from being revealed. Thus, even if the survivors were to encounter the assailant again, they would be unable to confirm their identity. As several individuals exited the room, Naruto smiled. Maki, it has been a while. Your sand ninja remain as decisive as ever. Maki replied with a serious demeanor. The Daimyo's orders necessitate swift completion of our tasks. Gaara, standing beside him, remarked. Uzumaki Naruto, it is a pity we did not cross swords last time. Shall we have a duel sometime? Naruto, surprised, glanced at him. You seem to have undergone some changes, resembling a more normal person now. Gaara nodded with a smile. Perhaps, let us save it for another time. Now is not the right moment, as there are those who watch me closely. He then surveyed the area, asking, all the ninja from the 4 nations have arrived. Yet I have yet to see anyone from the Lightning Country's Kumogakure? One of the guards at the Daimyo's estate explained. The Raikage of Kumogakure declined the mission, citing a lack of available manpower. Upon hearing this, Naruto cast a somewhat resentful glance at Kakashi. Look how imposing the Raikage is. Chapter 33. Investigation. Kakashi helplessly shrugged his shoulders. The Hidden Cloud Village was notorious for its strong-arm tactics, and the 4th Raikage's father, the 3rd Raikage, had met his demise at the hands of the Rock Village ninjas. Therefore, it was only natural that the 4th Raikage would be reluctant to send ninjas to the land of Earth to assist the 3rd Tsuchikage in clearing his name. Kakashi turned to Maki and said, it seems we must seek clues elsewhere. With that, he bit his finger and summoned the ninja dog, Pakin, using the summoning technique. Pakin, I implore you to find any leads regarding the perpetrator of the murders here. Pakin nodded, inhaled a few times, and shook his head, saying, that individual masked their scent with a unique fragrance. If it had happened within the past few days, I could have tracked it, but now, after so many days, the residual scent has nearly dissipated. Kakashi, having anticipated this outcome, did not feel disheartened and replied, thank you for your efforts. You may return now. He then looked at the others and inquired, do any of you possess other tracking methods? Everyone shook their heads. Given the considerable time that had elapsed and the perpetrator's meticulousness, finding clues was exceedingly challenging. Naruto's eyes lit up with a suggestion. Then we must resort to a more rudimentary approach. We will center our search around this city and investigate the towns in all 4 directions. The murderer must have left some trace along their path. They could not have maintained the guise of the 3rd Tsuchikage the entire way. That would be far too conspicuous. Therefore, in one of the towns prior to arriving here, they likely revealed their true identity. We can inquire if anyone has seen any suspicious figures. Perhaps we will uncover a lead. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Indeed, I will lend you my summoning ninja dog. If the murderer left any belongings, it will surely detect them. Kuratsuchi chuckled. It seems the Yellow Flash is not merely an arrogant brat. He possesses some intellect as well. Naruto, feigning indifference, ignored her, while Maki and the others nodded in support of the plan. They agreed to reconvene here the following morning to share their findings. Thus, the Guardian ninjas from various nations and the ninjas from different villages split into 4 groups to commence their search. After a day of searching, Pakin was utterly exhausted. Yet the Konoha ninjas had found nothing, indicating that the murderer had likely not passed through their route. The next morning, upon their return to the residence of the Land of Earth's daimyo, they could hear raised voices from within. Kakashi exchanged glances with the others and hurried inside. In their haste, they failed to notice the peculiar expression on Naruto's face as he lagged behind. Upon entering the residence, The Konoha ninjas noticed that the black eye patch that had adorned Ao's right eye was now replaced with white bandages. What transpired? Did you discover anything? Kakashi glanced over and inquired. The Byakugan was stolen. It is highly likely that it was taken by the murderer of the Land of Earth's daimyo. CHJR said, visibly agitated. Byakugan? Is that not the bloodline limit of our High-GA clan in Konoha? How could he possess it? Naruto asked, bewildered. Ao touched the bandage on his right eye and sighed. I obtained it as a valuable trophy during the Third Shinobi World War, but regrettably, I could not retain it. However, it was thanks to it that I survived. The enemy clearly prioritized it over my life. They first targeted the sealing techniques I wore on my ears before attempting to take my eye. Terrifyingly, it was only after the eye was taken that I realized what was happening and retaliated. Maki, unconcerned with Ao's loss, was solely focused on completing the mission. He sternly asked, you assert that the one who took your eye is likely the murderer of the Land of Earth's daimyo. Do you have any evidence? As Ao recounted his tale, the others began to comprehend the validity of his claims. After parting ways yesterday, the ninjas from the Land of Water had traveled some distance. The ninja dog they borrowed detected a scent similar to that lingering in the daimyo's residence. They pursued it and soon encountered the enemy, who used a formidable earth release technique to separate Ao from the mist ninjas. Taking advantage of Ao's moment of vulnerability, the assailant seized his Byakugan. Had it not been for the timely arrival of other mist ninjas, Ao would have perished in the ensuing skirmish against the mist elite. The assailant's black cloak was torn away, revealing a figure wearing a spiral-patterned mask and a black cloak adorned with red clouds. Most critically, in a desperate bid to escape, the individual utilized dust release to drive back the mist ninjas. Upon hearing of the assailant's distinctive garb, Kakashi's pupils narrowed. The Akatsuki. Kuratsuchi nodded in agreement. Indeed, only members of the Akatsuki would don such attire. Furthermore, their members are all fearsome S-rank fugitives, so their capability to execute such deeds is hardly surprising. Maki inquired. You seem well acquainted with them? Though hesitant, Kuratsuchi ultimately nodded. Yes, I have dealt with them before. Their hiring fees are low, yet their task completion rate is impressively high. Among those present, no one was more determined than he to clear his father's name, so even if it meant exposing the Rock Village's dealings with the Akatsuki, he was willing to take that risk. Could it be that his father's intention to utilize the Akatsuki against them was discovered? Thus, the Akatsuki specifically assumed his father's guise to murder the daimyo and frame him? The more he pondered, the more plausible this scenario appeared. Kakashi remarked, I never anticipated their involvement. Not long ago, they were coveting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from Konoha, seemingly plotting something sinister. It is not surprising that they would be capable of such acts. Maki nodded. In that case, you should inform the daimyo of each nation regarding the findings of our investigation. How to deal with the Akatsuki shall be left to their discretion. Everyone nodded and set off for their respective nations. Before departing, Naruto warned Gaara, be cautious. The Akatsuki's interest in Jinchuriki is no mere rumor. I have faced them, and they are formidable foes. Gaara nodded. Rest assured, we Sand ninjas are not to be trifled with. We Sand ninjas? Gaara, you have begun to trust your comrades. How intriguing, Kakashi remarked enigmatically as they prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, this mission had concluded rather smoothly. Though there were still some uncertainties, they were of little consequence. As long as this task could provide the Fire Country's daimyo with a satisfactory resolution, there was no need to delve deeper. The presence of an expert from the Akatsuki capable of using dust release was significant enough. Naruto secretly chuckled at the thought. This entire sequence was merely a script he had orchestrated, naturally unfolding without a hitch. However, the Mist Ninja Ao indeed proved to be a delightful surprise. It seemed he had prepared an impressive gift for his future father-in-law. Chapter 34. The Actions of Shao Hyuga Clan Residents, Konoha. Naruto. I did not anticipate your visit to the Hyuga clan. It is indeed somewhat unexpected, Hyuga Hayashi remarked as he faced Naruto, who sat across from him, calm and unhurried in expressing his intentions. Naruto smiled and replied, since the Uchiha clan faced annihilation, the Hyuga clan has rightfully ascended to the pinnacle of Konoha's elite. Anyone aspiring to make a mark politically would surely seek to curry favor with you. I am no exception. Hayashi's eyes glinted with a sharp intensity as he fixed his Byakugan gaze upon Naruto and spoke in a low tone, my daughter is innocent and naive, as her father. I shall not allow her to be deceived. Naruto shook his head, saying, it seems you underestimate me, elder. Do you think I would resort to such tactics? I am the son of the fourth Hokage and a pupil of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Hayashi averted his gaze, his tone softening. I did not expect you to be aware of your lineage. It appears you truly do not harbor ulterior motives. However, to achieve anything significant in Konoha, the support of the Hyuga clan alone is insufficient. Naruto produced a glass vial and handed it to Hayashi, stating calmly, I shall strive in other matters. The Hyuga clan support will require your diligent care. Upon discerning the contents of the vial, Hayashi's pupils dilated in shock. Could this be? Naruto affirmed, indeed, this is the Byakugan from the main branch of the Hyuga clan. It was inadvertently seized by a ninja from the mist during the Third Shinobi World War and implanted within himself. He has since risen to a prominent position within the Mist Village. I invested considerable effort to reclaim it. Now it has returned to its rightful owner. But the origins of this I must remain a secret. It should not be disclosed to anyone, lest it bring me unnecessary trouble. Hayashi nodded, securing the vial, of course. Thank you, my nephew, for retrieving this lost treasure for our clan. If the Byakugan were to be lost outside, it would be a disgrace for the Hyuga clan. Should you require assistance, the Hyuga clan will support you wholeheartedly. Naruto chuckled. You are too kind. This is merely my duty as a nephew. To prevent my sister Hanabi from being trapped like a caged bird, we must both strive, one from within and one from without. Hayashi firmly nodded, understood. I shall take charge of matters concerning the Hyuga clan. Outside the Hyuga clan estate, having concluded his discussion with Hayashi, Naruto was escorted out by Hinata as instructed by her father. Naruto-kun, what did you discuss with father? I feel as though his previously tense demeanor has softened somewhat. Hinata inquired, her pure and innocent eyes filled with curiosity. Naruto chuckled lightly. I requested Elder Hayashi's consent for our relationship, and he agreed. That is why he specifically asked you to see me off. Hinata's face flushed crimson as she quickened her pace, leaving him behind, her voice barely above a whisper. Father would never speak of such matters in his solemn manner. Naruto laughed as he caught up with her, no matter how serious he may be. He must consider his daughter's lifelong happiness. More than half a year later, Naruto had turned 15, and he now stood tall and handsome, exuding a refreshing charm. His illustrious reputation had reverberated throughout the shinobi world, and due to his formidable strength and nearly flawless mission completion rate, he had been bestowed the title of Jounin 6 months prior. Naruto-sama, back from a mission? The pork today is exceptionally fresh. Would you care for some? A kindly vendor in the marketplace greeted him enthusiastically. No, thank you. I have already eaten today. Naruto smiled politely in refusal. That is understandable. You are not yet married. And there is no one at home to cook for you. You really ought to find a wife soon. That young lady from the Hyuga clan you often stroll with seems quite fitting. Do not let her slip away. The vendor prattled on, showing no signs of stopping. Naruto quickly interjected. My apologies. I forgot that I left the water boiling at home. I must hurry back. We will chat another time. As he walked down the street, the townsfolk greeted him warmly, and he responded with a smile, his amiable demeanor leaving no room for criticism. Naruto's fame had soared, and within the confines of Konoha, news of his exploits spread rapidly. Even children were aware of his deeds, a testament to the efforts of the former shinobi nation and the Hyuga clan in promoting his reputation. Everything seemed to be unfolding as anticipated. Naruto mused as he gazed upon the bustling streets of Konoha, his eyes deep and contemplative. In the former shinobi nation, Zabuza addressed Naruto with respect. Leader, the Jinchuriki from Takigakure, whom you instructed me to monitor, has gone missing. Although the village has not publicized this, our intelligence indicates that the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki did not return after participating in the Chunin selection exam hosted by Konoha and Sunagakure. He has mysteriously vanished. Naruto thought to himself, it seems the Akatsuki organization has begun their campaign to collect tailed beasts. The curtain has finally been drawn back. He nodded, I understand. Has the development of the former shinobi nation been proceeding smoothly? Zabuza replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. Truly, leader, your foresight is remarkable. The establishment of the Research Institute has greatly advanced our agricultural development. Various ninjutsu and scientific breakthroughs have been developed, resulting in a significant increase in our agricultural output. Our nation's grain production has long satisfied the needs of our people, and the surplus has been sold to other countries, enriching our citizens' lives far beyond previous standards. The populace now praises you as the greatest ruler in the nation's history. Yet, Naruto's expression remained somber as he reflected. The happiness sought by the people is quite simple, to be well-fed and warmly clothed, without excessive oppression. Alas, those daimyos would seize the last coin from their pockets, leaving them to lament their plight. He placed a reassuring hand on Zabuza's shoulder. You have worked tirelessly. Your contributions have far exceeded mine during this time. I do not govern the nation alone. I rely on your guidance. The success of the former shinobi nation has only solidified my resolve to unify the shinobi world. Restraining warfare is one aspect. It is equally essential to prevent this world from falling into the hands of those who are unworthy. Zabuza's expression was fervent as he declared, Leader, I will steadfastly stand by your side. Who shall our next target be? The land of rain or the land of waterfalls? Naruto shook his head. Do not fixate on these minor nations any longer. Your current task is to stabilize the achievements of the former shinobi nation. As for other matters, you shall know in due time when the moment is right. Suddenly, an eagle flew in through the window, carrying a letter that filled Zabuza with an ominous premonition. He hurriedly approached, retrieving the letter and handing it to Naruto. Anxiety etched across his face. Leader, your summoning beast has arrived. Does this signify? Naruto gestured for Zabuza to remain calm as he opened the letter, his countenance darkening like a storm cloud. Anoki, since you seek your demise, I shall oblige. Zabuza merely saw a slip of paper flutter down as Naruto's figure vanished from the room. The note bore a blood-written message. The rock shinobi have attacked Iwagakure. We are struggling to resist, and the granary has been raided. Chapter 35. Carnage Rocktown. a modest settlement bordering the land of Earth, has long endured ceaseless incursions, causing its inhabitants immense suffering. However, with the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Nation by Naruto, the enigmatic leader, the town has remained untouched, as the land of Earth has hesitated to act against it. The townsfolk cherish this hard-won peace, and Naruto's benevolent policies have led to their prosperity. Grateful, they frequently send local delicacies to the capital for him to savor. Yet, upon arriving through the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto's expression darkened at the sight before him. Numerous homes lay in ruins, crushed by Earth-style jutsu, and intermittent cries of despair echoed from the debris. Survivors desperately clawed through the rubble, oblivious to the blood staining their fingers as they sought to rescue their loved ones. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Hundreds of Narutos appeared, commanding, "Save them." The formidable chakra of the Nine Tails, combined with his masterful Earth-style techniques, swiftly brought all the survivors to safety. "My lord, it is you who has come to save us," exclaimed a voice filled with awe. "Such incredible strength. Despicable rock ninjas. Why must you steal our food when we are willing to sell it?" Naruto spoke solemnly. "I apologize for my tardiness. I assure you, this will not go unpunished. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. I will make the rock ninjas pay dearly." The crowd erupted in fervent support. "We believe in you, my lord. You will avenge us." Naruto nodded, inquiring, "Who is the leader of the defending ninjas here?" The Hidden Leaf ninjas exchanged glances, hesitant to respond, until a young boy spoke, his voice choked with emotion. "Lord Yamada sacrificed himself to buy time for the civilians and was killed by the rock ninjas." Naruto closed his eyes, saying, "Give him a proper burial and ensure his family receives the highest compensation. However, now is not the time for sorrow. I need a witness to testify how I will eradicate these invaders. Who among you will accompany me?" "I will. We all will, my lord." The crowd roared in unison. Turning to the boy who spoke earlier, Naruto declared, "Then it shall be you. I will ensure that the one who killed Yamada meets a grim fate before your eyes." Meanwhile, within the land of Earth, 100 rock ninjas wore satisfied expressions, each carrying several sealing scrolls filled with the plundered provisions from Rock Town. Who would have thought such bounty could be found in this small town? Even our larger cities lack such wealth. One rock ninja exclaimed, his laughter echoing. "Indeed. I've heard that the leader of the Hidden Leaf Nation places great importance on agricultural development, investing much effort into increasing crop yields. It seems they have succeeded. Which explains the surplus they've been selling to our country," another ninja chimed in. "What a fool the leader must be, thinking that increased agricultural productivity holds any value without military strength to back it up. All it does is benefit us," scoffed a third, the leader of the rock ninjas. Maintaining a calm demeanor, cautioned, "Be wary. The ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Nation may come seeking vengeance." "Are you serious?" the dismissive ninja retorted. "What can they do? That leader Yamada was weak and foolishly stood in our way. I dispatched him with ease in just 3 moves. He even claimed their leader would avenge him. A leader of a small nation, daring to confront us in the land of Earth? How laughable. I find it far from amusing." A chilling voice interrupted, sending shivers down his spine. "Watch out," the leader shouted, but it was too late. A colossal purple hand, imbued with terrifying strength, crushed his arm with a sickening snap. "Ah!" His scream barely escaped his lips before he felt an even more excruciating pain as Naruto shattered the bones in his legs, tossing him aside. "Take him away. In the upcoming chaos, I will find it difficult to protect you." "Yes, my lord." The remaining rock ninjas finally grasped the gravity of their situation. The leader, coldly addressing Naruto, remarked, "So, you are the leader of the Hidden Leaf Nation. I must commend your bravery for confronting us with nothing but a burden in tow. We invaded your territory, stole your food, and slaughtered your people. It is only natural you seek our lives." He glanced at the rock ninja writhing in agony, nearly broken, and added, "But why must you torment him?" Naruto scoffed, "Just as you did not seek my people's consent before ruthlessly taking their lives. I need not seek your approval for my actions. I am here solely to ensure you pay for the lives you have taken. Only your final cries can soothe their pain." The leader of the rock ninjas shouted, "The enemy's purple giant possesses formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. We must unite our powers and unleash our might." Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. The combined might of the ninjas formed a massive dragon's head from the earth, rivaling Naruto's Susanoo in size and ferocity. However, Naruto merely regarded it with indifference, his Sharingan spinning. The once crimson star-shaped pupils now bore intricate black patterns, signaling the activation of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. The purple giant enveloping Naruto rose, donning complete armor and sprouting wings, granting it the ability to fly. Naruto ascended to the forehead of his Susanoo, gazing down contemptuously upon the earth dragon. "Do we stand a chance against such an enemy? Perhaps we should flee," murmured the surrounding ninjas. "Silence," the leader bellowed. "We have not yet lost. Attack. Do not let them underestimate the ninjas of Rock Hidden Village." His words ignited their resolve. The rock ninjas fervently concentrated their chakra, unleashing basketball-sized stones from the dragon's maw, hurtling towards Susanoo. Unfazed, Naruto commanded Susanoo to draw its blade, swiftly slicing through the ground. The horrendous force obliterated the forest, leaving nothing but stumps in its wake. As the dust settled, the 100 rock ninjas lay severed. Those fortunate enough to survive writhing in agony, carving a bloody path as they tried to escape. Chapter 36. Terrifying retribution. Did you sever us merely to let us die in anguish? The leading rock ninja, who had miraculously survived, asked with a pained expression. Naruto shook his head, replying, had my attack been a fraction more powerful, it might have affected your sealing scrolls. Those scrolls contained a hard-earned grain cultivated by the residents of Rocktown. How could I bear to destroy them? Haha. The leading rock ninja laughed, utterly taken aback that he would face such a brutal demise over what he deemed a trivial reason. His laughter was laced with sarcasm, self-mockery, and bitterness. With each chuckle, he drained the last vestiges of life from his body. Death was already at his doorstep. Naruto collected all the spoils into his system space and beheaded over 100 rock ninjas, their heads to serve as offerings to comfort the souls of the deceased residents of Rocktown. We, the Hidden Leaf, have coexisted peacefully with your rock village for quite some time. Why did you choose this moment to attack us? Naruto inquired, perplexed, gazing at the rock ninja whose limbs he had shattered. Cold sweat dripped from the ninja's forehead, a testament to the excruciating pain he endured. He trembled as he spoke. I can reveal the reason, but you must promise me a swift end afterward. Naruto nodded, agreed. The rock ninja hastily explained. Our lord Tsuchikage initially intended to follow the orders of the former daimyo to attack your Hidden Leaf. However, after the former daimyo's unexpected demise, the matter was temporarily shelved. Now, with the new daimyo in power, he has completely forgotten your existence, indulging himself in pleasure. Recently, however, the vast sale of grain from your country piqued his interest, seemingly rekindling the former daimyo's orders. Thus, he has commanded us to invade your Hidden Leaf once more, to seize your grain and fulfill the former daimyo's wish to eradicate your nation. Naruto scoffed, if you covet our grain, just say so. There's no need for grandiose justifications. He then turned to the youth beside him, instructing, grant him a swift end, avenging Yamada. The youth nodded resolutely and swiftly plunged a kunai into the rock ninja's neck. Naruto severed the head of the fallen ninja and, alongside the youth, returned to Rocktown. The lord has returned. A ninja from the Hidden Leaf exclaimed with delight. My lord, are you unscathed? Did the despicable rock ninjas evade you in such a short time? Do not worry, we will reclaim this blood debt one day. Upon hearing the shouts, the residents of Rocktown quickly gathered, their faces filled with concern for Naruto. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of severed rock ninja heads accumulated in a pile, yet this macabre sight did not instill fear in the townsfolk. I recognize him. He was the one who crushed my house. My mother was trapped beneath the boulder, and I was powerless to save her. Someone cried, pointing at one of the heads. Laughter mingled with tears. Many bereaved families located the heads of their loved ones' murderers, and amidst their joy, they were reminded of their lost kin, stirring a deep sorrow. Naruto handed the retrieved sealing scrolls to the responsible personnel, stating, the reconstruction efforts require your diligence. I will send others to assist you. Furthermore, a more formidable ninja force will be stationed in Rocktown. Even if the rock ninjas strike again, they will be able to hold out until I arrive. You need not live in fear. After casting one last glance at the grieving residents, Naruto vanished in an instant. Shaolin, what transpired? Why did you and the leader return with so many rock ninja heads after such a brief absence? After Naruto's departure, a ninja quickly queried the youth who had accompanied him, their bewilderment palpable. When they had confronted the rock ninjas earlier, they had felt utterly powerless. Their utmost limit had been to protect the residents during the retreat, all while the enemy's primary aim was the granary. They could scarcely fathom how their leader had accomplished such a feat. The youth's face flushed with excitement as he exclaimed, you truly missed an awe-inspiring spectacle. After we caught up to the rock ninjas, the leader summoned a colossal purple giant that crushed the bones of the ninja who had slain Lord Yamada. Then, those rock ninjas unleashed a fearsome earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. I had never seen such a massive earth dragon before. Yet, our leader remained unfazed, commanding the purple giant to soar into the sky, as if defying gravity. With a simple horizontal slash, the giant cleaved through the ranks of the 100 rock ninjas, leaving them writhing on the ground in anguish. Bravo! The ninjas of the Hidden Leaf could not help but applaud. Having been chased by those rock ninjas previously, their frustration had simmered for too long, and they finally felt a sense of vindication. How old do you think our leader is? Someone suddenly inquired. At least in his 30s. Otherwise, how could he possess such terrifying strength? Not necessarily. I heard that the Yellow Flash from the neighboring fire country's Konoha is merely a 15-year-old boy. Huh. The Yellow Flash cannot possibly be compared to our leader. Our leader could crush him with a single finger. Exactly. A few hours later, a contingent of rock ninjas arrived at the site of the numerous slain rock ninjas. What a ruthless method. After killing them, they even severed their heads. Is this a display of power directed at us? A rock ninja exclaimed grimly, surveying the gruesome scene of beheaded, bisected corpses. The leader, Huang Tu, sighed, no, this is retribution. A warning. A retaliation for our incursion. Cautioning us of the dire consequences should we persist in our actions. That individual possesses formidable strength. The techniques employed by our 100 ninjas were utterly dismantled by him with a mere single move. leading to our total annihilation. Such terrifying power. Even the third Suchikage would struggle to achieve. The previously speaking rock ninja, begrudgingly, asked, "Are we not to retaliate? Shall we simply let this pass?" Huang Tu pointed towards the forest, reduced to wooden stumps, and remarked, "Could your revenge yield such results? If we provoke him further, unleashing such power upon the rock village, can you withstand it?" "Aye." The rock ninja lowered his head, speechless. Huang Tu's gaze deepened ominously. "We must report this matter to Lord Suchikage and allow him to decide. Against such a formidable foe, we can only seek an opportunity for a decisive strike. Otherwise, the repercussions will be endless." Chapter 37. The decision of the Earth Shadow. Upon returning to the land of the origin, Naruto was met with the anxious gaze of Zabuza, who hastily inquired, "Lord Leader, what is the casualty count in Rock Town?" Naruto's expression grew serious as he replied, "Fortunately, there were not many casualties. The primary objective of those rock shinobi was to seize our food supplies. The loss of civilian lives was merely incidental." Zabuza sighed in relief, stating, "That is good to hear. Losing some food is inconsequential. We can always grow more. However, once lives are lost, there is nothing that can be done." Naruto cast a surprised glance at him, reflecting, "Zabuza, you seem to have changed significantly." It was hard to forget that this was the same individual who, in his youth, had orchestrated a gruesome graduation exam in the Hidden Mist Village, resulting in the deaths of all the participating students. He had become notorious for his ruthless demeanor, earning the moniker the Demon of the Mist. To hear him now express relief over the preservation of life was indeed remarkable and indicative of his newfound commitment to the ideals of the land of the origin. Slightly embarrassed by the observation, Zabuza quickly shifted the topic. "We must retaliate. Otherwise, the rock shinobi will perceive us as easy prey, intensifying their raids on our food supplies." Naruto responded coldly, "All of the invading rock shinobi who attacked Rock Town have been decimated. It now depends on whether the hidden rock village dares to continue their aggression." He turned to Zabuza, continuing, "Deploy some elite shinobi to secure Rock Town. Even if the rock shinobi dare to attack again, our forces must hold until I arrive. Additionally, we should allocate more personnel to assist in the reconstruction, restoring Rock Town to its former glory." "Yes, Lord Leader." Zabuza nodded in agreement. In the Land of Earth, Hidden Rock Village. After hearing the report from Akatsuchi, Inoki's expression grew increasingly grave. After a prolonged silence, he remarked, "The shinobi world has enjoyed a rare period of peace for over a decade, and now it appears turmoil is imminent. There is news you are yet unaware of. The Jinchuriki of the Five Tails has been captured by members of the Akatsuki." Akatsuchi gasped in astonishment. "What?" It seems that Kakashi from Konoha was indeed right. The Akatsuki are targeting the tailed beasts. Should we not alert the other shinobi villages to safeguard their Jinchuriki? Inoki remained pensive for a moment. His expression clouded as he contemplated the situation. "Not so fast. Our priority must be to retrieve the Five Tails Jinchuriki. If other villages learn of our strategic asset being compromised, they may seize the opportunity to attack us." Though Akatsuchi understood his father's rationale, an inner voice cautioned him that such secrecy could lead to dire consequences. However, he knew persuading his father would be challenging and thus asked, "What about the land of the origin?" Inoki snorted dismissively. "The Akatsuki may be few in number and agile. Their base elusive. Dealing with them is a formidable task. The land of the origin, however, is different. Their territory and people are there, unable to flee. I shall confront the enigmatic leader of the land of the origin and ascertain his true nature. Take me to the location where our men engaged him. Perhaps we can glean some intelligence." Shortly thereafter, Inoki arrived at the destination accompanied by Akatsuchi and several elite shinobi. Observing the aftermath of Naruto's devastating strike, Inoki's brow furrowed deeply. The sight evoked memories of a terrifying enemy he had faced in his youth, a shadow that haunted him throughout his life. Had that adversary not underestimated him and spared his life, he would have long since become a mere skeleton. Suddenly, a shout from his subordinate interrupted his reverie. "Who goes there? Show yourself." "Huh. Quite impressive sensory ninjutsu, Inoki. Your subordinates are quite skilled." A figure, masked save for his eyes, emerged from the earth, addressing Inoki. Narrowing his eyes, Inoki demanded, "Are you the leader of the land of the origin? Did you slay my men?" The figure, Naruto, chuckled lightly. "That is evident. Your men acted without restraint against the civilians. I merely took it upon myself to eliminate them. There is no need for excessive gratitude." Inoki scoffed. "Boy, do not think that a modicum of skill places you on equal footing with me. When I commanded respect in the shinobi world, you were still a mere child, eating dirt in some corner." As he spoke, Inoki suddenly ascended into the air, hovering about 10 meters above the ground. Naruto smirked beneath his mask, thinking, "I've learned something valuable." He teasingly remarked, "Is this your Doton, lightweight rock technique? Quite practical indeed. It seems the elder enjoys mentoring the younger generation. I appreciate your instruction. This ninjutsu resonates with me." As his words fell, Naruto too levitated to match Inoki's height. "What? Did he learn my father's technique in an instant? This technique is notoriously difficult to master. Even I have yet to grasp it." Akatsuchi exclaimed incredulously. "You little brat. Inoki's pupils constricted as he scrutinized Naruto's eyes beneath the mask, muttering, Manjikyu Sharingan? Such a terrifying capacity for learning. Kakashi, the copy ninja from Konoha, would not even be worthy of carrying your shoes. A schemer like you, endowed with such abilities, must not be allowed to leave here alive. Humph. If you can master this technique, then allow me to learn from you. Dust release, original world stripping technique. Naruto chuckled softly, completing his hand signs in an instant, unleashing a fierce gale from his mouth. Wind release, great breakthrough. Not good. At that moment, Inoki had prepared his dust release, but the howling wind surged forward, sending him flying like a ragged sack. He quickly adjusted his body weight, stabilizing himself. Your ninjutsu allows you to fly, but in essence, it merely reduces your weight. Those with insufficient weight can be swept away by the wind. Naruto declared. Dreadful. This kid is quick-witted. He has already discerned the weakness of the lightweight rock technique. Furthermore, he possesses rare wind chakra. Inoki thought to himself, realizing he had no choice but to return to the ground. Though the power of dust release was formidable, if one were not firmly grounded, they risked harming their own allies instead of the enemy, which would spell disaster. As Inoki's nearby rock shinobi advanced without hesitation, they unleashed a barrage of fireballs from their mouths, encircling Naruto to cut off his escape routes. So, you opted to counter my wind release with fire release? How intriguing. Noticing the assault, Naruto summoned Susanoo, rendering their attacks ineffective, as if a cow had disappeared into the sea without a ripple. Not wishing to remain an observer any longer, Akatsuchi placed his hands on the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently as two massive hemispherical mounds of earth surged towards Susanoo from either side. This was the technique he had previously employed to hinder the Ten Tails, the earth release, mountain soil technique. Impressive, Naruto praised, as Susanoo extended an arm to block the advancing earth mounds, preventing their convergence. Well done, Akatsuchi, Naruto exclaimed, glancing down to see Inoki, who had approached from a distance, poised to unleash a white light cone from his hand. Die, brat. Dust release, original world stripping technique. Chapter 38. Impact. The moment the dust release struck the Susanoo, a violent explosion ensued, causing the earth to seal around it. Even if one were to survive the dust release, they would undoubtedly be crushed by the ensuing earth. Humph. Arrogant little brat. This is the consequence of underestimating us. Inoki let out a soft snort, his brow raised, clearly in high spirits. Wait, that person is still alive. He is in the sky. A perceptive ninja from the IWA, Shinobi exclaimed, his expression shifting as he looked up. The left arm of the purple giant had vanished, and enormous wings sprouted from behind, hovering in the air. Did he deliberately use the Susanoo's arm to catch my dust release, and then ascend into the sky at the moment of the explosion? Inoki mused, realizing that such speed of flight was beyond the scope of his ninjutsu, indicating that the enemy had become even more formidable. Before long, the Susanoo's arm reformed, and Naruto descended, saying, Inoki, is this the dust release you take pride in? Its power is indeed extraordinary. You nearly killed me. In return, allow me to show you a fraction of my true abilities. Wind release, vacuum wave. Several massive wind blades, capable of slicing through mountains, surged towards Inoki and his comrades, accompanied by a piercing sound of cutting air. The sheer size of this wind technique was terrifying, yet its speed showed no signs of diminishing. In fact, it seemed to increase. Many IWA shinobi were massed in despair, unable to conceive any means to counter this attack. Earth. Inoki shouted urgently. Understood, Dad. Earth release, earth flow wall. In an instant, a majestic earthen wall rose from the ground, astonishingly thick. Inoki hurried forward, pressing his hands against the wall, and declared, Earth release, ultra-heavy rock technique. Just as his words fell, the colossal wind blades struck the wall, the terrifying force of the cut making Inoki doubt its ability to withstand the assault. Hiya! Veins bulged on Inoki's forehead as he channeled all his chakra into the ultra-heavy rock technique, striving to bolster the wall's defense. The rumbling finally ceased, and the wall stood resolute. Inoki breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this. However, a cold voice accompanied by the howling wind reached him. You have only blocked one attack. Do not celebrate too soon, Inoki. A deafening explosion erupted once more, and the wall was instantly shattered. Wind chakra spheres, each the size of a table, penetrated through the debris. Dad, be careful. Huangtu quickly positioned himself in front of Inoki, summoning a clay giant that reached out to grasp the incoming spheres. Another violent explosion echoed, accompanied by the anguished screams of men. When the dust settled, Inoki surveyed the surroundings and found that, aside from himself and Huangtu, very few IWA shinobi had survived. Naruto had already dispelled the Susanoo, hovering not far from them. I knew this wouldn't be enough to kill you, Inoki. Your son's abilities are commendable. You are getting old. Perhaps it is time to step aside and let him become the fourth Tsuchikage. Inoki ignored the taunt, fixing his gaze on Naruto. It seems your Susanoo amplifies your ninjutsu's power. These two wind release techniques are the strongest I have ever witnessed in my life. Naruto nonchalantly replied. Sharp observation. It appears you have not yet reached the point of failing eyesight. Despite the heavy losses among his subordinates, Inoki felt no sorrow. Instead, a smile graced his lips. The real battle is only just beginning. Your chakra must be running low. Otherwise, you wouldn't have dispelled the Susanoo. Although the cost of today has been steep, I believe it is entirely worth it to take the life of an ambitious man like you. Ha ha ha. Naruto chuckled behind his mask, his laughter laced with disdain and pity. Inoki furrowed his brow and shouted, "Little brat, why are you laughing when death is imminent?" Naruto ceased his laughter, shrugging his shoulders. "I merely came to greet you today, as a return gift for your invasion of our land of origins. Inoki, I have thoroughly enjoyed myself today. I look forward to our next encounter." Inoki's pupils constricted, a foreboding feeling swelling within him as he incredulously uttered, "Impossible. How could you be?" Yet reality would not bend to his will, as Naruto's form dissipated into a plume of smoke before his eyes. Huangtu, witnessing this, collapsed to the ground, murmuring, "Shadow clone. It was merely a clone. How terrifying must his true strength be?" Though Inoki also found this absurd, he remained steadfast, chiding Huangtu with a sense of disappointment. "Get up. We of Awagakure do not possess such weakness. It was merely a battle. That brat was only posturing. Under our siege, he nearly fell victim to my dust release. We shall prepare more thoroughly next time. We are not without a chance of victory." Huangtu took a deep breath. Regaining his composure, "I understand, Dad. I will go tend to the wounded." As he watched Huangtu's retreating figure, Inoki felt an ache in his lower back. Though today's battle was brief, it had stirred long-buried memories within him. "Uchiha Madara, though you perished long ago, your inherent arrogance has been passed down to those with eyes like yours. Fortunately, Konoha severed its ties and exterminated the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, should more of your terrifying kin emerge, the other shinobi villages would have little reason to exist." After some time, Huangtu finished bandaging the injured and approached the still-dazed Inoki, asking, "Dad, shall we continue towards the land of origins?" Inoki remained silent for a moment, a hint of melancholy in his voice as he replied, "No. Provoking such an enemy is unwise. If they were to attack our village while we are unprepared, the damage caused by their Susanoo-enhanced ninjutsu could lead to countless civilian casualties. A price we cannot bear." Huangtu nodded. "Indeed, their destructive capability rivals that of a Jinchuriki, and their abilities are far more comprehensive, making them difficult to counter." Inoki's expression turned inscrutable. "Am I truly growing old, no longer fit for the position of Tsuchikage?" Huangtu's face displayed shock as he suddenly realized that the impact the leader of the land of origins had on his father was no less significant than that on himself. In the capital of the land of origins, Naruto's memories from the clone returned to his main body. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Indeed, Luffy's experiences have taught me a valuable lesson. Formidable foes are the best teachers. Several earth release techniques were quite impressive. The fire release, Phoenix Flower technique can also be combined with my wind release for even greater efficacy. I have gained much today." Chapter 39. Communication a few days later. Zabuza knocked excitedly on the door of the leader's office in the land of origin. His expression was a complex mix of excitement and apprehension. "What's the matter? Your expression doesn't seem to suggest another attack from the Hidden Stone Village?" Naruto inquired, lifting his gaze from the financial report of the land of origin for the month. Taking a deep breath, Zabuza responded, "Lord Leader, ninjas from Konoha have come to our land of origin seeking collaboration." Naruto looked surprised and asked, "Are you certain it's Konoha and not the land of fire? There's a fundamental difference between the two." He paused before continuing. "Anyway, who are the representatives from Konoha?" With an odd expression, Zabuza replied, "One of them is a Jonin named Yamato, who seems quite amicable. As for the other, both you and I are quite familiar with him, Kakashi Hitaki, the copy ninja." Naruto scratched his head and chuckled. "Then by all means, let them in. I'm curious about the nature of their proposed collaboration." "Yes." Moments later, Zabuza entered the office accompanied by Kakashi, whose expression was equally peculiar, and Yamato, who appeared somewhat bewildered. This leader of the land of origin is quite mysterious. He even wears a mask in his own office, Kakashi thought to himself, observing Naruto's attire. He discreetly glanced at Zabuza's figure, his mind racing. It was indeed true that Zabuza had not died. There were long-standing rumors that the origins of the former Land of Origins organization lay in the Land of Waves. It seemed that after Zabuza's escape, he had joined this organization and perhaps even held a position of seniority. Naruto, masking his voice, welcome to the Land of Origin. Esteemed guests from Konoha, what brings you here from afar? Kakashi responded with a touch of respect. Lord Leader, we have learned that your country has profound expertise in agriculture. Our Hokage wishes to engage in technical exchanges regarding agricultural practices. Of course, this is not without compensation. Your country can negotiate any needs with us, he added. Naruto chuckled softly. Konoha is primarily a ninja organization focused on undertaking missions. When did you start showing interest in agriculture? I recall that the fourth Kazekage, Razi of the Sand Village, had to resort to using magnetism to gather gold sand for financial support due to his village's fiscal troubles. Has Konoha encountered a similar predicament, planning to survive through farming? Before Kakashi could respond, Naruto continued. It was the daimyo of the Land of Fire who instructed you to come here. wasn't he it? Huh. Our citizens of the land of origin have finally achieved a prosperous life through the trade of surplus grain. If you were to master the same techniques, our advantage would vanish. Do you truly believe I would easily share our agricultural knowledge with you? Kakashi was momentarily rendered speechless. He had anticipated that their objective would be difficult to achieve, but he hadn't expected the leader of the land of origin to be so astutely perceptive, effortlessly uncovering their intentions. Naruto rose from his seat and approached Kakashi, stating, however, it is not entirely impossible. You need only meet one condition of mine. Kakashi, understanding that such a condition would likely be exceedingly difficult to fulfill, hesitated to respond. Yamato, on the other hand, not overthinking the matter, eagerly asked, what is the condition? Naruto did not answer directly but posed another question. Are you familiar with the philosophy of our former organization? Kakashi's eyes flickered as he replied. You aspire to unify the ninja world and establish a singular nation to mitigate the ravages of war. Naruto nodded approvingly. Precisely. What do you think of this philosophy? Kakashi, unreserved in his thoughts, stated, it is a beautiful and potentially effective ideal. However, the challenges and bloodshed it entails are enough to instill dread. Naruto acknowledged. Success is attainable through effort. Now, there exists a shortcut to expedite the realization of this ideal. I wonder if Konoha would be willing to take that step. A wild thought suddenly crossed Kakashi's mind, triggering a cascade of associations. Naruto continued. My condition is simple. Should Konoha eliminate the daimyo of the Land of Fire and seize control of the Land of Fire to establish its own ninja nation, I shall gladly relinquish the agricultural techniques of the Land of Origin. Indeed, Kakashi mused inwardly. What? That is impossible. You're insane. Yamato exclaimed. Zabuza grasped the executioner's blade behind him, his gaze icy as he warned, mind your tone. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, speaking calmly. If Konoha is unwilling to take action themselves, I can assist in that regard. Kakashi could not help but inquire, why would you go to such lengths? Even if Konoha were to establish its own ninja nation, what benefit would it bring you? Naruto walked to the window, gazing at the burgeoning capital, and resolutely declared, as long as our ideal can be realized, I would accept regardless of who ultimately establishes a unified nation in the ninja world. Observing the leader's silhouette, Kakashi felt a surge of respect within him. Such a person was not driven by personal ambition. He genuinely cared for the ninja world and sought to curtail the horrors of war. Yamato, deeply moved, sincerely apologized. I'm sorry, my earlier words were inappropriate. Naruto smiled and shook his head, indicating he bore no ill will. He then stated, I have clearly outlined my conditions. Relay my words to your Hokage and let her contemplate them carefully. After the two from Konoha departed, Zabuza asked, is this feasible? Will the Hokage truly agree to such conditions? Naruto shook his head, of course not. Great undertakings are seldom easy. However, I never expected the Hokage to acquiesce. I merely wish to plant a seed in the hearts of Konoha's people. When they once again endure the agony and despair of war, perhaps this seed, which yearns to restrain conflict, will take root and flourish. In Konoha, Hokage's office impossible. We in Konoha have no standing to act against the daimyo. Even if we were to take action, does he think our Land of Fire is like the Land of Grass, with so few ninjas? He does not understand how many lives would be lost if we were to oppose the daimyo. Kakashi remarked, I believe he is aware. And perhaps he did not expect you, Lady Tsunade, to agree. This may merely be a trial on his part. He seems to possess an unusual obsession with unifying the ninja world, even if the one in power is not himself. Tsunade's expression grew solemn. A person so resolutely pursuing their goals, endowed with sufficient capability, was indeed formidable. She turned to Kakashi and asked, what is your impression of this individual? After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi replied, the time we've spent together is too brief for a thorough evaluation. However, through his words and actions, I discerned a possible truth. Tsunade inquired, what truth? Kakashi's expression turned grave as he stated. The former daimyo of the Land of Earth was likely not killed by members of the Akatsuki. The one responsible may very well be the enigmatic leader of the Land of Origin. Chapter 40. The truth, why do you feel that way? Tsunade inquired. Her expression one of surprise. Kakashi elucidated. It is evident from that individual's remarks that he harbors discontent towards the current collaboration between the feudal lords and the ninja villages. He aspires for the ninjas to establish their own nations, akin to what he did in the Land of Origin. Thus, he likely holds little regard for the feudal lords of various nations. Eliminating them would grant the ninja villages the opportunity to form their own states, hastening the unification of the ninja world. He would undoubtedly prefer this course of action. Tsunade nodded, acknowledging, in that case, the leader of the Land of Origin indeed possesses a motive. Kakashi continued, moreover, the timing of the previous feudal lord of the Earth country's demise is quite telling. He perished shortly after issuing a directive to annihilate the Land of Origin. His death plunged the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, into a crisis of suspicion, leaving him with no inclination to strike against the Land of Origin. Thus, it is evident that the one who benefited the most from that incident was the leader of the Land of Origin. Tsunade remarked, if what you assert is accurate, It implies that this leader possesses the bloodline limit, dust release, which is typically exclusive to the third Tsuchikage. Consequently, his strength could only be described as unfathomable. There is something you may not be aware of. Recently, Inoki clashed with him. During that encounter, he did not exhibit any dust release techniques. Yet he utilized the Sharingan abilities of the Uchiha clan to gain the upper hand over Inoki. Had he exerted his full power, it is difficult to fathom whether the third Tsuchikage would still be alive after that battle. At this point, Tsunade gazed intently at Kakashi and asked, "Do you believe we should inform the Iwagakure about your conjecture?" Kakashi pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking his head, stating, "I believe it is not worth it. I can surmise the truth of this matter. It is merely the leader of the land of origin acting with intent. Or else, he would not have suggested that we could have him eliminate the feudal lords. This indicates that he possesses a sense of invulnerability and harbors extreme confidence in his own abilities. There is no need to offend a formidable leader of a nation over a country we already have no ties with." Kakashi recalled that his dear friend, Obito Uchiha, had met his demise at the hands of a Wagakure. Why would he risk considering the interests of the Earth country, particularly when his reasoning is indeed sound? Tsunade nodded. "I understand. You may leave now." As Kakashi departed the Hokage office, a heavy mood enveloped him, not solely due to memories of his late friend, Obito. He found himself reminiscing about the early days of Team Kakashi's formation, which filled him with trepidation. "Naruto, your dreams from back then do not seem to be mere childish whims. Was it a mere coincidence? Or had you drawn inspiration from the land of origin? Or perhaps you had already joined their ranks?" With these complex thoughts swirling in his mind, Kakashi unconsciously arrived at Naruto's residence. Just then, Naruto opened the door and, upon seeing Kakashi standing below, cheerfully exclaimed, "Kakashi-sensei, are you looking for me? Come on up." Once seated, Kakashi found himself struggling to articulate his thoughts, unsure of where to begin. Noticing this, Naruto raised an eyebrow and said, "If you have something to ask, just say it outright, Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi exhaled deeply and addressed the matter directly. "Is your dream still to unify the ninja world and establish a great nation?" "Absolutely," Naruto affirmed. Kakashi's expression shifted slightly as he probed further. "Is your dream influenced by others, or is it entirely your own?" Naruto chuckled lightly. "Kakashi-sensei, you are indeed perceptive, connecting my words from 2 years ago to my association with the land of origin. Indeed, I am a member of that organization, but my dream is entirely my own. In a sense, the philosophy of the land of origin stems from my own ideals." Kakashi's expression changed as he spoke gravely. "Would you betray Konoha for the sake of the land of origin?" Naruto laughed heartily. "Kakashi-sensei, why would I seek distant shores when I have everything I need here? My current goal is to become Hokage. If I achieve that, my dream of unifying the ninja world will advance significantly. What benefit would betrayal of Konoha bring me?" Kakashi was taken aback. He had not anticipated Naruto's forthrightness, as he displayed no intention of concealing his thoughts. With a voice slightly hoarse, he queried, "Is this truly your reason for wanting to become Hokage?" Naruto shrugged. "Kakashi-sensei, you don't genuinely believe that those who become village leaders have no ambitions and are purely selfless, do you? Even if they are, it only highlights their incompetence, clinging to their small territories while allowing war to persist indefinitely, with tragedy repeating itself. Kakashi-sensei, do you think that those with ambition cannot become Hokage?" Kakashi shook his head. "Not at all. It's just that with your aspirations, once you become Hokage, many in Konoha will have to make sacrifices for the realization of your dream." Naruto expressed his disappointment. "Kakashi-sensei, having experienced the third Great Ninja War, I did not expect your awareness to be so superficial. It seems the peaceful environment of Konoha for the past decade has made you forget the pain that war inflicts. Wars erupt for countless reasons: resources, politics, beliefs, and ethnicities, among others. Do you believe that if I do not become Hokage, peace will endure indefinitely?" Kakashi was rendered speechless. He understood the underlying truth but had witnessed the loss of too many comrades and did not wish to see the hard-won peace shattered. Consequently, he felt averse to Naruto's dream that could only be achieved through the brutality of war. The room fell into a prolonged silence, with neither party willing to speak. Ultimately, Kakashi could no longer restrain himself and asked, "If the land of origin were to wage war against the land of fire, which side would you support?" Naruto replied, "As long as I have not lost the chance to become Hokage, they will not take action. That was agreed upon from the very beginning." Kakashi's pupils constricted as he comprehended the implications of Naruto's words. Should Naruto ascend to the position of Hokage, Konoha and the land of origin would stand on the same side, thereby negating any reason for the latter to act against Konoha. However, if Naruto were to lose hope in becoming Hokage, Konoha would then become the greatest obstacle in the land of origin's path to unifying the ninja world, thus prompting the latter to eliminate this hindrance without hesitation. Contemplating this, Kakashi's expression grew grave as he regarded Naruto. In such a scenario, the once mighty yellow flash of Konoha might even turn against his own village. Chapter 41. The choice as Kakashi left Naruto's room. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was an inadequate teacher. Among his 3 disciples, one had defected from Konoha in pursuit of vengeance, aligning with Orochimaru. who had nearly obliterated the village. Another, with grand aspirations, might resort to actions detrimental to Konoha in pursuit of those dreams. Why does the genius ninja of Konoha appear so despondent? A teasing voice interrupted Kakashi's thoughts. He looked up to see Jiraiya, wearing a broad smile. Come, let us share a drink. It seems you have much on your mind that you wish to express. Inside the tavern, after hearing Kakashi's tale, Jiraiya chuckled. It appears your tenure as a teacher has not been entirely successful. Naruto has never concealed his thoughts. Did he not share his dreams with you upon your first meeting? At that time, you did not take them to heart. Jiraiya continued, in truth, Tsunade is also aware of Naruto's aspirations. When Naruto and I sought her out to assume the mantle of the 5th Hokage, he boldly declared that the first Hokage was the greatest fool, which infuriated Tsunade, prompting her to consider teaching him a lesson. Kakashi pondered this, realizing that Naruto had always been forthright, never attempting to disguise his intentions. He asked, what does Lady Tsunade think of this? If Naruto were to become Hokage, it could bring disaster to Konoha. Jiraiya shook his head, I do not know. However, we cannot obstruct his ambition to unify the ninja world simply because of that. If Naruto gains the support of the village, it signifies that the villagers embrace his ideals, leaving us with even less justification to intervene. Kakashi paused, slightly taken aback, and self-deprecatingly remarked, indeed, it seems my concerns are somewhat unwarranted. Jiraiya clapped him on the shoulder with a smile. It is normal for a teacher to fear their disciple straying from the right path. Such worries are to be expected. 2 weeks later, under the gentle breeze of the night, a group of ninjas without forehead protectors stealthily infiltrated a town near the borders of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. The ninjas of Konoha are truly worthless. What formidable strength could such a small nation possess? If they refuse to share their techniques, we can simply seize them. The leader scoffed as he surveyed the brightly lit, bustling town below. One of his companions agreed, indeed. Over the years, the ninjas of Konoha have grown increasingly dismissive of our Lord Daimyo's orders. It is high time the Daimyo showed them what true authority looks like by cutting their funding, so they understand who truly holds the power between the ninja villages and the nations. Another ninja laughed heartily. Exactly. It would be more prudent to allocate funds to us, as we are the true loyal servants of our Lord Daimyo. The leader commanded, if we successfully complete the task assigned by the Daimyo, he will surely regard us with greater importance. Stay alert. If anyone messes this up, they will pay with their lives. Yes, Captain. With their direction set, the group hastened toward the town center, home to the research division of the Land of Rain. Within its walls lay the agricultural research findings, aimed at instructing the residents on cultivation and yield enhancement. For the daimyo of the Land of Fire, who coveted these advancements, this was exactly what he desired. Upon their arrival, the leader spotted an oddly dressed figure wearing a mask who had been waiting for them, bathed in moonlight. The masked individual's eyes glowed with an otherworldly red light, silently observing them. It seems we have been discovered. Attack. The leader wasted no time, forming hand seals and unleashing an assault. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A searing line of flames erupted from his mouth, the intensity surpassing that of the great fireball technique. And its speed was unmatched. The masked figure let out a piercing scream, soon reduced to charred remains. The ninjas of a small nation are utterly unprepared. They are paralyzed with fear by my prowess. The leader scoffed at the lifeless body. At that moment, several ninjas from the Land of Rain rushed to provide assistance. The 2 ninjas from the Land of Fire, seeing their leader poised to continue the attack, laughed. Captain, how can you take all the glory? Leave these weaklings to us. With that, the 2 pressed their hands to the ground, causing sharp rock spikes to erupt, impaling the advancing ninjas from the Land of Rain. However, more and more ninjas from the Land of Rain arrived, and the leader's expression shifted as he commanded, make this quick. I will hold them off. You all go inside and seize the resources. We must leave at once we succeed. As time passed, the skirmish dragged on, and the leader struggled to breathe, gazing at what felt like an endless wave of Land of Rain ninjas. His pupils constricted as a thought struck him. He formed hand seals and shouted, release. Suddenly, the scene around him transformed dramatically. Though he remained on the street, the bodies of his comrades lay strewn about, with not a single ninja from the Land of Rain in sight. Come out. I have broken your illusion. If you have the skill, let us face each other. He bellowed, his face twisted in fury. Your ignorance blinds you. You cannot even discern whether it was your own illusion that you broke or mine. A calm voice resonated from above. You displayed your might and eliminated your own subordinates. Such grandiosity is fitting for a great nation. Looking up, he saw the masked figure they had encountered earlier, illuminated by the moonlight, with a pair of Sharingan eyes radiating a divine brilliance, exuding an aura as if a god had descended. Rest assured, your suffering shall not linger for long. I shall send you to join your comrades. As a sign of respect, I will use the jutsu you take such pride in. In an instant, Naruto completed the hand seals, unleashing a terrifying pillar of fire. The leader had no time to scream before he was reduced to ashes. In the capital of the Land of Rain, within the leader's office, Zabuza gazed at Naruto, who had reappeared, and inquired, Lord Leader, who were the intruders this time? Naruto replied calmly, After rejecting Konoha, the daimyo of the Land of Fire has not given up. He still covets our agricultural research. The intruders were merely some of the daimyo's guardian ninjas, whom I have dealt with. Zabuza, somewhat anxious, remarked, Lord Leader. Those foes are ours to repel. Why must you expend your energy personally? Naruto waved his hand dismissively. My shadow clone is monitoring the borders for invaders. Merely to prevent the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth from acting out of desperation by sending large numbers of ninjas to attack. Dealing with these minor nuisances is simply a way to pass the time. He turned to Zabuza and said, It is also time for you to stretch your legs. Since we cannot yet contend with the great nations, let us first seize the Land of Water. Chapter 42. The Siege and Conquest. Although our strength may not be sufficient to take down a great nation, why is our next target not the neighboring Land of Rain, but rather the Land of Waterfalls, which is isolated by numerous waterfalls? Zabuza expressed his confusion, for geographically and in terms of resource abundance, the Land of Rain seems to be the superior choice. Naruto, with a peculiar expression, replied, The Land of Rain, though reclusive and shrouded in mystery, is not as simple as it appears. Considering it as our next target would be unwise. With Nagato and Konan present, even if I were to engage directly, I would not have a guarantee of success. Moreover, this is not the opportune moment to confront the Akatsuki. In a sense, our objectives align with theirs. I understand. Zabuza declared with determination. In our campaign against the Land of Waterfalls, may we take the initiative ourselves? I implore you, leader, to evaluate the fruits of our labor over these past years. Naruto couldn't help but smile, nodding in agreement. Very well. If the cost you incur is within my acceptable limits, I shall refrain from intervening. It is settled then. A leader who cherishes the lives of his subordinates naturally brings joy to them. However, the constant need for the leader to personally engage in every battle can be quite stifling for the subordinates. This time, in the assault on the Land of Waterfalls, we must demonstrate our strength to the leader, lest he wish to take matters into his own hands in the future, Zabuza thought to himself. Naruto understood Zabuza's intentions, but their nation was already lacking in manpower. If they suffered losses in battle, he would soon find himself isolated. Therefore, to minimize casualties, Naruto preferred to resolve conflicts independently, as it was well within his capabilities. Yet, Zabuza's resolute stance indicated that he could no longer afford to intervene lightly in this war. Looking at Zabuza, Naruto cautioned, Our goal is to garner support for our ideals, not merely to seize territories. Thus, we must not act against the civilians. Should I discover any such actions, I will ensure they pay dearly. Of course, if civilians strike first, you are permitted to disregard this command. As for the ninjas of the Land of Waterfalls, those willing to surrender shall be integrated into our ranks. Those unwilling shall be met with annihilation. Remember, our aim is to unite all possible forces, not to pillage like bandits. Do you understand? Understood, leader. Zabuza's voice resonated with unwavering resolve. As anticipated by Naruto, the war progressed smoothly. The Land of Waterfalls was merely a small nation, lacking considerable ninja strength. The only formidable figure, Kakuzu, had already decimated the upper echelons of the village and absconded with its forbidden techniques, rendering the remaining ninja forces virtually helpless. Previously, they had not been eradicated due to their unique geographical position, hidden behind waterfalls, making them difficult to locate, and their resources were not sufficiently enticing to attract the attention of other nations. However, with Kankuro's keen insight, the Land of Waterfalls had nowhere to hide. Faced with Zabuza's ninja army, the resistance from the Land of Waterfalls was utterly feeble. Meanwhile, in the secret base of the Akatsuki, the members gathered once more. Pain. The leader spoke first. After a prolonged period of preparation, our organization's finances are finally sufficient. It is time to embark on the next phase of our goals. Deidara Sasori, you shall commence. The one-tailed Jinchuriki is within Sunagakure. Sasori is surely familiar with the area. Bring back the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Deidara exclaimed. At last, we can begin. My art has longed to be showcased upon the Jinchuriki. Sasori retorted coldly. Don't be so eager, Brad. It's evident you're a fool with a short lifespan. Deidara dismissed this, saying, It seems that the prospect of returning to familiar territory has stirred your emotions, Sasori. Humph. Aware that Deidara tended to ramble, Sasori snorted and ceased to engage with him. Pain then addressed Kakuzu and Haiden. You are to prepare for an expedition to Kumogakure to capture the two-tails Jinchuriki. However, there is no need to rush. Wait until Deidara and Sasori have succeeded before proceeding. Understood, leader. Kakuzu's demeanor was markedly more serious than that of Deidara and the others. At this moment, Zetsu interjected. Kakuzu, there is a piece of intelligence I wonder if you would find of interest. However, I believe it is better if I share it with you. Kakuzu remained silent, merely watching him intently. Zetsu, feeling slightly bored, continued. Do you all recall our previous discussions regarding the Land of Waterfalls? Their ninjas are currently assaulting your homeland, Kakuzu. It seems they will soon completely seize the Land of Waterfalls. Before Kakuzu could respond, a voice piped up. Haha. Do you need assistance, Kakuzu? The art I create will surely tear the ninjas of the Land of Waterfalls asunder. Deidara jested, not genuinely wishing to assist, but merely seeking amusement. Zetsu remarked meaningfully. You may not necessarily be a match for the leader of the land of waterfalls, Deidara. His mastery of the Sharingan is extraordinary. He may even surpass Itachi. It is said that your teacher, the third Tsuchikage Inoki, did not fare well against him. Deidara clicked his tongue, his expression growing more serious. He was acutely aware of the third Tsuchikage's abilities. A moment's inattention could lead to his obliteration. Deidara developed a deeper understanding of the leader of the land of waterfall strength. However, rather than feeling fear, he was filled with a sense of eagerness, contemplating the opportunity for a showdown. At that moment, Kakuzu spoke. No need to concern yourself. Do not forget that I am a rogue ninja from the land of waterfalls, and I hold no sentiment for that place. Deidara, do you wish to assist me due to your nostalgic attachment to your homeland? After all, you left Awagakure as a mere child, and your mind is likely filled with fond memories of it. Deidara did not expect Kakuzu, who usually focused solely on profit and spoke little, to be so loquacious today. Moreover, his sharp retorts left Deidara momentarily speechless, leaving him at a loss for a counterargument. Pain seemed to notice Deidara's discomfort and said, Deidara, you and Sasori must hasten your pace to achieve our objectives. Yes, leader. Deidara quickly replied, releasing a sigh of relief. Returning to his true self, Haiden, who had been paired with Kakuzu, asked, Where are we heading now? The land of lightning? Kakuzu shook his head. No need to rush. We shall proceed after the one-tailed Jinchuriki is captured. Haiden nodded and continued. Then shall we seek out those individuals listed on the bounties? Kakuzu's expression was inscrutable as he flatly replied, The land of waterfalls. Chapter 43. Kakuzu what? Haiden nearly thought he had misheard. Once he regained his composure, he chuckled awkwardly. Just a moment ago, you claimed to have no attachment to Takigakure, yet now you are eager to head to the land of waterfalls. Who would have thought you were the type to vocalize disdain while your body betrays your true intentions? Observing Haiden, who was laughing so hard he could barely stand, Kakuzu coldly retorted, Shut your mouth. If you continue to laugh, I'll kill you. Haiden immediately fell silent. Although he was a monster unafraid of death, he did harbor a genuine fear of Kakuzu, the seemingly immortal freak. Kakuzu cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, While I am indifferent to the fate of Takigakure, I find great interest in those capable of its destruction. You may not be aware, but the bounty on the leader of the black market is a staggering 80 million ryo. Capturing his head would be worth the effort we've expended thus far. Indeed, it possesses significant value as a sacrifice to our dark deity. Haiden eagerly agreed, fearful of provoking Kakuzu's ire, which might result in his own body not being stitched back together in the future. Within the land of waterfalls, the battle had concluded. As Konan and Zabuza began to clear the battlefield, a subtle change flickered across Konan's expression as she sensed chakra emanating from a certain direction. Konan, what is it? Zabuza inquired, noticing her unusual demeanor. In this recent conflict with the land of waterfalls, Konan had played a pivotal role. Her sensory ninjutsu was, aside from their leader, the strongest Zabuza had ever encountered. Therefore, he valued her opinion greatly to avoid missing any critical information. Konan furrowed her brow, expressing her concern. There are two individuals approaching us from that direction, one of whom possesses an exceptionally chaotic chakra, resembling the confluence of several individuals' chakras, which is rather unsettling. Zabuza promptly commanded, Remain vigilant. Two ninjas are approaching, likely enemies. Understood. The ninjas have assumed defensive stances, awaiting the newcomers. Well, it seems one among them is a particularly skilled sensory ninja, as we have been detected from such a distance. A somewhat flamboyant voice broke through, revealing a tone of condescension towards the ninjas of. The group turned to the source of the voice, spotting two men adorned in black cloaks embroidered with red clouds, approaching at a seemingly leisurely pace. Zabuza narrowed his eyes, intoning gravely, Akatsuki, we have no grievances with you. What brings you here? Amidst the crowd, a captive gazed at Kakuzu's forehead protector and exclaimed, You are Kakuyu, right? Please, save us. These vile ninjas have destroyed your homeland, Takigakure. You must not let them go unpunished. As he spoke, the captive's face contorted with rage and tears as he implored Kakuzu. Zabuza's expression shifted, and he swiftly approached the captive, disdain evident in his voice. I remember you well. When we seized Takigakure, we offered you a chance to live if you surrendered your weapons. Yet you personally slaughtered your comrade, the very one who saved your life from my blade, and then shamelessly declared your intention to surrender. Why now do you feign indignation for Takigakure? Among these captives, you are undoubtedly the most spineless. The surrounding captives regarded him with scorn, momentarily taken aback by his audacity. After much stammering, the captive finally declared with righteous fervor, I did this to preserve my own life, to work towards the future reconstruction of Takigakure. The deaths of my comrades are mere sacrifices necessary for the greater good. Zabuza, expressionless, unsheathed his executioner's blade, coldly stating, Then it is your turn to make a sacrifice for that greater good. The captive's face blanched as he desperately called out to Kaku, Save me. Kakuzu, you need hands for the reconstruction of Takigakure. I am willing to be your most loyal subordinate. Yet Kakuzu merely observed silently, seemingly entertained by the unfolding farce. Please, I. The executioner's blade fell decisively, and a head, filled with fear and reluctance, soared high into the air before crashing down. Young man, I commend your efficiency. You acted swiftly and without hesitation. Kakuzu expressed his interest, continuing, Zabuza Momochi of the Mist, while your bounty in the black market is also quite substantial. I find myself in a good mood today, so I shall spare your life. Zabuza frowned. Having anticipated that the other would intervene or attempt to rescue the captives of Takigakure, potentially revealing a flaw he could exploit. However, he was taken aback to find that Kakuzu appeared indifferent to the fate of the Takigakure captives. Casting a glance at the captives, Zabuza asked Kaku, Are you not here to save them? Kakuzu replied flatly, Do you think this scar on my forehead protector was acquired without reason? Had I not expended a significant amount of Takigakure's upper echelon strength during my defection, you could not have so easily conquered Takigakure. In a sense, you owe me your gratitude. Zabuza's expression darkened, realizing that the leader was correct. Members of Akatsuki were indeed formidable S-rank criminals. Regaining his composure, he queried with feigned calm. What, then, is your purpose in coming here? Haydn, impatient, could no longer contain himself and brazenly shouted, Hand over your leader, and let us take his head to exchange for riches. Seeking death. After years of camaraderie, Zabuza had developed a deep respect for his much younger leader and could not tolerate such blatant disrespect. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Years had passed, and Zabuza's strength had not stagnated. A massive water dragon surged skyward, lunging at Haydn with ferocity. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose to intercept the water dragon, yet Kakuzu's hand seals did not cease. Fire release, head dazzling flame. A small fireball descended before Zabuza, rapidly transforming into a colossal wave of flames that surged toward the ninjas of. Zabuza's pupils constricted as he hastily formed seals, water release, great waterfall technique. In the very moment the fiery inferno approached, a torrential waterfall surged forth, the two energies clashing and sizzling in a cacophony. Just as Zabuza felt a sense of relief at having caught up, a piercing sound of crackling lightning sent chills coursing through him. A spear of pure lightning had drawn near, its blinding radiance causing his eyes to sting painfully. The speed of lightning was already formidable, but this technique, lightning release, false darkness, was among the fastest, striking precisely when he had employed his ninjutsu. In that moment, Zabuza felt the ominous presence of death looming. Chapter 44, A Favor at a Critical Moment, a voice resonated from above. Wind release, vacuum wave. A colossal blade of wind shattered the lightning spear, surging with residual force toward Kakuzu and his companion. Kakuzu was startled. Wind naturally countered lightning, and it was to be expected that his lightning technique was dispelled. However, the sheer power of the wind technique that followed was somewhat terrifying. Without hesitation, Kakuzu employed his earth release, earth flow wall to intercept the wind blade. Lord Leader, as Naruto descended from the sky, Zabuza, having narrowly escaped disaster, exclaimed joyfully, only to lower his head in slight dismay. His disappointment stemmed from the fact that he had once again compelled the leader to intervene, leaving him feeling ineffectual. Naruto smiled reassuringly. Do not dwell on it, Zabuza. Your mission to seize the land of Waterfall has been executed splendidly, and I am quite satisfied. As for the two adversaries before us, they were unforeseen. You cannot be blamed for that. The one who just employed ninjutsu against you has survived since the era of the first Hokage, so he should not be underestimated. Zabuza's expression shifted to one of surprise as he pondered the age of his opponent. Haha, the main character has finally arrived. Let the games begin. Haydn sported a wild grin, brandishing his scythe as he charged directly at Naruto. Just as Zabuza was about to react, Naruto halted him. Step back. Allow me to entertain them. Haydn's speed was remarkable, closing the distance to Naruto in mere moments. With a sidelong glance, Naruto conjured a massive purple fist from thin air, which struck Haydn with such ferocity that he was sent flying, as if swatting a fly. Zabuza observed with a bemused expression, contemplating. How can this Akatsuki member be so vastly inferior to Kakuzu? He approached without utilizing ninjutsu. Is he truly intending to engage the leader in hand-to-hand combat? How foolish. Meanwhile, Haydn, sprawled on the ground with contorted joints, shouted in irritation, Kakuzu, is this the power of the Sharingan, akin to Itachi's? It is indeed formidable. This technique is both offensive and defensive, making it difficult for me to close in. As he spoke, he struggled to rise, realigning his dislocated joints with audible pops. This type poses a significant challenge for me. I must leave him to you. Naruto scrutinized Haydn, feigning ignorance. Members of the Akatsuki are certainly no ordinary foes. A mere mortal struck by my fist would have perished, yet you, with most of your bones shattered, remain unscathed. Your body is quite peculiar. Could you be some form of a mortal? Kakuzu offered no reply, his emerald eyes betraying a serious demeanor. Two bizarre black figures, adorned with strange masks, emerged from his shoulders, giving the impression that he had sprouted 3 heads. Together, they faced Naruto. One mask unleashed a torrent of fire, while the other expelled a tempestuous wind, with flames fueled by the gale. A terrifying sea of fire surged toward Naruto, the acrid scent of burning air reaching him from afar. If the wave of flames previously restrained by Zabuza's water release could be likened to a rushing river, then Kakuzu's current fire technique could only be described as a tsunami. Had Naruto been alone, he could easily evade or endure with Susanoo, but with numerous shinobi from the land of waterfall behind him, such tactics were imprudent. Remaining calm, Naruto formed hand seals, and a vast expanse of earth rose beneath their feet, manifesting as a colossal wall. Kakuzu's combination of wind and fire releases crashed against it like waves battering a shoreline of solid rock, failing to yield even an inch. Not only the Sharingan's prowess, but your mastery of both wind and earth techniques is commendable. Capturing your head will not be a simple task, Kakuzu reflected silently, watching the scene unfold. Naruto leaped down from the wall, praising, "You effortlessly wield techniques of wind, fire, earth, and lightning. There is no reason you should lack proficiency in water release as well." To adeptly combine 5 elemental techniques is a feat only the legendary third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, could achieve. The Akatsuki truly harbors remarkable talent. Kakuzu, far from pleased by the compliment, retorted disdainfully, "When I made my name in the ninja world, Sarutobi was merely a brash youth." Naruto, recognizing the truth in his words, playfully teased, "You, an elder, should retire and enjoy your twilight years. Engaging in life and death struggles could lead to injury. I fear I might break your old back. Much like I worry about Inoki from the Iwagakure. Fighting you seasoned veterans fills me with a sense of guilt." Veins bulged on Kakuzu's forehead. He interpreted Naruto's words not as empathy, but as blatant mockery. "Impudent brat, I shall teach you the meaning of respect for your elders." His body was enveloped in writhing black threads, and soon, 4 peculiar beings emerged, crafted from the very threads themselves. Kakuzu executed hand seals for earth release. As the 4 masked beings opened their mouths, energy of varying attributes swirling within. Observing this, Naruto shook his head, slightly bored. Is that all? Ultimately, such tricks are mere mortal tactics. How could they possibly contend with divine power? As his words fell, a towering purple giant coalesced in the void. The giant bent slightly at the waist, gripping a long blade, preparing to strike. "Hey, Kakuzu, at this rate, we have no chance," Haiden exclaimed upon witnessing the form of Susanoo. Kakuzu also sensed the dire situation, yet with no choice but to act. He unleashed the 5 elemental techniques in a desperate assault against Susanoo. In that moment, the giant's blade was drawn with lightning speed. As it swung, those from the land of waterfall heard the deafening sound of sonic boom. It was evident that this slash surpassed the speed of sound. The immense crescent-shaped blade of energy dissolved Kakuzu's 5 elemental techniques as easily as ice meeting a red-hot iron, continuing its relentless trajectory toward the 2 adversaries. "This is it. Am I truly going to die?" Haiden could only scream in alarm before being engulfed by the terrifying wave of energy. A thunderous crash echoed as the blade collided with the ground, producing a sound akin to a mountain crumbling, its shockwave snapping nearby trees. As the dust settled, the shinobi from the land of waterfall gazed at the aftermath, collectively inhaling sharply. Before them lay a deep fissure stretching hundreds of meters, a testament to Naruto's strike, with stones tumbling within, echoing long after the initial impact. Naruto raised an eyebrow, approaching the chasm, where 2 figures lay half-severed in the dirt. Haiden appeared relatively unscathed, though his expression suggested that, had he been able to move freely, he would have lunged at Naruto with his scythe. Kakuzu struggled, connecting his severed lower half with black threads, barely maintaining his semblance of life. "Why endure such strain? Allow me to grant you a swift end." With that, Susanoo's blade was raised, poised to plunge into Kakuzu's heart. At that moment, a slightly anxious voice interjected, "Wait, please show us mercy, can we not? Considering the goodwill the Akatsuki once extended to you. Ask for a favor?" Chapter 45, Speculating Identities. Naruto felt unsurprised. The newcomer had long been within the perceptive reach of his Kagaya heart. Lifting his gaze, he saw Zetsu, resembling a pitcher plant, emerge from the ground not far away. Naruto disdainfully remarked, "Here, the Akatsuki has no standing. You've been lurking, waiting to see if they could eliminate me. Haven't you?" Zetsu, with a somewhat obsequious smile, replied, "Not at all. I'm merely a member tasked with gathering information and lack any combat prowess. Even if I had emerged sooner, I could not have stopped them. You've misunderstood. I harbor no ulterior motives." With a fleeting glimmer in his eyes, Zetsu continued, "Moreover, eliminating them would yield you no benefit. Conversely, sparing their lives would be immensely advantageous for the land of shinobi." Naruto feigned contemplation, stroking his chin as he mused, "You make a fair point. Very well. I shall spare them. Remember, there shall be no next time. Should any member of your Akatsuki scheme against the land of shinobi again, be wary of their heads." Zetsu earnestly assured, "There will certainly be no next time. This was merely an unauthorized action by those 2, not a decision from our organization." Naruto waved dismissively. "Now? Begone." Zetsu uttered no more, sinking into the earth with the bodies of Haiden and Kakuzu. "Chief, why did you choose to let them go?" Zabuza inquired, puzzled. In his recollection, Naruto was always decisive, never showing mercy to those who crossed him, as evidenced by the countless IWA ninjas he had mercilessly defeated. Naruto, with an inscrutable expression, replied, "The one resembling a pitcher plant was correct. Preserving their lives is more beneficial than executing them." Upon hearing this, Zabuza understood that the leader clearly had other intentions concerning the two. He ceased further inquiries and resumed escorting the captives. Meanwhile, Zetsu led Haiden and Kakuzu swiftly through the earth, surfacing only after several kilometers. He allowed them to catch their breath and tend to their wounds. After some time, Haiden, whose body had just been stitched, exclaimed, "That was close. I almost met my end today. Was that the power of the Sharingan? Our silent Uchiha Itachi possesses such abilities as well? I never would have guessed he was so formidable." Zetsu paused before responding, although Itachi possesses similar powers. He seldom utilizes them. I cannot ascertain his true strength, but I believe his abilities do not match the leader of the land of Shinobi. I have only witnessed such levels of Susanoo in a few individuals. Haiden smirked, glancing at the visibly weakened Kakuzu, teasing Kakuzu. With the leader of the land of Shinobi being so fearsome, you might not be able to avenge Takigakure after all. Kakuzu ignored him, focused on his own thoughts. That man destroyed my 4 hearts with a single strike. I must recover from this loss quickly, otherwise, it will hinder our future endeavors. Zetsu nodded, then prepare swiftly. You should be ready before we head to the land of lightning. Capturing the two-tails Jinchuriki will rely on you. After saying this, he sank into the ground, vanishing from sight. Observing Kakuzu lost in thought, Haiden chuckled. Are you pondering how to reclaim your honor next time? Kakuzu shook his head. My longevity is due not only to my ability to seize others' hearts, but also to my understanding of the situation. The oppressive force emanating from the leader of the land of Shinobi, I have only witnessed in 2 other individuals in my lifetime. Haiden inquired, who were the other 2? Kakuzu responded gravely. Our leader and the god of Shinobi, Hashirama Senju. In truth, he had more unsaid thoughts. He felt that the leader of the land of Shinobi had not been earnest, merely toying with them. This sense of despair was one he had never experienced. Not even from the leader of their Akatsuki. Besides the leader of the land of Shinobi, only Hashirama from decades past could evoke such feelings in him. The world of ninjas is never short of monsters. Days later, within a secret base, Zetsu's figure materialized as he addressed the man with the spiral mask, Madara. I'm fortunate my curiosity led me to follow. Otherwise, Kakuzu and Haiden would be dead by now. The masked man, Obito, replied calmly, huh? Was it not you who intentionally informed Kakuzu? You sought to probe the identity of the leader of the land of Shinobi? Zetsu chuckled helplessly. It seems I cannot conceal anything from you. However, I am now even more intrigued by the identity of the leader of the land of Shinobi. Few throughout the history of the ninja world can wield the Sharingan's powers to such an extent. I suspect he has mastered the complete Susanoo. Obito voiced his own doubts. Pondering aloud, could it be that there was a survivor from the Uchiha massacre night? He then shook his head, even if there were. Such a survivor would likely seek vengeance against Itachi or Konoha, yet he has shown no inclination to do so. Zetsu speculated, might it be Shisui Uchiha? Perhaps he feigned death and secretly survived, planning to unify the ninja world? Obito scoffed, it cannot be him. If he had such ambition, he would not have allowed Danzo to take one of his eyes. Unable to conceive any other possibilities, Zetsu relinquished further speculation. Obito lightly chuckled. Do not concern yourself with his identity. The Eye of the Moon plan has officially commenced, and no matter his actions, they will be in vain. Indeed. Just then, a wave of energy surged, prompting Zetsu to investigate. He soon exclaimed, pain is summoning us. It seems we have successfully captured the One-Tails Jinchuriki. Huh, that fellow, though competent, occupies territories slowly. We shall gather the tailed beasts much more swiftly. Once the Eye of the Moon plan is complete, unifying the ninja world will be a matter of mere finger work. At this moment, in the Land of Fire, Tsunade summoned Team 7 to the Hokage's office. Her expression grave as she announced, I have called you here for an urgent mission. Gaara, the Kazekage of Sunagakure, has been captured by the Akatsuki, and the Sand Ninja have formally requested our assistance. As allied nations, we cannot turn a blind eye. I intend to send you to the Land of Wind to rescue Gaara. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Naruto silently rejoiced. Finally, it has begun. And the timeline is ahead of the original story by more than half a year. Akatsuki, you must exert yourselves. Do not disappoint me. I cannot achieve my goal of unifying the ninja world without your aid. Chapter 46. Support for Sunagakure in the Land of Wind. Sunagakure. As Sakura gazed upon the uniquely shaped earthen structures and the ever-swirling sand in the air, she covered her nose and asked, Kakashi-sensei, do you have a mask? Could you lend me one? The sand is getting into my nose and mouth. Kakashi shrugged helplessly, indicating his inability to assist. Naruto, feeling the harsh environment of Sunagakure, mused internally that if he lived in such conditions, he too would covet the fertile lands of Konoha. He exclaimed, compared to the dismal ecology of Sunagakure, Konoha's pleasant climate is truly a paradise. Turning to Sakura, he suggested, you can gather your chakra at your nose to form a filtering barrier, which will prevent the sand from entering. After trying it, Sakura felt it worked splendidly and praised, Naruto, you're brilliant. You truly are a genius. Kakashi thought to himself. Only you two could manage this. Without exceptional chakra control, such intricate maneuvers would be mere fantasy. Sakura, already gifted in chakra control and now a disciple of Tsunade, excelled in medical ninjutsu, thus enhancing her abilities further. However, what about Naruto? Even if he was a genius, as a Jinchuriki, the chakra of the Nine Tails should constantly interfere with his own chakra. How could he exhibit such refined control? Before he could ponder further, Naruto's acquaintance, the Jonin of Sunagakure, Maki, approached with a serious demeanor. Welcome to our village. We will forever cherish the friendship with Konoha. Naruto chuckled lightly. Maki, you're as serious as always. You should lighten up a bit. Don't keep your guard up all the time. Maki sighed. It's hard not to be. Our Kazekage has been captured. Just then, a sand ninja rushed over, reporting urgently, Maki-sama, it's bad. Kankuro-sama is on the verge of collapse. What? Didn't Chiyo-baba go to help him? Maki's expression shifted dramatically. The sand ninja replied hastily, Chiyo-baba cannot neutralize the poison affecting Kankuro-sama. Damn, what should we do? Maki's expression darkened. Naruto turned to Sakura and introduced. There's no need to panic. This is Sakura, a disciple of Princess Tsunade. She should be able to help Kankuro. Maki's worried expression melted away like ice. And he earnestly pleaded with Sakura, then I entrust this to you. The group hastened to the medical room where Kankuro was located. Upon entering, an elderly woman with a face full of wrinkles and age spots charged forward, apparently targeting Kakashi beside Naruto. Naruto unsheathed his sword, its sharp edge instantly forcing her back. Is this how you treat the ninja who came to aid your allies? He asked sternly, pointing his blade at Chiyo. Unfazed, Chiyo ominously declared, Konoha's white fang. You dare to. She paused, her expression fierce. However, her companion, Karasu, quickly intervened. Sister, take a good look, although he resembles him. This brat is not Konoha's white fang. Chiyo's eyes widened, and after a moment of contemplation, she sheepishly laughed. Oh, I was just pretending to be senile. I must have startled you all, huh? Ha. The group finally relaxed, relieved that a confrontation had been averted. At that moment, Sai earnestly remarked, she is pretending. But Naruto quickly covered his mouth. He understood Chiyo's feigned demeanor. After all, her son and daughter-in-law had perished at the hands of Kakashi's father, White Fang. Allowing her to vent a little was understandable. It would be rather awkward to expose her jest. Naruto then urged Sakura, Sakura, let us check on Kankuro's condition. He looks quite unwell. Right. Sakura sensed the peculiar atmosphere and promptly approached to treat him. After some time, Kankuro was no longer in critical condition. The sand ninjas watched in astonishment. Even Chiyo felt her age weighing down on her. I heard your puppets were dismantled beyond recognition. What a tragedy. You have lost the glory you had during the Chunin exams, Naruto teased, noticing Kankuro's frail state. Kankuro, still in pain, sighed, there's no way around it. Any puppeteer facing Sasori finds it hard to keep their puppets intact. Observing Kankuro's serious expression, Naruto surmised he was worried about Gaara's safety and got straight to the point. Do you have any clues that could aid us in tracking them down? Kankuro struggled to reply. My puppet, Crow, holds a fragment of one of the Akatsuki members' clothing. You can use that to track them. Naruto praised. As expected of a sand ninja, truly resilient. Even when faced with certain defeat, you find ways to leave clues. Kakashi nodded and announced, Sakura, after preparing the antidote. We shall depart immediately. Understood. Kankuro looked pleadingly at Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, I entrust my brother to you. Naruto smiled confidently. I will become Hokage one day. Consider this a favor for the Kazekage. 15 minutes later, all preparations were complete. Naruto turned to Chiyo, asking, are you joining us? The Akatsuki members are formidable foes. Even if we are cautious, there is still a risk to your life. Don't mistake me for a frail old woman who can barely move. I still have the strength to cherish my dear grandson. Chiyo's expression was complex, as if lost in past memories. Kakashi nodded and summoned his ninja dogs to search the area for the scents of Sasori and Gaara. Before long, the general direction of the two Akatsuki members was found, and they hurriedly moved toward their target. 2 days later, in the Land of Wind, within a secret base prepared by the Akatsuki, Gaara's body floated in the air, immense chakra being continuously absorbed into the outer path deity statue through the jutsu of the Phantom Dragon. The enemies are approaching our rendezvous point. They are formidable adversaries. Konoha's Yellow Flash, Naruto Uzumaki, the copy ninja Kakashi, the Taijutsu Master Guy, and the Sans Chiyo, declared Deidara. He was not involved in sealing the One Tail, but was instead on guard. He sensed Naruto and the others as they approached. Uzumaki Naruto? I have a score to settle with him. Allow me to handle this, said the one with the Sharingan, the Phantom. Very well, the one with the Rinnegan nodded. What about Guy? Deidara added. We need one more person as they split into 2 teams. The one with the shark-like face remarked, leave him to me. I still owe him for that kick he gave me. Chapter 47. Rescue as Naruto and his companions hurried towards the secret base of the Akatsuki organization. A man clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds stood silently ahead, awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing the Sharingan in his eyes, Naruto smiled and exclaimed, Itachi, I didn't expect you to still be with the Akatsuki. It seems my extensive praise of your deeds in the ninja world has not influenced you. I am curious, why hasn't the leader of your organization suspected you of being a spy for Konoha? Itachi slightly furrowed his brow but chose to disregard Naruto's question, stating plainly. There is no point in talking. I will not allow you to proceed any further. You shall remain here. Kakashi, adjusting his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan, cautioned. Be careful, Naruto. If you meet his gaze, you might fall victim to his genjutsu. He was well aware of the terrifying power of Itachi's genjutsu. Had it not been for Tsunade's return to Konoha to heal him, he would have languished in bed for far longer than a month. Naruto unsheathed the long blade strapped to his back and calmly replied, Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei. I am also pressed for time and have no intention of wasting it here. With that, Naruto executed the shadow clone technique, creating 2 physical clones that flanked him. The 3 figures, exhibiting extraordinary speed, swiftly closed in on Itachi. Such remarkable body flicker technique at such a young age. Chio exclaimed in astonishment. As Naruto's blade approached, Itachi remained unfazed, his Sharingan glowing ominously as he simply gazed at Naruto. In an instant, just as the blade made contact, Itachi's form transformed into a flock of crows that scattered in all directions. Though you have evaded my gaze, my genjutsu is not limited to the Sharingan, Itachi declared. As the crows reassembled into his silhouette, hovering above Naruto with an air of superiority. Is that so? Naruto smirked. Itachi's eyes widened slightly as he turned to see Naruto's 3 clones had surrounded him from all sides. Konoha's flowing sword technique, dance of the crescent moon, beautiful yet perilous. The razor-sharp edges left lethal wounds at Itachi's neck, chest, and back in the blink of an eye. You managed to break free from my genjutsu in an instant, Naruto-kun. Your talent is indeed formidable, Itachi said, lying amidst a pool of blood with a faint smile. For a perfect Jinchuriki, genjutsu holds no sway, Naruto replied. In truth, he had not yet fully mastered the 9 tails. His escape from the genjutsu was merely a manifestation of his left eye's Manjikyu Sharingan abilities. How did he suddenly appear in a different position when he had clearly struck in another direction? Surely, this transcended mere speed. Chio, witnessing Naruto's uncanny swiftness in striking Itachi, turned to Kakashi with a puzzled expression. Kakashi nodded. Indeed, that is the signature technique of the 4th Hokage, the Flying Thunder God technique. It is a space-time ninjutsu. Not merely a matter of speed, but rather a spatial leap. Chio fell silent for a moment, then remarked, Konoha never lacks for prodigies. Whether it be the legendary 3, your father White Fang, Minato Namikaze, or you, Itachi Uchiha, and now this young lad. It's truly enviable. Kakashi could only nod in agreement. Perhaps it is because Konoha possesses a soil more suitable for the growth of geniuses. As they observed Itachi's body transform into that of a sand ninja, Naruto urged his companions, we must hurry. Their dispatching of someone to obstruct us indicates that matters have reached a critical juncture. Any further delay may prove disastrous. At the Akatsuki's secret base, Itachi's apparition spoke. I have failed. The opponent's strength is formidable, and my genjutsu is ineffectual against him. Pain's apparition nodded. In the state of utilizing that technique, your options are limited. It is not surprising that you could not hold them back, as they are renowned experts in the ninja world. Deara, feeling displeased, remarked, What shall we do then? The one tail is not yet fully sealed. If they breach here, it will spell trouble. Pain's apparition replied calmly, Do not worry. The remaining chakra of the one tail within the Jinchuriki is less than 1/5. The barrier protecting this base can hold them off for a while, long enough for us to complete the extraction. However, mere minutes later, a violent cutting sound echoed, followed by a thunderous crash as the stone doors of the base shattered. A massive shuriken, composed of wind chakra, flew into the chamber, obliterating the Jinjutsu binding Gaara, and surged towards the outer Path Deva statue without losing momentum. Upon witnessing this, Pain's apparition hastily concluded the summoning of the outer Path Deva statue to evade the shuriken's assault. Not wishing to be exposed before the Konoha forces, Pain cancelled the summoning of the remaining ninjas and cast a deep glance outside the cave before instructing Deidara and Sasori, while there is still some chakra left to absorb. It matters little. Teach these impolite intruders a lesson. Let them know that proper etiquette is required when visiting others' homes. However, do not become too entangled. If you can capture the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, do your utmost. If the situation becomes dire, retreat. Even if we capture the Nine Tails Jinchuriki now, we cannot extract chakra immediately. With those final words, Pain's apparition vanished. Deidara chuckled lightly. How rare. It seems the leader is rather displeased with our uninvited guests. Sasori, however, was not in a jovial mood, stating, You saw the power of that last technique. It was no trivial matter. Exercise caution, lest you meet an untimely demise. At that moment, a uniquely shaped kunai flew into the chamber but missed the two, embedding itself beside the fallen Gaara. Deidara glanced over, scoffing, Who threw that kunai? Their aim is atrocious. They missed us, but nearly took out the very person you were trying to save. Watch out, Sasori exclaimed, recalling a legend upon seeing the unique kunai, but it was too late. Naruto appeared beside the kunai, and before they could react, he seized Gaara's body and vanished. Could it be that the title of the Yellow Flash was earned in this manner? Deidara could only watch in disbelief as a flash of yellow sped past, and their precious hostage was lost. Outside the cave, Naruto entrusted Gaara to Sakura, saying, "Sakura, check Gaara's injuries." Sakura rushed forward to examine him, while Chiyo expressed her concern. Also inspecting the wounded boy. "He is alive, but his life force is extremely faint. My medical ninjutsu can only barely sustain him. Is this due to the tailed beast being extracted from his body?" Chiyo sighed in relief, fortunate to note. There is still a trace of chakra from the tailed beast left within him. Otherwise, Gaara would have perished by now. Naruto's wind technique just in time saved him. Sakura, with a grave expression, remarked, "But his life force is draining rapidly. Mere medical ninjutsu cannot revive him." Chiyo smiled. "Fortunately, we arrived in time. This situation is far better than I had anticipated. Leave Gaara to me. My ninjutsu encompasses more than mere healing." Chapter 48. Tailed Beast Ball. Chiyo placed her hands on Gaara's chest, and soon he regained consciousness, opening his eyes. "Chiyo, Naruto, how did you end up here?" Gaara asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Have you forgotten? You were captured by the Akatsuki and Sunagakure, and we came to rescue you. You should be grateful to Chiyo. She expended a great deal of her life force to save you," Naruto explained, glancing at the pale Chiyo beside him. Gaara turned to Chiyo and sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Chiyo. I never expected you would go to such lengths for me." Chiyo waved her hand dismissively, chuckling lightly. "It's nothing. I've lived long enough. Losing a bit of life force is no great matter. If it weren't for Naruto saving you at the last moment and preserving some of your tailed beast chakra, I would have had to pay with my life." Noticing Gaara looking at him as if he intended to say something, Naruto interjected, "You can express your gratitude later. The enemy is still inside and could emerge at any moment. Given your current state, let my shadow clone take you both to safety." With that, Naruto created a shadow clone that hoisted Gaara onto its back and started moving toward the exit. Chiyo hesitated, clearly reluctant to leave just yet. After a moment's pause, she finally spoke. "I want to stay. I haven't seen my dear grandson's lovely face in over a decade." Naruto glanced at Kakashi, who shrugged helplessly and said, "Sasuke, you stay by Chiyo's side and support her. If things go awry, get her out immediately." "Understood." Sasuke nodded. Naruto then surveyed the cave's interior and asked Chiyo, "What are your feelings toward your grandson? Do you wish for a swift kill, or would you prefer to leave him alive?" Kakashi and the others fell silent. After all, it was her grandson, and killing him in front of her would be cruel. It was better to ask first, allowing Chiyo to prepare herself mentally. Chiyo's face darkened, and after a long silence, she resolutely replied, "If we can leave him alive, that would be for the best. However, if it cannot be done, then there is no need to force it. I will not insist on a swift kill." Upon hearing this, Naruto sensed that Chiyo seemed to age even further. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Given Scorpion's combat style, engaging him in hand-to-hand combat would be perilous. All of Scorpion's puppets were coated in deadly poison. Without an antidote, contact would be fatal. Although it wouldn't be difficult to eliminate him using the Flying Thunder God technique. Capturing him alive would require the protection of Susanoo and the tailed beast chakra. However, the former was currently unusable, as it would reveal his identity, and the latter was absent from his current clone. It seemed time to switch their identities. The main battles had occurred in the land of original shinobi, and to be safe, the Ninetales chakra had been left in that body. Now, with the acquisition of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan and Dust Release, the Ninetales chakra was no longer necessary there. With this in mind, Naruto instructed the others, move away from the cave entrance, at least 150 meters. "I will use the Ninetales chakra to unleash the tailed beast ball and obliterate this place." As his words echoed, Naruto vanished from their sight, appearing in the forest over 100 meters away. At that moment, his true self in the land of original shinobi quietly emerged, completing the swap with his clone. A layer of dark red tailed beast chakra enveloped Naruto's body, and seven tails swirled behind him, an overwhelming pressure radiating from him in all directions. As they distanced themselves from the cave, Kakashi and the others felt their expressions change. Such immense and ominous chakra made it difficult for them to breathe. "Naruto, how far have you come? Have you completely mastered the Nine Tails?" Kakashi mused inwardly. At that moment, Naruto summoned his skill panel after a long absence. Host, Uzumaki Naruto Energy Points, 8,000 Ninja Skills, Absolute Mastery of 7 parts of Nine Tails Chakra, Intermediate Sage Body, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, Flying Thunder God Technique, S Rank. Dust Release, Original World Stripping Technique, S Rank. 8 Gates, S Rank. Splitting Technique, S Rank. Spiral Sphere Series, S Rank. Multi-Shadow Clone Technique, A Rank. Kagura's Hard Eye, A Rank. Various Wind, Fire, and Earth Release Ninjutsu, Elemental Transformation of Wind, Fire, and Earth Chakra. Thanks to his position as the leader of the land of original shinobi, Naruto had ample opportunities to develop his persona, accumulating energy points over nearly a year. Even after spending 5,000 energy points to exchange for the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan and 4,000 to unlock the additional 2 tails of the Nine Tails, he still had a considerable amount of energy points remaining. The chakra of the Nine Tails compressed furiously before Naruto's mouth, shifting from its original red hue to a deep black. An ominous aura thickening around him, startling birds to take flight. This is a bit excessive. My dear grandson can't possibly die from this attack. Chiyo, from a distance, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her forehead. Kakashi's expression was grave. He hadn't anticipated the terrifying nature of the Nine Tails chakra. What he had seen before was merely the tip of the iceberg. Inside the cave, Deidara impatiently remarked, "The Nine Tails Jinchuriki didn't just run off with the Kazekage, did he? Or are they trying to trap us and wait for reinforcements?" Kisame's shark transformation technique must have been broken as well. Just as Scorpion was about to respond, an odd feeling permeated the air, and an ominous premonition struck him. Deidara, quickly use Earth Release to dig a deep pit, Scorpion exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. Without hesitation, he pulled out a scroll, summoning a puppet of the third Kazekage into the cave. Seeing Scorpion's serious demeanor, Deidara quickly realized the gravity of the situation. He swiftly utilized Earth Release to control the ground beneath him and Scorpion, creating a deep trench. Magnet Release. Iron Sand Defense. The puppet of the third Kazekage employed Magnet Release to form a black rectangular iron block, enveloping the two completely, blocking out even a sliver of light. Deidara tapped the iron block, listening to the metallic clanging sound, swallowing hard, and chuckling nervously. Scorpion. Is it really necessary to go to this extent? Scorpion remained silent, seemingly waiting for something to descend. At this moment, the tailed beast ball before Naruto had compressed to the size of a volleyball. Sensing that Kakashi and the others had retreated far enough, he flicked his gaze, and the tailed beast ball shot toward the cave at an incredible speed. As the tailed beast ball entered the cave, the compressed Nine Tails chakra rapidly expanded. Centered around the tailed beast ball, a terrifying explosion vaporized the cave's stone walls in an instant. The shockwave from the explosion forcing Kakashi and the others to shield their eyes from the blinding light. After a dozen seconds, the rumbling and winds generated by the explosion gradually subsided. When Kakashi and the others looked up, they beheld the cave, which had once stood there, now devoid of any trace of its existence. Instead, they saw a gigantic pit with a radius of over 100 meters. All stood in stunned silence. Even the usually stoic Sasuke was no exception. A whisper escaped his lips. "Is my dear grandson still alive?" Chapter 49. Captured alive. A profound silence enveloped the scene, as no one could respond to Chiyo's inquiry. In the face of such overwhelming force, who could assure their survival? Regaining their senses, several individuals hastened towards the deep pit created by the explosion. At that moment, Deidara emerged from the depths, shaking off the debris from his head, inhaling deeply, and with a hint of trepidation exclaimed, "Damn it! After years of mastering explosive art, I nearly met my end at the hands of another. How tragically ironic, yet utterly lacking in artistry." His once elegant coat was now in tatters, his body marred with various degrees of abrasions, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. "Scorpion, are you alive?" Deidara called into the abyss below, his expression tightening. At the moment of the explosion, he had only time to envelop himself with earth transformation for defense, leaving him uncertain of Scorpion's fate. I merely remarked on your youthful visage, never claimed the same for myself." A calm voice resonated from below, as a striking youth with crimson hair leapt from the ground unscathed, accompanied by the severely damaged third Kazekage puppet. The explosion's force was formidable. Despite Deidara's efforts to excavate a deep trench and employ sand and iron for defense, it did not entirely shield him. Thankfully, the remaining impact was mitigated by the crimson flow, yet it was rendered unusable in the process. The precious puppet suffered significant damage and could only be used in a limited capacity now. This loss is substantial. I must recover it swiftly. I wonder if the Jinchuriki could be transformed into a puppet? Scorpion mused, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Deidara, relieved, remarked, "I'm glad you're unharmed, Scorpion." However, upon seeing the youthful face before him, he found himself momentarily speechless. Scorpion cast a sidelong glance at him and calmly stated, "This is the essence of eternal art, unbound by the frailties of the aging human form, capable of enduring perpetually." Deidara vehemently disagreed with his notion of art, retorting, "While I hold great respect for you, Scorpion, the beauty of fleeting moments is what truly embodies art." Before Scorpion could respond, Naruto, maintaining his tailed beast chakra form, leapt before them, grinning as he teased, "I knew the tailed beast bomb wouldn't finish you off, but your camaraderie is quite heartwarming. Just escaped death and you're already bickering." Yet, Scorpion and Deidara remained tense, devoid of any humor. Under the oppressive aura of Naruto's current form, they felt that a moment's negligence could lead to their demise. They had to heighten their senses to the maximum, fully alert to any potential attacks. "Scorpion, why do you appear unchanged after more than a decade? You still resemble the day you left the village." Kakashi and the others arrived, and Chiyo, gazing at Scorpion's visage, inquired in astonishment. Scorpion, with an impassive expression, replied, "Old woman, at your age, why risk your life by coming out of retirement? Chiyo continued to study Scorpion's youthful face. Smiling like a grandmother reunited with her beloved grandson after many years, I had intended to rest in peace. But the thought of seeing my dear grandson's face has rejuvenated my old bones. However, her smile faded upon noticing the third Kazekage puppet beside Scorpion. Her expression turning grave as she solemnly said, "My grandson, if you had merely joined an evil organization, that would be one thing. But to betray the village and harm the third Kazekage, now you've even targeted the fifth Kazekage. My earlier hope of capturing you alive was indeed naive." Impatiently, Scorpion retorted, "Enough of your prattle. I shall personally escort you to the afterlife." The third Kazekage puppet unleashed a torrent of black sand and iron from its mouth, forming sharp iron spines that, enhanced by magnetic force, shot towards the group at tremendous speed. "Be careful, there's potent poison above. A mere scratch could be disastrous," Chiyo warned urgently. As the group scrambled to evade, a blood-red tail swept through like lightning, severing the iron spines as if they were withered reeds. Another blood-red tail swiftly struck the third Kazekage puppet, tearing the already battered figure apart like a ragged sack. "Enough of this scrap metal. Show me your true prowess, or the next strike will target your head," Naruto declared, retracting his elongated tail. Scorpion glanced at the remnants of the puppet, momentarily silent, realizing that Naruto's current form posed a significant challenge to his puppet techniques. "Little brat, have you forgotten I'm still here?" Deidara flung several white puppets into the air. They expanded to the size of normal birds, flapping their wings as they soared towards Naruto. Kakashi responded by throwing a few shurikens. Just as the flying puppets were about to be struck, Deidara performed a hand seal and shouted, resulting in an explosive sound, causing both sides to distance themselves. Kakashi's eyes flickered as he pieced together the information regarding Gaara's capture. He realized that the yellow-haired Akatsuki member wielded powerful ninjutsu, particularly effective against Jinchuriki. Conversely, Scorpion's puppet techniques were lethal against ordinary people but proved less effective against Jinchuriki, somewhat countered. With this in mind, he urgently instructed, "The yellow-haired one will be handled by Sakura and me. Naruto, you take care of Scorpion. Sai, ensure Chiyo's safety." "Understood." They all acquiesced to this tactical arrangement. Naruto cautioned, "Kakashi-sensei, that guy's explosive ninjutsu is likely a variant of earth techniques. Lightning should counter his explosions." "Damn it." Deidara's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated the weakness of his ninjutsu to be exposed so swiftly. Thankfully, he had just created an explosive clay giant bird during the chaos, granting him a tactical advantage, or he would find himself in a precarious position. The white giant bird soared into the sky, Deidara's voice echoing, "Scorpion, to avoid the blast reaching you, I shall venture to another battlefield. Until I return, do not perish. You all think you can disregard me and deal with Scorpion first, unless you can ignore my explosions." The latter remark was clearly directed at Kakashi. Scorpion, however, had no time to heed Deidara's words, with Naruto's displayed speed. He dared not divert his gaze from him. Once Deidara and Kakashi departed, Naruto spoke. "I know this might sound futile, but I must ask, can you surrender? I have no desire to reduce you to mere fragments before your grandmother. Little brat, do you think I lack puppets and thus believe victory is assured? Huh. Do not presume you have already won," Scorpion retorted, shedding his cloak to reveal his fully armed form. Observing Scorpion's body, which had nearly transformed entirely into a puppet, Chiyo's eyelids drooped as she realized, so that is how it is. No wonder his appearance remains unchanged. Seemingly casually, Naruto glanced at Scorpion's chest and chuckled, "In truth, our battle was concluded the moment I unleashed the tailed beast bomb. I intended to use this form to defend against the poison on your puppets. However, I hadn't anticipated that single-tailed beast bomb would not only destroy the puppet you had long controlled, but also cripple your ability to command your remaining puppets, leaving you unable to evade my casual strikes. As a puppeteer, being forced to step onto the dramatic stage yourself, you must understand what this signifies." He then inquired with profound significance. "As a puppeteer, prior to the transformation of your own body, do you believe that your physical form responds more swiftly, or does the puppet you manipulate exhibit a quicker reaction?" At these words, Scorpion's expression shifted dramatically. However, at that moment, Naruto had already materialized before him, one of his tails swiftly extracting the only unaltered part of Scorpion's chest. "The instant you presented yourself before me in this form, you had already succumbed." Chapter 50. The rescue concludes. Naruto handed the core of Sasori to Chiyo, urging her to seal it carefully, warning that contact with the puppet could result in an instant revival. Stunned, Chiyo took the core, the tangible sensation finally making her realize that her grandson, known for his genius in puppetry, had been so easily subdued by the person before her. "Please tidy up here. You will likely still need this human puppet. I must go assist Kakashi-sensei." Before she could respond, Naruto vanished from her sight. On another battlefield, the confrontation had reached a stalemate. Naruto had pointed out that Deidara's explosive techniques were rendered ineffective against lightning techniques, which meant his explosive clay could not approach Kakashi without being turned into worthless debris by the latter's exceptional lightning abilities, leading to a needless depletion of chakra. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Sakura dared not come too close, as the power of Deidara's jutsu was formidable. Any misstep could lead to their annihilation. Thus, both sides found themselves locked in a standstill. However, the scales of victory had begun to tip as time passed. Kakashi's left Sharingan spun, three tomo intertwining into an extraordinary shape resembling scythes. Just as he intended to utilize Kimui to sever Deidara's neck, Naruto arrived using the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon seeing Naruto, Deidara's expression changed slightly, and he exclaimed, "You've appeared here. Have you defeated Sasori?" He quickly shook his head, denying it. Impossible. Sasori could not have been defeated so swiftly. Naruto replied coolly, "Reality does not alter based on your willingness to believe. Accept it. You must know you have no chance of winning. However, if you are willing to surrender and divulge the Akatsuki's information, we might spare your life." Deidara laughed derisively. "Spare my life? Don't make me laugh, you arrogant brat. You will perish in the greatness of my art," accompanying Sasori to the grave. Seeing this, Naruto instantly appeared before Deidara, seizing his neck. "Haha, it's too late. Blame yourself for not mastering lightning techniques. Art is an explosion." Huh. Deidara's body began to swell rapidly, as if it would explode at any moment. "Naruto, get back!" Kakashi shouted urgently. However, in that fleeting moment before the explosion, both Naruto and Deidara's expanding bodies vanished from view. A thunderous explosion echoed, sending shivers down Kakashi and Sakura's spines, despite the distance. Gazing at the deep crater before him, Naruto furrowed his brow. So this is what it feels like to be blown to bits. The sensation was fleeting, though. The shadow clone can only endure so much damage. The blast radius of the explosive clay is indeed terrifying, but the damage is not as potent as my tailed beast bomb. Its power is too dispersed. He had to admit, Deidara's performance was commendable. Crafting a self-destructing clone with such tragic flair was nearly convincing. Meanwhile, Sakura, in a daze, murmured, "Naruto, Kakashi." Having regained his composure, reassured her, with Naruto's speed, how could he rush in to meet his demise? Rest assured, that was merely a shadow clone. Of course, only Kakashi-sensei understands me. Naruto's figure materialized, causing Sakura to breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness for you, Naruto. Without you, we would have been unable to escape Deidara's self-detonation." "Perhaps," Naruto replied with an inscrutable expression, while Kakashi silently shielded his left eye with his forehead protector. Minutes later, Guy and his team, having been delayed by Kisame, arrived. Even from a kilometer away, we heard the explosion. "Are the enemies truly that formidable?" Guy asked, gazing at the massive crater created by Naruto's tailed beast bomb. Kakashi could not disclose that it was Naruto's doing and only nodded. "Indeed, they are formidable. But it is over now. The Kazekage has been successfully rescued without casualties. This mission was flawlessly accomplished." Guy, a bit disheartened, remarked, "That is good. But Lady Tsunade specifically sent us for support, yet we seem to have done little. Merely engaging in a battle with a rather familiar adversary," Kakashi observed. Looking at Naruto conversing with Gaara, his expression complex. Lady Tsunade's caution was merely precautionary. She probably did not anticipate that Naruto has grown to a level where even I must look up to him. Guy, upon hearing this, enthusiastically patted Kakashi's shoulder, revealing a bright smile. "As a teacher, you should be delighted that your student has grown to astonish you." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "Indeed." After Naruto and the others had departed, Zetsu, resembling a pitcher plant, and Obito, wearing a spiral mask and now identifying himself as Tobi, appeared. Who would have thought even a figure like Sasori would fall here? The strength of the Leaf Ninja is not to be underestimated, Zetsu remarked, gazing at the deep crater with awe. "Oh no, they took Sasori's ring as well. My hopes of becoming a formal member of the organization are dashed." Tobi lamented dramatically. "Fool, becoming a formal member is not so simple," White Zetsu retorted. "What does it matter? Let him join. Tobi is a good kid." Black Zetsu countered. "Such theatrics. By the way, it seems Deidara has also been eliminated. Hopefully, some remains of him are left, especially if he still has his ring. This could be my chance." Tobi mused, excitedly planning to search for Deidara's ring. "Tobi, if you speak recklessly again, I shall declare your demise." Deidara emerged from the earth, glaring at Tobi with a menacing gaze. "Deidara, you're still alive?" Tobi said, feigning innocence. "Isn't it just a matter of being blown up? Can one die in any other way?" "Wrong." Deidara coldly retorted, suddenly launching a deadly kick to choke Tobi. "You will suffocate to death." Black Zetsu, unable to watch any longer, interrupted. "I did not dare approach due to the presence of a Byakugan user among the Leaf Ninjas. Therefore, I am unaware of your battle situation. How is it that the ninjas from the Leaf are so powerful? Even the seasoned Sasori has been slain. And you were forced to feign death through an explosive clone." Deidara released Tobi, contemplating for a moment before responding seriously. "The others may be manageable, but the strength of that Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is indeed terrifying. His prowess is extraordinary. He is remarkably swift, with keen observation skills. Moreover, he appears to control the tailed beast's chakra with perfection, rendering him virtually without weaknesses. The one-tailed Jinchuriki I captured pales in comparison, akin to a newborn kitten next to a mature lion. Black Zetsu, upon hearing this, grew solemn. I must report this information to the leader promptly. Although the nine-tails Jinchuriki is meant to be captured last, given the current circumstances, we must prepare early. Chapter 51, Assassination? Deidara nodded and said, Today, I have come to understand the true power of the Jinchuriki. The fifth Kazekage of Sunagakure is hardly a competent Jinchuriki. Not only is he incapable of freely wielding the chakra of the tailed beast, but he also expends his own chakra to suppress the beast within him, turning it into a burden. In contrast, the chakra of the tailed beast in the hands of that young Naruto has become a lethal weapon, augmented by his formidable strength, which is truly alarming. At this juncture, he stroked his chin and mused, even if the nine-tails child has not mastered lightning release to counter my explosive artistry, I may not be able to subdue him next time we meet. Moreover, the companions by his side are no mere amateurs. They present a considerable challenge. Zetsu, however, believed the situation was not as dire as Deidara imagined and chuckled. Fear not, for our organization possesses members capable of countering those who can utilize tailed beast chakra. Even perfect Jinchuriki. Zetsu's confidence was not unfounded. Whether it be Haiden, who can declare the end of a battle with merely a drop of blood, or Kisame, who can absorb his opponent's chakra and convert it for his use, no matter how vast their chakra may be, it is of little consequence. Furthermore, Itachi Uchiha, who wields the ultimate ocular techniques of the Sharingan, can make even the colossal tailed beasts bow in submission before him under the unquenchable flames of Amaterasu. Not to mention our enigmatic leader, who possesses eyes that only a sage could wield. Who could possibly stand in our way? To obstruct the Akatsuki from achieving its goals is but a fool's errand. Zetsu scoffed, seemingly mere moments away from realizing his ambitions. Let us hope so, Deidara replied, somewhat sullenly, harboring a premonition that the operation to capture the nine-tails Jinchuriki would not proceed smoothly. His encounter with the nine-tails had left him with an odd sensation. It seemed that the other party remained remarkably composed throughout, displaying no signs of fear or anxiety. If this feeling were indeed accurate, then the terror of the nine-tails Jinchuriki would far surpass his expectations. I hope my instincts are mistaken. The following morning, at the gates of Sunagakure, Gaara earnestly expressed, Naruto, thank you for your assistance. I, along with Sunagakure, shall forever remember this kindness. Naruto waved his hand and laughed, no need for thanks. The Akatsuki clearly harbors ulterior motives concerning the tailed beasts, and as a Jinchuriki, I am also one of their targets. They are our common enemy, so aiding you also serves my own interests. A faint smile crossed Gaara's face as he replied, let us keep matters separate, should you ever require assistance. Do not hesitate to ask. Lowering his voice, he added, if I manage to extract any intelligence regarding the Akatsuki from Sasori, I shall ensure that the information reaches you. Naruto's expression turned serious as he cautioned, you must not reveal that Sasori is still alive. Otherwise, the Akatsuki may very well target you once more. I understand, Gaara nodded. Gazing at the distant figures of Naruto's companions from Konohagakure, Gaara smiled and extended his right hand, saying, until we meet again, Hokage. Naruto paused momentarily, then smiled broadly and grasped Gaara's hand firmly. Indeed, until next time, Kazekage. At the Akatsuki's secret base, Kisame reflected on the unexpected demise of Sasori at the hands of the nine-tails Jinchuriki, exclaiming, who would have thought that Sasori would fall to the nine-tails Jinchuriki? It is truly astonishing. Sighing, he continued, Sasori always spoke of eternal art. Little did he know that the flower of his life would wither so fragilely and swiftly. This contradicts the very artistic ideals he pursued. Deidara felt disheartened, for he held a deep respect for his partner, as they both shared a fervent passion for art. With Sasori's position now vacant, who should take his place? And should we retrieve Sasori's ring? Zetsu inquired. Pain shook his head. There is no need to concern ourselves with the ring. We can craft another. It is unnecessary to provoke Sunagakure or Konohagakure over such trivialities. As for the vacant member position, do any of you have recommendations? Zetsu promptly suggested, I believe Tobi would be a good fit. In terms of both personality and ability, he would likely complement Deidara well. The others expressed no objections, seemingly indifferent to who would be partnered with whom. Only Kisame chuckled, Tobi, huh? Hee, I agree. Perhaps he will bring a touch of levity to this dreary organization. Very well, it is settled then. Pain affirmed decisively, then turned to Kakuzu and Haiden, asking, how are your preparations? You may commence the operation to capture the two-tails Jinchuriki. Kakuzu nodded. We are ready. We have already entered the land of lightning. Excellent. Pain then addressed Deidara. Deidara, you and Tobi will head to the land of water. The wild three-tails will be no match for you. Understood, leader. It seems I am destined for a life of toil. Deidara sighed with a hint of resignation. Itachi, Kisame, you may also begin your plans to capture the four-tails Jinchuriki. As for the six-tails Jinchuriki, I shall handle that personally. Yes, leader. Itachi and Kisame nodded in response, marking the full initiation of the Akatsuki's operations to capture the tailed beasts. In the land of fire, within the Hokage's office in Konohagakure, Shizune expressed her concerns to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, after this mission, Naruto's reputation in the village will soar even higher, rivaling yours in the hearts of the villagers. This is quite unusual. Without someone fanning the flames, Naruto's deeds would not spread so swiftly. Tsunade, already aware of such matters, merely waved her hand and smiled. There is no rule against promoting one's achievements to gain popularity. Moreover, is it not a good thing to have a powerful and well-liked ninja in the village? Shizune's expression remained grave as she continued. We all know how deeply Naruto desires to become Hokage. He wishes to fulfill his dreams through this. However, I fear he may resort to extreme measures against you. Tsunade gave her a sidelong glance and continued. Do you believe he would resort to assassination to ascend to the position of Hokage? Shizune remained silent, her silence speaking volumes. Tsunade stood and gazed at the portraits of past Hokages, sighing, you still do not understand him well enough. Although his childhood experiences have rendered him somewhat aloof. If someone unrelated to him occupied this position, he might consider taking such actions for his ideals. But the current Hokage is me, and with my connection to Jiraiya. I believe that even if he yearns for the Hokage title, he would not resort to assassinating me. He would pursue other means. Meanwhile, in an underground base of the organization, F watched the young man with yellow hair sitting across from him and respectfully stated, Lord Naruto, the leader has instructed us to fully support you in attaining the position of Hokage, in order to realize the organization's vision of unifying the ninja world. With your current reputation and abilities, you are but a step away from that position. Beside him, Kuratsuchi spoke solemnly. That step is the 5th Hokage, Tsunade Senju. Who stands in your way? Should we eliminate this obstacle? Naruto shook his head. There is no need. I shall become Hokage openly, and without resorting to underhanded tactics. Moreover, my opportunity to ascend to Hokage will soon present itself. Chapter 52. The Duel of Blade Arts in the Land of Water. Zabuza reported to Naruto, My lord, the ninjas from the Land of Waterfall have been fully incorporated, and our people have begun to manage the towns across the Land of Waterfall. However, the region is characterized by numerous waterfalls, making transportation difficult and agricultural development challenging. Even if all the ninjas skilled in earth style from our land were to assist in reshaping the terrain, it would be a mere drop in the bucket. Naruto nodded thoughtfully and chuckled. Do not worry, I shall take care of this. Our amiable neighbors next door have taught me several earth style techniques. Days later, bolstered by the immense chakra of Naruto's Sage Mode, the terrain of the Land of Waterfall had undergone significant improvement, facilitating agricultural development without further hindrance. Previously, the Land of Waterfall had refrained from altering its terrain for 2 reasons. They lacked formidable earth-style masters and viewed their unique geographical features as a natural barrier against potential invasions from neighboring powerful nations, thus harboring little desire for change. However, with the Land of Waterfall now under the jurisdiction of the Land of Original Ninja, circumstances had shifted. Naruto had no intention of relying on these waterfalls for the defense of his nation. Naturally, he sought to transform the terrain into one that would yield greater benefits. My lord, your earth style has truly worked wonders, converting decay into vitality. With such fertile land, our nation shall become even more prosperous, Zabuza remarked. Gazing at the vast fields before him, Naruto felt a sense of accomplishment, using ninjutsu to enhance the environment and improve the lives of the people. This was a stark contrast to the feeling of taking lives away with ninjutsu. He mused, perhaps the purpose of ninjutsu was not solely for combat, but also for nurturing life. Zabuza was momentarily taken aback, the once infamous assassin of the hidden mist nodding silently, as he felt the gentle breeze wafting through the fields. Just then, a ninja from the Land of Original Ninja appeared to report, My lord, General Mitsuba of the Iron Country has arrived at our borders and wishes to speak with you directly. Naruto's previously gentle expression transformed into one of sharp intensity as he sighed. It seems that before we can use ninjutsu to reshape the world, we must first subdue it. He turned to Zabuza. Come, let us meet this so-called samurai nation. How intriguing that the meat bun has presented itself before us. Yes, my lord. A day later, at the border between the Iron Country and the former Land of Waterfall, before Naruto stood an elderly man with a long beard, his head wrapped in bandages. Clad in green armor, and wielding a katana. Naruto inquired, Mr. Mitsuba, have you come to our borders to claim a piece of the former Land of Waterfall? Mitsuba's expression remained unchanged as he replied solemnly, I have received a plea for help from the daimyo of the Land of Waterfall. He hopes for mediation between you and him, requesting the return of the occupied lands. To demonstrate his sincerity, he is willing to cede the territory of the former hidden waterfall village to your nation and will be the first to officially recognize the status of the Land of Original Ninja to the outside world. Surprised, Naruto turned to Zabuza, the daimyo of the Land of Waterfall. Zabuza's face paled as he quickly knelt, saying, My lord, this is a result of my mismanagement. You entrusted the daimyo's fate to me, and I naively chose to believe in his unconditional surrender, sparing his life. I never anticipated it would lead to such a troublesome situation. Please, punish me as you see fit. I will bear no complaints. Ha! Naruto laughed heartily. Helping him to his feet, I must apologize. I never expected the infamous assassin who once killed the fourth Mizukage to possess such an innocent side. As one who had lived a life of privilege due to his lineage, how could he accept becoming an ordinary person? Patting Zabuza's shoulder, Naruto continued, do not feel remorseful. Since I have appointed you to handle him, how you deal with him is your prerogative. A small nation's daimyo is no different than a mere pig in my eyes, and you have shown me such deference over this trivial matter. Zabuza, you underestimate your own worth. At this point, he glanced at Mitsuba and the hundreds of fully armed samurai behind him, casually stating, "In what trouble could these people possibly pose?" Mitsuba furrowed his brow, speaking gravely. Lord of the land of original ninja, it seems you do not intend to return the territory of the land of waterfall. I have heard of your ideals. You wish to unify the ninja world and will not spare our iron country, will you? Naruto nodded. I was curious why your iron country, as a neutral nation, would concern itself with the affairs of the land of waterfall. It appears this is a test to ascertain whether we would act against you. Mitsuba, you are quite perceptive. Too generous of you. Mitsuba became unusually focused, slowly drawing his long blade. I have heard much of your exceptional prowess, having single-handedly conquered the hidden grass village. I, Mitsuba, seek to learn from you today. I hope this encounter will alter your reckless ambitions. Naruto raised an eyebrow beneath his mask, smiling. How interesting. I have long anticipated a demonstration of your swordsmanship from the Iron Country, accepting the long blade handed to him by a subordinate. Naruto gestured for the hundreds of ninjas from the land of original ninja to retreat 100 paces. Mitsuba similarly instructed his samurai to maintain their distance. The two stood opposite each other, an invisible tension rising between them. Clang. As Zabuza heard the sound of blades being drawn from afar, Mitsuba had already lunged forward, closing the distance in an instant. He executed a swift downward slash from right to left towards Naruto's chest. Clang. A crisp sound of metal clashing resounded, causing Mitsuba's pupils to constrict as he observed Naruto's unwavering grip on his blade. Truly impressive. You are indeed a master of the legendary Iato technique. Most ninjas would likely be severed before they could even form hand signs. Naruto praised. However, Mitsuba had no time for replies. He focused intently, channeling chakra into his blade. Launching another attack. His exquisite swordsmanship flowed with grace, swift as a shooting star, each strike precise in exploiting Naruto's weaknesses. This is bad. Mitsuba's technique is too formidable, precise, and efficient. Although our leader's swordplay is fast and fierce, it becomes excessive against a master like Mitsuba, wasting energy unnecessarily. If not for my lord's uncanny ability to foresee Mitsuba's strikes, he would have surely been defeated by now. Zabuza, among the few who could perceive the intricacies of Naruto and Mitsuba's duel, felt a rising sense of urgency. Minutes passed, and while Naruto maintained his speed, Mitsuba began to breathe heavily. Naruto, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, lamented, unfortunately, even a swordsman who does not use ninjutsu must refine their chakra to maintain such offensive power. Your chakra is nearly depleted, while my expenditure is but a drop in the ocean. This exemplifies the absolute disparity in our strengths. Chapter 53. The coming storm. Mitsuba took a deep breath, allowing his heartbeat to steady, and marveled, your prowess is indeed astounding. This is merely your swordsmanship. If you were to employ your other abilities, I fear I would have already met my defeat. Naruto chuckled. How could that be? In our recent duel, my crude swordplay must have seemed riddled with flaws before you. My ability to last this long is solely due to these eyes. He paused and continued, by the way, I have yet to express my gratitude for your instruction and swordsmanship. Mitsuba's expression shifted, his astonishment evident as he regarded Naruto, a terrifying thought creeping into his mind. Striving to maintain his composure, he replied gravely, you possess remarkable skills. However, there is little purpose in prolonging this. I shall now utilize the last of my chakra to unleash my ultimate technique for your appraisal. With that proclamation, Mitsuba sheathed his sword, gathered his energy briefly, and in an instant, drew his long blade with a thunderous crash, unleashing a fearsome force. A crescent-shaped blade of condensed energy surged toward Naruto, threatening to cleave all obstacles in its path. Is that the result of extreme chakra compression, manifested through your sword's slashing motion? Remarkable, Naruto thought to himself, his gaze shifting as a colossal purple figure wielding a sword materialized around him. The giant merely inserted the sword into the ground, and upon impact, Mitsuba's energy dissipated into nothingness as if it were a drop in the ocean. General Mitsuba. Several warriors from the land of iron rushed over to support the nearly exhausted Mitsuba. He gasped for breath, laboriously lifting his gaze to the Susanoo, and after a long moment, sighed, I concede. Such a terrifying ability seemed beyond the grasp of mere mortals. Naruto approached him calmly and said, General Mitsuba, I believe you have come to realize the disparity in our strengths, to avert unnecessary casualties. Would your land of iron be willing to surrender and join us in contributing to the unification of the ninja world? Mitsuba hesitated, then replied solemnly. Our land of iron has maintained neutrality for a considerable time, and our culture greatly differs from that of your ninja world. Even if I were to agree to surrender, the people of the land of iron would likely refuse to be governed by ninjas. Naruto replied nonchalantly. I find that to be an uncomplicated choice. If the populace of the Land of Iron can accept the rule of samurai, they can certainly accept that of ninjas. There is no fundamental difference between the two. As long as I can improve their lives, I believe they would be quite amenable. He continued, you fear that those who uphold the samurai's honor might resist surrender, correct? That is easily resolved. Eliminate them, and the war will inevitably involve sacrifices. This is, after all, the least damaging course of action. Wouldn't you agree, General Mitsuba? Mitsuba's complexion paled upon hearing this. He sensed the unwavering resolve in Naruto's calm demeanor. He recognized that this man was unlike any ruler he had previously encountered. This individual spoke plainly and directly, without pretense. Aware that his next words could determine the fate of many samurai in the Land of Iron, Mitsuba deliberated before speaking. May I request some time to consider? I would like to persuade my fellow samurai and citizens. I will provide you with an answer in 10 days. Very well. Naruto nodded, casting a meaningful glance at Mitsuba. I hope you make a wise decision. With that, he turned and walked towards the crowd from the Land of Yuan. At that moment, the three warriors who had supported Mitsuba exchanged glances and swiftly drew their swords, charging at Naruto. Die! A mere ninja dares to rule over us samurai. When we roamed the battlefield, you ninjas were yet to be heard of. Mitsuba's expression changed drastically as he shouted, stop. However, it was too late. Naruto assumed a stance for a quick draw, gathering his energy briefly before drawing his long sword in a flash. A blade of energy, far more immense than Mitsuba's previous strike, cleaved through the approaching warriors as effortlessly as a knife through tofu. Standing with his sword sheathed, Naruto chuckled, General Mitsuba. Your technique is quite effective. I must say, I appreciate it. However, not all warriors from the Land of Iron possess the honor of the samurai, ambushing from behind. How unbecoming. That is the very essence of what we ninjas ought to do. Mitsuba's expression became a complex tapestry of astonishment and shame. He was astonished at Naruto's ability to master a technique he had seen only once, a level of learning that was simply unprecedented. He felt shame for his warriors, who, despite being spared by their opponent, chose to strike from behind, a contemptible act that even the infamous assassins among ninjas would disdain. My lord, I truly did not anticipate my subordinates would act in such a manner. I beg your forgiveness. Mitsuba bowed deeply, remorse evident in his stance. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. Do not dwell on it. They are merely misguided flies. Return and deliberate carefully. I hope that when we meet again, it will not be as adversaries. Yes. I take my leave. Mitsuba nodded, leading the warriors of the Land of Iron away. As the figures of the Land of Iron faded from view, Zabuza remarked, Leader, what Mitsuba said was merely a stalling tactic. Why did you not seize the opportunity to keep them here? Naruto shook his head. There is no need. To assassinate a foreign leader during a diplomatic meeting is an act of cowardice. As a nation striving for the unification of the ninja world, why taint our reputation with such disgrace? With an expression of anticipation, he added, Moreover, I am curious about what Mitsuba relies upon. In 10 days, what surprises will he bring me? In the Land of Earth, Iwagakure, Lord Tsuchikage, General Mitsuba of the Land of Iron has sent a plea for aid. Hoping to restrain the ambitions of the Land of Yuan to unify the ninja world, reported a rock ninja to Noki. Noki snorted dismissively. What time do we have to concern ourselves with a nation of samurai? Moreover, the leader of the Land of Yuan is not an easy foe. Let them fend for themselves. He then inquired, have we uncovered any leads on the Akatsuki? The rock ninja replied, none. The individual who previously contacted us from the Akatsuki was merely a peripheral member, possessing limited knowledge. Upon hearing this, Noki sighed deeply. The news from Sunagakure troubled him greatly. The loss of Ichibi and the potential threat posed by the Akatsuki's schemes were far from trivial. Alas, Deara, why did you choose to join the Akatsuki? In the Land of Lightning, Himogakure. Once the messenger from the Land of Iron departed, the fourth Raikage, chuckled, interesting. They wish to unify the ninja world? Well, so do I. Relay my orders to assemble the army. We shall march toward the Land of Iron. I thought to himself, what a fortuitous opportunity. Previously, our hands were tied by treaties with other nations, rendering it difficult to expand our territory. However, now that the Land of Iron has come to us for assistance, sending an army in response does not breach our agreements. Such a move would also avoid raising the alarm among the great nations. When the Land of Yuan has crippled the Land of Iron, we shall strike and seize all their territory. At that point, the Land of Lightning will experience tremendous expansion and possess a strategic position to defend and attack. Perhaps our hidden cloud village can seize this opportunity to surpass the Leaf Village. Oh, leader of the hidden land of the original ninjas, I eagerly await our meeting. Ha ha ha. Chapter 54. The resolute fourth Raikage. The fourth Raikage secretary, Mabui, with her brown skin and white hair, furrowed her brow and cautioned, Raikage-sama, should we not deliberate carefully? To rashly engage in warfare is not a prudent course of action. Moreover, rumors in the ninja world suggest that the leader of the possesses formidable strength, having outmatched even the third Tsuchikage, Noki. The fourth Raikage, scoffed dismissively. That old coot Noki is nearing his end. What strength can he possibly wield? As for the leader of I shall make him understand with my fist that he should refrain from boasting about unifying the ninja world if he lacks the power to back it up. Humph. Mabui shook her head in resignation, aware that once the Raikage made a decision, it was nearly impossible to sway him. Just then, a cloud ninja entered, looking somewhat flustered. Raikage-sama, trouble has arisen. Lord Im has gone missing. According to intelligence from various regions, she is likely captured by members of the Akatsuki organization. With a resounding crash, the irate fourth Raikage smashed his fist into the table before him, reducing it to splinters. He bellowed, "So, the Akatsuki dares to provoke me. Issue a bounty for the heads of Akatsuki members across the ninja world. Let our forces spare no effort in tracking down their whereabouts. Once we have a lead, inform me immediately. I shall snap their necks." At this moment, his eyes narrowed, and he asked, "Where's my brother?" "Lord Killerbee has been training in the Yunlei Gorge recently," the Cloud Ninja replied. The fourth Raikage nodded and commanded, "Send someone to the Yunlei Gorge to keep watch over my brother. He must not leave that place. Ensure that no suspicious individuals approach." "Yes, Raikage-sama." Once the Cloud Ninja departed, Mabui inquired, "Raikage-sama, should we postpone our plans to move into the Land of Iron?" According to the intelligence relayed from Sunagakure, the Akatsuki has already acquired at least two-tailed beasts, making them a far greater threat than. I believe it would be wise to concentrate our forces to deal with them first. If necessary, we could ally with the other four great ninja villages to eradicate the Akatsuki, she suggested. The fourth Raikage shook his head, nonchalantly stating, "A mere few-tailed beasts are insignificant. They cannot stir up any substantial trouble. Besides, the strongest of the tailed beasts, the 8 tails, is in our possession, while the 9 tails is with Konoha. If the Akatsuki intends to utilize the tailed beasts for something, they will inevitably come to us. Waiting for them is the better strategy. However, the opportunity to seize the Land of Iron, and even to encroach upon the borders of the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire, is a rare one. If we miss this chance, our plans for expansion in Kumogakure could be delayed indefinitely." Mabui expressed her concerns. "Enough. Execute the orders." The fourth Raikage interrupted her, his expression resolute. "Rest assured, it will not be long. Apart from that leader, there is only one other noteworthy figure in Zabuza, and he is hardly a challenge. I will take matters into my own hands. As long as I can eliminate the leader in a short time, conquering the entire country will be a breeze." "Understood." "Raikage-sama." Mabui sighed inwardly and proceeded to convey the orders. At the secret base of the Akatsuki, 9 figures stood quietly atop the 9 fingers of the Outer Path statue. Below them, a striking female ninja floated in midair, her expression one of anguish as the chakra of the tailed beast was continuously siphoned into the mouth of the Outer Path statue. At that moment, a white Zetsu clone emerged from the ground, a hint of glee in its tone. "Kumogakure is mobilizing its forces. They seem intent on heading somewhere." "What? No way. I just became an official member. Am I really facing an army so soon?" The newly inducted member, a figure donning a spiral-patterned mask, exclaimed dramatically. "Ah, calm down, Afei. You are my partner now. Don't embarrass me." Deidara reprimanded. Haydn chuckled derisively. "TCH. If you're so afraid of dying, why bother being an official member? Just stay as a logistics worker. It's much safer." Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, interjected, "Zetsu, what is the situation?" Zetsu chuckled lightly, seemingly enjoying Afei's predicament, and continued. "The incident originates from that ostentatious. They plan to take action against the Land of Iron. The leader of the Land of Iron, Im, knows he cannot withstand the onslaught and has sought aid from the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning. However, Noki has ignored him completely, for reasons unknown. Kumogakure intends to gather troops to assist the Land of Iron." Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback. They had believed that Kakuzu and Haydn's capture of the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails had thoroughly provoked Kumogakure. To their surprise, the mobilization of forces was not directed at them. "Interesting, it appears is indeed alleviating some pressure from us," Pain remarked, his tone unexpectedly shifting, perhaps with a hint of satisfaction or mockery. He continued, "Deidara, take advantage of this turmoil in the ninja world. Once the Two Tails is sealed, capture the Three Tails immediately." "Yes, leader." 10 days later, at the border between the two nations, in the same location as before, Naruto and Im met once more. Observing the nearly 1,000 fully armed samurai behind him, Naruto chuckled lightly. "It seems you do not intend to surrender, General M. However, do you truly believe that bringing only this many men will alter the outcome of your demise?" Before M could respond, one of the samurai beside him shouted, "Humph! You fool, facing death and still unaware. I advise you to surrender promptly and return the lands of, or be wary of losing even your own territory." Naruto raised an eyebrow, casually remarking, "General M, your subordinates remain as rude as ever. Earlier, someone ambushed from behind. And now during a dialogue between the leaders of our two nations, a mere petty figure dares to interrupt. Allow me to discipline him." M's expression shifted as he attempted to intervene, but a massive purple blade swiftly pierced through the rude samurai, leaving only a cloud of blood in its wake. "Your methods are excessively ruthless. Even if you wish to kill him, you should at least leave him in one piece," M said sternly. Naruto replied flatly, "Ha. I have been quite merciful in granting him such a swift death. However, given his earlier arrogance, I presume you must have found some form of leverage? It appeared that during the 10 days I had granted you, significant preparations were made in secret. A hint of shame flickered across M's face, yet he felt no regret. His actions were solely to preserve the land of iron and its culture of the samurai. He simply wondered why Kumogakure, which had promised to send reinforcements, had yet to make an appearance. At this juncture, M could only say, "Might I inquire if we can cease hostilities and sign a non-aggression pact? I have invited Reikage-sama from Kumogakure to mediate the matter. You need not worry about my future adherence to the agreement." Naruto laughed knowingly. "Ah. So you sought Kumogakure as your support. Then what are you waiting for? Call forth the Reikage. I have long wished to experience his ninjutsu firsthand." Chapter 55. Thread. Upon hearing the words, Mitsuba's expression darkened. If he could summon the fourth Reikage, he would not have waited until now. Naruto, with an inscrutable expression, sensed the chakra of thousands of cloud shinobi long before. His intention to speak thus was merely to embarrass Mitsuba. It appeared that the hidden cloud village had ulterior motives. Although they had promised to send reinforcements, they would likely only arrive after the samurai of the Land of Iron had perished in significant numbers, thus not violating their promise. Naruto said mockingly, "This is the price one pays for placing hope in others. Yet, let me tempt you. The hidden cloud village harbors ill intentions, placing your Land of Iron in jeopardy. Why cling to such sentiments? Why not join us and together teach the hidden cloud village a lesson? What do you think?" Mitsuba's face contorted with struggle, but ultimately, with clenched teeth, he declared, "There is no need for further words. I will not cooperate with someone as treacherous as you. To seize the Land of Iron, you must first step over my dead body." His voice rang out loud, seemingly to bolster the spirits of the samurai behind him, as well as to convince himself not to waver. "Such a pity," Naruto replied, shaking his head. "It seems you have made your choice. However, this is only natural. Most would choose the formidable hidden cloud village over a fledgling nation like yours." In the next moment, his gaze sharpened dangerously. "I offered you 2 chances, which you squandered. Now I shall fulfill your wish." Fire release, dragon fire technique. A colossal and terrifying pillar of flame erupted from Naruto's mouth, hurtling straight towards Mitsuba. Seeing this, Mitsuba's expression shifted dramatically as he dodged and shouted, "Get out of the way." However, the other samurai were not as agile as he, and their heavy armor hindered their movement. The armor, which they had hoped would protect them, melted away like paper against Naruto's searing fire, failing to withstand even a second. The anguished screams of the samurai as they faced their demise struck a deep chord within Mitsuba. When he regained his footing, he beheld the once-formed line of samurai now reduced to mere burnt remnants, resembling a plowed field. Flash! Hundreds of samurai infused their chakra into their long swords and unleashed a flurry of swift cuts, sending a multitude of razor-sharp energy waves whistling toward Naruto. His eyes narrowed slightly as he summoned Susanoo, its skeletal form erupting forth, clad in intricately patterned armor. However, he did not summon the complete form. Dealing with these individuals did not require such an extravagant display of power. Thus, the purple giant manifested only its upper half. With a sound akin to pebbles tossed into a vast lake, the energy waves struck Susanoo, causing ripples that quickly dissipated. Mitsuba's expression hardened. After a brief moment to gather his strength, he unleashed a massive crescent-shaped energy wave aimed directly at Susanoo. Naruto smirked, the purple giant also taking a moment to gather its might. The terrifying slash it unleashed devoured Mitsuba's attack without any hindrance, continuing its advance towards him. "Protect Lord Mitsuba." Dozens of samurai stepped forward, gripping their twin swords tightly, channeling chakra as they struck against the massive slash. The clash produced a harsh metallic sound. Despite their utmost effort, they merely managed to momentarily stall Naruto's attack, and even that was fleeting. The slash ruthlessly cleaved through them, leaving devastation in its wake. "Huh!" Mitsuba bellowed, pushing his swordsmanship to its limits, channeling all his energy into a single strike that finally shattered the slash. However, Naruto merely shook his head, calmly stating, "Samurai are but relics of a bygone era. Why cling to the past? That slash was merely a casual strike of mine, and you exhausted yourselves to block it. What will you use to fend off my next attack?" As his words echoed, Naruto's Susanoo unleashed a series of slashes, each one claiming the lives of dozens of samurai. The battlefield filled with continuous cries of despair. Seeing this, Mitsuba urgently shouted, "Charge forward. Break into the ranks of the ninja from the Land of Iron. We cannot let him rampage unchecked any longer." As the samurai surged forward, Zabuza ordered from the rear, "Prepare fire release." Hundreds of ninjas from the Land of Iron surged forth, forming hand seals and simultaneously expelling fireballs from their mouths, a display of formidable collective power. Fire release, great fireball technique. What? They unleash ninjutsu without regard for their leader? Mitsuba's face reflected shock. However, upon catching sight of Naruto, unharmed within Susanoo, realization dawned upon him. Naruto's lips curled into a smirk, thinking to himself that this was far from over. Wind release, vacuum wave. The already formidable fire technique became even more terrifying with the addition of wind, its flames now imbued with slicing wind blades capable of cleaving anything in two. The samurai of the Land of Iron suffered catastrophic losses under this combined ninjutsu, and the remaining warriors lost their will to fight. Lord Mitsuba, we must retreat. The enemy is far too strong for us to contend with. One trembling samurai pleaded desperately. Mitsuba, witnessing the purple giant rampaging among his ranks, closed his eyes in anguish. He felt a surge of intense hatred towards the hidden cloud village. Had they not promised assistance, he would never have confronted the Land of Iron so directly. Hidden Cloud Village, what are your true intentions? Do you intend to wait until all our samurai are dead before intervening? With this thought, a cold glint flickered in Mitsuba's eyes. Yet, having made his choice, he could only march down this dark path. With a voice filled with rage and despair, he cried, "Warriors, the time to defend our honor has arrived. Hold strong. The Hidden Cloud Village will soon come to our aid." With that, Mitsuba charged bravely towards Naruto. However, an insurmountable disparity in power could not be bridged by mere conviction. With a simple swing, Mitsuba's long sword was sent flying, and the purple giant seized it effortlessly. Mitsuba, at this point, do you regret your choice? Had you chosen to surrender, most of them would still be alive. Do you think they harbored no resentment towards your obstinacy as they faced death? Naruto's Susanoo held Mitsuba aloft, forcing him to witness his warriors falling one after another to the ninjas of the Land of Iron, calmly inquiring. Mitsuba turned his head away, unable to bear the sight, and spoke mournfully. How many more will lose their lives because of your ambition? Do you not possess even a shred of compassion? Naruto, however, felt deeply disappointed and remarked, I believe all leaders of the ninja world will recognize that the unification of our realm is a monumental endeavor, one that bears the weight of contemporary sins and the glory of future generations. I do not believe you fail to understand this. Rather, you are simply unwilling to see this grand accomplishment achieved by anyone but yourself. At this point, Naruto turned his gaze sideways, asking meaningfully, would you not agree, fourth Raikage? While I was not particularly impressed by your earlier grandiloquence, your current words resonate well with me. A grand figure, enveloped in crackling lightning, appeared beside Zabuza before anyone could react, seizing him by the throat. Uchiha brat, could you hand over that old man to me? He is quite useful. The fourth Raikage raised Zabuza toward Naruto, the powerful currents coursing through him, rendering Zabuza powerless to resist. He should be one of your most capable subordinates, no? There is no need to sacrifice such a subordinate for the sake of an old fool. Do you not agree? Naruto approached the fourth Raikage with 3 ships in hand, his complexly patterned kaleidoscopic Sharingan inadvertently locking onto the latter's gaze, causing the Raikage to hastily avert his eyes. Naruto nodded with a smile and remarked, you make a valid point. However, I refuse to succumb to threats. The colossal purple figure clenched its fist fiercely, and the portion of the ship grasped within it was instantly reduced to mere flesh and mush, utterly lifeless. You little brat. The fourth Raikage's eyes widened in fury as he exerted force in his hand, producing a sharp crack. Snap. Chapter 56. Lightning released chakra modem. This sensation, the fourth Raikage suddenly felt a prickling unease, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, instinctively enhancing the strength of his lightning release armor. Naruto's Susanoo ruthlessly struck down upon the fourth Raikage, sending him hurtling several dozen meters away as if struck by a cannonball. Lord Raikage. A throng of several thousand cloud shinobi rushed from a distance, witnessing the Raikage being flung away, and they cried out in alarm. Do not worry, I am unhurt. The fourth Raikage steadied himself, brushing off the dust as he addressed Naruto. You young lad, I never expected to fall victim to your genjutsu, and in merely a fleeting moment of eye contact. Those eyes of yours are quite remarkable. Naruto chuckled lightly. You flatter me. I'm far more astonished by your swift ability to break free from my genjutsu, and even more so by your terrifying speed and formidable physical prowess. To withstand a blow from Susanoo unscathed is truly monstrous. Beside Naruto, Zabuza rubbed his neck, apologetically saying, I am sorry, Lord Leader, I have held you back. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. No need for concern. The fourth Raikage can match the speed of the yellow flash merely with his physical abilities. You should lead our people further back, being too close. Even I may not be able to save you. Understood, Lord Leader. Once Zabuza and the others had retreated to a safer distance, Naruto turned to the fourth Raikage and the multitude of cloud shinobi beside him, smiling. I never imagined that beneath the guise of a hardy warrior, the Raikage could be so cunning, rivaling the wily leaders of other ninja villages. Poor General Mitsuba, until his last breath, remained unaware that he was merely a stepping stone for your cloud village to expand its influence. Even with your aid in repelling us, he could not safeguard his iron country. Or perhaps he realized too late, yet was compelled to proceed, a victim of the inevitability faced by smaller nations. The fourth Raikage stated bluntly, in the ninja world, it is a commonality to resort to any means necessary for power, using that power to invade others. The weak must endure their plight, and he has no cause for complaint. Naruto laughed heartily. Ha ha, how refreshing. Raikage, it appears we are of the same ilk. If that is the case, let us dispense with idle chatter and allow the ninja world to witness who among us is the true weakling. However, the fourth Raikage shook his head. The outcome between us is already evident. As long as I can hold you back, my ninjas are capable of eradicating your entire force. Without your subordinates, what use is your strength? Naruto raised an eyebrow, his eyes glinting coldly as he replied, that is only if you can hold me. As his words fell, his Susanoo sprouted legs and wings, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the battlefield. Wind release, vacuum sphere. A dozen enormous wind chakra spheres, enhanced by Susanoo, surged forth with terrifying might toward the cloud shinobi. Stop, you brat. The fourth Raikage's expression shifted dramatically. He maximized his lightning release chakra mode, transforming into a bolt of lightning that swiftly shattered 7 of the vacuum spheres. However, the remaining spheres proved unstoppable, detonating violently upon entering the crowd. To make matters worse, the ninjutsu favored by these cloud shinobi was predominantly lightning release, yet their defensive lightning armor faltered against the wind release, resulting in catastrophic casualties. Naruto observed the minor wounds left on the fourth Raikage by the vacuum spheres, commenting, "What a pity. Raikage, wind release counters lightning release. Even a master like you cannot evade its effects." The fourth Raikage gritted his teeth. "You little brat, such skill. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such a potent wind release." Naruto replied nonchalantly, "You flatter me. It was merely a taste. I possess even more formidable wind techniques at my disposal for your enjoyment." The fourth Raikage narrowed his eyes, uncertain whether Naruto was merely bluffing or if he truly possessed such power. He snorted dismissively, "Do not think you can deter us. I will tell you plainly. Those who came here are prepared to fall. Before they are annihilated by you, they will ensure the complete extermination of your ninjas from the land of origins." Naruto retorted, "Then what are you waiting for? Make your move. Let us see if I can leave all of you behind." Upon hearing this, the fourth Raikage found himself at an impasse. The monstrosity before him wielded jutsu with power akin to a Jinchuriki. Furthermore, the speed of his attacks was incredibly swift and difficult to counter. If only his brother, Killer Bee, were here, he might have been able to restrain Naruto, allowing the Raikage to dominate the battlefield and secure victory. But alas, there are no if-onlys in this world. He realized that if it were not for Naruto's consideration of his subordinates' lives, the slaughter would likely have commenced already. After contemplating for a moment, the fourth Raikage said solemnly, "Boy, we both value the lives of our subordinates. Engaging in battle would inevitably hinder us. How about this? Let us settle our fates one-on-one. If you win, we shall no longer involve ourselves in the affairs of the Iron Country. Should you lose, the Iron Country will belong to our Cloud Village." He proposed this plan because he believed he had a significant advantage. Though the Violet Giant displayed exceptional offensive capabilities and range, he was confident he could evade those attacks with ease. In contrast, under his incredible speed, Naruto would be reduced to little more than a target. Naruto stroked his chin and nodded. "Agreed, it is settled." The fourth Raikage wasted no more words, instantly leaving behind an afterimage. Naruto barely had time to lower his head to assess the situation when the Raikage delivered a powerful elbow strike to the chest of Susanoo. The Violet Giant reacted promptly, extending his left hand to grasp at his chest. However, the fourth Raikage had already transformed into a flash of lightning, landing back on the ground. As I anticipated, this giant form boasts formidable defenses. I shall not hold back any longer and will elevate my lightning release chakra mode to its utmost limits. With a fierce shout, the fourth Raikage's body crackled with dense lightning, producing a cacophony that instilled dread in the hearts of onlookers. Naruto's eyes darkened as he thought, "My speed-enhancing techniques are currently impractical, whether it be Flying Thunder God technique, Ninetales Beast mode, or 8 Gates. Employing any of these may risk revealing my identity. It seems I can only maximize the power of my Sharingan. As long as I can see far enough ahead, a slower pace will suffice." The ensuing minutes of combat between the two became a contest of speed and reflexes. The fourth Raikage attacked relentlessly. Yet Naruto always seemed to respond just a moment too late, leading the Cloud Shinobi to believe he was being overwhelmingly crushed. Haha, that Violet Giant looks imposing, but he is utterly useless. After several minutes, not a single hair on Lord Raikage has been touched. One Cloud Shinobi jeered mockingly. "Silence, fool." The insulted Shinobi turned to glare at the speaker, realizing it was the esteemed J-Nin, the lava release expert Lord Dotai. He promptly swallowed his retort, instead casting a resentful glance. Dotai, however, had no time to entertain him. His expression was grave as he observed the battle. He had already discerned that the one at a disadvantage was not the Raikage, but rather the leader of the Land of Origins. Although the latter had yet to land a blow on the Raikage, he was increasingly closing the gap to do so. At the outset, Lord Raikage launched an attack, prompting the opponent to counter. Yet now, as Lord Raikage has only just begun his movements, the adversary appears fully prepared to retaliate, as if they possess the uncanny ability to foresee his next actions. Were it not for the extraordinary swiftness of Lord Raikage, he would likely have already been struck. Suddenly, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically. The blue lightning was abruptly tinged with a vivid crimson. Naruto glanced at the wound on the fourth Raikage's chest, and, with a hint of regret, remarked, "What a pity. Raikage, I was clearly aiming for your head. Don't get too cocky, you brat." The expression on the fourth Raikage's face was exceptionally grim. Chapter 57, Appreciation. The fourth Raikage let out a cold snort and remarked, "The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan lacks the ability to foresee. You memorized my every action pattern in mere minutes through acute observation, allowing you to anticipate my attack before I even commenced. Coupled with your remarkable reflexes, you managed to keep pace with my speed. The Uchiha clan is indeed blessed." However, he shook his head. "Most Uchiha cannot attain your level. You are an unparalleled genius among them. Yet, if that were all, your previous attack would not have harmed me. I did not anticipate that you could completely envelop the colossal blade of Susanoo with wind chakra. Such talent cannot simply be inherited. I concede. Your earlier claim of unifying the ninja world was not mere bravado." Naruto, upon hearing this, laughed heartily. "How rare it is. Raikage, do you now hold me in such high regard that you are contemplating surrender? Surrender? Do not flatter yourself, boy." The fourth Raikage sneered, his tone turning serious. "If I cannot break through your defenses with my next move, I shall immediately withdraw." "Oh, how intriguing. Do you possess yet another secret technique?" Naruto expressed curiosity, for he believed the fourth Raikage had no means to alter the current situation. Ignoring Naruto's inquiry, the fourth Raikage seemed to transition from fury to calmness, the lightning surrounding him almost ceasing. After a brief moment of silence, a far more ferocious surge of electricity entwined around him. From the observation of the Sharingan, it appeared that he had concentrated the majority of his chakra into the 4 fingers of his right hand. Seeing this, Naruto's pupils contracted, and without hesitation, he swiftly completed a series of hand seals. At that moment, the fourth Raikage's feet struck the ground, causing the earth around him to shatter completely. He transformed into a spear of lightning, hurtling towards Naruto with the terrifying might to pierce through all darkness. "This is the ultimate lightning technique of the third Raikage, Hellpiercer, four-handed thrust," exclaimed the fourth Raikage. "This strike will undoubtedly shatter that purple giant's defenses." The onlookers were filled with astonishment, as even they had never witnessed the Raikage employ such a technique, believing he had not mastered it. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering resonated through the silent battlefield, breaking the tension. Incredible! The Raikage's attack has finally breached the giant's defenses. The watching Cloud Ninja erupted in cheers. "Ah, what is that?" Someone pointed upwards, exclaiming. A colossal sphere of wind chakra, towering as high as a 2-story building, descended upon the purple giant's chest. Struck by the fourth Raikage. Wind-style, vacuum sphere. Before the massive sphere could collide with the fourth Raikage, it began to expand violently, unleashing a torrent of wind energy that engulfed both the Raikage and the Susanoo. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as a robust figure plummeted from the sky. "Raikage!" Tobii rushed forward to catch the fourth Raikage in his arms, anxiously assessing his injuries, relieved to find them not too severe. "Medical team, quickly." "No need, I am fine." The fourth Raikage had already shaken off the brief disorientation from the impact, wiping the blood from his lips and gazing skyward. There stood Naruto, floating in midair, the Susanoo having vanished, yet his body bore no signs of injury. Can he fly? Is that a technique of Anoki's? The fourth Raikage pondered, watching as Naruto slowly descended. He then said solemnly, "You are indeed a madman for unleashing such a devastating technique upon yourself. Do you not fear perishing alongside it?" Naruto chuckled, "Of course not. My wind style counters your lightning, not my Susanoo. Rather than being shattered by you, I prefer to make full use of it." He glanced at the tattered attire of the fourth Raikage, joyfully adding, "See? The results are quite impressive, aren't they?" The fourth Raikage's already dark complexion deepened. And after a long pause, he sighed, somewhat disheartened. "Such a fortuitous opportunity, yet I did not expect to encounter a monster like you. Boy, you have one. The land of iron is no longer our concern. Take it if you wish." As the fourth Raikage prepared to leave, Naruto called out, "Raikage, I am curious. Why would a martial figure like yourself allow a fool to preside over you?" The fourth Raikage laughed heartily. "Huh? You overthink it. The reason the daimyo of the land of lightning can rule is that he listens to me. If I desire wealth, does he dare refuse? Imposing." Naruto gave a thumbs up and posed another question. "If one day I possess the strength to topple the entire Hidden Cloud village, would you choose to surrender and accept my rule to minimize casualties?" The fourth Raikage regarded him deeply, pausing for thought before nodding. "If such a day truly comes, I would." Naruto smiled, sincerely stating, "How refreshing. Raikage, I find myself increasingly admiring you. Let us look forward to that day. When it arrives, the entire ninja world will unite as one nation, where diverse clans, skin colors, and cultures live equally beneath the same starry sky." With these words, Naruto ceased further discourse and walked towards Zabuza and the others. Tobii was moved by Naruto's vision and murmured, "I wonder if he is a madman or indeed possesses such confidence. His strength is astonishing, yet it still falls short of subjugating the entire ninja world." The fourth Raikage, however, expressed admiration, whether mad or not. A man with such vision and the will to act on it is undoubtedly a formidable figure. Tobii, slightly taken aback, replied with a smile, "Indeed." Meanwhile, Observing Naruto striding with purpose, Zabuza inquired, "Leader, you seem in high spirits?" Naruto laughed, "Huh? With 1/5 of the ninja world soon to be acquired without bloodshed, how could I not be joyous?" Zabuza, somewhat puzzled by this, refrained from probing further, knowing that pressing matters were at hand. "Leader, shall we continue our assault on the Land of Iron?" Naruto nodded, stating calmly, "The main forces of the Land of Iron have been completely annihilated, and their remaining resistance is minimal. You will lead the troops to seize the Land of Iron. Adhering to the same principle, avoid civilian casualties. As for the samurai unwilling to surrender, show no mercy." Chapter 58, The Weight of Loss. Alas, Lord Raikage, one of our Chunin, Chusen Michio, has gone missing. A cloud ninja anxiously reported to the 4th Raikage during their retreat from the Land of Iron. "What has transpired?" the 4th Raikage inquired. His brow furrowed. The cloud ninja hesitated briefly before voicing his concerns. Chusen Michio's husband, Chunin Maeda, perished in the recent battle while attempting to protect her. Therefore, I suspect she may have set out to assassinate the leader of the Hidden Mist village to avenge him. Upon hearing this, the Raikage fell silent, contemplating the grim reality of war, an unending cycle of hatred that is perpetually ignited. "Shall we send someone to retrieve her?" Tidai asked, with a heavy sigh. The 4th Raikage gazed in the direction of the Land of Iron and shook his head. "It is too late now. We shall rest here for a while. If she is alive, she will catch up with us." "Indeed, Lord Raikage," Tidai replied, sorrow etched across his face. He believed the chances of Chusan Michio surviving were exceedingly slim. After all, attempting to assassinate a national leader is no trivial matter. If someone were to attempt to assassinate Lord Raikage, he would undoubtedly fight with all his might. He trusted that the ninjas of the Hidden Mist would harbor similar sentiments should their leader be targeted. Meanwhile, Zabuza, poised to lead the ninjas of the Hidden Mist in an assault on the Land of Iron, suddenly turned his gaze towards a certain direction and bellowed, "Show yourself. Do you think your flawed concealment can deceive me? Prepare to meet your end." A sharp, venomous female voice pierced the tense atmosphere, and a female cloud ninja swiftly hurled several shuriken at Naruto, targeting his vital points. Yet, Naruto regarded her with an unsettling calmness, neither flinching nor evading. The metallic clang of shuriken meeting Zabuza's executioner's blade echoed as he deftly deflected the incoming projectiles. "Spare her. I have questions for her," Naruto advised. Zabuza nodded, advancing with his blade. Within mere moments, he had captured her. The disparity in their strengths and the vast difference in combat experience rendered the battle one-sided. Ignoring her fierce, predatory glare, Naruto inquired, "Your Raikage personally agreed to withdraw from the contest for the Land of Iron. What is the meaning of your current actions? Are the people of the Hidden Cloud known for their duplicity?" The female cloud ninja, Chusan Michio, gritted her teeth and growled, "Maeda, my husband, died beneath your jutsu while trying to protect me. My intent to assassinate you is purely personal and has nothing to do with the Hidden Cloud." Naruto fell silent, the earlier lightness in his heart now overshadowed by a weighty burden. After a moment, he asked, "Do you have others at home?" Chusan Michio's expression faltered, and with pain etched upon her face, she replied, "I have a 5-year-old child and my mother." Zabuza hesitated, and although the mask concealed his expression, Naruto sensed he had struck a chord. The grip binding Chusan Michio's hands loosened slightly, retracting his gaze. Naruto nodded and calmly stated, "It seems I cannot grant you the reunion with your husband, for your family still needs you." He then shifted his tone, coldly asserting, "Out of respect for your Raikage, I shall spare you this time. However, remember that there shall not be a next time. You may leave." Chusan Michio cast a complex glance at Naruto before departing in a daze. Zabuza, noticing Naruto's rapt attention towards her retreating figure, was reminded that despite his commanding prowess, Naruto was still merely a youth of over 15 years. He quickly offered words of comfort. "Lord, do not dwell too heavily on this matter. Such occurrences are unavoidable. No one can secure victory in war merely through words, and casualties are an inevitability. Everything we do is aimed at minimizing such tragedies in the future." Naruto returned to the present, nodding thoughtfully. "I was merely contemplating that had I killed her, her child would have become an orphan like me. Unlike me, her child has known the love of parents. The sudden loss would likely inflict a pain far greater than mine. And how many parents and children have I taken from others along my journey?" He chuckled bitterly to himself. "I am being sentimental. When I set the goal of unifying the ninja world, I was fully aware of the bloodshed it would entail. If I only now find it cruel, that would be true cruelty. The goal of unifying the ninja world must be achieved. Let me bear the hatred of all the bereaved and shoulder the weight of all sins." Zabuza's expression hardened. "I, too, and all members of the organization stand with you. Lord, we shall bear this burden together." Naruto smiled and nodded. "Very well, let us depart. Lord Raikage, Chusan Michio has returned." A cloud ninja exclaimed joyfully. The 4th Raikage observed the weary figure approaching, silently acknowledging, "It seems I owe you a debt, leader of the Hidden Mist." Days later, in the Land of Fire, who would have thought that even a formidable figure like the 4th Raikage would falter against the leader of the Hidden Mist? It appears this mysterious leader's strength has grown ever more formidable. Tsunade reflected as she perused the intelligence report. She then turned to Naruto with a hint of concern. Naruto, you must remain in the village for now. The activities of the Akatsuki organization are likely becoming increasingly frequent. We have received word from our operatives in the Land of Lightning that the Hidden Cloud has issued a bounty on the Akatsuki across the entire ninja world, dispatching numerous ninjas to track their whereabouts. We can surmise that the Akatsuki has likely done something to the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud, which explains their aggressive response. Naruto laughed. Fear not, Lady Tsunade. I must go. There are few in this world who can hinder my progress. After a moment's thought, Tsunade conceded that this was indeed true. With Naruto's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, should he wish to escape, it would be nearly impossible to detain him. However, she still cautioned, the ninja world is filled with an array of strange and formidable abilities. It is always wise to exercise caution. Indeed, Naruto nodded, then asked, by the way, how is Jiraiya doing? I have not heard from him in quite some time. A weary smile graced Tsunade's face. He sent word that he will return to the village in a while, and you will have the chance to see him then. Naruto's expression turned serious. When Jiraiya-sensei returns, please ensure he seeks me out. I have something of great importance to discuss with him. Seeing the gravity in Naruto's eyes, Tsunade assured, rest assured, I will make certain he meets with you before he departs again. A month later, as Naruto wandered the village, unable to leave, he spotted Shikamaru and Asuma preparing to exit the gates of Konoha. His eyes gleamed with curiosity as he approached. Shikamaru, what mission are you embarking on? You seem to have gathered quite a number of people. Shikamaru's demeanor turned serious. Intelligence reports indicate that 2 members of the Akatsuki have entered the borders of our Land of Fire. By order of the Hokage, we are dividing into several small teams to search for their tracks in hopes of capturing them and obtaining valuable information about the Akatsuki. A smirk crept onto Naruto's lips as he thought, at last, the moment has come. I can hardly contain my excitement. Chapter 59. The rescue. Can you take me along? I happen to have nothing to do. Naruto chuckled. Asuma shook his head decisively, saying, no, when we left, Lady Tsunade specifically instructed us that if we encountered you, we must not allow you to leave. Naruto nodded, having anticipated this, and thus did not press the matter further. He handed Shikamaru a uniquely shaped kunai, saying, if you find yourselves in a crisis, channel chakra into this kunai, and I will come to your aid. Asuma hesitated, unsure whether to intervene, but Shikamaru accepted it directly. Nodding, I hope it won't be needed. Farewell, await our news. Having departed from Konoha, Asuma's team arrived at the Temple of Fire. From the words of the enemy and the corpse of the temple's abbot, Riku, Asuma gleaned the situation. The enemy was likely after Riku's bounty, which was a staggering 30 million ryo. Consequently, they set their sights on a nearby underground exchange for gold to trace the 2 individuals. As expected, they soon encountered Kakuzu and Haiden emerging from one such exchange. Oh, I can't be mistaken. You 2 are adorned with that same sash, just like that monk. You are among the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire. Your head is worth even more than his, 35 million ryo. Kakuzu exclaimed, his emerald eyes gleaming with excitement as he addressed Asuma. And Riku, what have you done to him? Asuma inquired in a low voice. Kakuzu raised the leather case in his hand, chuckling, huh? He has already been transformed into beautiful banknotes. You scoundrels, what is your purpose in our Land of Fire? Asuma's expression darkened as he forced himself to maintain his composure. The target ahead is not for you to know, but I can reveal our current goal, to exchange your head for money. Kakuzu replied, no longer wasting words. He swiftly completed a series of hand seals and unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth, which expanded rapidly upon hitting the ground. Fire style, fire burst. Asuma's expression shifted, urgently shouting, scatter. Shikamaru, who had planned to use the shadow bind technique to secretly restrain Kakuzu, was also compelled to retreat in the face of the searing inferno. Haha, Kakuzu, don't interfere, leave this to me. I shall offer them all as sacrifices to the Lord of Evil. Haiden cackled maniacally, brandishing his scythe and charging at Asuma, for among these foes, he deemed Asuma the most valuable for sacrifice. Be careful, if you get knocked down, don't expect my help, Kakuzu remarked, genuinely halting his movements as he watched the scene unfold. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, realizing that this did not bode well, indicating the enemy's overwhelming confidence in their ally. However, unexpectedly, Haiden's scythe was easily blocked by Asuma. Seizing the moment, his teammates, Ino and CHG, lunged from either side, their long blades piercing Haiden's body in an instant. Alright, we've taken one down. Ino and CHG laughed. Yet, Asuma noticed the mocking smile on Haiden's face, and his heart sank as he shouted, be careful. Ignoring the blades protruding from him, Haiden spun his scythe, slashing Asuma's arm before retreating. Gotcha, he exclaimed, a sickly grin on his face as he licked the blood from his scythe, strange black patterns appearing on his body. Asuma's eyes narrowed. Though he did not understand the opponent's techniques, he could not allow them to succeed. He charged forward, his ninja blade enveloped in wind chakra, aiming for Haiden's neck. Dream on. Haiden halted his circular motions, preparing to evade, only to find himself unable to move. Shadow bind technique. Shikamaru had successfully ensnared Haiden with a shadow thread extending from his foot, binding him firmly in place. Well done, Shikamaru, Asuma exclaimed as he slipped past Haiden, launching a spherical object into the sky. Done. Now, I just need to focus on that guy. Asuma sighed in relief and turned to Kakuzu. Just then, a familiar voice echoed, leaving the four from Konoha in disbelief. Kakuzu, hurry and help me, you bastard. You just stood by while this guy was about to decapitate me. Haiden's head, fallen to the ground, shouted with vigor. Kakuzu replied calmly. Weren't you the one who told me not to interfere? Now you blame me? Stop talking nonsense and help me. Shikamaru's face turned pale as he thought. What kind of monster is this guy? Is he immortal? Fortunately, it seemed that once his head was severed, Haiden's body could not move. Yet, as members of the Akatsuki, this duo was not merely a random pairing. Their abilities were designed to complement one another. Kakuzu lifted Haiden's head and, in an instant, used his Earth Grudge Fear to stitch their bodies together. Now free. Haiden wasted no time completing his ritual. Asuma snapped back to reality, expelling a cloud of scorching ash from his mouth. Kakuzu quickly leaped aside as the ash engulfed Haiden, resulting in a violent explosion. As the smoke cleared, Haiden stood unscathed, laughing in ecstasy, while Asuma, burnt and pained, collapsed to the ground. How does it feel? Unpleasant, isn't it? Haha. Now you shall truly experience pain. Asuma struggled to rise, charging at Haiden once more. Haiden, however, with an eerie expression, plunged a long needle into his thigh, the sharp pain causing Asuma to fall again. Looking back, he saw his thigh inexplicably pierced. Shikamaru's expression turned urgent. He realized that if this continued, Asuma would be in grave danger. His mind raced as he quickly recalled every interaction and action since encountering Haiden. I must catch up. Shikamaru swiftly initiated the shadow bind technique toward Haiden's feet. You little brat is quite something. I cannot allow you to succeed. Kakuzu shot a glance at Shikamaru, detaching his wrist from his arm, sending the wrist connected by dense black threads racing towards Shikamaru at incredible speed. Not good. Shikamaru was forced to dodge, interrupting his technique. Get away from me. Ino and CHG recognized the dire situation and immediately charged at Kakuzu. Waha. It's over. Taste despair and pain, Haiden declared, plunging his scythe into his own heart. Naruto. Strangely, at that moment, Shikamaru called out Naruto's name. A flash of yellow appeared as a tall figure swiftly completed a series of hand seals. The intense gust of wind expelled Haiden, propelling him at least 10 meters away from the array beneath him. A clear voice resonated. Did I arrive too late? No, you arrived just in time. Chapter 60. The death of Haiden with a specially crafted kunai in hand. Shikamaru finally felt his taut nerves relax. Coming back to his senses, he realized that his shirt was completely drenched with sweat. However, he could not afford to dwell on that. He quickly articulated his deductions at a rapid pace. Naruto. That member of the Akatsuki wielding a scythe possesses a certain degree of immortality. Even if we sever his head, we cannot kill him. He also wields a peculiar ninjutsu that allows him to curse others using just a drop of their blood, inflicting damage upon them through self-inflicted harm. However, he must remain within the special formation he creates to utilize this technique. Naruto nodded solemnly and remarked, I see. Such a bizarre ability can secure victory with just a drop of blood from the opponent. No wonder even a wind-style master like Asuma-sensei fell to him. Damn it, Haiden muttered under his breath, taken aback that his abilities had been revealed so swiftly. Many skilled shinobi who had perished at his hands remained oblivious to how they had fallen victim until their last moments. Yet, that little brat across from him had grasped his abilities with such clarity in such a short time. Indeed, the pineapple-headed kid may lack combat prowess, but his battle intelligence is astonishingly high. Kakuzu pondered inwardly. With Haiden's abilities exposed, it would be challenging for him to regain the upper hand. Their situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Furthermore, this new brat was not to be underestimated. The wind technique he unleashed earlier was supposed to be a mere minor gust, yet it had propelled Haiden several meters away. As he contemplated his strategy, Haiden let out a derisive laugh, defiantly declaring, even if you know my abilities. What of it? Don't forget, your companion is already under my curse. I can take his life at any moment. Is that so? Naruto replied coolly, a surge of malevolent chakra erupting around him. The immense chakra of the 9 tails, with its 7 tails unfurling, unleashed a tempest. You have witnessed other Jinchuriki exhibit such forms, have you not? I heard that the 2 tails Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village was captured by you, resulting in a bounty placed on your heads throughout the entire ninja world. Is that true? Kakuzu regarded Naruto's transformed state in silence, his expression grave as he tossed aside the briefcase in his hands. Indeed. It was us who did it. That ridiculous 2 tails Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village lured us to a deserted area to avoid harming her village people, only to find her strength lacking. And she was swiftly captured by us. Haiden's unrestrained laughter echoed, revealing his satisfaction in their success. Then you are of no further use. You can die now. Naruto thought inwardly. In an instant, he appeared behind Haiden, ensnaring him with one tail and grasping his head with another. Aside from your immortality, you must be the weakest in the Akatsuki, considering your taijutsu, ninjutsu, and reflexes are all rather mediocre. Naruto taunted. What did you say, you brat? Let me go. Haiden's face contorted with rage as he struggled with all his might, only to find it futile. The strength binding him was far beyond human capability to escape. Let me test the limits of your immortality. Naruto's eyes glinted with cold determination. Have you forgotten that there is still another person here? Kakuzu interjected darkly. Two bizarre entities, formed of black lines, emerged from him, one utilizing wind release and the other fire release. They prepared to unleash their energy from behind their masked faces. Get away. Can't you see I'm busy? Without even glancing, Naruto extended one of his tails, swiftly sweeping away the two black entities with a single motion, sending them crashing to the ground with tremendous force, leaving large craters in their wake. Disregarding Kakuzu, Naruto yanked fiercely at Haiden's head, which had just been hastily reattached, causing it to detach once more. Rasengan. One of his tails coalesced into a colossal spiraling sphere, pressing Haiden's head down onto it. It quickly became evident that Haiden's head was not particularly resilient, disintegrating within seconds. Casting a glance at Haiden's remaining body, Naruto shrugged and chuckled. It seems that without his head, his immortality is of no avail. You little brat. Kakuzu observed from a distance as his two remaining hearts wobbled unsteadily, clearly injured. Is such power achievable with a mere strike? Kakuzu's brow furrowed, realizing the complication of the situation. He finally understood why Sasori had perished and why Deidara was so wary of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Such terrifying speed and strength could easily overwhelm the vast majority of shinobi in the ninja world, leaving them incapable of mounting any effective resistance. Shikamaru. Take Asuma-sensei and withdraw from here. That guy's jutsu has a wide range. We cannot afford to let Asuma-sensei get hurt further, Naruto instructed Shikamaru. Understood. Shikamaru quickly supported Asuma, creating distance alongside Ino. Now's my chance. Lightning release, false darkness. Seizing the moment when Naruto's attention was slightly diverted, Kakuzu unleashed a thunderous bolt from his mouth, transforming it into a sharp lightning spear that shot toward Naruto. Naruto pressed down slightly with his feet and instantaneously sidestepped several meters to evade the spear. Numerous specialized kunai appeared on his tails, which he hurled with immense force toward Kakuzu. Taking advantage of the distraction, Kakuzu's two black mass creatures completed their jutsu preparations. Wind release, pressure damage, fire release, head destruction technique. The combined might of their jutsu was evident, engulfing Naruto's field of vision in a sea of flames. Before he could approach, he felt the intense heat. Had it not been for the protection of the tailed beast cloak, he would have likely sustained severe burns by now. Clang. Although he had distanced himself from Naruto's specialized kunai, Kakuzu's pupils constricted at the sound of metal clashing. Turning to look, he saw kunai colliding with one another, and one suddenly changing direction, lunging toward him once more. At that moment, Naruto's body appeared above the airborne kunai, forcefully pressing the Rasengan against Kakuzu. However, the rotational cutting force of the Rasengan did not inflict significant damage. It merely sent Kakuzu spiraling backward. Naruto observed intently as he saw a strange gleam on Kakuzu's skin, apparently bolstered by some jutsu that had greatly enhanced his physical defense. Fortunately, he had utilized Earth Release, Earth Spear beforehand. Otherwise, he would be in grave danger now. Before Kakuzu could catch his breath, a sharp slicing sound erupted. He quickly steadied himself, looking toward Naruto, who was now gathering a massive shuriken of wind chakra on one of his tails. This brat, he already knew that my previous attack wouldn't be enough to finish me. So he prepared this jutsu in advance. Naruto's eyes narrowed, and with one tail's force, he launched the shuriken. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Kakuzu's expression shifted. The distance was too close, making it difficult to evade. Just then, a fierce gust of wind surged, allowing Kakuzu to move several meters in tandem with the wind and narrowly evade the spiraling shuriken. It turns out he drew inspiration from Naruto's attempt to save Asuma, allowing the wind attribute creature to shield him. What a pity. My spiraling shuriken is not so easily dodged. A light chuckle resonated, accompanied by a jarring sound of slicing. Just as Kakuzu turned his head, he beheld a slender tail connected to the spiraling shuriken, skillfully maneuvering it back towards him. With a thunderous boom, the spiraling shuriken struck Kakuzu, resulting in a violent explosion. Amidst the billowing smoke, Naruto executed a body flicker technique, transforming the two Earth Grudge Fear masks separated from Kakuzu into a compact sphere, ensuring their demise was absolute. As the smoke cleared, Kakuzu lay quietly in a deep pit, his body severed below the shoulders, with only a pool of blood remaining. Chapter 61. Emergence from the depths. Naruto extracted the sealing scroll, ensnaring the corpses of Kakuzu and Haiden within it, sparing even the blood-stained earth. What are you doing? Shikamaru, who had rushed over, inquired with a hint of confusion. Instead of answering, Naruto countered with a question. Do you know how the third Hokage met his demise? Before Shikamaru could respond, Naruto answered himself. Orochimaru summoned the souls of the first and second Hokage using the reanimation jutsu, forcing the third Hokage to confront three foes alone, ultimately leading to his defeat and death. He continued. Such forbidden techniques require merely a portion of the target's flesh and a living sacrifice to summon the deceased back to the world, compelling them to obey the user's commands in battle. After stowing the sealing scroll into the system's space, Naruto elaborated, thus, for those with extraordinary abilities, it is prudent to completely destroy their remains to prevent any future summoning that could disturb their rest. Shikamaru nodded thoughtfully, indeed. Brushing the dust from his hands, Naruto chuckled. Shall I use the Flying Thunder God technique to take you back? You might just make it in time for dinner. Shikamaru had intended to decline Naruto's offer, but upon seeing Asuma, who was severely injured and struggling to move, he readily agreed. That would be a great help. No need for formality. After settling Asuma back in Konoha, Naruto and Shikamaru departed from the hospital. Shikamaru sincerely expressed, Naruto, I truly appreciate your timely arrival. Without you, Asuma might have faced grave danger. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. The Akatsuki's target was the tailed beasts. So those two members were likely focused on me. Your actions this time shielded me from disaster. I should be the one thanking you. Let us drop the formalities. It's quite bothersome, Shikamaru remarked, resting his hands behind his head. Your strength has become formidable. To see such a powerful enemy rendered helpless before you is hard to believe. We were once classmates in the Ninja Academy. Naruto gazed at the Hokage rock. His expression inscrutable, it's merely the gift of fate. At that moment, Aoi and Kodai approached after reporting their mission to the Hokage. Naruto, the Hokage wishes to see you regarding the intelligence acquired from that Akatsuki member's head. Naruto nodded. All right, I will head there now. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade addressed Naruto. What has become of the body of that traitor, Kaku? Hand it over to the intelligence department. Perhaps we can glean some clues. Naruto presented the sealing scroll containing Kakuzu's head, stating, the minds of Akatsuki members are likely heavily sealed. Extracting information will be challenging. Tsunade rubbed her temples, her voice grave. Nevertheless, we must make the attempt. The Akatsuki has become a significant threat to the ninja world, and any information about them is invaluable. You may leave now. I will notify you once we have updates. At the Akatsuki's secret base, the atmosphere was heavy with silence following the defeat of Kakuzu and Haiden. Deidara remarked, it seems our organization has suffered losses at the hands of a single individual. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is indeed formidable. Pain, with a hint of melancholy, responded. We are now left with the Eight Tails and Nine Tails, but one is a perfect Jinchuriki, heavily guarded in the village hidden in the clouds, while the other, though not yet perfect, wields the Nine Tails chakra with considerable prowess. At this critical juncture, we are left with the most challenging adversaries, Zetsu lamented. Deidara, gritting his teeth, declared, let me go to Konoha. My carefully prepared art will surely compel the Nine Tails brat to beg for mercy. I will avenge Brother Scorpion. Before Pain could respond, Haiden interjected. Deidara, you seem overly confident, but is this truly wise? Deidara, irritated, retorted, are you questioning my art, Haiden? No, just making sure, Haiden replied defensively. Huh, Deidara, you should reconsider. Even Haiden is apprehensive, Kisame chuckled. He then turned to Pain. Perhaps I should accompany Itachi on this mission. I have a knack for dealing with chakra-heavy opponents. Pain glanced at the silent Itachi and replied flatly, no need. I will personally handle the Nine Tails. I shall reduce the most prosperous village, Konoha, to ruins, allowing its inhabitants to experience suffering and yearn for the arrival of peace. Kisame, you and Itachi head to the village hidden in the clouds and bring back the Eight Tails. Kisame nodded. Understood, leader. Zetsu then interjected. I have good news to lighten the somber atmosphere. Our traitorous member, Orochimaru, is rumored to be dead, slain by Itachi's brother, a young man named Sasuke Uchiha. Indeed. That is splendid news. Itachi, you need not worry about Orochimaru's ambitions towards your brother any longer, Kisame remarked. However, Zetsu shook his head. This may not be entirely fortunate for Itachi. Sasuke seems intent on avenging his parents, still seeking to kill Itachi. Itachi remained silent. Pain addressed him, Itachi, I do not wish to intrude on your personal matters. However, we are on the cusp of fulfilling our organization's goals. I hope you can prioritize the mission to capture the Eight Tails. I understand, Itachi nodded. In the land of rain, at the highest tower of Amigakure, the incessant rain showed no signs of abating. The once comic relief, Haiden, now exuded an intimidating presence. He solemnly asked, do you truly not require Deidara's assistance? His abilities could greatly aid your endeavors. Pain, without a word, gazed out at the downpour, as Conan asserted, no need to worry. Pain is invincible. I shall await your triumphant news. Then, eternal peace will finally arrive in the ninja world. Laughter echoed through the tower as Tobi's figure dissolved into the air, leaving behind an undeniable sense of ambition. Chapter 62. Sasuke's plans in a dimly lit underground lair belonging to Orochimaru. A black-haired youth faced off against a blonde-haired boy. Sasuke, it has been over 2 years since we last met. Did you summon me here merely to behold this repulsive snake? Naruto inquired, surveying Orochimaru's grotesque form. It is no surprise that Orochimaru has undergone such extensive bodily modifications. He truly embodies the essence of a scientific madman. Prodding the eerie serpent's skin, Naruto jested. How does it feel to have eliminated your own mentor? Sasuke maintained a serene expression. He bore no psychological burden regarding the demise of his actual instructor. From the outset, his relationship with Orochimaru had merely been one of mutual exploitation, each coveting something from the other. With a scrutinizing gaze fixed upon Naruto, he remarked, Naruto, having suddenly transformed into an orphan, you once showed me considerable concern. Thus, I am well aware of your childhood tribulations. I am curious, given your strength, why do you not defect from Konoha and exact your revenge? Naruto shook his head with a smile. To distance oneself from a loathed environment is ultimately an act of evasion. The true mark of a man lies in remaining, taking control, and instigating change. Just as he spoke with righteous fervor, he noticed Sasuke's unyielding expression, clearly indicating disbelief in his words. Naruto sighed inwardly, reflecting on Itachi's words. Did you not say that Sasuke is like a blank canvas, easily colored? Yet, I find it quite challenging to convince him. With a shrug, he confessed. As an aspiring unifier of the ninja world, there is no quicker path to my goal than becoming Hokage. Sasuke appeared taken aback. Recalling the day Team 7 was formed and they shared their dreams on the rooftop. Naruto glanced at Sasuke and added with a grin. As for the revenge you speak of, how can you be certain I have not already initiated my own? I harbor no affection for Konoha's former leadership. When Orochimaru executed his plan to bring Konoha to ruin, the casualties were not limited to the third Hokage. Sasuke's eyes widened in astonishment, and a bold conjecture escaped his lips. You killed Danzo, didn't you? Naruto nodded. Apologies for usurping your target. He was merely a rat in the gutter, and I could not bear to let him live. Sasuke regarded him intently, saying meaningfully, Naruto, you conceal more than any of us could have imagined. Naruto shrugged and replied, there is little choice. Had I possessed the strength of the first Hokage from the start, I would not have needed to hide. However, I do not, and even now. There are formidable enemies lurking in the shadows, watching my every move. If I do not conceal some of my strength, I fear my demise will be quite ignoble. Sasuke furrowed his brow. Akatsuki? Indeed. They have their eyes keenly set on the nine tails within me. Sasuke nodded, then declared. I summoned you here to present an opportunity for you to enhance your strength, as a way to repay you for revealing the truth about Itachi. Oh, what opportunity? Naruto's interest was piqued. The Dragon Cave, where Orochimaru's summoning beast resides, houses the powerful White Snake Sage. I can request it to teach you sage techniques. Mastering such techniques would undoubtedly aid you in resisting the Akatsuki. Naruto stroked his chin and ultimately shook his head. I appreciate your goodwill, but I possess a more suitable place to learn sage techniques, so I shall not be visiting the Dragon Cave. Sasuke did not press the matter further, merely nodding in understanding. What are your plans moving forward? Naruto inquired. Sasuke countered with a question of his own. If I were to seek the destruction of Konoha, what would you do? Naruto's eyes sparkled with intensity as he replied calmly. I would await the moment you have laid waste to half of Konoha, when despair has consumed its people, and then I would step forth to decisively eliminate you. Following that, I would ascend to the position of Hokage, embraced by the villagers. His excitement grew as he spoke, his expression revealing a peculiar fervor. Sasuke observed him, entirely convinced that this was indeed Naruto's true intention. However, Naruto's enthusiasm was met with disappointment as he glanced at Sasuke and remarked, Alas, your strength is still insufficient. For you to contemplate the annihilation of Konoha is but a fanciful dream. He patted Sasuke's shoulder, speaking earnestly, you should focus on enhancing your strength first. However, I cannot wait for you indefinitely. I expect to become Hokage soon. By then, you will be unable to even approach the gates of Konoha, and I will eliminate you. Sasuke's stoic facade faltered, veins protruding on his forehead as he spoke gravely. You remain as arrogant as ever. I eagerly anticipate our next confrontation. Yet, the time is not right. I summoned you for another purpose. I wish to know Itachi's whereabouts. Naruto's gaze flickered, and he replied with a smile, the Akatsuki is elusive. How could I possibly know his location? Sasuke fixed his eyes on Naruto's, insisting, you possess a profound understanding of Itachi's affairs. I have a strong intuition that you are quite likely aware of his whereabouts. Naruto scratched his cheek, conceding, you could try your luck at the Yun Hidden Village. In the Yunlei Gorge. There, you might encounter him. However, your fervent desire to locate him. Are you truly seeking vengeance? Even if he has his reasons. Even if he acted to protect you? Sasuke's expression turned complex. After a long silence, he finally spoke. I merely wished to sit down and have a proper conversation with him. I was too weak before, lacking even the right to engage him. But now it is different. Even if he wishes to avoid me, I will not permit him to depart as he did in the past. Naruto nodded, glancing around before a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Do you know where Orochimaru collected those elite individuals' flesh and blood? Sasuke affirmed his knowledge. Naruto then pointed to Orochimaru's grotesque form and asked, do you still want this? If not, I shall take it. Do as you wish. I have no use for it. Sasuke replied. Naruto waved his hand, absorbing Orochimaru's form into his system space. 10 minutes later, Naruto and Sasuke stood atop a hillside. gazing at the billowing smoke rising from Orochimaru's base below. Why did you deliberately incinerate all the flesh and blood Orochimaru used for his research? Sasuke questioned, puzzled. Are you familiar with the reanimation jutsu? Though Orochimaru likely did not teach you. This technique summons the dead to fight for the user using some of the deceased's flesh and a living sacrifice. My actions were merely a preemptive measure to avoid facing an army of the dead in the future. Why exert unnecessary effort? Sasuke could not help but exclaim. You truly labor tirelessly for the unification of the ninja world. Naruto chuckled, haha. It is a case of to whom much is given. Much is expected. Chapter 63. Departure. By the way, do you know where Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword is? Naruto inquired. Sasuke shook his head, replying, I have no idea. He didn't use it when I killed him. Although he typically keeps it concealed within his body, it was clearly absent from his remains. What a pity. I rather like the design of that Kusanagi sword, and it can extend infinitely. Even in my tailed beast state, I could still wield it, Naruto lamented. Observing the still smoldering base, a smirk crept onto Naruto's lips as he raised his right hand, powerful wind chakra coalescing within. Wind release, spiraling shuriken, with a resounding boom. The entire base erupted as if triggered by a chain reaction, swiftly reduced to ruins. You certainly are cautious, Sasuke remarked with a hint of exasperation. Naruto chuckled. Better safe than sorry. Farewell. But next time we meet, I shall present myself as Hokage. Before Naruto's figure vanished, he seemed to hear a barely audible whisper, Hokage? Upon returning home, Naruto discovered that his shadow clone had encountered no problems, just as he was about to indulge in a satisfying meal of grilled meat. He noticed Kurenai returning from a mission, looking weary and travel-worn. Kurenai's eyes lit up upon seeing Naruto. Naruto, I haven't had the chance to thank you until now. Thank you for saving Asuma. She instinctively placed a hand on her abdomen, radiating maternal warmth. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what would become of me and the child. There's no need for thanks. It was my duty, Naruto replied with a smile. Kurenai-sensei, now that you are expecting, it's best to refrain from undertaking missions and focus on your pregnancy. Kurenai nodded, saying, yes, after this mission, I intend to speak with Lady Tsunade about it. With a smile directed at Hinata, she continued, I must report my mission now. You young ones should enjoy your time together. Once Kurenai departed, Kiba exclaimed, Naruto, you're really making a name for yourself lately. You've taken down 3 members of the Akatsuki. There are rumors in the village that you might be the next Hokage. I don't agree. The 6th Hokage will be me. Naruto's eyes glinted momentarily, recognizing that the organization was adept at controlling public perception. By managing the channels of communication, they wielded significant influence over the villagers. With the support of various clans, if it were not me as Hokage, then who? Kiba, it seems you lack self-awareness. To become Hokage, you should first aim to become a Jonin. Shino's sarcastic remark pierced through the air. Who knows what the higher-ups in the village think? This guy has already become a Jonin, while someone as powerful as me is still merely a Chunin. I haven't even protested, Kiba retorted. His frustration palpable as Akamaru barked in agreement. Following such a master must be quite the burden. Akamaru, Naruto said, ruffling Akamaru's head with a grin. A woof. Akamaru seemed to express his resigned acceptance, eliciting laughter from everyone present. Hey, Akamaru, are you saying that following me is a hardship? Fine, today your rations are halved. Look at how plump you've become. Kiba's face flushed with embarrassment, and feeling humiliated, he hurriedly left the scene. Akamaru quickly followed, appearing to comfort his immature master for the sake of his meals. I'll head home first, Shino stated. My bugs need my care after being away for a while. With that, he vanished around the corner before Hinata could respond. So, how did your mission go? Naruto asked gently, gazing at Hinata. It was alright, there were some obstacles. But Kurenai-sensei and the others took good care of me, so it wasn't too taxing, Hinata replied, her cheeks slightly flushed as she smiled. Let's go? Join me for some grilled meat. I imagine you haven't had the chance to eat well while on your mission, Naruto suggested. Okay. After finishing their meal, night had already fallen as Naruto and Hinata walked together toward the Hyuga compound. Hinata stole glances at Naruto several times, only to lower her gaze, hesitating to speak. Noticing her demeanor, Naruto chuckled. What's the matter, Hinata? Do you have something to say to me? Hinata raised her gaze to meet Naruto's, summoning her courage to say, Naruto-kun, I know you have grand aspirations and have made tremendous efforts, enduring solitude that few can comprehend. While I may not be able to assist you directly, I want you to know that no matter what, I will steadfastly stand by your side to support you. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, a surge of strength flooding his heart, as if sunlight had pierced through a fog, dispelling the weariness and guilt that had long weighed upon him. He embraced her, murmuring, Thank you, Hinata. Having you by my side is a blessing. Hinata remained silent, holding him tightly. Time seemed to stretch until a cough shattered the warmth of the moment. Naruto looked up to see Hayashi Hyuga not far off, his expression stern as he regarded Naruto with his white eyes. Quickly releasing Hinata, Naruto awkwardly scratched his nose. Regardless of any private agreements between them, he was left only with natural trepidation towards his future father-in-law. Father. Hinata's cheeks flushed deeper as she softly said to Naruto, See you next time, Naruto-kun. With that, She bowed her head and entered the Hyuga residence. Hayashi then redirected his gaze to Naruto, giving a barely perceptible nod before closing the door of the Hyuga house. After walking a distance from the Hyuga compound, Naruto paused and said, "Perverted sage. You still enjoy spying on others, don't you?" A white-haired elder with a teasing smile emerged, giving Naruto a thumbs up. "Naruto, you're just like your father, Minato. You've got a knack for charming the ladies. Sigh. If only I had your talents, I wouldn't still be single," Jiraiya lamented, looking wistful. Noticing Jiraiya's expression, Naruto chuckled. "It seems Lady Tsunade is close to accepting your advances. If you put in a little more effort, you might win her over." "Really? You're not pulling my leg?" Jiraiya's excitement was palpable, his eyebrows nearly shooting up. "Why would I lie? Just stop wandering around and settle in Konoha. The more time you spend with her, the more she'll warm up to you," Naruto advised. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment, his expression turning serious. "I have a very important mission to complete. Once that's done, I'll consider it." Naruto frowned, no longer in the mood for jesting, and stated solemnly, "Konoha doesn't need you old-timers risking your lives. This battlefield belongs to us younger generations. You should focus on enjoying your retirement." Jiraiya laughed heartily. "Kid, you sure have some guts. I am Jiraiya, the sage of the toads." Seeing Jiraiya's demeanor, Naruto realized he would not be able to dissuade him today. He stepped forward, patting Jiraiya on the back while handing him a specially crafted kunai, teasing, "At your age, take care not to throw your back out. Keep this kunai. If you find yourself in danger, just inject chakra into it, and I'll whisk you back to Konoha instantly." Jiraiya nodded, accepting the kunai, wanting to honor Naruto's thoughtful gesture. He patted Naruto's head, choosing not to say more, and began walking toward the gates of Konoha. After taking a few steps, seemingly lost in thought, he paused and turned back with a smile, saying, "Don't worry, kid. When I return, I expect to attend your wedding." Chapter 64, Pain in the Land of Rain, at the Hidden Rain Village. Shounen noticed a change in the expression of Devapath Pain and inquired, "What is it?" "There are intruders in my reign. From the chakra perception, they are exceptionally formidable," Devapath Pain replied. "Shounen, when I cease the rain, use your techniques to locate the intruders." Shounen nodded, "Leave it to me." This encounter was unexpected for both parties. Jiraiya, who had long believed his adversaries to be deceased, was astonished to find himself facing them again under such dire circumstances. However, the reunion between master and disciple was far from a heartwarming moment, as fierce combat was on the brink of erupting. Despite Jiraiya's mastery of Sage Mode with the aid of Fukasaku and Shima, he found it difficult to withstand the enigmatic 6 paths of pain. After a strenuous effort, they managed to eliminate 3 of the pains using the 2 sages' Jinjutsu, only to discover that they revived almost instantaneously and without any damage. "We must retreat, Jiraiya. The enemy is too strong. You have already lost an arm and are injured, and outside there are 5 others wielding similar powers. We stand no chance." Fukasaku urged anxiously as he withdrew the black rod that had pierced Jiraiya. Coughing up blood, Jiraiya took a moment to catch his breath and said, "I cannot leave yet. If I abandon this opportunity, it will be exceedingly difficult to confront Pain up close again. If we do not gather intelligence on Pain, Naruto's situation will be perilous when they capture him." Shima exclaimed, "Are you mad? If you go out now, you will surely die. They do not regard you as a teacher. They will show no mercy." After a brief silence, Jiraiya resolutely replied, "I entrust you with the body of Pain and the intelligence we have gathered. Deliver it to Tsunade. I must take this risk. I believe this is the moment foretold by the Great Sage Frog." Shima hesitated, but, though she often dismissed the Great Sage Frog as an old fool, she understood the weight of his prophecies, as none had ever been wrong. Fukasaku looked at Jiraiya for a moment before stating, "One body is sufficient to bring back to the old hag." Jiraiya hesitated slightly. Shima, breaking her usual demeanor, smiled gently. "Make sure to come back for dinner." Fukasaku feigned nonchalance. "Yes, once this is over, I will return with Jiraiya for dinner." Shima said nothing further, casting a deep glance at the two before concluding the summoning. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya chose to face Pain directly. "Indeed, I have uncovered Pain's secret. I have seen these individuals before." After a brief skirmish, Jiraiya meticulously observed the remaining 5 Pains. Apart from Yahiko, whose identity he already knew, he recalled the faces of the other 4 ninjas, realizing he had previously encountered them. With the intelligence now in hand, he contemplated how to escape. At that moment, one of the Pains unexpectedly emerged from the water, swiftly piercing his abdomen with the black rod, disrupting his chakra and hindering his movements. The other Pains surged forward, ready to strike him down. "Jiraiya!" Fukasaku shouted anxiously, quickly producing a special kunai that Jiraiya had previously entrusted to him, meant for dire situations. Devapath Pain's expression shifted as he extended his hand and commanded, "Universal pull." The kunai in Fukasaku's hand was suddenly yanked towards Devapath Pain by an overwhelming force. "This is bad." Devapath Pain observed the kunai and remarked, "Jiraiya-sensei, this is your disciple, my junior, the Yellow Flash, Naruto Uzumaki, who requires this technique to utilize the Flying Thunder God. If he arrives, he could indeed save you. But alas, I shall not grant him that opportunity." With a chilling expression, Devapath Pain unleashed a repulsive force that shattered the special kunai into fragments. Jiraiya realized he was trapped and shouted, "Get out of here, quickly!" Pain no longer hesitated, thrusting the black rod towards Jiraiya's vital points. In a moment of crisis, a strange creature enveloped in crimson chakra descended onto the battlefield. With a resounding crash, the creature's tail flung the 4 pains surrounding Jiraiya away like arrows, slamming them against the nearby pipes. Honestly, old man, don't try to show off. It only complicates matters for your disciple. Surprised, Jiraiya exclaimed, "Naruto, how did you get here? Didn't you say the technique on that kunai was destroyed?" Naruto replied with a smile, "That kunai was not my ultimate insurance. It was the tap on your lower back when you left the village that was the true technique. I left a seal on you then. And it triggers automatically when your chakra is nearly depleted." Jiraiya felt a great sense of relief, laughing heartily. "It seems I truly worried you. My apologies." Devapath Pain calmly observed the scene, stating, "Jiraiya-sensei, this is not the time for you two to reminisce. Naruto, Uzumaki, do not think you can take him away so easily." Naruto raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. "Teacher? Perverted sage. Don't tell me that guy over there is still your disciple? You really have a unique way of bonding." Jiraiya sighed with a bitter smile. "Alas, I do not know what happened. He was once a kind-hearted boy who cared deeply for his companions." Naruto pointed to his head. "Clearly, he is no longer a normal person. Something here has gone awry, driving him insane." Devapath Pain furrowed his brow, speaking in a somber tone. "Naruto, Uzumaki, you are but a shallow-minded mortal. How could you comprehend the thoughts of a god?" Naruto scoffed. "I certainly do not understand the thoughts of a madman. In my understanding, even if a person endures immense suffering and harbors grand ambitions, seeking vengeance or expressing grievances is understandable. However, there are boundaries. One should never strike down their benefactor, which is a fundamental principle of humanity. The perverted sage must have done you a great favor. Otherwise, you would not be here now. Yet, your every strike is lethal, leaving no room for mercy. It is hard not to question your mental state." Devapath Pain had no retort, and after a long silence, he stated, "To achieve the goals of a god, the sacrifices of mortals are insignificant." Naruto shrugged, realizing his verbal sparring was unproductive. He glanced at Jiraiya's condition, his left arm severed, his chest and abdomen pierced, gravely injured. Naruto's eyes glimmered coldly as he created a shadow clone to rush to Jiraiya's side. "Not on my watch." Universal pull. Devapath Pain recognized his intention and rushed to intervene. "Try this instead, you fool." Wind release. Vacuum sphere. A massive sphere of wind chakra formed instantly, hurtling towards Devapath Pain. The hungry ghost path swiftly appeared before the sphere, devouring it in less than a second. However, that brief moment was sufficient for Naruto's clone to carry Jiraiya back to Konoha. With his concerns alleviated, it was time to weigh the so-called goddess worth. Naruto's eyes shone with a brilliance akin to the radiant sun, while across from him, 5 pairs of indifferent Rinnegan gazed down like divine judges surveying the mortal realm. Chapter 65. Escape. Has Master Jiraiya fled? Conan inquired, descending from the sky with her paper wings, addressing Pain. The Devapath of Pain nodded. Indeed, he was taken away by the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails using the Flying Thunder God technique. Conan sighed with relief. Deep down, she did not truly wish to kill Master Jiraiya, yet they had reached a point of no return. They were but a final step away from achieving their goal, and there was no reason to halt here. Observing Naruto below, she remarked, "Is this the last disciple of Master Jiraiya? His judgment remains impeccable." As Naruto Uzumaki possesses such formidable strength at a young age, the Devapath replied coldly, "Alas, he is destined to perish here today. After all, he is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails." Without further ado, the 5 Pains leaped down from their elevated position, racing towards Naruto with great speed. Crack! The Azura Path's shoulder muscles writhed, and a rocket, far surpassing current technological capabilities, emerged from within. The rocket ignited and sped towards Naruto, who glanced at it and, with a flick of his tail, swatted it away as if swatting a fly. "Such an empty display. Is this all you've got?" Naruto scoffed lightly, throwing dozens of specially crafted shurikens that enveloped the 5 Pains. Clank! After they evaded, the shurikens collided with one another, and a few veered back towards them. Yet, even when one was positioned in the blind spot of one Pain, he effortlessly dodged, as if he had eyes on his back. The 5 pairs of eyes exchanged silent communication, rendering them virtually devoid of blind spots. It appeared that such trivial tricks were ineffective. Naruto mused to himself. Universal pull. Unlike his first use of the technique, the Devapath augmented its power significantly, and an immense force of attraction surged forth. "Humph," Naruto grunted, his tail deeply embedded in the ground, anchoring himself against the pull. At that moment, the human path seized the opportunity to approach him, extending its hand towards his head while the gravitational forces of the Devapath held them in a stalemate. Naruto's pupils constricted. He understood that if the human path grasped his head, he would be rendered immobile and have his soul extracted. However, just as the human path's hand was about to make contact, Naruto's body vanished, reappearing behind the hungry ghost path. A flash of blades ensued. and the latter's body was instantly cleaved into 8 segments. Finally, I have dealt with this troublesome foe. Now I can fight without restraint. Pain. We shall enter a new phase. Naruto sheathed his long sword, revealing a bloodthirsty grin towards Pain. Rasengan. 7 Rasengans materialized on his tail, and under its control, they sped towards the remaining Pains. The Deva Path stepped forward, arms outstretched, and bellowed, Shinra Tensei. In an instant, Naruto's Rasengans were repelled, and his body was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a truck, crashing violently against the wall. As dust enveloped the area, the Azura Path wasted no time, rotating its right wrist, briefly charging, before firing a laser cannon towards Naruto's location. Is he not there? Could he have escaped? After all, with his space-time ninjutsu, fleeing would be effortless. Konan furrowed her brow as she fixed her gaze on the spot. As the dust settled, indeed, Naruto's figure had vanished. No, he has retreated to the location where I previously battled Master Jiraiya. How curious. Does he believe he has an advantage there? The Deva Path shook his head, perplexed. Perhaps it is fortuitous that he chose not to flee. Now that the 6 paths of pain are united, capturing him will be far easier. The Hungry Ghost Path, which had been cleaved into 8 segments, now stood unharmed beside the Deva Path. Moreover, to the right stood another figure. A pair of purple Rinnegan eyes were set within an expressionless female visage. With a tone devoid of inflection, she performed a summoning technique, and a massive dog and crab materialized before them, pursuing the direction Naruto had fled. What an unrelenting spirit, dodging the large dog's assault. Naruto swatted it away with his tail. When he turned back, the 6 pains had closed in. Wasn't that fat one eliminated? How can he appear unscathed now? Do you possess the ability to resurrect? Naruto feigned ignorance. The Deva Path showed no inclination to clarify his confusion, initiating the universal pull once more. However, Naruto had anticipated this, gathering chakra in his feet to firmly anchor himself to the ground. Roar. The summoning giant dog, previously injured by Naruto's strike, lunged at him once more, seemingly unfazed. The Azura Path conjured another rocket aimed at his legs. Ha! The Deva Path commanded, amplifying the force of the universal pull severalfold. Naruto could no longer withstand it, and along with the stones beneath him, he was dragged forward. In the instant his feet left the ground, the summoning giant dog and the Azura Path's rocket were upon him. Yet, there was no trace of panic on Naruto's face. Instead, he smiled and declared, "Overly clingy pets can become a nuisance to their masters, you know." As the dog's teeth pierced through Naruto's body, he dissipated into smoke. Shadow clone technique? The Deva Path's brow furrowed, though he was not overly surprised. Today, capturing the Ninetales Jinchuriki would be ideal, but if not, there would be other opportunities. It seems he has indeed escaped, but what shall we do next? With his capabilities, if he is determined to flee, capturing him will prove challenging, Konan questioned. The Deva Path replied calmly, there is no need for concern. According to intelligence, his dream is to become Hokage, and Konoha holds significant importance to him, which is precisely his greatest vulnerability. Just like the inventor of the Flying Thunder God technique, the second Hokage, if he truly wished to flee, who could have stopped him? Yet, because he wanted to cover for his subordinates, he ultimately lost his life. Naruto Uzumaki will be no different. I will head to Konoha to capture him. Should he dare to escape, I shall raise Konoha to the ground. At that point, I believe he will be quite eager to engage in battle with me. Upon hearing this, Konan nodded. She did not perceive such actions as despicable. Sometimes, employing certain tactics is commonplace to achieve one's goals. She surveyed the surroundings, puzzled. This place seems unremarkable. Why would he take the risk to escape here? The Deva Path fell silent for a moment before responding. I previously severed Master Jiraiya's left arm here, and that severed limb was discarded, yet now it has vanished. Konan ceased speaking, her face clouded with sorrow, as if lost in distant memories. Land of Fire, Konoha Hospital. Huff. It's nothing. Your injuries will heal with time. However, your left arm. Tsunade withdrew her hands from treating Jiraiya, her expression somewhat grim. Haha. It's nothing, just an arm. I initially thought I would die there. To return alive is already a victory. Jiraiya laughed heartily, appearing unfazed by becoming an amputee. Tsunade sighed. If you could retrieve your severed arm, I could reattach it, alas. At that moment, Naruto's figure appeared, chuckling lightly. Is that so? It seems bringing it back was not in vain after all. Chapter 66. The Art of Immortality. Jiraiya, with a deliberately stern expression, remarked, "You truly possess an audacity beyond measure. Given Pain's formidable strength, there is no need for you to risk yourself over such trivial matters." Tsunade lightly tapped his head and retorted, "Stop pretending. The corners of your mouth are nearly reaching your ears. With such an exceptional disciple, you must be quite proud." Jiraiya sheepishly chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Tsunade took the severed hand that Naruto had retrieved and skillfully employed her medical ninjutsu to attach it to Jiraiya's amputated arm. "All right, during the next fortnight, refrain from using it. After that, you may move freely," she instructed. Jiraiya grinned. "Haha, splendid. This way, I won't be delayed in my future endeavors." However, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he continued. "Naruto, Let us exchange the intelligence we have gathered regarding pain. Their abilities are enigmatic and complex. Fighting them without understanding would leave few in the ninja world alive. He paused for a moment, then added, in the final moments of our last confrontation, I realized that those pains are ninjas I have encountered before. Yet, they did not possess the Rinnegan then. They were merely ordinary ninjas with some skill. I suspect they are being manipulated like puppets by an unseen master. He sighed, his tone tinged with melancholy. The one controlling them is likely my former disciple, Nagato, the true possessor of the Rinnegan. Tsunade furrowed her brows in astonishment. Nagato? Wasn't he your disciple from years ago in the Land of Rain? I recall that they were supposed to be dead. Jiraiya shook his head. I am uncertain, but it is evident that he has not perished. Moreover, he has defeated Hanzo, the enemy we three Sannin could not overcome, and has taken his place as the leader of the Hidden Rain village, as well as the Akatsuki. Tsunade placed her hand on his shoulder in a comforting gesture. Your decision to stay and care for them stemmed from good intentions. Who could have foreseen this outcome? Jiraiya nodded, steeling himself to continue. The six pains, aside from having a shared line of sight with no blind spots, each possesses a singular capability within a systematic framework. So far, I am aware of three. One that enhances summoning techniques, another that absorbs ninjutsu, and one that is equipped with devastating weaponry. As for the remaining three, I have yet to witness their abilities firsthand, thus I remain ignorant of their powers. Naruto interjected. The slender young man with orange hair possesses the ability to manipulate gravitational forces, controlling both attraction and repulsion at will. However, after he employs the repulsion technique that sends objects flying, there is a necessary interval before he can use it again. The stronger the force, the longer the cooldown. I estimate it to be at least 5 seconds. Jiraiya's expression darkened, realizing that this pain was likely his disciple Yahiko. Naruto continued. As for the other two pains, one appears to have the ability to revive fallen pains. Of course, if they are indeed puppets, repair would be a more fitting term. After a moment of contemplation, he stroked his chin. The last pain seemed very eager to make physical contact with me during our battle. I suspect that once caught, it would be exceedingly difficult to escape. In the future, I must avoid such an encounter. Tsunade nodded. Excellent. Jiraiya's experiences have not been in vain. This information is vital. I will inform every Leaf Ninja, ensuring they are prepared for defense. Please provide me with a more detailed report, and I'll have the intelligence department analyze it. Certainly, Naruto affirmed. Jiraiya then said, now, you should attend to your duties. As Hokage, you have much to manage. I will handle things here. Indeed, if you require anything, simply summon me, Tsunade replied, nodding as she exited, leaving the two mentors alone. Jiraiya's expression turned grave as he solemnly stated, even with our understanding of Pain's abilities, overcoming them remains a daunting challenge. The power of the Rinnegan is truly fearsome. Pain will undoubtedly not relent. They will seek the Nine Tails within you. I believe they will soon arrive, threatening the safety of Konoha and forcing you into battle. Therefore, your utmost priority must be to enhance your strength during this time. A flicker of determination passed through Naruto's eyes. He anticipated Jiraiya's next words but feigned ignorance, asking, with my current abilities, is it really feasible to achieve significant improvement? Jiraiya, with a confident smile, responded, ordinary methods may prove insufficient, but the means of the sage will suffice. I will take you to the dwelling of the Toad clan in Mount Mayaboku to learn the art of sage techniques. Sage techniques? Naruto feigned confusion. Did you use sage techniques against Pain? Jiraiya hesitated, a hint of embarrassment evident as he retorted, I did, but that was a moment of carelessness. Otherwise, I would not have hesitated even against 6 Pains, let alone 12. Enough of your prattling. Will you learn or not? Not wanting to further embarrass the elder, Naruto replied with a grin, of course. Sage techniques sound incredibly impressive. Humph, at least you have some sense. Jiraiya scoffed, continuing, we mustn't delay. Once we finish the report, we shall depart immediately. We cannot predict when Pain might strike. Understood. Meanwhile, in the land of lightning, at the Kumogakure Lightning Falls, Itachi's eyes brimmed with blood as he faced a massive octopus engulfed in ominous black flames, which spread uncontrollably. Grr. The giant creature let out a pained roar, thrashing in the water. Yet, the flames showed no sign of being extinguished by the water. Instead, they intensified. Moments later, the octopus's struggles grew weaker. Observing this, Itachi extinguished the Amaterasu, leaving behind only the charred remains of Killer Bee. Itachi-san, you need not resort to such abilities. They impose a burden on your body. Allow me to handle this. It would merely take a bit more effort, Kisame remarked, noticing Itachi's pained expression. I see the leader is becoming impatient. It would be best to conclude this swiftly, Itachi replied calmly, wiping the blood from his eyes. Someone approaches. Is it a shinobi from the cloud? Kisame inquired, glancing towards a distant figure. Itachi paused, then stated, no, that is my brother. Kisame, you should escort the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki away. I have matters to attend to. Kisame scrutinized Itachi for a moment before nodding. Very well. Your family matters are not for me to interfere with. With that, he led Killer Bee away. Before long, a handsome young man with black hair stood before Itachi. Long time no see, brother. Chapter 67. The cultivation of the immortal mode. Come with me. The ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village will arrive shortly. Rest assured, this time I shall not be in a hurry to leave. We can have a proper conversation. Itachi spoke first, observing Sasuke's complex expression, as if he were momentarily at a loss for words. Sasuke nodded silently, trailing behind Itachi as they sped away from the Hidden Cloud Village. Upon reaching a secluded area, Itachi halted and turned to Sasuke. You must have heard about my circumstances. Do you have any questions? I will answer anything I know. Sasuke remained silent for a moment before asking, is it true? Did you truly strike a deal with the higher-ups of Konoha, agreeing to eliminate our clan to protect me? Itachi nodded solemnly. It is true. However, I did not act alone. I had assistance. Sasuke's expression contorted in pain as he asked in a hushed tone, did you kill our parents, or was it someone else? Itachi's gaze darkened as he replied hoarsely, I did. They supported my choice, meeting their end without a hint of resistance. Supported you? Huh? Supported you? Sasuke laughed in a somewhat hysterical manner, his eyes spinning with three tomo, gradually intertwining. After a long pause, he regained his composure and fixed Itachi with a piercing stare. Then why did you not support our clan's coup? Itachi calmly shook his head. At that time, the Uchiha clan was exceedingly arrogant, dismissive of interactions with others in the village, and utterly ill-equipped to manage the village's affairs. Furthermore, considering the clan's strength, a successful coup was nothing more than a fantasy. The outcome of failure would be your demise, and Konoha would once again be engulfed in flames of war. With a sigh, Itachi continued, however. None of this holds significance anymore. There is no talk of justice or noble reasons. I merely chose the village and you over the Uchiha clan. Sasuke, filled with agitation, shouted, what do you expect me to do? Should I learn the truth and act as if nothing has happened, returning to Konoha to marry and live out my days? Once Sasuke had calmed down, Itachi resumed. In my original plan, you would return to Konoha as a hero, carrying my corpse after defeating the village's rogue ninjas. You would continue the Uchiha legacy and lead a simple, happy life. However, I did not anticipate Naruto would learn of my situation and broadcast it throughout the ninja world, rendering my plans null and void. Yet, this is for the best. Naruto is right. It was indeed arrogant of me to dictate your life. You have matured and have the right to choose your own path. Therefore, whatever you wish to pursue from now on is your freedom, and I will no longer interfere. With these words, Itachi appeared to lighten considerably, the burdens that had lingered on his brow beginning to dissipate. Yet, Sasuke coldly retorted, what if I wish to destroy Konoha? Even if it means annihilating my own clan? Itachi paused, a faint smile gracing his lips. That is your freedom, but I hope you possess sufficient reasoning for such actions, rather than acting out of mere impulse. Moreover, with Naruto present, your current strength is still inadequate to challenge Konoha. Sasuke simply nodded in silence and continued to inquire. Since your matters have been exposed, why do you remain in the Akatsuki instead of returning to Konoha? Itachi extended his right hand, gazing at the sunlight streaming upon it with a complex expression. I have dwelled in darkness for too long. I can no longer return to the light. Additionally, I have made a pact with the hidden leader of the Akatsuki. As long as I remain with the organization, he shall not make a move against Konoha. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Itachi would go to such lengths for Konoha. This piqued his curiosity about what enchantment the place he had known since childhood held that would compel Itachi to act thus. At the Akatsuki's secret base, Deidara exclaimed, hey, where's that arrogant Uchiha Itachi? He hasn't been eliminated, has he? I wanted him to witness my art once more. Ignoring Deidara's comment, Kisame addressed Pain. Itachi defeated the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, but encountered his brother. He instructed me to bring the Eight Tails back for sealing while he stayed to handle matters. Oh no, Itachi-senpai won't return. Will he? Perhaps he has met his end at the hands of his beloved brother, exclaimed Tobi with a whimsical tone. Enough. Do not concern yourself with Itachi's personal matters. Hurry and seal the Eight Tails. Pain's typically indifferent voice held a hint of urgency and excitement. In the residence of the Toad clan, Mount Mayaboku, Fukasaku remarked, Jiraiya, his talent surpasses yours by a long shot. He managed to absorb natural energy using toad oil in just a few hours. Moreover, he barely came close to turning into a frog during the process. He is, without a doubt, the most talented disciple I have seen in terms of mastering the sage mode. Watching Naruto sit in serene stillness, seemingly one with nature, his face already bore the markings of the most perfect sage transformation. Fukasaku couldn't help but marvel. Haha, don't forget who his master is. Jiraiya chuckled, reclining without a care. Fukasaku shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, kid, I wasn't praising you, though you do possess a certain talent for thick skin. After delivering a jab, Fukasaku turned back to Naruto. Naruto, you have completed this stage of your training. Now, we shall proceed to the next phase, absorbing natural energy without the aid of toad oil. Understood, Naruto replied with a smile, inwardly pondering. System, how many energy points do I currently possess? And how many will it cost to acquire the sage mode of Mount Mayaboku? Host, you currently possess 11,520 energy points. Acquiring the sage mode of Mount Mayaboku would typically require 7,000 energy points. But under guidance, it will only require 500. Would you like to spend 500 energy points to master it perfectly? The mechanical voice of the system inquired. No, I shall reserve these energy points for greater purposes, as the saying goes. Good steel should be used on the cutting edge. Besides, this sage mode does not seem overly challenging. Since I have the time, there is no need to waste resources. A day later, at the Akatsuki's secret base, a loud crash echoed as the body of the 8-tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, suddenly transformed into 4 octopus tails that fell to the ground. Haha, how rare. That arrogant Itachi has finally met with failure. Kisame, you have been outplayed. Deidara laughed gleefully at the turn of events. Kisame's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated that the comical figure could pull such a trick in front of him and Itachi. Leader, this was my oversight. I did not foresee that the 8-tails Jinchuriki had a tail-cutting escape technique. I will return to the hidden cloud village to capture him again. Pain nodded. Do not blame yourself. The vast chakra we extracted is undeniable. Even if the 8-tails Jinchuriki is not dead, he will be severely weakened. With your strength, should you strike again, he will not escape his fate. At this point, he coldly added, however, the immediate priority is to ensure that Konoha hands over the 9 tails. Chapter 68. The invasion of pain. In just a few days, time seemed to slip away. Konoha, as vibrant and bustling as ever, radiated an air of tranquility. However, unseen dangers lurked in the shadows. Nagato, in his Deva Path form, gazed at the walls encircling Konoha and remarked calmly. The entire village is enveloped by a massive spherical barrier technique. Any intruder crossing through will be immediately detected. Surrounding him were several Konoha ninjas stationed outside the village, now lying lifeless in pools of blood. It is said that Kisame and Itachi infiltrated effortlessly, Conan stated. Nagato, unfazed, explained. That is due to Itachi's past experience within Konoha's Umbu. He surely knows the technique to breach the barrier. For him, slipping in undetected is child's play. He continued, however, I have my own strategy. I will send the animal path in first, leading Konoha's sensing personnel to believe there is but a single intruder. Then, I will use the animal path to summon all of us, creating a false impression. As predicted, Konoha's ninjas associated with the barrier technique quickly sensed the intrusion and urgently alerted, intruder detected. Target identified at the west gate, point A. Byakugan. A member of the Hyuga clan activated his Byakugan and, upon observing, his expression changed abruptly as he shouted, based on his clothing and the black rods on his face. The intruder is none other than Pain, the leader of Akatsuki. Notify the Hokage immediately. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade exclaimed, what? Pain has already arrived? They are remarkably swift. It seems they are eager to capture Naruto. She promptly initiated the emergency protocol to usher all civilians to underground shelters. Tsunade, shocked by the news, stood from her seat. Issuing commands she had rehearsed countless times in her mind. Yes, Hokage-sama. Realizing that his intentions had been revealed to all Konoha ninjas, Nagato decided there was no longer a need for stealth. He set his course for the bustling commercial district of Konoha. After a brief skirmish, he herded all the civilians into the central square. The other 5 paths of Pain blocked the exits of the commercial area while he ascended slowly into the sky. Konoha's inhabitants heard his voice magnified by ninjutsu. My sole target is Uzumaki Naruto. If you surrender him, I shall depart without causing harm to the people below. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. You will not succeed, Pain. Konoha will not surrender its comrades to cowards. Tsunade and the Umbu ninjas shouted up at the Deva Path. It has been a while, Tsunade-sama. Where is Jiraiya-sensei? With your medical prowess, he should not still be bedridden. Nagato inquired calmly. You are indeed that child from long ago. Tsunade's expression hardened as she stated. You gather these civilians here to use them as leverage, forcing Naruto to confront you and preventing his escape with the Flying Thunder God technique, aren't you? Nagato did not deny it, nodding in affirmation. Indeed. But it appears he is not present, or he would have shown himself by now. You must have means to contact him. Use them quickly, or prepare to collect the corpses of these hundreds of villagers. Save us, Hokage-sama. I don't want to die. Please spare me. I am merely a shopkeeper. Cries of desperation echoed, tightening Tsunade's brow in anguish. Summoning jutsu. A gigantic slug appeared before her. Slug, disperse among the villagers and protect them. If anyone is injured, use my chakra to heal them. Concerned, the slug replied, Tsunade-sama, if I do this, you will. Enough. Do not argue. Go. She commanded. Yes, Tsunade-sama. After the slug commenced its duties, Tsunade shouted at Nagato. You need not resort to such despicable tactics. Even without your prompting, Naruto will return. For he will come to confront you and make you regret your actions. But until he arrives, we shall stand against you. Do not think you can do as you please here. We, the ninjas of Konoha, will rescue these villagers. Nagato scoffed. Very well. During this time, I shall make you experience the suffering that your great nation has inflicted upon the smaller ones. Nagato's gaze turned icy as he recalled that his parents perished at the hands of Konoha ninjas. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Wind style, Wind cutter technique. Some Konoha ninjas, under the cover of their comrades, broke through the blockade of the other 5 paths of pain, launching ranged attacks toward the Deva path. However, Nagato merely ascended higher, evading their attacks. Damn it, he can fly. Our methods are ineffective against him. Yet, while he is out of reach, we should seize this opportunity to rescue the villagers. Ignoring the attacks from below, Nagato continued to ascend until he reached a height where he felt secure from interruption. Gazing down at the flourishing Konoha, he muttered to himself, "Your prosperity and peace are built upon the suffering of smaller nations. This world should not be so unjust. Feel pain. Experience pain. Accept pain. Understand pain. Those who do not know pain will never comprehend true peace. Let the world feel suffering." Shinra Tensei. A terrifying repulsive force emanated from the commercial square, sweeping through and obliterating everything in its wake. The result was the complete annihilation of the commercial district and the surrounding structures within a 100-meter radius. Is this the power of the repulsion technique? Its might is truly terrifying. Tsunade gasped, lifting debris off her body and witnessing the devastation before her. Tsunade-sama. Those on the outskirts are currently safe under my protection, but the villagers in the vicinity of the attack center, near the commercial square, are likely. The slug's voice trailed off. Tsunade clenched her fists tightly, her teeth gritting against her lip as overwhelming anger threatened to shatter her remaining composure. At that moment, the Deva path, having momentarily exhausted the energy for such a powerful Shinra Tensei, was forced to descend. He observed the anguish and fury spreading across Tsunade's face and calmly said, "It seems you are beginning to grasp the suffering of the people from smaller nations." Raikiri. Accompanied by a crackling surge of electricity, Kakashi emerged from the earth, his right hand enveloped in Raikiri, lunging towards the Deva path's chest. Thud. A massive panda shielded the Deva path, absorbing the blow as if indifferent to the pain of Raikiri. It swiped its claws toward Kakashi, who narrowly evaded the attack. "Impressive skills," Nagato praised. "Your timing and positioning and casting are quite adept. You must be the copy ninja, Kakashi." As the 6 paths of pain regrouped, Kakashi's expression darkened. Realizing that even with knowledge of the enemy's abilities, confronting them remained exceedingly challenging. The mere presence of pain, who wields that dreadful art of necromancy, is sufficient to hinder many of us. Observing that Kakashi disregarded his intent, Tendo Pain continued to address Tsunade. "What I just demonstrated was merely a trivial display of my power. Should Naruto Uzumaki fail to appear, my next strike will obliterate the entirety of Konoha." Chapter 69. The Return of Naruto Humph. Empty bravado. "The technique you just employed, you can no longer use it. Can you?" Tsunade spoke solemnly. In response, Pain of the Deva path remained non-committal, and so what? To save those shinobi and villagers. "You have already exhausted a considerable amount of chakra. What can you possibly do to me now?" With a fierce determination, Tsunade shattered the ground beneath her feet, instantly appearing before the summoned panda, her formidable strength sending it flying several meters away, where it lay motionless. "As Hokage, I will certainly sever your head." Without further ado, she charged towards the Deva path. She understood that this pain was the strongest among them and was temporarily unable to utilize his abilities. Thus, she aimed to exploit his vulnerability. Crack! The sound of mechanical gears whirring echoed as the Azura path's arms split apart, launching several small rockets towards Tsunade in an attempt to thwart her advance. "Watch out, Lady Tsunade. Earth style, earth flow wall." Kakashi interjected, positioning himself beside Tsunade. A unique earthen wall, designed with a canine motif, emerged from the ground, intercepting all the rockets. Let them pay for the villagers' deaths. With Kakashi's assistance, Tsunade faced no further obstacles. She swiftly approached the Deva path, her fist raised with an intensity that seemed to channel all her fury. Navi. The Deva path showed no intention of evading. A large orange dog lunged at her, its menacing jaws drawing near, and Tsunade caught a whiff of a foul stench. Her expression shifted as she deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the dog's assault, although her strength could have easily crushed it with a single blow. Jiraiya's intel warned that the more it attacked, the more it would multiply, instilling a sense of caution in her. Roar. Suddenly, the massive dog emitted a pitiful howl, its enormous body thrashing on the ground as if trying to rid itself of something. Tsunade observed closely, noticing a peculiar, deep purple area on the dog's body, clearly indicating it was poisoned. "Lady Tsunade, allow me to cover you." A Konoha ninja, with half his face obscured by a mask, declared. "You are Tsukinoko from the Oil Clan, a former member of Root." Tsunade recognized the newcomer with surprise. She remembered him well. His abilities were quite formidable. After Danzo's demise and the dissolution of Root, he had chosen to return to his clan, maintaining a low profile until now. Tsunade dismissed her thoughts, knowing her immediate priority was to drive pain out of Konoha and prevent any further devastation. Tsukinoko's capabilities effectively countered the summoned dog, allowing Tsunade to press forward against the Deva path once more. The Azura path attempted to turn back to assist, but he was firmly entangled by Kakashi. Unable to break free, he sensed that any sign of weakness would lead to his demise. Do not underestimate the Hokage of Konoha. The human path attacked from the side, thrusting a black rod with force, seemingly willing to sustain a blow from Tsunade in order to injure her. Die. Tsunade was unfazed by the minor injury. A fierce glint in her eyes as she landed a powerful punch squarely on the human path's chest, sending him hurtling away. The human path's limbs contorted grotesquely. His ribcage caved in, resembling a toy doll that had been mangled. Sizzle. At that moment, Tsunade felt the black rod pierce her shoulder, causing her chakra to become erratic. As she prepared to extract it, the hungry ghost path appeared, extending its hands toward her. Not good. This one can absorb ninjutsu. Tsunade realized the grave implication of his actions. He could potentially drain her chakra. If she were captured, the battle would surely be lost. Kakashi, noticing the dire situation, quickly devised a countermeasure. His left eye's Sharingan transformed into a kaleidoscope as he focused intently on the hungry ghost path. Kamui. The space around the hungry ghost path's neck distorted, abruptly severing its head. Well done, Kakashi. Tsunade yanked the black rod from her shoulder, disregarding her injury, and unleashed a punch aimed at the Devapath's chest. However, the latter merely gazed at her with an expression of calm, unperturbed. In the next instant, a terrifying repulsive force erupted from him, sending everything in the vicinity flying away from his center. When Tsunade regained her senses from the brief disorientation, she was horrified to see Kakashi and Tsukinoko sprawled nearby, their fates uncertain. Lady Tsunade, they are gravely injured. They may not be able to assist in a while. Moreover, your chakra is nearly depleted. It may be time to summon Naruto back, her slug companion advised. Tsunade sighed with relief, but when she looked towards Pain, despair washed over her. The Pain she had battered and the one Kakashi had decapitated now stood unscathed beside the Deva path. I mentioned earlier that was merely a warm-up. Did you really think I would have a lengthy cooldown period? The Deva path spoke calmly. Lady Tsunade, after this encounter, I trust you will come to terms with the futility of your efforts. It is clear you cannot defeat me. Summon Naruto Uzumaki back, with his abilities. He can arrive here instantaneously upon your call. Seeing Tsunade's hesitation, the Deva path ascended once more, looking down upon her. I will not grant you Konoha Shinobi the opportunity to come to your aid. Since you lack resolve, allow me to assist you. This next strike will obliterate your entire village. Wait, Pain, you have one. Tsunade called out to the Deva path, producing a specially crafted kunai that Naruto had entrusted to her before heading to Miyaboka Mountain, silently thinking, Naruto, I have done my best. I intended to buy you more time. Now, I can only hope you have made strides in mastering sage arts within these few days. Yet, the Deva path did not pause. He extended his hands and spoke solemnly, Humph. After expending so much effort, as a senior, how could I not prepare a suitable gift for him? Let his childhood village be reduced to ruins. At that moment, a violent slicing sound erupted, accompanied by a commanding voice, Sage Art, Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken. The Shuriken hurtled toward the Deva path at breakneck speed, making it clear to him that he could not evade this technique given his flying speed. With a focused gaze, he extended his right hand and shouted, Shinra Tensei. As the Rasen Shuriken collided with the repulsive force, a cataclysmic energy burst forth, forcing the Deva path to amplify the power of his Shinra Tensei to neutralize it. Seconds later, the Rasen Shuriken's potency finally dissipated. The Deva path looked downward to see Naruto Uzumaki standing beside Jiraiya, right next to Tsunade. Jiraiya-sensei, why do you old folks always insist on being so stubborn? Naruto sighed in frustration, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. Please take Lady Tsunade and the others away from the battlefield. I need to have a proper bonding moment with my senior. Chapter 70. Naruto vs. Pain. Jiraiya-sensei. Please inform the Leaf Ninjas to keep their distance. If a fight breaks out, their presence may hinder me, Naruto said to Jiraiya, with a complicated expression. Jiraiya glanced at Yahiko's familiar face from his memories and nodded. Understood. I want to let anyone disturb you. Be cautious, although you have mastered Sage Mode. It does not guarantee victory against the Rinnegan. Naruto chuckled lightly. Don't worry. If I can't win, I'll retreat. I want to sacrifice my life for Konoha. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's words, shaking his head and responding with a hint of exasperation. It seems my worries were unfounded. You certainly want to engage in reckless endeavors. With that, he summoned a toad and departed with Tsunade and the others. You've finally shown yourself, Uzumaki Naruto. I thought you would hide forever, but why not allow Jiraiya-sensei to assist you? Although he is still injured, his help might give you a glimmer of hope to defeat me, Deva Path Pain remarked as he descended, casting a glance at Jiraiya's departing figure. Naruto retorted, Huh? Help me? Pain, do you truly think I fled from you after leaving the Rain Village? With the target within reach, Pain did not rush to attack. Instead, he inquired. Oh? Has mastering Sage Mode, like Jiraiya-sensei, given you the confidence to speak so boldly? Naruto shook his head in resignation. It seems that your Rinnegan has rendered you blind to many truths. At that moment, with his sensory abilities, he confirmed that there were no other individuals nearby. Without further reservations, he laughed heartily. Huh? Pain, I must thank you. If it weren't for your assault on Konoha and severely injuring Tsunade, I wouldn't have had such an opportunity to inherit the Hokage position so swiftly. If it weren't for your Shinra Tensei that killed hundreds of villagers. Even if I became Hokage, I would still have to endure the ignorance of those who once harmed me. In that case, I might have hesitated to eliminate them for the sake of my image. You are truly my benefactor. Pain, I now feel somewhat reluctant to kill you. Haha. Seeing Naruto laugh so recklessly, Devapath Pain's brow furrowed. He had initially believed that the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was a passionate youth seeking the villagers' acknowledgement to achieve his lifelong goal of becoming Hokage. However, he was taken aback by the depth and darkness of Naruto's thoughts. Uzumaki Naruto, I must say, you have surprised me. Jiraiya-sensei is truly unfortunate. It seems you are not a filial disciple after all, Devapath Pain remarked meaningfully. Naruto composed himself, shaking his right index finger. No. I am different from you. I adhere to the principle of an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. There is a significant difference between me and those who repay kindness with malice and betray their masters. Devapath Pain seemed stung by Naruto's words, snorting coldly, Uzumaki Naruto. You are merely relying on verbal wit. Today, I shall teach you the consequences of offending a god. Huh. Naruto chuckled lightly, vanishing from his sight in the next moment. A tremendous roar echoed as the hell path, along with the ground beneath it, shattered into fragments. You are the one among you who can resurrect comrades, aren't you? Judging by your positions, you are the one being protected the best. Devapath Pain's expression darkened. He hadn't even seen when Naruto had used the Flying Thunder God technique beside the Hell Path. I forgot to mention, after your abilities were exposed, you have become a weakling in my eyes. Naruto withdrew his fist, raising his right hand as highly compressed chakra gathered within. Universal pull. Unfazed by Naruto's provocation, Devapath Pain shouted, and a force of attraction pulled Naruto toward him. Yet, Naruto disregarded it, continuing to gather chakra to unleash his ninjutsu. Just as Naruto was pulled into the air, the sound of slicing wind echoed. Sage Art. Wind release. Raisin Shuriken. The Shuriken whistled toward Devapath Pain, who, as expected, stepped forward, extending his hands to intercept the Raisin Shuriken. It was undeniable that the Rinnegan's abilities were formidable. Even the powerful Raisin Shuriken posed no threat as it was absorbed upon nearing. However, Naruto had already arrived, in Sage mode, and launched a powerful punch at the Hellpath's head. Despite his astonishing speed, he could not evade the watchful eyes of the other Pains. The Hellpath, with its keen vision, slightly tilted its head to dodge Naruto's attack. Crack. Although Naruto's punch was evaded, the Hellpath was still struck by the terrifying force. Sent flying 10 meters like a rag doll, lying on the ground, unconscious. It seems you, who consider yourself a god, do not comprehend the true power of Jiraiya-sensei's sage techniques. Brother, who told you to depart so early? Naruto chuckled. Now, 2 of you have been defeated by me and cannot be revived. How does it feel? Devapath Pain's brow furrowed slightly, but he chose not to respond. Roar. A massive rhinoceros charged towards Naruto, seemingly causing an earthquake. Its head lowered as if intending to impale him with its sharp horn. Naruto's eyes narrowed, swiftly grasping the horn and, empowered by Sage Mode, flung it away. At that moment, a gigantic crab and a colossal bird swooped down to attack Naruto, offering him no respite. Is this never-ending? As if no one else has pets. Naruto bit his finger and exclaimed, summoning technique. Amidst the rising smoke, 3 enormous toads appeared on the battlefield. Frog Wenta, Frog Hero, Frog Ken. Don't let these creatures bother me. Naruto commanded. Yes. The 3 toads wasted no time, drawing their weapons and charging at Pain's summoned beasts. Naruto surveyed the remaining positions of Pain, revealing specially crafted kunai in his hands, which he launched in rapid succession. Having witnessed the power of this technique, Devapath Pain refrained from dismissing the kunai as ordinary. To ensure his safety, he employed his repulsive force to deflect all the kunai, ensuring they landed far from him. Predicting that Naruto would attack during the interval of Devapath's technique, the Azura Path immediately fired several rockets at him. However, to the Azura Path's surprise, Naruto charged forward without flinching. Explosions erupted around Naruto's position. Despite the smoke and dust obscuring visibility, Pain, through the observation of his Rinnegan, was certain that the rockets had struck their target, leaving no chance for Naruto to evade. Just as Pain pondered this anomaly, a light chuckle resonated. You guessed correctly. I indeed intended to attack during this moment, but the target was not what you expected. Suddenly, before the human path could react, a blood-red tail emerged from the ground and ensnared him tightly. Devapath Pain looked up to see that Naruto had, at some point, reverted from Sage Mode to his tailed beast form. Several minor injuries adorned his body, confirming that the rockets had indeed hit him. The tail tightened slightly, twisting the human path into a pretzel, rendering him incapacitated. Retracting his tail, Naruto waved the 7 other tails behind him, exuding an ominous and malevolent aura as he declared. The only one who could pose a lethal threat to me has now been eliminated. Pain, I am eagerly anticipating the opportunity to showcase my abilities. I hope you can endure a bit of hardship and not dampen my spirits. Chapter 71. The Arrival of the Rinnegan. Did you deliberately endure the missiles from the realm of Azura to stealthily attack the realm of man, using the smoke from the explosions? Inquired Devapath Pain. Naruto nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the damage from that is insufficient to even breach my tailed beast cloak. Why should I retreat? With that, Naruto ceased his chatter, positioning himself on all fours and charging towards Deva Path Pain with an unpredictable gait and astonishing speed. Shinra Tensei. His actions aligned perfectly with Deva Path Pain's intentions. The faster Naruto moved, the greater the damage he would sustain from the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei. That meager repulsion merely tickles. Naruto scoffed, pressing forward against the force of Shinra Tensei. In the clash of powers, he gained the upper hand, on the verge of breaching Deva Path Pain's repulsive barrier. Deva Path Pain gritted his teeth, intensifying the power of Shinra Tensei, which sent Naruto reeling back several meters. Yet, the might of that Shinra Tensei was limited. Naruto remained unscathed. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes as he struck the ground with his tail, uprooting massive clods of earth and hurling them at Deva Path Pain. But that was not the end. Chakra rapidly coalesced at the tip of his tail, forming a spiraling shuriken, while the chakra from his 9 tails furiously compressed, transforming the hefty-tailed beast bomb from small to colossal. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. The spiraling shuriken was the first to be launched, following an elusive arc, slicing through the air with a deafening whir as it sped towards Deva Path Pain. The latter's eyes narrowed, recognizing the threat, and he extended his hands, unleashing a terrifying repulsive force. Screech. The sound was akin to a knife scraping against metal. As the spiraling shuriken halted mid-air, spinning furiously against an invisible barrier, a stalemate ensued between the two sides. Tailed Beast Bomb. At that moment, Naruto completed the gathering of his tailed Beast Bomb and unleashed it, akin to a mortar shell firing from its tube, striking heavily against Deva Path Pain's repulsive barrier. Just before the energy within the tailed Beast Bomb erupted, far beyond the village of Konoha, a gaunt Nagato suddenly coughed up blood. He cried out. A surge of chakra enveloping him, amplifying the power of Shinra Tensei used by Deva Path Pain, pushing against both the spiraling shuriken and the tailed Beast Bomb. Boom. In the next instant, the tailed Beast Bomb detonated, unleashing a terrifying force that stirred a whirlwind, felt even by those on the outskirts of the village. Coughing violently, Nagato winced from the exertion. Are you alright, Nagato? Perhaps we should withdraw for now. The strength of the 9 Tails Jinchuriki is indeed formidable. Next time, we should bring other members of our organization for a more secure approach, Konan suggested, worry etched on her face. Nagato shook his head, reassuring her, rest assured. I am fine. Even if only Deva Path Pain remains, capturing the 9 Tails Jinchuriki will not prove difficult. This way, my power will be more concentrated. Is that so? A third voice suddenly emerged in the previously secretive location occupied by just the two of them. Before either could react, a figure flashed past Nagato, plunging him into darkness. It appears I was correct. Your current physical condition is dire. Furthermore, after unleashing such immense power with Shinra Tensei, your original body cannot utilize it for a short time. A masked man appeared, holding 2 blood-stained eyeballs. Nagato, your eyes, Konan exclaimed, her expression twisting into one of fury as she lunged at the man. However, the masked figure ignored her, silently chanting, System, sacrifice these Rinnegan to evolve my eternal Manjikyu Sharingan into Rinnegan. Congratulations, host, your eyes have now evolved into Rinnegan. By sacrificing a pair of Rinnegan. The original cost of 15,000 energy points to exchange for Rinnegan has been halved to just 7,500 energy points, leaving you with 4,680 remaining energy points. At that moment, Konan reached Naruto, trying to grasp the Rinnegan in his hands, but the eyes vanished mysteriously. In the next instant, a powerful repulsion surged forth, sending Konan flying back to Nagato's side. Ignoring her injuries, Konan shouted in disbelief, Shinra Tensei? This is impossible. How could it be so swift? As she lifted her gaze, she locked eyes with Naruto, whose pupils glimmered with a purple hue. Naruto chuckled lightly. Nothing is impossible. Are you not aware that the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan is the Rinnegan? Struggling to regain her composure, Konan fixed her gaze on Naruto, demanding, You are the leader of the? I never expected you to conceal your identity so well. How did you achieve this? You clearly did not transplant Nagato's eyes. How then do you possess the Rinnegan? And what have you done with Nagato's eyes? Naruto shook his head, replying, I shall address your queries one by one, for this pair of eyes has granted me understanding. I am now invincible, and thus I possess ample patience. Why rush? Senior sister. Senior sister? Konan's pupils constricted in shock as her expression shifted dramatically. Impossible. Are you? At that moment, Nagato, recovering his breath, spoke, Naruto Uzumaki. It seems the entirety of the ninja world has underestimated you. I concede my defeat without grievance. You are already here, patiently waiting for me to weaken and lower my guard before delivering a decisive blow, without any hesitation. In terms of cunning and strategy, I am no match for you. Jiraiya-sensei has indeed taken on a remarkable disciple. Naruto applauded, removing his mask with a smile. It seems Brother Nagato truly understands me, recognizing your younger brother so swiftly. Who was the one battling against pain? I know that could not have been a mere shadow clone. There is no technique in the ninja world capable of fighting to such an extent. Nagato expressed his curiosity, That was the second Tsuchikage Mu's splitting technique, which allows one to divide a person into two entities. I specifically learned this ninjutsu to facilitate my activities in. Nagato nodded calmly, continuing. You mentioned that the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan is the Rinnegan, yet I possess Rinnegan without being of the Uchiha clan. Does that imply? Naruto praised. Remarkably, after losing the Rinnegan, you have become even more perceptive, brother. Indeed, your Rinnegan was merely implanted in you during your childhood. Your entire life has been manipulated by others, destined for a tragic conclusion, regardless of how convoluted the journey may be. Chapter 72. The hero of Konohagakure. After a prolonged silence, Nagato finally spoke. If what you say is true, then who was it that transplanted the Rinnegan into me? Naruto replied nonchalantly, Uchiha Madara. Konan's expression shifted, and she shook her head, asserting, impossible. Uchiha Madara is currently within our Akatsuki organization. He has no reason to relinquish the Rinnegan to another instead of keeping it for himself. Naruto chuckled softly. How can you be certain that the person you speak of is indeed Uchiha Madara? Is it merely based on his own claims? At a loss for words, Konan was struck by the realization that she had never encountered the true Uchiha Madara, lacking any knowledge of his appearance or abilities. Anyone could masquerade as him, and the current Madara always concealed his face behind a mask, leaving her entirely unaware of his true visage. Nagato, however, was not surprised. He had always harbored doubts regarding Madara's identity, and it now seemed more plausible that he could be an imposter. He continued to inquire. What was Madara's intent in transplanting the Rinnegan into me? Instead of answering, Naruto countered. Your Akatsuki has tirelessly gathered tailed beasts to create a formidable biological weapon, intending to wield military coercion over the major shinobi villages to promote peace. Am I correct? With a glimmer of hope in his eyes, Nagato nodded. Indeed. That is the enduring peace I have longed for. Naruto shook his head. While collecting tailed beasts could ostensibly lead to lasting peace, such peace is ultimately illusory. Uchiha Madara's purpose in gathering the tailed beasts is to merge them into the 10 tails, transforming himself into its Jinchuriki. At that moment, he will possess the ability to project his Rinnegan onto the moon, unleashing an ultimate illusion, infinite Tsukuyami, that ensnares the entire world in a dream where every individual attains their deepest desires, living in eternal happiness. Both Nagato and Konan listened in stunned silence, never having contemplated the possibility of such an event. They found themselves at a loss for words. Finally, Konan murmured, Is this false peace truly what people desire? Naruto retorted with a sardonic smile. I cannot speak for others, but Uchiha Madara certainly wishes for it. Thus, in his final moments, he entrusted the Rinnegan to Nagato, firstly to aid in the collection of tailed beasts, which is now nearing completion by your Akatsuki, and secondly, to guide or manipulate Nagato into resurrecting him, allowing him to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. As for the imposter claiming to be Uchiha Madara, he was sent to lead you. You must recall that he was the one who initially informed you that gathering tailed beasts could lead to peace, correct? Nagato nodded silently, recalling that it was shortly after Yahiko's tragic demise, in his moment of deepest despair, that Uchiha Madara appeared, revealing the possibility of achieving peace through the collection of tailed beasts. This revelation ultimately led to the formation of Akatsuki and the current situation. He exhaled deeply, stating, It appears that Uchiha Madara's plan is destined to fail. His Rinnegan now resides with you, and it is evident you will not choose to resurrect him. Naruto nodded and smiled. Naturally, once someone has perished, they should no longer disrupt the lives of the living. However, I suspect the imposter Madara will not simply retreat. He will undoubtedly seek you out. Without the Rinnegan, he cannot control the Geto Mazo and cannot become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Surprised, Nagato inquired, Are you implying that you do not intend to kill us, but rather wish to spare us? Naruto shrugged, saying, Of course. You have rendered me immense assistance in your arduous collection of tailed beasts and graciously delivered the Rinnegan to facilitate my awakening. As one who values gratitude, how could I bring myself to harm you? Yet, ultimately, the decision to take your lives is inconsequential. I shall do this as a favor to my mentor, Jiraiya. With these eyes, my path to unifying the shinobi world faces no obstacles. Nagato furrowed his brow slightly, advising, The power of the Rinnegan is not absolute. My defeat at your hands serves as a prime example. It would be wise for you to exercise caution. Fear not, I am aware of my limits. Naruto replied, nodding as he handed a specially crafted kunai to Konan, saying, Keep this kunai. Should the imposter Madara trouble you, simply infuse it with chakra, and I shall arrive post-haste. With a complex expression, Konan took the kunai, nodding silently. At that moment, a shadow clone of Naruto, carrying Yahiko's lifeless body, soared back to Konohagakure. He was an important companion of yours, was he not? You should take him with you. Konan gently caressed Yahiko's cheek, her sorrow evident as she said, Thank you. We shall take our leave now. Upon Naruto's return to Konoha, he was greeted by throngs of villagers and ninjas, who lifted him high into the air, their cheers reverberating like a tidal wave. Welcome back, Lord Naruto. Thank you for saving us, Lord Naruto. Lord Naruto, you are our hero. Lord Naruto, I wish to marry you. Lord Naruto, we support your bid to become the next Hokage. Seeing this, Naruto smiled subtly to himself, reflecting, what a delightful bunch they are. Allow me to lead you in unifying the shinobi world. Just as Tsunade succumbed to exhaustion from chakra depletion and the village's higher-ups contemplated selecting a new Hokage, a figure bearing a large executioner's blade entered the residence of the Fire Country's daimyo. What? Are you saying that if I support Uzumaki Naruto in becoming the 6th Hokage, you will generously offer us the agricultural research achievements of the land of the original shinobi and continue to sell us grain at the most favorable prices? The Fire Country's daimyo's eyes widened in astonishment, his delight and greed unmistakable. Zabuza nodded calmly. Indeed, this is the will of our leader from the original shinobi country. It is no falsehood. The daimyo quickly agreed. Very well, it is a deal. I accept. After Zabuza departed, a concerned aide beside the daimyo remarked, My lord, could there be some ulterior motive behind this? Why would the leader of the original shinobi country be so invested in who becomes the new Hokage of Konoha? Moreover, he has chosen to support only Uzumaki Naruto, which is quite suspicious. Waving his hand dismissively, the daimyo replied, What does it matter? Regardless of who becomes Hokage, they will only seek my financial support. If I can support a figure of little significance as Hokage and, in return, gain the agricultural technology of the original shinobi country, thus obtaining substantial wealth, why would I not pursue this? With that, he lost himself in dreams of a prosperous future, already contemplating how to spend the surplus riches. The aide, witnessing his lord's enthusiasm, understood that he could not dissuade him and could only shake his head in resignation. Deep within, he harbored a troubling premonition, fearing that supporting Uzumaki Naruto as Hokage might lead to dire consequences. Alas, I can only hope that my instincts are mistaken. Chapter 73. The 6th Hokage in a conference room within the residence of the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. The senior officials of Konoha and representatives from various ninja clans have gathered to discuss the selection of the 6th Hokage. The feudal lord sits at the head of the table, seemingly indifferent to who might assume the role of the 6th Hokage. The representatives exchange glances, none appearing eager to speak first. Eventually, the head of the Oil Woman clan breaks the silence. Lady Tsunade has exhausted a considerable amount of chakra in her battle against Pain of the Akatsuki, leading her to fall into a coma with no indication of when she might awaken. However, the village cannot remain leaderless for long, or chaos will ensue. Thus, the matter of selecting the next Hokage is urgent, which is why we are all gathered here. He observes the reactions of the clan leaders, noting their silence and lack of dissent, and continues, I propose Naruto Uzumaki as the 6th Hokage. In terms of both reputation and strength, he is unparalleled in Konoha. Oh, the feudal lord seems intrigued, lifting his gaze to the head of the Oil Woman clan. One of Konoha's advisors, Kohor Yuditane, furrows her brow and immediately counters, My lord, I must express my dissent. While Naruto Uzumaki is indeed strong, he is merely a 16-year-old boy, and I fear he may not be up to the task. The head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga, calmly interjects, Advisor, it seems you have forgotten about the current Kazekage of Suna, Gura, who is of the same age as Naruto Uzumaki. As Kazekage, he commands great respect in his village, demonstrating that age is not a limiting factor in determining one's capability to become Hokage. Koharu is taken aback, surprised that Hayashi, who has maintained a low profile over the years, would challenge her. She quickly shifts her gaze to another Konoha advisor, Yamato, understanding her unspoken concern. Yamato speaks up, My lord, while Naruto Uzumaki is indeed exceptional, there are others within Konoha who may be more suitable for the role of 6th Hokage. Is that so? Who do you propose? The feudal lord raises an eyebrow, asking with casual curiosity. Yamato respectfully replies, I refer to Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, who has long been renowned and is on par with the 5th Hokage. He has concluded his travels and is currently in Konoha. The feudal lord ponders this, stroking his chin, seemingly intrigued. At this moment, the head of the Yamanaka clan, Inoichi Yamanaka, interjects, Advisor Yamato. I do not believe Jiraiya is the most suitable candidate for Hokage. In terms of strength, had it not been for Naruto Uzumaki's intervention, Jiraiya would likely have perished at the hands of Pain. Conversely, Naruto defeated Pain and saved Konoha, emerging as a true hero. Additionally, Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and a disciple of Jiraiya. If he were to be selected as Hokage, I am certain Jiraiya would be pleased. This revelation astonishes Yamato, who realizes that Naruto has garnered substantial support from various ninja clans, a power that is indeed formidable. Clapping his folding fan, the feudal lord smiles. The son of the 4th Hokage, you say? Very well, let us appoint Naruto Uzumaki as the 6th Hokage. With the feudal lord's declaration, all present, whether in agreement or dissent, can only nod in acquiescence. Meanwhile, Nara Shikaku, the head of the Nara clan, observes the unfolding scene with keen interest. He recalls a conversation with his son, Shikamaru, regarding Naruto's abilities. Shikamaru had remarked, Dad, I can't quite gauge Naruto's true strength. He seems to handle every enemy with ease. As for his character, he treats others as they treat him. So long as you don't provoke him, he won't pose a threat. He has never concealed his ambition to unify the ninja world. He possesses both the strength and determination, but lacks the authority to realize his dreams. If he becomes Hokage, I can only wonder where he will lead Konoha, into turmoil or towards enduring peace. None can say. Nara Shikaku comes back to the present, sighing. Shikamaru, soon we shall see where Naruto will take Konoha. In a secret base of Uchiha Obito, Kurizetsu remarks, I never anticipated Nagato would falter. It is a waste for Madara's Rinnegan to fall into his hands. Obito, masked, gazes at the rows of Sharingan before him and replies, that is not the case. Nagato has performed admirably with merely transplanted eyes. His failure indicates the true strength of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Truly, he is the son of the genius ninja, the fourth Hokage. Kurizetsu nods, then inquires, what shall we do now? With Nagato dead, our plans cannot proceed without the Rinnegan. Obito reassures him, do not worry, I will retrieve the Rinnegan. The Moon Eye plan is in its final stages, and it is time for me to step into the spotlight. In the name of Uchiha Madara. 3 days later, in the land of fire, Konoha, the news of Naruto assuming the role of the sixth Hokage has spread to every corner of the village. And today marks his official inauguration. At the Hokage building, aside from necessary guards, nearly all ninja and civilians have gathered below, eagerly awaiting the ceremony. Amidst the calls, Naruto, clad in a Hokage robe embroidered with the title of the sixth Hokage, appears on the rooftop, gazing calmly at the crowd below. To the ninja and villagers of Konoha, I am Naruto Uzumaki, your sixth Hokage, capable of bringing you lasting peace. The crowd erupts into enthusiastic applause and cheers. The Hokage is so cool. We believe in you. Hokage. The resounding cheers affirm Naruto's immense popularity among the villagers, a testament to the influence of the former organization in Pain's assistance. After the inauguration, Naruto invites Kakashi to the Hokage office, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei, for taking the position of sixth Hokage from you. Kakashi, taken aback, responds with a sigh, Naruto, are you jesting? The position of Hokage was never mine to claim. The only one who might be considered a rival to you is Jiraiya. Naruto chuckles and shakes his head, opting not to elaborate, instead saying with meaningful intent, Kakashi-sensei, I have a request only you can assist me with. Chapter 74, Reckoning in the Land of Rain. Within the rain-hidden village, one of the early bases of the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Obito appeared after a distortion of space. Everything you hold dear is under my watchful gaze. Did you truly believe you could evade our pursuit? Tell me, where's the Rinnegan? To his surprise, Konan remained remarkably calm, as if his arrival posed no shock to her. She replied, as Naruto predicted, you have indeed come knocking. I have questions for you. Is the establishment and development of our Akatsuki organization under your constant surveillance? What role did you play in Yahiko's death? Obito, somewhat astonished, remarked. It seems you have learned things you should not know. However, that is of little consequence now. As mere pawns, your mission is complete. And it is time for you to be discarded. Ignoring the ominous look on Conan's face, Obito demanded, where is the Rinnegan? Reveal its whereabouts, and I may consider sparing your life. At this moment, Conan's composure returned. Having obtained the answers she sought, she ceased her idle talk. With a swift motion of her right hand, countless sheets of paper shot toward Obito like razor-sharp blades. Do you think you can capture me with sheer numbers? You must be able to catch me first. Obito's Sharingan focused intently on the approaching papers, and just as Conan charged, he activated Kamui, intending to draw her into the Kamui dimension to conclude the battle. What? Explosive tags. Obito's pupils dilated as he suddenly disregarded Conan, desperately trying to absorb the explosion's force. After a series of resounding blasts, their figures re-emerged. Conan was merely breathing heavily, showing no significant injuries, while Obito had lost an arm, appearing rather disheveled. What a madwoman! Did you intend to self-destruct at the moment I absorbed your physical manifestation? Thank me. If I hadn't absorbed the explosion's power, you would be dead by now. Conan scoffed. Imposter, do you think you can manipulate us indefinitely? Aside from that spatial ability, you have little else to offer. Today, you shall perish here, buried alongside your false dreams. As her words faded, the ground beneath Obito cracked open, forcing him to descend into the abyss. What? All explosive tags? Having stood undefeated since acquiring his eye, Obito now felt a creeping fear. He hastily removed the portion of his mask covering his left eye, revealing the 3-tomo Sharingan within. Conan calmly stated, this is my meticulously prepared 600 billion explosive tags for you. You can only penetrate matter for about 5 minutes, while the explosive tags here will maintain detonation for 10 minutes. Our lives are not yours to manipulate. Perish. A series of violent explosions rocked the area for over 10 minutes. Seeing this, Conan sighed with relief, though the immense chakra drain left her momentarily weak. I never expected this ninjutsu to consume so much chakra, but thankfully I endured. That imposter Uchiha Madara should be dead? A dark voice echoed from behind her. In disbelief, Conan watched as Obito's left Sharingan shifted from red to white, rendering it blind. You are still alive? Initially shocked, Conan soon regained her composure and ultimately shook her head in resignation. I had hoped to finish you myself, to avenge Yahiko and Nagato. Alas, it seems I must rely on others after all. With that, she produced a special kunai and infused it with chakra. What? Obito's expression shifted as he recognized the significance of the kunai, being a disciple of the fourth Hokage. In the next moment, Naruto, clad in Hokage robes, arrived on the scene. Hey, Konan-sensei, you're quite strong. You even took out one of his eyes. Glancing at Obito, Naruto addressed Konan. My plan was supposed to be foolproof. I still don't know how he evaded my explosion. Naruto explained, that is a rather unscrupulous ability from the Uchiha clan known as Izanaji. It allows one to alter reality by converting unfavorable outcomes into illusions for a limited time, at the cost of one eye. Years ago, the true Uchiha Madara used it to evade a lethal strike from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. And this clown before us, acting in his name, also escaped the fate of being blown to bits by you. Konan marveled. I never imagined such an extraordinary ability existed in the ninja world. The Uchiha truly are favored by destiny. Obito frowned, somewhat taken aback. Naruto Uzumaki, I did not expect you to possess such knowledge of our Uchiha clan's secrets. Naruto silently smiled, his blue eyes suddenly transforming into the blood-red Sharingan, calmly gazing at Obito. How is this possible? Even if you have transplanted another Sharingan, you shouldn't be able to do this. Obito exclaimed in shock. With a glint of coldness in his eyes, Naruto replied, Uchiha Obito, on the day I was born. My parents perished because of you. Although I did not share a profound bond with them, as their son, the only way I can repay their gift of life is to shatter you into pieces to honor them. Wind style, vacuum wave. Dozens of wind blades, imbued with terrifying cutting power, sliced toward Obito. However, he disregarded them entirely and charged straight at Naruto. Humph. I do not know how you have uncovered so many secrets. But if I capture you, everything will become clear. His speed was remarkable, and in an instant, he stood before Naruto, reaching out to grasp him. Just as the space began to distort, ready to draw Naruto into the Kamui dimension, Naruto's eyes suddenly transformed into the Rinnegan, unleashing an unparalleled repulsive force. Shinra-tensei. Obito was thrown back several meters, violently coughing up blood, feeling as though his organs might shift from the impact. Ignoring Obito's horrified expression, Naruto shook his head regretfully. What a pity. I initially thought that strike would end you, yet you managed to evade it at the last moment. You possess a remarkable eye. No wonder you have transformed from an underdog into such a formidable figure, even capable of standing against my father, Minato Namikaze. At that moment, Obito's mind was like a tranquil lake violently disturbed by a heavy stone, unable to regain its calm. Naruto Uzumaki, you must harbor deep secrets. When we meet again, I will undoubtedly unearth them. Understanding he stood no chance against Naruto, who possessed the Rinnegan, Obito decided to retreat this time, planning to return once he found Naruto's weakness. Why the haste to leave? As Obito activated his Sharingan to draw himself into the space vortex, Naruto raised his left hand, palm directed at him. What shocked Obito was the sight of a familiar patterned Manjiki Sharingan embedded within Naruto's palm. Kakashi. He could only emit a howl filled with boundless hatred before clutching his right eye in agony. After receiving the Manjiki Sharingan from his shadow clone, Naruto took a glance and stored it within his system space. Naruto's smile bore a hint of cruelty, as he spoke in a voice devoid of any emotion. Cold and mechanical, Uchiha Obito, it is time to settle the score for my parents. Chapter 75, The Death of Obito. Initially, I had no intention of borrowing this eye from Kakashi-sensei. Regrettably, the Manjiki Sharingan in my right eye did not bestow upon me the abilities I had hoped for. My expectations were modest. I merely desired it to possess the capacity to seal Kamui. Alas, it fell short of even that meager requirement. Although it remained a space-time ability, it proved to be of little utility to me. Naruto sighed in resignation, placing the Manjiki Sharingan from his left palm into the system space. He observed as the flesh around the hollow of his palm swiftly writhed, regaining its smoothness within seconds. The power of his right eye's Manjiki Sharingan enabled him to transcend any restrictions of alternate dimensions, allowing him to instantaneously return to pre-established spatial coordinates. A skill he aptly named the Wandering Traveler who never gets lost. For Naruto, who had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, this ability felt rather superfluous. It might have been useful against Kagaya's dimensional space, but it appeared that such an opportunity would not arise. You hide yourself well, Uzumaki Naruto. Obito bellowed, clutching his right eye in anguish. Naruto chuckled lightly. Flattery will get you nowhere. I merely have the assistance of some noble allies. With a flick of his fingers, his shadow clone seized Obito and suspended him in midair, rendering him immobile. Obito realized he was ensnared by an unseen force, and his attempts to struggle were futile. This was the terrifying aspect of the Wheel Tomb's underworld, an ethereal shadow clone perceptible only to those possessing the Rinnegan. Without the Rinnegan, those below the Six Paths level could neither sense nor resist it, left to the mercy of the caster. This was also the reason Naruto claimed invincibility after acquiring the Rinnegan. He now possessed the full capabilities of Nagato and Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, and even surpassed them. One could only commend the quality of the system's offerings. I must extend my gratitude to you, Naruto continued, for your diligent collection of tailed beasts has ultimately benefited me. Once I become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki and realize my vision of unifying the ninja world, it shall be a mere formality. I heard from Kakashi-sensei that your childhood dream was to become Hokage. As a gesture of gratitude, I shall place a flower upon your hero's monument as the 6th Hokage. You need not thank me too profusely. Haha. Obito's expression darkened, nearly dripping with bitterness. He could only discern Naruto's direction through the sound of his voice, fixating with his blinded eye and a gaping wound. Uzumaki Naruto, if you wish to kill me, do so. There is no need to humiliate me. Obito gritted his teeth. Naruto, upon hearing this, softened his demeanor and calmly replied, I apologize. When one has concealed themselves for too long, an eruption can lead to a loss of control, and it is inevitable that one might indulge in petty triumphs. I shall send you on your way now. Rest assured, you will not suffer. I will extract your soul using the human path's powers and store it in the hell path. Normally, you would journey to the pure land, where Rin awaits you. However, given that you killed my parents, I cannot allow you such leniency. With that declaration, Naruto extended his right hand, prepared to activate the human path's ability to extract Obito's soul. Suddenly, a mysterious shadow appeared behind Naruto, lunging for his heart. Shinra Tensei. The powerful repulsive force sent the shadow hurtling backward as if struck by a truck. Naruto turned, a cold smile gracing his lips, and shouted, Banj Tenin. The shadow rushed back toward him, hovering before Naruto. Ignoring the despair etched on Obito's face, Naruto remarked, Kaguya, you have finally made your move. It was worth my while to engage in such trivial dialogue. If you had chosen to flee at the first sign of trouble and hidden away for centuries, it would have been quite challenging to locate you. Upon realizing that his struggles were in vain, Kaguya spoke in a hushed tone, Uzumaki Naruto, you truly surprise me. In all my millennia within the ninja world, I have never encountered someone like you. Naruto replied nonchalantly. What a pity that a devoted son like you will never see your mother again. Truly tragic. You. Despite the obscurity of the shadowy being's expression, Naruto could sense its shock. For symbol seal. With the enemy ensnared, Naruto wasted no time in producing a sealing scroll to imprison Kaguya within. When I become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, it will be the day of your demise. Naruto turned to Obito and calmly inquired. In light of the considerable effort you have spared me, do you have any final words? Obito, with a complex expression, remained silent for a long moment before speaking. To the victor belongs the spoils. You have triumphed, Uzumaki Naruto. Yet, I harbor no regrets. What you aspire to do diverges not from what I have already accomplished. With that, Obito's soul detached from his body, drawn into the mouth of the Hell Path's king. The lament of a defeated foe. Truly an unseemly sight. Having witnessed Naruto's complete annihilation of Obito, Konan hesitated momentarily before expressing her concerns. Naruto, if you unify the ninja world, how will you treat the people of the Rain Country? Naruto, with a serious and resolute demeanor, replied, they will be bound by the same laws. All men are created equal, and they shall be no different from the citizens of other nations. Konan sighed in relief and queried further, that is reassuring. However, even if a nation begins with noble intentions, corruption and power struggles inevitably arise over time. Ultimately, it seems inevitable that we will once again descend into the mire of war. What, then, is the significance of your unification of the ninja world? Naruto responded. Each generation must accomplish what it can. By unifying the ninja world, I can ensure at least a few centuries of peace. Once the concept of a unified nation takes root in people's hearts, even if wars should arise again, a new unified nation will emerge under the influence of such ideals, and the people shall once more find themselves in peace. Unlike the current state, where nearly every year, some nation as populous is engulfed in flames of conflict. Furthermore, I shall achieve immortality. I will watch over the ninja world and prevent it from straying too far from its path. Konan nodded silently. Naruto, I hope that such a splendid day will truly arrive. Naruto smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, Sister Konan, that day is not far off. As his clear voice resonated, the Hokage cloak vanished from sight. In the Land of Fire, within Konohagakure, as Hokage, Naruto convened the first high-level meeting of the village. The esteemed leaders of Konoha and representatives of major ninja clans, along with renowned jonin from across the ninja world, had gathered. Without preamble, Naruto boldly declared, Now, I announce my first decree as Hokage. We shall eliminate the daimyo of the Land of Fire and completely seize control of the territory. Chapter 76, The Child of Prophecy? What? Are you insane? How could you harbor such a rebellious thought? Tsurugi Koharu's expression shifted dramatically as she slammed her hand on the table, admonishing urgently. Naruto maintained his serene demeanor, responding, Why should we tolerate someone who only seeks pleasure and possesses no real ability to dominate us? After seizing the Land of Fire, the citizens of Konoha will prosper even more, and we will no longer have to bow to the daimyo. We will no longer be mere tools of war, summoned and dismissed at whim. You're mad. I always said that allowing a wet behind-the-ears kid to become Hokage was a mistake. Just look at the nonsense he is spouting. Koharu exclaimed, pointing at Naruto with a fierce glare. If you wish to voice your opinions, do so politely. If you cannot speak with decorum, I dare say that the equally impolite Danzo might be very eager to see you. Though Naruto's expression remained unchanged, the glint in his eyes and the overwhelming aura he exuded rendered everyone present breathless, as if the heavens were about to collapse. They all understood the implications of Naruto's words. The former high-ranking Konoha official and leader of Root, Danzo, had perished at his hands. What sent chills down their spines was the fact that Naruto had only been 12 when he had killed Danzo. How deeply had he concealed his true prowess? You. Koharu instinctively began to retort, but her words faltered as she lowered her gaze in terror. She sensed that any further disrespect towards the person before her would lead to her immediate demise. The tense atmosphere plunged the room into silence until finally, Nara Shikaku, the clan head of the Nara family, spoke up. Lord Hokage, I believe you understand that eliminating a powerful daimyo is no trivial matter. It could very well provoke the other daimyo, who may order their respective ninja villages to retaliate. Do you already have a strategy in place? Naruto nodded appreciatively. Indeed. You need not concern yourself with that pressure. Should other ninja villages attack, I shall confront them myself. Moreover, assassinating a daimyo is not an unprecedented feat. I have accomplished such tasks before. Did the daimyo of the land of Earth not meet his end at my hands? Impossible. The final investigation revealed that it was the Akatsuki who was responsible. Mito Kimizuki exclaimed in disbelief. Naruto disregarded his comment and turned his gaze to Kakashi, asking, Kakashi-sensei, after your investigation, who did you find most suspicious in the murder of the land of Earth's daimyo? Kakashi, feeling the weight of the crowd's attention, stroked his chin and replied, considering the motives and the benefits gained afterward, the most suspicious individual at that time was the leader of the former Hidden Reign. Upon hearing this, Kakashi noticed the smirk on Naruto's face, which shifted his demeanor. Naruto, could it be that you? Naruto chuckled, as expected of you, Kakashi-sensei. You grasp the truth so swiftly. Indeed, I am the leader of the former Hidden Reign. I am he. What? The assembly felt as if they had never been so astonished in their lives. Some were even jolted to their feet. Naruto calmly declared, proceed with your orders. I have stated my intention to usher the villagers of Konoha into a long-lasting peace. This is not merely rhetoric. It is a goal that will soon be realized. In the future, there will exist but one nation within the ninja world, and any wars will only emerge when our established nation faces its demise. Yes, Lord Hokage. Hinata Hyuga was the first to affirm. Yes, Lord Hokage. We shall follow in your footsteps to unify the ninja world. Excellent. Naruto nodded approvingly. He then produced several specially crafted kunai, distributing them among the assembly. Each of you shall carry one kunai. Should you encounter difficulties, simply infuse it with chakra. I will arrive post-haste. Rest assured, there will be minimal casualties during this process. My current strength is sufficient to sweep away all obstacles. The rest of the ninja world appears to me as mere trifles. As his words echoed, Naruto's eyes transformed into the Rinnegan, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that instilled awe among all present. In that moment, every individual believed in his undeniable strength. Even the legendary first Hokage, known as the god of shinobi, could not have evoked such an imposing presence, they mused. Once everyone departed, Naruto addressed the entrance. Come in, Jiraiya-sensei. You have lingered here for long enough. Do you have something to say? Jiraiya entered, his expression a mixture of complexity, and inquired, what is the nature of your Rinnegan? Did you seize it from Nagato? Naruto nodded, then shook his head. I did indeed acquire Nagato-sensei's Rinnegan, but my eyes are not his. There is merely a connection between them. Jiraiya-sensei, have you ever witnessed Nagato-sensei closing his Rinnegan? Jiraiya paused, recalling, then replied, no, it seems he was incapable of doing so. Naruto explained, that is because his Rinnegan was transplanted from another. He could not wield it freely, much like Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan, which constantly drains his chakra. My Rinnegan, however, is my own, having evolved from my Sharingan, allowing me to open and close it at will. Jiraiya's expression turned grave as he asked, who transplanted the Rinnegan to Nagato? What was their purpose? Uchiha Obito, Naruto replied. He did not perish in his battle against the first Hokage. Rather, at the brink of death, he activated the Rinnegan. He intended for Nagato to utilize its abilities to resurrect him. Alas, his aspirations for revival are but a delusion, for I have already destroyed his Rinnegan. Jiraiya's astonishment morphed into relief, yet he hesitated, questioning, and Nagato? Did you kill him? Naruto shook his head. No, out of respect for you, I spared him. As well as Konan-sensei. Jiraiya nodded in a daze. That's acceptable. I hope he can once again become that boy who wished to protect his comrades. He then reverted to his usual carefree demeanor, stating, I am off to the hospital to visit Tsunade. I wonder when she will awaken. It truly worries me. Naruto, with a knowing smile, remarked, fear not, it shall be soon. Your current task is to seize the opportunity to showcase your unwavering care for her. Who knows? She may be moved enough to agree to marry you upon waking. Jiraiya's face flushed a deep crimson, and with a somewhat lewd grin, he exclaimed, really? Ahem. What am I saying? As a gentleman, how could I engage in such opportunistic behavior? I have matters to attend to. You carry on. With that, Jiraiya hurriedly departed. Watching his retreating figure, Naruto's gaze darkened, and he sighed silently. As Jiraiya left the Hokage office, he no longer wore his usual carefree demeanor. Instead, he appeared lost in thought, murmuring, "Naruto, could you truly be the child of prophecy? What transformations will you bring to the ninja world? Are these changes for better or worse?" Chapter 77. The Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Lord Naruto. Kisame has located the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and is currently engaged in battle, so he will likely capture him soon. A white Zetsu emerged from the ground, respectfully addressing Naruto. "Excellent." Glancing at him, Naruto chuckled lightly. "White Zetsu, your awareness of your own identity has shifted rather quickly. It seems the demise of the imposter Uchiha Madara and the sealing of Black Zetsu have made you realize who truly deserves your loyalty." "Indeed, Lord Naruto." White Zetsu replied with a smile. "Uchiha Madara is now a relic of the past. Only you represent the future of the ninja world." "Exactly. I appreciate your perceptiveness." Naruto nodded with a smile, and in the next moment, he vanished from the Hokage's office. At that time, the battle between Kisame and Killer Bee was nearing its conclusion. With nearly half of his tailed beast chakra depleted, Killer Bee was no longer a match for Kisame. When Naruto arrived using the Flying Thunder God technique, he found Killer Bee already on the verge of collapse. Upon seeing Naruto's Rinnegan and the respectful white Zetsu by his side, Kisame paused in surprise, remarking, "It seems my leader is about to change." Naruto nodded with a smile. "Though the person has changed, the goal remains the same, to unify the ninja world and bring lasting peace. So what difference does it make?" Kisame was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "You have a point." He glanced at Killer Bee and asked, "So, leader, shall I continue? I assume you still desire the Eight Tails within him." Naruto shook his head, stating flatly, "There is no need. He is merely a pet. I will soon place a collar on him." Killer Bee, hearing this, immediately became indignant. He struck a peculiar pose, his words laced with a comical rhythm. "You punk. You fool. It seems you underestimate the might of Lord Killer Bee." Ignoring him, Naruto pressed his right hand to the ground, commanding, "Summoning technique, Outer Path Golem." Suddenly, a colossal, humanoid creature appeared before them, thick chains spilling from its mouth and ensnaring Killer Bee. "You fool. You think you can capture Lord Killer Bee with this? Dream on." Seeing this, Killer Bee shot Naruto a disdainful gesture, preparing to leap away to evade. Suddenly, he realized he was unable to move, as if trapped like a mosquito suspended in amber. "What the hell? What is happening?" Naruto, unperturbed by the need to explain his abilities, deftly wrapped the chains of the Outer Path Golem around Killer Bee's neck. In the next moment, the Eight Tails, GY was forcibly extracted from Killer Bee's body. "GY, I can offer Killer Bee a chance at life. You may leave some of your chakra within him to sustain his existence." GY, with a complex expression, glanced at the immobile Killer Bee, severing a portion of its tentacle to leave behind. It was then irresistibly drawn into the body of the Outer Path Golem. Killer Bee, he held in agony. But as the tailed beast was drawn from him, the overwhelming weakness caused him to collapse to the ground. Naruto spoke calmly. "Killer Bee, you should thank your brother, the fourth Raikage, for your survival. If it weren't for my admiration for his character, I would not have shown you mercy." With the Eight Tails secured, Naruto turned to White Zetsu, instructing, "Create 2 of your clones. I shall use them as sacrifices." "Yes, Lord Naruto." Without hesitation, White Zetsu produced 2 clones, who, despite knowing their fate, showed no signs of resistance. Perfect candidates for sacrifices. Naruto adorned one of the clones with a grotesque mask, his Rinnegan fixated on the clone's eyes. The clone slowly formed hand seals, and a Shinigami, visible only to Naruto and the clone, manifested. Corpse sealing technique. Under Naruto's command, the clone wielded a short blade and pierced its abdomen, releasing 5 soul fragments that soared from the Shinigami's belly. Naruto's eyelids fluttered as he activated the Hell Path's ability, drawing in 4 of the soul fragments into the mouth of King Enma. He then retrieved a portion of the 4th Hokage's flesh and blood, using the other clone as a sacrifice to perform the impure world reincarnation, resurrecting the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Observing the man before him, Minato wore a complex expression and, after a prolonged silence, finally spoke. "Naruto, you must have faced many challenges over the years." Naruto smiled. "It's been manageable, and the hardships are behind us. We must look forward, right, father?" "Indeed." Minato's gaze softened as he examined his hands, asking, "This must be the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation developed by the 2nd Hokage. How remarkable that the deceased can be revived in such a manner." "Naruto, do you have something you require my assistance with?" Pointing to the Outer Path Golem behind him, Naruto candidly stated, "I intend to gather all the tailed beast chakra to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. This is a realm once attained only by the Sage of 6 Paths. At that time, I will wield this power to unify the ninja world and end this era fraught with the agony of war. Thus, I require the portion of Nine Tails chakra within you." Minato, taken aback, had not anticipated Naruto could achieve such a feat. He had originally envisioned that Naruto could protect himself with the Nine Tails chakra he possessed and safeguard Konoha. However, Though surprised, he quickly regained his composure, smiling. Naruto, if you can truly accomplish this, your mother and I will be immensely proud of you. Without hesitation, Minato formed hand seals, releasing the seal on the nine tails within him. Seeing this, Naruto immediately drew it into the outer path golem. At that moment, Minato appeared to recall something, his expression grave as he cautioned, on the day of your birth, a masked man attacked Konoha, releasing the nine tails from your mother. To prevent widespread devastation, your mother and I fought fiercely to seal it away. Be wary of that individual. His space-time abilities surpass even mine. And he is secretly plotting something. Do not worry, I've already dealt with that guy, Naruto reassured. But you won't guess his true identity, father. Minato, intrigued, inquired. Then that is good. He isn't Uchiha Madara, is he? Naruto shook his head. He is merely a pitiful creature deceived by Uchiha Madara, who, after the girl he loved was tricked into death, rejected the entire world. He forsook the emotions inherent to being human, immersing himself in his tragic existence. Unable to extricate himself, his true identity is Uchiha Obito, once your student, who died as a hero of Konoha. What? Minato's astonishment exceeded even the reaction to Naruto's ambition of becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. After a long silence, he sighed deeply. Losing Rin must have caused him immense pain. Naruto wished to avoid discussing such trivial matters of suffering, instead shifting the topic. Father, do you wish to return to the living world? With my current abilities, I can resurrect both you and mother. Minato paused, then smiled and shook his head. Thank you, Naruto. However, it is unnecessary. Those who have passed should not linger in the realm of the living. The unfinished business of their lives has already been entrusted to the next generation. And that is sufficient. Gazing nostalgically at the scenery of the living world, Minato smiled at Naruto. Release the impure world reincarnation. I believe your mother has waited long enough. If I do not go to the Pure Land to see her soon, she will surely be furious. Haha. Naruto nodded somberly. I understand, father. Farewell. Convey my regards to mother. I have grown up, and she need not worry. With the release of the cursed reincarnation, Minato gently gazed at Naruto and spoke. Naruto, do not bear too much pressure. Embrace the joys of life. Farewell. As he watched Minato's spirit depart, Naruto's gaze transformed into one of unwavering resolve. He placed his right hand upon his abdomen and intoned, 8 trigram seal, release. After the nine tails was drawn into the outer path statue, Naruto felt a wave of weakness course through him. However, the formidable vitality of his sage mode momentarily shielded him from any mortal peril. Without the slightest delay, with his eyes narrowing, the newly manifested Ten Tails was swiftly drawn into Naruto's being. A powerful aura surged forth, rendering the Akatsuki member Kisame, known as the Tailless Beast, feeling like an insignificant ant before a colossal elephant. He lifted his gaze, witnessing Naruto's once golden hair transform to white, while his Hokage cloak morphed into an elegant white robe adorned with magatama. 9 black orbs floated serenely behind Naruto, as he grasped a black tin staff in his hand. The Ten Tails Jinchuriki was officially born. Chapter 78. A promise from the past. Is this the power only the sage of 6 paths can wield? Kisame inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Indeed, Naruto replied joyfully, feeling the ceaseless surge of strength coursing through him. Obito, or rather, the White Zetsu, extolled, Lord Naruto. This is a realm that even Uchiha Madara could not attain. You are truly the chosen one. Naruto scoffed, though Uchiha Madara was powerful. He ultimately was but a pitiable pawn in Black Zetsu's hands. He naively believed that the so-called Eye of the Moon plan was the legitimate path to peace in the ninja world. Only a continuously refined system can restrain the ugliness of human nature. Seeking shortcuts is but a foolish fantasy. As he spoke, Naruto unleashed the powers of the Hell Path, extracting Obito's soul, and addressed Kisame. Kisame, behold your long-serving leader, the imposter Uchiha Madara. Take this moment to say farewell. Kisame gazed at Obito's spectral form with a complex expression, lamenting, in the end, it's the victor who writes history. What more is there to say? Indeed. Should I fail and have the nine tails extracted from me, the outcome is the same. Naruto nodded in agreement as the truth-seeking ball behind him stirred, obliterating Obito's soul, leaving not a trace. Then, Naruto produced a sealing scroll for Black Zetsu, addressing White Zetsu. White Zetsu, bid farewell to your longtime companion. As he watched the black figure suspended mid-air, struggling yet unable to escape, White Zetsu remarked with a hint of melancholy, Black Zetsu, we shared a body for so long. I never expected there would come a day of parting. Casting a glance at Black Zetsu, Naruto said nothing further as the truth-seeking ball flew towards him. The schemer who had plotted in the shadows of the ninja world for a millennium met his demise just before seeing his mother, having eliminated 2 formidable foes. Naruto felt elated. He turned to Killer Bee and said to Kisame, Kisame, take him along. We shall meet the 4th Raikage in the Hidden Cloud Village. It is time to fulfill a past promise. Regarding Black Zetsu's demise, White Zetsu was only momentarily saddened, now adopting a carefree demeanor as he inquired, Lord Naruto, what agreement do you have with the 4th Raikage? I have heard he is quite the temper. Might he not order the Cloud Ninja to eliminate us for our treatment of his brother? Naruto chuckled lightly. Rest assured, I have spared his brother, granting him considerable face. Surely, he will reciprocate. With a shift in tone, he continued, of course, if he does not, then the hidden Cloud Village may well face more casualties. Kisame hoisted Killer Bee onto his back and asked Naruto, Leader, how shall we reach the hidden Cloud Village? Shall we act separately and rendezvous there? Naruto shook his head. No need. We shall travel together on my summon beast. This distance is trivial. Flying will take no time at all. With that, Naruto summoned the gigantic bird previously controlled by Pain, enhancing its flight speed with his current 6 paths level power. The bird soared swiftly, reaching the skies above the hidden Cloud Village within mere hours. Quickly inform Lord Raikage, we have intruders in the sky, shouted the alert Cloud Ninja as they spotted the descending giant bird. Naruto did not land immediately but instead gazed placidly at the hidden Cloud Village, awaiting the 4th Raikage's arrival. The village reacted swiftly. Soon, numerous Cloud Ninja converged from all directions, their eyes warily fixed on the giant bird above. As a flicker of lightning flashed, Naruto smirked. The 4th Raikage has arrived. Let us descend. As they drew closer, the Cloud Ninja gradually discerned the figures atop the giant bird. That clothing style, Raikage-sama. They are the Akatsuki who abducted Lord Yondaime and Lord Killer Bee. One Cloud Ninja exclaimed urgently. Look, is that not Lord Killer Bee? But it seems he is not in danger, another pointed out, indicating Killer Bee beside Kisame. The Akatsuki. Raikage's face contorted with fury, his body crackling with violent lightning, emitting a fierce electric sound. Wait, the Raikage secretary Mabui noticed the leading figure's face and leaned closer to whisper urgently. Raikage-sama. The one at the forefront appears to be the new 6th Hokage of Konohagakure. What? At this revelation, the Raikage's expression grew grave. At that moment, Naruto had released the summoning and descended to the ground. Before he could speak, the Raikage rushed forward. Concern etched on his face. Bee, are you alright? Killer Bee, having mostly recovered, replied sadly, Brother, I'm fine. However, the Gyuki within me has been captured. Damn it. The Raikage could no longer contain his fury, transforming into a bolt of lightning that charged toward them. Yet, his target appeared to be Kisame rather than Naruto. Shinra-tensei. Without Naruto making any discernible movement, the Raikage was forcefully repelled, landing with his feet firmly embedded in the ground, sliding for several meters before halting. Raikage-sama, the Cloud Ninja, witnessing their leader being thrown back, surged forward with the intent to confront Naruto and his companions. Stand down. We will ascertain the situation before taking action. The Raikage raised his hand, halting them, and turned to Naruto, his voice low and serious. Hokage, what is the meaning of this? Are you suggesting that the Akatsuki is a force manipulated by your hidden leaf village? Naruto refrained from answering directly, instead tossing Killer Bee toward the Raikage. As the latter cautiously caught Bee, Naruto spoke with a light laugh. Raikage, since you are aware I have ascended as the 6th Hokage, you must also understand the means by which I attained this position. The Raikage paused, perplexed. You were promoted to 6th Hokage for saving Konoha from the Akatsuki's assault. But why then are you standing alongside their members now? Naruto shrugged. It is evident that I have eliminated the Akatsuki's leader, and these two have chosen to abandon the darkness. Yet, such details are no longer of consequence. Raikage, I have come to you today, having deliberately spared your brother. To demonstrate my sincerity, I hope you will leave the Hidden Cloud Village to join my cause, contributing to the unification of the ninja world. The Raikage frowned at this, the familiar words igniting an unexpected thought within him. Nonsense. You are merely a foolish boy selected as Hokage by a bunch of weaklings, thinking you can compel the Hidden Cloud Village to surrender with mere words. Have you lost your senses? A middle-aged Cloud Ninja scoffed derisively. Naruto's gaze turned icy as he replied flatly, Raikage, it seems your subordinates lack proper discipline and manners. At that moment, unnoticed by anyone, the middle-aged Cloud Ninja was struck forcefully, spiraling into the air and tumbling several times before crashing down, unconscious. Raikage, my patience is limited. Should another fool appear, I shall not show mercy. Naruto's tone shifted, adopting the voice of the leader of the former shinobi nation. Raikage, do you recall when I posed a question to you? If one day I possessed the strength to obliterate the Hidden Cloud Village, would you choose to surrender to lessen casualties and accept my rule? The eyes of the Raikage narrowed, and he immediately realized that his suspicions had been confirmed. He fixed his gaze intensely on Naruto's eyes and declared, almost word by word, you are the leader of the original ninja nation. Chapter 79, display very well. Does what you said back then still hold true? Naruto inquired, nodding. The Raikage fell silent for a moment before resolutely responding, of course. As the Raikage, I have not sunk so low as to go back on my word. However, he then added with a grave tone, but do you truly believe you possess the strength to crush the Hidden Cloud Village? Based solely on our previous battle, I cannot discern such capability in you. Naruto raised an eyebrow and replied, oh, it seems I must demonstrate my strength today, lest you all feel a twinge of regret even in surrender. So, you intend for everyone in the Hidden Cloud Village to fight me? Raikage, if I may be blunt. Aside from you and Killer Bee, the rest are but mere ants. if you do not wish to witness them crushed beneath my feet. I advise against such a course of action. Before the Reikage could retort, another voice interjected, "Pardon my intrusion, Hokage-sama. Are you provoking us again? Intending to challenge our esteemed Reikage one-on-one as you did last time? I can assure you, you are mistaken. This time is different. The stakes involve the very survival of our hidden cloud village. Do you think we will remain passive? Even if many of us must perish, we will resolutely defend our village." The voice of the Tsuchikage resonated with unwavering conviction. "Indeed, to expect our surrender is but a dream. Reikage, let us fight. I refuse to believe that so many of us cannot defeat a handful of you. Yes, Reikage, even if the so-called god of the ninja world from Konoha were to return, he would not dare to act so arrogantly." The Tsuchikage's words ignited the fighting spirit of the gathered cloud shinobi, who erupted in fervent shouts, prepared to engage Naruto in a life-or-death struggle. The Reikage, moved by their fervor, felt his eyes moisten as he laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Hokage, it appears that even if I agree to surrender, my subordinates would not consent. You must first convince them with your strength." Naruto chuckled lightly and shook his head. "Convince them? If it comes to battle, I shall slay the vast majority among you. At that point, even surrender would hold no significance." He sighed, "Alas, my kind heart cannot bear the sight of rivers of blood. Allow me to show you what true despair feels like. Let this strike utterly shatter your will to resist." Ascending into the air, Naruto summoned his dual Susanoo, joining them in forming seals, and declared, "Feel despair. Heavenly obstruction star." You startled me. I thought he would unleash some incredible jutsu. Yet, nothing seems to have happened." A cloud shinobi murmured. One cloud shinobi, believing rain was imminent, looked up and froze in place. His pupils dilated as he finally screamed hysterically, "A meteor! A meteor is falling!" Everyone quickly looked up to see a colossal meteor descending from the sky, obscuring the sun. Even from such a distance, the meteor nearly blotted out the blue sky. Its diameter was no less than 600 or 700 meters, should it strike. It would obliterate the entire hidden cloud village from the ninja world. "What do you think, Reikage? Does this meteor help you grasp reality?" Naruto inquired indifferently from his lofty position. His power now far surpassed that of the reanimated Obito during the Fourth Great Ninja War. The size and speed of this meteor were incomparable. "Spare us, Lord Naruto. At this rate, both I and Kisame will be crushed," exclaimed White Zetsu dramatically. Feeling embarrassed by his over-the-top performance, Kisame discreetly distanced himself. "Using the leader's space-time ninjutsu, we can escape before the meteor strikes. It should be quite effortless. Is this the power of a god?" Maki murmured in a daze. "Enough. Hokage, you have won. Cease your jutsu immediately." The Reikage called out without hesitation upon witnessing the impending doom. Naruto shook his head. "It is impossible to stop. I can only destroy it." He then unleashed his complete Susanoo and flew toward the meteor. Upon nearing, he swung his long blade, cleaving the meteor into several pieces. However, the fragments still plummeted downward. Earth release, original world separation technique. A massive white beam swept toward the meteor shards, and upon contact, they melted away like snow, leaving no trace behind. "Ah, we are finally saved," Samui exclaimed, patting her chest in relief. "Indeed." A cloud shinobi beside her quickly agreed, though his gaze drifted to Samui's undulating form. His expression quite intriguing. Yes. The glances from those old perverts are quite synchronized," another remarked. "Hey, you shallow men. Is it necessary to gawk so lecherously just because I narrowly escaped death?" Karui, a teammate of Samui, scoffed in irritation. After glancing at Samui and then at herself, she sighed silently. "Ahem. It is precisely because I nearly perished that I realized the importance of appreciating beauty in life. Otherwise, I would surely regret it." An old pervert reluctantly withdrew his gaze, justifying himself with a righteous tone. The Reikage's anger flared, and he stomped the ground, shattering it, as he shouted, "Shut up. Are you not embarrassed enough?" Haha. They nearly became paste, yet managed to remain standing. That is already commendable enough. "Reikage, why further chastise them?" Naruto remarked as he descended, releasing his Susanoo with a gentle smile. The Reikage understood that his subordinates were merely trying to relieve their tension and thus chose not to dwell on the matter. Fixing his intense gaze upon Naruto, he stated, "Hokage, your strength has indeed reached a level capable of effortlessly overpowering our hidden cloud village. Should you achieve one more feat, we will immediately surrender." Do not become overly ambitious, Reikage. Our leader's ambition to unify the ninja world does not necessarily require the inclusion of your hidden cloud village. Annihilating you would suffice. Kisame sneered. Kisame's interjection served as a counterbalance, fearing that once Naruto accomplished what the Reikage requested, the latter might still find excuses to delay surrender. Understanding his intent, Naruto silently commended him and waved his hand. Kisame, do not be rude. I trust the Reikage's integrity. He is not one to go back on his word. Now, what is it you wish me to accomplish?" With lightning crackling more violently around him, the Reikage tore off his shirt, revealing his honed physique as he declared, "It is quite simple. Like last time, we shall engage in a one-on-one battle. You need only subdue me." Naruto grinned. How intriguing. Such opportunities may be rare in the future. I hope you allow me to stretch my limbs without being too fragile. As he spoke, a torrent of violent lightning chakra surged around him, matching the Rakige's intensity. Someone gasped, "What is this?" Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Chapter 80. Collision of Thunder and Lightning, then let us engage in a playful contest. I shall defeat you in your strongest domain, and you will surely concede with grace, declared Naruto. Humph, it seems you have truly underestimated me. The Rakige retorted with a displeased expression. Follow me. I do not wish for our battle to wreak havoc upon my village. With that, he transformed into lightning and sped away from Kumogakure. Such high demands. Alas, I am but a proponent of virtue. Naruto shrugged, also morphing into lightning to pursue him. Let us follow closely, even if we cannot assist. We must show the Rakige that we stand with him. T-Dai shouted to the gathered Cloud Ninjas. Indeed, the crowd echoed in agreement. Once the Cloud Ninjas departed, White Zetsu, feeling somewhat bored, remarked, Naruto-sama is being rather foolish. Why agree to the Rakige's terms? With his prowess, he could easily subdue them by force, saving himself considerable trouble. Kisame shook his head. If that were to happen, Kumogakure would suffer significant casualties, even if we were to conquer their territory. The seeds of hatred would be deeply sown. Now, we have a chance to conquer them without bloodshed. Investing a bit more time is worthwhile. White Zetsu was taken aback by his words, exclaiming, "Oh, Kisame, if I am not mistaken, you are a member of the organization personally recruited by Madara. I did not expect you to so swiftly embrace Naruto-sama's ideals. If he were to learn of this, he would surely feel quite vexed." Kisame disregarded the sarcasm, replying nonchalantly, "I have long since lost myself in the endless cycle of ninja missions, unable to distinguish between being human and being a tool. If anyone can extricate me from this blood-soaked and futile illusion of the ninja world, I shall undoubtedly follow him. The leader has become the second sage of 6 paths, poised to bring about profound changes to this world, changes far more thorough and genuine than Madara's plans." Casting a glance at White Zetsu, he continued, "This world has always adhered to the natural law of the survival of the fittest. Sharks will devour their own kind to survive. Madara's downfall signifies his lack of strength, rendering him mere sustenance for the stronger." White Zetsu sighed. "I choose to follow Naruto-sama, without such complex reasoning. It is simply because I have lost my purpose and fear death." Kisame nodded. "Let us go. If we tarry, the battle between the leader and the Rakige may very well conclude before our arrival." Upon reaching the battlefield, they witnessed a flurry of afterimages. Merely observing for a moment, their eyes began to sting. Suddenly, after a fierce clash, 2 bolts of lightning separated, revealing Naruto and the Rakige. The crowd noticed that Naruto bore numerous charred marks upon his body, yet in an instant, he returned to his pristine state, as if untouched. In contrast, the Rakige bore fewer burn marks, yet the wounds he sustained were undeniably real, and the sharp pain caused his forehead to twitch. "Rakige, are you already out of strength? The damage you inflicted upon me is merely a triviality, yet your wounds continue to multiply. Are you now willing to surrender? If this continues, you may find yourself embarrassed before your subordinates." Naruto chuckled, glancing at the Rakige's injuries. The Rakige smirked, patting his wounds dismissively. "Hokage, I merely allowed you a few moves. Do not celebrate too prematurely." A young ninja, unable to discern the situation, bravely inquired of Killer Bee, "Lord Killer Bee, can Rakige-sama win?" Killer Bee, somewhat despondent, shook his head. "My brother has no chance of victory. Up to this point, the Hokage has merely been utilizing his physical prowess and lightning release chakra mode in combat against him. Initially, my brother held the upper hand due to the Hokage's unfamiliarity with the lightning release. Yet this monster has caught up to my brother's decades of training in mere minutes. Moreover, with the Hokage's monstrous regenerative abilities, even if he does not improve further, he could drag my brother to his demise." This, Naruto observed the unwilling Rakige, shaking his head in resignation. "Rakige, the harsh realities will not change to suit your desires." He then produced several specially designed kunai, stating, "Years ago, my father, Minato Namikaze, triumphed over you with this flying thunder god technique. Today, I shall employ the same to conclude our battle." The Rakige laughed heartily. "Ha, boy. Let us see if you can indeed accomplish that." Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly as he released a fraction of the immense physical capabilities he had long suppressed. His terrifying speed, combined with his mastery of the lightning release chakra mode, allowed him to appear before the Rakige as if teleporting. Before the Rakige could react, Naruto delivered a powerful kick that sent him soaring into the sky. Naruto then hurled the kunai, which surrounded the Rakige from all directions as they flew. "Now," he exclaimed, instantly appearing beside one kunai and delivering a forceful kick that propelled the Rakige toward another. He then reappeared beside that kunai, repeating the process and kicking the Rakige toward yet another kunai. After cycling through this 5 times, both Naruto and the Rakige landed on the ground. Looking at the unconscious Rakige lying on the ground, Naruto smirked, thinking, "If only I had a large sword, I could mimic it even more closely." Alas, to prevent myself from succumbing to the impulse to slay the Rakige, I must resort to kicking. "Brother." Killer Bee's expression shifted as he rushed to support the Rakige. Upon confirming that the Rakige was merely injured and unconscious, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Disregarding the wary gazes of the surrounding cloud ninjas, Naruto approached the wreckage. Placing his right hand on the latter's shoulder, he channeled his yang release chakra, enabling the wreckage to regain consciousness moments later. Having mastered the transformation of chakra properties across 7 attributes, utilizing yang release to heal was a trivial task for him. Cough. I never expected to be defeated in what I hold most dear, and in such a crushing manner. Hokage, I concede with genuine respect, Kumogakure is willing to surrender. The wreckage coughed and, with Killer Bee's support, stood with a serious expression. Excellent. Naruto nodded and stated, I now assign you the first task following your surrender, eliminate the daimyo of the Land of Lightning and fully occupy the Land of Lightning. This will lay the foundation for the future establishment of a unified nation. I hope you will not act with duplicity. Otherwise, that meteorite will fall upon Kumogakure without any hindrance. Do you understand? The wreckage responded without hesitation, understood. We shall complete the task, leader. Naruto turned to face the direction of the Land of Fire, murmuring to himself, I wonder if the daimyo of the Land of Fire has perished, if all goes well. Only 3 obstacles will remain on the path to uniting the ninja world. At that moment, he suddenly sensed that the specially crafted kunai he had left for Shikaka Nara had been triggered. Chapter 81. The march towards unifying the ninja world. Naruto turned to Kisame and White Zetsu, stating, Kisame, you shall collaborate with the people of the Hidden Cloud Village to expedite the mission of seizing the Land of Lightning. White Zetsu, locate Deidara and inform him that the Akatsuki has been disbanded. He is free to choose his own path from here on. However, let him remember one thing. Should he dare to obstruct my endeavor to unify the ninja world, I shall personally ensure he pays the ultimate price for his art. As for Itachi, do not concern yourself with him, nor disturb him. He has sacrificed so much for Konoha and deserves to rest. Kisame and White Zetsu replied respectfully, yes. Leader. Naruto nodded and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive beside Shikaka Nara. Upon his arrival, he observed Konoha ninjas confronting a dozen or so guardians from the Land of Fire in front of the daimyo's estate. Meeting Naruto's puzzled gaze, Shikaka hastily explained, Lord Hokage, the ninjas across from us are the newly appointed 12 guardians of the daimyo. They were once renowned rogue ninjas in the ninja world, and each wields formidable strength. We have attempted several offensives, but they have thwarted our efforts, resulting in significant casualties. You previously advised us to seek your assistance in times of difficulty, which is why I have summoned you. Naruto nodded in appreciation, acknowledging, well done. It would be utterly regrettable to lose the lives of our Konoha ninjas to these obstinate individuals. He realized that the Konoha ninjas were gazing at him with curious eyes. Understanding that Shikaku's actions were intended to bolster his reputation before them. After grasping Shikaku's intentions, Naruto stepped forward and addressed the guardians, saying calmly, you must understand that with your numbers, you cannot hope to deter the ninjas of Konoha. If you lay down your weapons and surrender, we may spare your lives and allow you to join us as citizens of the great unified nation we are about to establish. One of the guardians, a ninja with a deep scar across his left cheek and a blind left eye, scoffed mockingly, a great unified nation? Huh. Do you think you can easily topple the system that the daimyo has maintained for so many years? Though Konoha is strong, I can assure you that you will soon be repelled by the combined forces of other nations. Perhaps Konoha itself will cease to exist. Naruto shook his head with indifference. What a pity. It seems you have squandered your only opportunity to survive. With that, he flicked his finger, and a small black sphere, no larger than a mung bean, materialized amidst the guardians. Miniature exploding clay. Before the guardians could react, the tiny sphere emitted an overwhelmingly terrifying gravitational force, inexorably drawing them towards it. Their horrified screams echoed, and by the time the Konoha ninjas regained their senses, the guardians were tightly bound together, their bodies contorted and silent. A system may endure for a millennium, but that does not imply it is just. You shall be consigned to the annals of history alongside the decaying rule of the daimyo, Naruto remarked, casting a glance at their lifeless forms. Shikaku spoke respectfully. Thanks to you, Lord Hokage, we would have likely paid a great price to subdue them otherwise. With your presence, I now have complete confidence in your grand vision of unifying the ninja world. After casting a deep look at Shikaku, Naruto waved his hand. Continue to inform me of any difficulties. They are but insignificant obstacles. As Naruto's form vanished from the sight of the Konoha ninjas, they marveled at his incredible power. Just how strong is Lord Hokage? One wondered. Indeed, those ninjas, reduced to mere meatballs, had previously repelled our assaults multiple times. To think that with just a flick of his finger, he could obliterate them. With Lord Hokage's strength, perhaps we truly can unify the ninja world, sparing our descendants from the agony of war. Absolutely. I vow to follow Lord Hokage until my last breath. Observing the animated chatter among the Konoha crowd, Shikaka raised an eyebrow and cleared his throat. Continue the assault, eliminate the daimyo, and fulfill Lord Hokage's command. Understood. Half a month later, with Naruto's unwavering support, the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning had been conquered, coupled with the territory already occupied by the former shinobi nation. Half of the ninja world now lay under Naruto's dominion. In the capital of the former shinobi nation, The high-ranking officials of Naruto's forces gathered to deliberate on further battle strategies. Naruto addressed Zabuza, send word to Tsunagakure, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure, informing them that I will hold a 5 Kage summit here in 10 days. Should they choose not to attend, I shall personally lead an assault on their nations. Let them not claim they were not forewarned. Zabuza nodded. Yes, leader. Naruto surveyed the assembly with gravity. We are but one step away from our goal of unifying the ninja world. I hope we can all work together towards this end. If anyone deliberately hinders our progress or harbors ulterior motives, it would be prudent for them to conceal their thoughts from me. Otherwise, I shall shatter their soul, denying them even the chance to reunite with their loved ones in the afterlife. Seeing the seriousness etched on the faces of those present, he continued, Reikage, position the forces of the hidden cloud village at the border of the land of water. Should the Mizukage fail to attend the 5 Kage summit, order the cloud ninjas to immediately invade the land of water. Yes, leader. Reikage replied solemnly. Kakashi, you shall lead the Konoha ninjas to the border of the land of earth. Similarly, should Inoki choose not to attend, you are to launch an immediate attack on the land of earth. Understood. Kakashi responded with newfound seriousness, casting aside his previous lethargy. Naruto stroked his chin thoughtfully. As for the land of wind, we shall not concern ourselves just yet. I believe Gaara will certainly come. He then smiled at Shikaku. I trust you will handle the coordination with your usual expertise. Shikaku replied respectfully. It is my honor, Lord Hokage. Naruto nodded. In that case, let us disperse and each attend to our duties. Once the crowd had departed, Naruto utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at Konoha Hospital, where the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, remained in slumber. Now that Naruto had firmly established his position in Konoha, he no longer feared Tsunade awakening to challenge his rule. Thus, the time had come to awaken her. Upon entering the room, Jiraiya exclaimed, Naruto, you finally arrived. If Tsunade knew she had been lying here in her old woman's form for so long, she would surely be furious. Chapter 82, Awakening Tsunade Indeed. You are truly a remarkable teacher, Jiraiya. It seems you were aware that Lady Tsunade has been in a coma due to my interference. Naruto remarked with a hint of surprise. Jiraiya responded calmly. I haven't known for long, but considering Tsunade's remarkable ability to recover, she should have awakened by now. After all, she is the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage. Naruto approached Tsunade's bedside and, filled with curiosity, inquired, if that's the case, why didn't you expose my actions sooner so that I could have awakened her earlier? Jiraiya shook his head, saying, Tsunade must have been quite exhausted during her tenure as Hokage. It would be best for her to rest well. Moreover, you have already taken such a roundabout way to seize power for my sake. As her teacher, I wouldn't want to complicate matters for you further. Naruto silently nodded. Channeling his chakra, he activated the yang release, and Tsunade's withered skin suddenly became plump and vibrant. Ugh, how long have I been asleep? It feels like ages since I felt this refreshed. And strangely enough, I feel as if my vitality has surged significantly. Tsunade stretched and mused, her brow furrowed in confusion. Naruto explained, as compensation for the extra time you spent resting, I used yang release to enhance your life force a bit. Maintaining a youthful state should be considerably easier for you now. Thank you, Tsunade said, observing Naruto's current attire without a trace of surprise. Congratulations. It appears you are very close to realizing your childhood dream. Indeed, I appreciate your support, Naruto replied. Turning his back to her to reveal the Hokage cloak emblazoned with the insignia of the 6th Hokage, Tsunade's expression grew distant as she whispered. Seeing you now almost makes me feel as if I were back over a decade ago, confronting Minato as he became Hokage. Jiraiya, having leaned in with anticipation, finally interjected with a proud smile. That's nothing. There's something even more impressive. Naruto, show her your other form. Let her see the level you have reached. 6 paths, sage. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, bewildered. She couldn't help but question whether she had been asleep for several years. Otherwise, how could Naruto be associated with the Sage of 6 Paths? Under Jiraiya's eager gaze, Naruto reluctantly shook his head. With a mere thought, he manifested the 6 Paths mode. As Tsunade beheld Naruto, wielding a staff and surrounded by 9 truth-seeking orbs, she gasped. Is this the power that the legendary Sage of 6 Paths possessed? With a curious tilt of her head, she continued, with your current strength, is unifying the ninja world still a challenge? Naruto dismissed the 6 Paths mode and replied. If it were merely a matter of brute force, it would pose no difficulty at all. However, I do not wish to resort to such measures from the outset. Should other nations and villages insist on resistance, only then would I consider it necessary. After all, wars do not come without casualties. Both I and the leaders of other ninja villages are undoubtedly prepared for that reality. Tsunade fell silent for a moment, reflecting. I never imagined that the ninja world would truly witness such a day of unification. Yet it seems you no longer require the assistance of this old woman. Perhaps it is time for me to retire and enjoy a peaceful life. Naruto laughed. Not at all. The medical department of the nation we are about to establish will still need a leader. Who could possibly fill that role better than you? The foremost medical expert in the ninja world? This Tsunade hesitated to decline, but Naruto quickly insisted. It's settled then. Make sure to rest well. As Naruto turned to leave, He added with a playful smile, by the way, during your slumber these past few weeks, Jiraiya has been by your side the entire time. Now that you have awakened, I am certain he has much to discuss with you. I shall take my leave. Winking at the blushing Jiraiya, Naruto vanished from the hospital room, leaving an unusual silence in his wake, one so profound that Jiraiya could distinctly hear the rapid beating of his own heart. As Tsunade remained momentarily speechless, Jiraiya contemplated breaking the strange atmosphere when he suddenly met Tsunade's flushed cheeks and her bright eyes fixed on him. Returning to the capital of the land of shinobi, Naruto smiled knowingly, thinking, it's about time these two elderly folks enjoy each other's company for the rest of their days. Knock knock. Come in. Zabuza called out as he heard a knock at the office door. Before Zabuza could speak, Naruto directly stated, please bring in the Uchiha brothers. It seems Itachi has matters to discuss with me. Zabuza nodded and soon returned with Itachi and Sasuke. Naruto-kun, I did not expect our next meeting to occur under such circumstances. The ninja world is soon to be under your rule. And I have come to see if there is any way I can be of assistance, Itachi said with a subtle smile. Cough, cough, cough. Before Naruto could respond, Itachi suddenly broke into a fit of coughing. After what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to stop, revealing a hand stained with crimson. Brother, you should focus on recuperating. With Naruto's personality, if he has already taken action, he must be confident. You need not offer your help, Sasuke urged anxiously. Indeed, you know me well, Naruto commended, turning to Itachi. Sasuke is right. Your priority now should be to rest and nurture the Uchiha clan's revival. Itachi steadied his breath and replied, my body is beyond repair. I cannot last much longer. It is better to use the little strength I have left to contribute to Konoha. Looking at Sasuke with gentle eyes, he added, as for the task of reviving the Uchiha clan, that responsibility now falls to you, Sasuke. Naruto stepped closer, his expression serious. While many heroes meet tragic ends, I do not wish for the same fate to befall you, the hero of Konoha. With the power of Yang release surging through my hands, he continued, reviving the clan is a heavy burden for Sasuke to bear alone. You must lend your support. What is this? Itachi gasped, his pupils constricting. He felt his battered body rejuvenate in an instant. Never had his breath been so unencumbered since the night he annihilated the Uchiha clan. All done. Your body is fully healed. Even if you were to have 10 or 8 children in the future, there would be no repercussions, Naruto jested. Brother, is that true? Sasuke exclaimed, his face brightening with joy. Itachi nodded, smiling, and remarked to Naruto, as Sasuke has said, with your current strength, I truly no longer need to assist you. Naruto encouraged, you two brothers should return to Konoha. I can assure you that you will be treated fairly and can develop the Uchiha clan without any hindrance. No one will regard you or the Uchiha clan with disdain. Chapter 83. The 5 Kage Summit. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Itachi fell into a moment of silence. When he turned to look at Sasuke, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, he finally nodded. Excellent, Naruto exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. Originally, I intended for the Uchiha clan's territory to be returned entirely to the village, with no encroachment allowed. Of course, if you feel that the Uchiha land is too distant from the center of Konoha, I can arrange for a closer location. Itachi smiled and replied, thank you, Hokage-sama. The Uchiha clan appreciates your consideration. Thank you, Naruto. Sasuke added. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. You are too polite. It pales in comparison to the sacrifices you have made for Konoha. However, please, just call me by my name. Referring to me as Hokage-sama feels somewhat awkward. Itachi nodded. Very well, Naruto-kun. I understand you are diligently working towards the unification of the ninja world, so we shall not impose any further. After meeting with the Uchiha brothers, Naruto's subsequent days were rather uneventful. The ninja world appeared to remain unchanged, yet perceptive individuals had already discerned the turbulent currents beneath the tranquil surface. Several small ninja villages and organizations began to retract their influence, wary of provoking the larger nation's ninja villages and attracting unwarranted calamity. In this peculiar atmosphere, time swiftly passed, and soon it was the day of the 5 Kage Summit that Naruto had arranged. In the capital of the former land of shinobi, in the leader's office building, the 4 Kage, wind, water, lightning, and earth, had already gathered. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, was the first to speak. What does that little brat, the Hokage, mean by summoning us for this so-called 5 Kage Summit while he keeps us waiting? The youth of today are quite arrogant. Is he mocking me? The young Kazekage Gaara spoke calmly. Tsuchikage, this meeting of the 5 Kage concerns the future of the entire ninja world. A bit of patience is warranted. Humph. Inoki scoffed derisively. Kazekage, I've heard you were once captured by the Akatsuki from Sunagakure. Had it not been for the Hokage's rescue, you would have perished. Naturally, you would speak in his favor now. Bang. The 4th Raikage, slammed his hand on the table, his tone laden with meaning. Tsuchikage, I never realized you were such an impatient fellow. It has barely been 10 minutes, and you can't wait any longer? Are you trying to pick a fight? After all, when the Hokage was leading the former land of shinobi, he had plenty of friction with your Iwagakure. Inoki's expression faltered momentarily, his eyes darkening as he retorted. Hey, I never expected you to become even weaker after taking the mantle of Raikage. You are now completely subservient to that little brat, the Hokage, even obeying his orders to kill the daimyo of the Land of Lightning and occupy his territory. If your father, the third Raikage, were to know, would he not rise from his grave in anger to chastise you for your disloyalty? The fourth Raikage's expression remained calm, showing no sign of anger. However, his two bodyguards could no longer contain themselves and grasped the hilts of their swords. Their actions triggered a reflexive response from the other bodyguards, who drew their weapons to shield their respective kage. Dare we stand down? The fourth Raikage gestured, speaking firmly. Once calm returned, he continued in a steady tone. Our Kumovikure has chosen to submit to the Hokage for one reason only. His power is formidable enough to easily obliterate our village. Furthermore, the strong devouring the weak is a common occurrence in the ninja world. Our Land of Lightning has achieved its current strength through this very path. Now that we have been easily crushed, what is there to complain about or feel ashamed of in our surrender? Inoki's countenance darkened at these words, and he thought to himself, this is bad. Now 3 of the 5 great nations' ninja villages lean towards supporting that brat, the Hokage. The situation is exceedingly unfavorable for our Land of Earth. I never expected the fourth Raikage to remain unperturbed by my words, but instead, he speaks with such conviction. With this thought, he shifted his gaze towards the fifth Mizukage, Meitarumi, who had remained silent. Mizukage, your Kirigakure has only just regained peace. Surely you do not wish to accept subjugation like Kumogakure? Inoki asked, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. However, Meitarumi did not engage with his inquiry. Instead, she softly remarked, I have long heard that the 6th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, is one of the rare beauties in the ninja world, especially capable of taming a behemoth like the Raikage. This only heightens my curiosity to meet such a man. At that moment, a light laugh echoed through the room, causing everyone's hearts to race. You flatter me, Mizukage. I cannot claim to be a great beauty, at least not in comparison to our Uchiha Sasuke from Konoha, Naruto replied, seated at the head of the table, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Is this truly the 6th Hokage, the most talked about leader in the ninja world? Although I have heard much about him, it is astonishing that he has achieved such greatness at such a young age, establishing the land of shinobi and bringing Kumovikure under his banner. Inoki's heart was stirred. It appears the rumors hold true. He is indeed a handsome fellow. Meitarumi remarked with a flirtatious giggle. Hokage, what is your intent in summoning us? What is your motive in ruthlessly slaying the daimyos of the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning? Inoki demanded, his forehead twitching with irritation. Without a hint of remorse, Naruto replied, I must clarify. I also killed your predecessor, the daimyo of the Land of Earth. I employed your esteemed dust release, after all. You scoundrel. Inoki leapt to his feet, bellowing, I suspected something was amiss, and it turns out you were behind it all. Disregarding his fury, Naruto continued in a flat tone, the reason I have gathered you here today is to announce one matter. I intend to establish a unified nation, and I will obliterate any obstacles in my way. This meeting is merely a courtesy to inform you in advance, so that when I attack, you cannot claim I declared war without warning. With that, he rose and surveyed the room, stating, you now have 2 choices. 1, surrender like Kumovikure and join us. Or 2, resist to the bitter end. However, I assure you, everything you hold dear will be swallowed by the sands of history. Now that I have spoken, how do you choose? Chapter 84, Stubborn Resistance. As Naruto's words echoed in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The fourth Raikage had long since capitulated. Now merely observing the other 3 with an air of leisure, Gaara and Meitarumi maintained a calm demeanor, momentarily refraining from speech. However, Noki appeared as a volcano on the brink of eruption, his face flushed with anger. Casting a fleeting glance at the other 2, Gaara spoke, Naruto, if Sunagakure chooses to surrender and accept your rule, how will you treat the residents of our village? Will they be regarded as inferior to the inhabitants of Konoha and the former land of Shinobi, subjected to exploitation and discrimination? Naruto, with a serious expression, replied, rest assured. I shall enact laws that declare all individuals as equal, devoid of distinctions in status or wealth. Moreover, you may be mistaken about one thing. After establishing a unified nation, it will not solely be the people of Konoha and the former land of Shinobi who govern you. Rather, anyone with capability shall have the opportunity to partake in the management of this nation, regardless of whether they hail from the village of Clouds or Sunagakure. Pausing to allow the gathered individuals to digest his words, Naruto continued, the most crucial aspect is that the highest authority of this nation shall not rest in the hands of a solitary individual, but shall be vested in a collective. I shall refer to this collective as the Residents' Representative Decision Committee, which will be elected by all citizens. They will participate in the supreme decision-making of this nation, and all administrative officials will be chosen from the Residents' Representative Decision Committee. Gaara was taken aback. He had not anticipated Naruto's remarkable selflessness in relinquishing the easily attainable highest power. With admiration evident on his face, he exclaimed, upon my return to Sunagakure, I will endeavor to persuade the village's higher-ups to embrace your vision. Naruto smiled and nodded. Excellent. I await your good news. He then turned to Mei Terumi and inquired, Water Shadow, what is your choice? Mei Terumi's beautiful eyes sparkled as she lifted her head and smiled charmingly at Naruto. Such matters concerning the survival of our village are not for a mere woman to decide lightly. I need to return and discuss this with the elders. Naruto nodded, then smiled. The fifth Mizukage, who can end the blood mist policy, is someone I admire greatly. Second only to Lady Tsunade. How could she be merely a weak woman? Water Shadow, you are far too humble. At this, Mei Terumi let out a soft laugh. Casting a flirtatious glance at Naruto, Hokage, you truly know how to flatter. Were I a few years younger, I might have considered developing a different relationship with you. Naka's expression darkened ominously. He slammed his hand on the table and bellowed. Enough. You little brat, do you think I would believe you? Speaking of transferring supreme power to all residents, do you take me for a fool? Naruto's expression hardened as he spoke flatly. Your failure to comprehend stems from your limited experience. Your narrow-minded thinking constrains your imagination. Humph. Spare me your words. Do you think mere rhetoric will compel us, the Iwagakure, to surrender? That is nothing but a pipe dream. Noki coldly interrupted, impatience evident in his tone. Naruto's demeanor grew icy as he asked, Noki, does this imply you intend to resist to the bitter end? Noki replied in a grave tone, do not speak so confidently. The victor of this war is yet to be determined. Do not assume you have already won. Naruto ceased his banter, and with a thought, the Six Paths mode manifested, an overwhelming aura striking fear into the hearts of all present. Every individual, including the powerful Kage, found it difficult to breathe, as if they were adrift on a tempestuous sea, at risk of capsizing at any moment. I am sorry, but I genuinely cannot conceive of a scenario where you emerge victorious, Naruto stated nonchalantly. I summoned you here out of a sense of compassion, to mitigate unnecessary casualties. Do not overestimate your own importance, Noki. Noki faltered momentarily, then declared resolutely, you little brat, do you wish to engage in battle now? Even if I were to perish here today, the Iwagakure will never surrender. Naruto regarded him for a moment, then released the Six Paths mode and chuckled lightly. Noki, you truly are like a stubborn stone in a latrine, both foul and unyielding. Rest assured, I have no intention of killing you now. It is an utterly despicable act to murder invited guests at a conference. I am above such conduct. He continued, however, do not allow our previous grievances at the borders of the land of Earth to cloud your judgment, leading you to make decisions that are detrimental to Iwagakure's interests. Naka's expression shifted, suddenly understanding Naruto's cunning intent. If Iwagakure were to face significant casualties in the upcoming conflict, Naruto's words today would undoubtedly serve as a thorn in the hearts of the villagers, inciting them to blame their leader for the decision made. Such occurrences are inevitable, for that is human nature. Hokage-sama, you worry too much. The residents of Iwagakure are not cowards who would surrender without a fight. One of Naka's guards, KT, interjected. Naruto gazed deeply at him, his words laden with meaning. Noki, at your age, with such an exceptional heir by your side, as I mentioned before, it is time for you to step aside and allow the capable to lead. Clinging to power in old age is not a virtue. However, your attachment to authority may explain your difficulty in grasping my perspective. Noki regained his composure and coldly replied, Hokage brat, I hope your performance on the battlefield is as sharp as your tongue. With that, he leapt from his chair and commanded, KT, Kurat, we depart. Remaining here serves no purpose. Just a bunch of weaklings who yield to brute force. Naruto disregarded Naka's taunts, calling out behind him, Noki, I grant you 5 days to prepare. After 5 days, I shall level Iwagakure. So do not dawdle on your way home. Otherwise, you may find only ruins upon your return. Humph. Noki snorted derisively, leaving without a backward glance. Naruto turned his gaze back to Gaara and Mei Terumi. You two may also take your leave. Discuss this matter thoroughly with the village's higher-ups. There is no need to rush. After all, I will only have time to attend to you after I have dealt with Iwagakure. At this point, his eyes darkened. Of course, you are welcome to join forces with Iwagakure and attack us together. I would welcome that, after all. Unifying the ninja world after a single battle would be a splendid outcome for me. Chapter 85. The battle that ended in an instant, chief. If they were truly to ally with Iwagakure, it would undoubtedly pose troubles for you, wouldn't it? After Gaara and Mei Terumi departed, the fourth Raikage addressed Naruto. Naruto cast a sidelong glance at him and chuckled softly. Do you think my earlier words were merely to intimidate them? No. I genuinely hope they join forces with Iwagakure against us. This way, I can exert less effort, and the ninja world will more swiftly approach unification. Recalling the awe-inspiring scene of the chief summoning a colossal meteor, the fourth Raikage silently nodded. On the main road leading from the land of the Neens to the land of water, Terumi Mei raised an eyebrow at the three figures standing ahead. Although this scene caught her somewhat off guard, upon reflection, it made sense. Suchikage, you are aware that your route back to the land of Earth lies in the opposite direction? Terumi Mei inquired knowingly. Inoki wasted no time, stating directly, Mizukage. Do you truly believe that Brat's nonsensical words and think you will treat the residents of Kirigakure equally? Terumi Mei paused for a moment, then ambiguously replied, I cannot be certain. Thus, I need to return to the village and discuss this matter with everyone before making a decision. Inoki's brow furrowed as he glanced at his guard, Aoi, and spoke in a grave tone, do not forget. Your guard's precious Byakugan was taken by the murderer of the former daimyo of the Land of Earth. Now that it has been confirmed that the Hokage is that brat, it is evident who took his Byakugan. Such a disgrace. Can you Kirigakure endure this humiliation? Terumi Mei's expression faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. She had originally come to the Five Kage Summit to seek an explanation for Aoi. Yet, the terrifying power of the Hokage instantly robbed her of the courage to broach the topic. At this moment, Aoi interjected. That Byakugan was originally acquired from the Hyuga clan of Konohagakure. Its return can only be seen as a restoration of ownership. Besides, in wartime, countless ninjas often sacrifice their lives. My grievances pale in comparison. He earnestly addressed Terumi Mei, Mizukichi, your decisions affect the lives of all Kirigakure residents. Please do not let emotions cloud your judgment. Aoi, I appreciate your sacrifice, Terumi Mei said with a gentle gaze. Inoki's expression darkened further as he coldly declared, enough. Have you forgotten the glory that our ancestors toiled to establish the ninja villages? To now bow to the might of others and relinquish your village is a disgraceful betrayal. Terumi Mei's countenance shifted, her tone icy as she retorted, Tsuchikichi, choose your words carefully. We of Kirigakure have not surrendered yet. You stand here only to compel us to join you against the Hokage. Do you really think such provocation will succeed? I can assure you that our choice will largely depend on how a Wagakure performs on the battlefield against the Hokage. If you are utterly incapable of defending yourselves, we will naturally choose to surrender. After all, no one is foolish enough to charge into certain death. She paused, her gaze deepening. However, if you can withstand the Hokage's assault, it is not impossible for us to send troops to aid you. A smile finally broke across Inoki's aged face. Excellent. With your words, I can rest easy. The two aides behind him, Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi, also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the Wagakure stood no chance against Konoha and Kumogakure alone. But with Kirigakure's support, the odds would at least be more favorable. In this sensitive period, any shifts in the ninja world spread rapidly. The vast majority of ninjas were aware that the Hokage's forces would confront a Wagakure in 5 days. The atmosphere in the ninja world turned increasingly bizarre, with an oppressive feeling settling in the hearts of nearly all, as if a storm was imminent. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. At the border of the Land of Earth, Naruto and Inoki hovered in midair. With tens of thousands of ninjas from both sides facing each other below, the tension palpable. This atmosphere rendered some less experienced ninjas so anxious that they could not help but swallow hard. Hokage brat, I deeply regret not eliminating you at any cost when I had the chance, allowing you to grow to this extent. Even if I kill you today, the loss to a Wagakure will far exceed that of the past, Inoki stated, his expression complex as he regarded Naruto with seriousness. Naruto responded blandly, Inoki, you are mistaken. I am not someone you can simply kill at will. At this moment, this task cannot be accomplished merely by the heavy price you are willing to pay. An overly stubborn elder will only incite the disdain of the youth, and now I can only ensure your peaceful rest. Inoki's expression turned icy as he shouted. Let me see today if I can indeed kill you. Dust release, original world separation technique. Naruto, however, merely shook his head and lamented, this jutsu is indeed impressive. But alas, your movements are too slow. Farewell, Inoki. In an instant, the truth-seeking orb behind him transformed, morphing into an elongated black blade that shot forth with lightning speed toward Inoki. How swift. Just in time. Inoki exclaimed in surprise, hastily unleashing his dust release. He was confident in this technique, believing that all material would be reduced to atomic state. The power of dust release was unparalleled in both offense and defense. However, things did not unfold as he had anticipated. The black blade pierced through his chest without obstruction. His proud dust release dissipated into nothingness upon contact with the blade. How is this possible? Inoki's eyes widened in disbelief. With a slight tremor of the blade in his hand, Naruto cleaved Inoki in half at the torso. Looking down at the falling corpse, he stated calmly, to me now, so-called shadow-level masters are no different from newborn infants, easily extinguished. Impossible, Tsuchikichi-sama. This must be a trick. It's an illusion. How could the Tsuchikichi, master of dust release, be defeated in one blow? Indeed, we must have fallen victim to an enemy genjutsu. There must be a member of the Uchiha clan lurking in the shadows. Come out at once. The IWA ninja army below instantly crumbled, unwilling to accept the harsh reality. Instead believing it to be mere illusion, screaming in hysteria. Naruto, expressionless, gazed down and addressed Akatsuchi. Akatsuchi, should you choose to surrender now, I still welcome your allegiance. I assure you, there will be no repercussions afterwards. Akatsuchi solemnly closed Inoki's still-widened eyes, his expression resolute. At this juncture, such futile words need not be spoken. Today, only one of us shall leave this battlefield. Naruto nodded in agreement with his choice, calmly stating, in that case, I shall send you down to meet your Tsuchikichi with his signature jutsu. With a firm voice, he declared, dust release, Original world separation technique. As his words fell, a colossal spatial barrier enveloped all the IWA ninjas within. The shadow of death loomed over them all. Chapter 86. The Unification of the Shinobi World. Finale. Wait. Hokage. We are willing to surrender. Please show us mercy. Huangtu exclaimed urgently, astonished that Naruto had achieved such a level of power, far beyond his wildest imagination. Preposterous. Naruto scoffed. I have granted you numerous opportunities, yet you squandered them all. Just moments ago, you were so adamant. Now, your pleas for mercy come too late. In the next instant, as the dust barrier dissipated, tens of thousands of rock shinobi were disintegrated, leaving not a trace behind. This astonishing spectacle sent shivers down the spines of all the Konoha shinobi. Such unfathomable strength transcended the capabilities of mere mortals. It belonged to the divine realm. Naruto descended before the Konoha shinobi and addressed Kakashi, the leader. Kakashi-sensei, I entrust the subsequent matters to you. Swiftly conquer the land of Earth. The unification of the shinobi world is imminent. Understood. Kakashi replied solemnly, nodding as he led the Konoha shinobi rapidly across the borders of the land of Earth. With the loss of Anoki and tens of thousands of elite shinobi, the remaining forces of the land of Earth could hardly mount an effective resistance against the overwhelming might of Konoha. Within a fortnight, the entire land of Earth was fully occupied by Konoha. Upon hearing that Naruto had dispatched tens of thousands of rock shinobi with but a single blow, the land of wind and the land of water had already lost their will to resist and decisively chose to surrender. Other smaller nations followed suit, opting for capitulation, thus culminating in the long-awaited unification of the shinobi world. 3 months later, in the capital of the United Shinobi Kingdom, leader, you have accomplished a monumental feat that even the Sage of Six Paths could not achieve. The residents of the United Shinobi Kingdom now hold you in unparalleled reverence. Nara Shikaku, the chief advisor, said respectfully. Naruto gazed out at the bustling cityscape, far more splendid than the Konoha of his youth, and turned back with a smile. Is that so? Yet, are there not still some resistance forces lurking in the shadows, seeking to undermine the United Shinobi Kingdom? Shikaku's expression grew serious as he replied earnestly, rest assured, leader. They are merely a feeble faction of disgruntled ninjas unwilling to accept the legal constraints imposed by you and the representatives of the Residence Council. As time progresses and we eliminate them, they will inevitably be swept away by the currents of history, unable to raise a single ripple. Naruto nodded, calmly stating, this is a scenario that was bound to arise. The introduction of a new decree, while beneficial to the majority, will inevitably provoke discontent among a minority whose interests are perceived to be threatened. Thus, some will support it, while others will oppose it. All I can do is steadfastly pursue what I believe to be right. Shikaku fell silent for a moment before a thought struck him, and he smiled. By the way, leader, the residents of the former Land of Wind have expressed their gratitude for the significant improvement in their living conditions due to your wood release techniques. We now have an entire storage room filled with letters of thanks addressed to you. Upon hearing this, Naruto chuckled. Huh? Are you trying to console me, Shikaku? Worry not. I merely speak from the heart. During my decade-long tenure, I shall fulfill the responsibilities of a leader. After that, the matters will be entrusted to you. I trust you will navigate the future smoothly. As for events decades, or even a century from now, those are not my concern. Leader, why are you so eager to relinquish your duties? With your capabilities, surely continuing on would pose no challenge. Shikaku inquired, perplexed. Naruto shook his head. To oversee everything and bear the weight of so many lives is exhausting. 10 years in this position is the limit of what I can endure. Moreover, I must set an example for future leaders, helping them understand their responsibilities and obligations, rather than viewing their roles as mere privileges of power. But, Shikaku began, yet Naruto interrupted, handing him an invitation with a smile. You must come when the time arrives. What is this? Shikaku asked, perplexed as he took the invitation, and his face lit up with joy. Congratulations. Thank you. Hyuga Hinata and I are still quite young, so we can only become engaged for now. When we are older, we will marry, and I will certainly invite you then, Naruto replied with a grin. Shikaku was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the individual who had achieved such unprecedented and potentially unparalleled feats was merely a boy of not yet 17. A decade later, within a fragrant estate, Naruto's eyes briefly flashed with the pattern of the Rinnegan before returning to their azure hue. As he watched Hinata watering the flowers in the courtyard alongside the children playing nearby, a warm smile graced his face, lingering for some time. Ding! A long-awaited mechanical voice echoed. Esteemed host, you have fulfilled your role. This system will now depart from your soul to seek the next host. Wishing you a joyful life ahead. Naruto paused momentarily before replying with a smile. Thank you for your assistance over these years, system. Farewell. Daddy, come play with us, called the children. Coming. The end.